I remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away. Sailing on my soul, your light.
everyone said top 4 at Worlds is going to be our goal. Not making it out of groups would be super devastating.
Garrett has found delivers the shockwave.
We're not satisfied yet. We're not like happy. We need to get out of groups, and that's what matters now.
It's time to show the world that we are good players.
Big mistake by Patrick. There's the flashing. Oh my God! Deft! Voice of light from Maple. They're going to be able to connect. Flash Wolves take down SK Telecom T1. Cloud9 have done it. One of the most amazing games I have ever seen. First five, but Kobe goes in and goes in.
Is this gonna be the year when wildcard teams became a deal? I think yes. This time we are not just winning, we are looking better than our opponents.
Elvis Knox, 2-1 in the group! 2 kills for Carolina Gaming! He's gonna take him down!
If you're a EU fan, you probably already gave up on us, but it's not over.
Shot gets sniped! Expect draws first blood at the World Championship! The jugglers at Hui, level 1 Rome, are you kidding me? Oh no! That is a delete! If ever I've seen one! Elvis Knox, 2-1 in the group! What beasts from the CIS region! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 2 of the World's 2016 group stage, coming to you live from San Francisco, California. After an explosive opening to the tournament, all 16 teams are back in competition this week to determine which 8 contenders will advance to the quarterfinal stage in Chicago. As we zoom in on the arena here, the stage is set for an exciting first day to week 2. Here's a look at G2 heading to the stage just moments ago as they look for redemption in the second round robin. Albus Nox Luna is preparing to keep their exciting run at Worlds alive, and CLG is getting in the zone with just a few games separating them from the quarterfinals. Now, hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, manning the analyst desk with Mitch Crepo Vorspools, Jake Spawn Tiberi, and Aiden Zyrene Moon. Gentlemen, are we rested and rejuvenated and ready to go for week 2?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm excited to be here. I wasn't here last week. Caster Cage couldn't hold me. Ready for San Francisco.
That's right. He fought his way up here, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I like to hear. Our international broadcasting partners have joined us to bring Worlds to audiences in over 15 languages globally. Now, you're going to see our friends from Brazil's CB LoL. We'll also have the CIS region's LCL as we're zooming in on them. There they are. That's Brazil there, CIS region's LCL, and the Chinese team from the LPL. Now, as we begin week 2 of the tournament, let's take a look at how our 4 groups compare in the standings. Now, we've got 3 Group A teams that are tied at 2-1. SKT and Cloud9 share the lead in Group B. EDG and AHQ head up Group C. Samsung Galaxy, TSM, and RNG are tied in Group D. Now, this week, group stage format switches up. 1 group will play per day. All 4 teams in each group will take turns finishing out their scheduled group stage matches, beginning today with Group A. We'll decide all ties immediately following our 6 scheduled matches. By the day's end, 2 teams will be on their way to Chicago, and 2 will be headed home. Now, today it's Group A's turn as Korea's ROX Tigers, Europe's G2 Esports, the LCL's Albus Nox Luna, and North America's Counterlogic Gaming take to the Rift with their eyes on the quarterfinals. Big surprises all over the place in our first week of groups, gentlemen. So let's start with the collapse of G2.
Yeah, G2 0-3. They couldn't bring the level what they had, honestly, at the end of playoffs in Europe, the consistency, even what they had allegedly brought in scrims. to the stage. They completely collapsed, but it is still technically possible, and a lot will just depend on the first game they play today, because they start with a banger, but if they win that one, nothing technically could stop them, especially momentum-wise, from potentially going 3-0.
Yeah, exactly right, playing all the games on the same day. Now, G2 has historically been very slow starting getting into series, so if they can get that first win under their belt, momentum will be on their side heading into the rest of the day.
Important to note that a single loss will end their run here at Worlds, so they must win starting off the bat. Now, on the other end of the group, we've got the LCK's Rocks Tigers. They were overwhelmingly the favorites coming into the tournament, but now they're neck and neck with most of the group.
Yeah, and I think the Rocks Tigers, the scariest thing here is this is a squad that ends up 2-1, but they have actually been the worst performing team in the first 10 minutes of the entire tournament. They averaged down about 2,100 gold, and that's absolutely insane that early in the game. They haven't gotten a first blood. This Tigers squad, that's not characteristic of them at all. Back in the LCK, they were a very aggressive team, and we aren't seeing that here in the early parts of the game, but they still get the game under control later. So if they actually just get that fixed, they're going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it fixed, because the other thing I'm worried about is their pick ban phase. We talk about their slow early game, but when you're drafting things like the Nocturne, you're never going to get out of the gates that quickly. So I really do think that if they get that part of their game under control over the past week, that'll be a good news story.
Yeah, they just need to play to the draft. It's okay to draft for these mid-game compositions, but they need to eliminate these risky gameplay patterns from their early game where they can get punished. That's also how they dropped the game in this tournament. Totally unexpected when they challenged too much in the early game instead of just waiting for the scaling, waiting for the mid-game where they are so strong.
Also Aurelion Sol.
Also Aurelion Sol, but you talk about that missteps. One of their biggest missteps was against the representatives from North America in Counterlogic Gaming.
Yeah, I think that Aurelion Sol being left through, that's a lot of disrespect there from the Rocks Tigers on Counterlogic Gaming side. And CLG have actually been coming out with some very creative level 1s, some very creative strategies, and it's been taking people off guard.
That was some quality cheese right there, the level 1 roam into headbutt into trap here. CLG spreading the Gouda.
Yeah, they certainly were, but now they've shown it. I mean, you only get to show Aurelion Sol once. Surprise, surprise, who he can still play it fantastically. What else has he got in his champion pool? Because he's already lost on the Syndra. See whether he actually does have that flexibility.
And Zyrene, you talked about interesting level 1s, unique level 1s. Well, they have to play 3 games in a single day today. Do you think they have enough in their playbook that can carry them through?
I definitely trust in Zix. I think Zix is a very smart drafter. He understands, and he also understands strategies and rotations and when to do them based off cannon minion waves. And he sets his team up for success. So I have full faith in CLG.
Just for people watching, that's their coach, Ziggs Lol, not the champion. Cyrene's not like a Ziggs fanboy. It's like, bring it out, Hui.
All right, well, finally, let's take a look at the team that could give them a run for their money. Having already beaten them once so far, we've got to touch on Albus Nox Luna.
I mean, what a surprise here coming into the tournament. But also, just like Aurelion Sol, they were giving some of their unique picks here. What I really loved about their comp, though, aside from having played brand support, was the Poppy and Nivea interaction. Remembering as well that Poppy is a really good counter to Lee Sin. They seem to make League of Legends more fun than it usually was. They really made it for me that I enjoyed them smashing G2, even though that meant the #1 seed from our region would potentially go home.
Yeah, they're making League of Legends a lot of fun for everybody at home, but in this group, it's making it really unfun and really nerve-wracking for these teams. If you lose to a wildcard team, basically the damage is done there, and CIS region, they can go ahead and say, you know what? Mission accomplished, but they still want to go further. They say you have to respect them.
Yeah, they certainly do it on Summoner's Rift. I mean, their Baron plays have been so fantastic. You talk about surprising. Playing around Fog of War and being able to set up this objective. They've already snuck it twice. It was instrumental in both of their wins. This is just so classy out of a team that, you know, didn't come in with macro play.
I mean, those Baron calls were honestly on the world stage to make them so decisively twice in Fog of War are very impressive, to the point where we may have to change. You can't just call them just a wildcard team anymore. They're really leveling up their game, and if we're talking about gaps closing between any other team in the Korean region, maybe we need to look at some of these teams that we kind of judged away too quickly, like the CIS region, you know, and INTZ as well. Like, that gap is closing as well, especially if you look in terms of macro. These guys are slowly understanding how to close out games as well.
And we talk about somewhat of an unconventional play style or surprising picks spawn. How well can that really continue? Will teams be able to figure that out after week 1, having seen some of those interesting interactions and built around it?
I think that's the biggest question, right? Because when you know they were struggling with scrims already, and in IWCQ against Lion Gaming, when Lion made them play standard, they did struggle. They don't really 2v2 all that well. Crit roams a lot, a Miracle falls behind in CS. So I think that the biggest issue here is, can they continue to play their game?
I think we need to see more from them, and we need to see teams take it seriously enough that they ban out these kind of niche picks like a brand support, because it just changes everything. And it also, this is a point that Liquid made earlier when I talked to him. He's like, you know, those bans, yeah, they hit us. They don't hit anybody else. It's not like you have a mutual ban on brand support. So these are like direct target bans, whereas if you ban in Italy, it takes it off the table for both teams. So I really would like teams to hit the comfort picks for Albus Nox Luna. Make them show more, especially in a day where they have to adapt to 3 games in a row.
Well, a small overview of what we had seen in week 1. We'll see what they bring out here in week 2. Now, today we'll decide the outcome of Group A. We're going to kick things off with G2 versus ROX Tigers. Each Group A team will play all of their remaining group stage games today. And at the end of our 6 scheduled matches, any remaining ties will be immediately decided in best-of-1 tiebreakers. So things could get all that much more exciting. Now, remember, all throughout the tournament, Riot Games 2 is online and bringing you the player experience stream. Each game will focus on an additional, or rather individual player, matchup, or aspect of League. We have special guests delivering high-level analytical commentary to help you level up your skills. Now join our team of casters and guests, Pobelter, Inori, and Gate today as they talk strategy and answer your questions live on air. Now before we hand you over to the casters on the biggest stage, G2 is still chasing their high tournament expectations.
Almost everything is going wrong. Like everything that could go wrong is going wrong in our games. Like we have these moments that it's not us. Like we pick stuff we don't usually pick, and we do things we don't usually do, and play a bit too excited and like kind of over eager to win the game, or do something crazy, or do things that are unnecessary. And yeah, I don't know if it's the experience part or if it's just, I don't know. We just don't have like that thing we usually had.
It's so tough to hear from Sven. It is a do-or-die moment for G2. They must win all 3 games today, even for a chance to advance to quarterfinals, make it to Chicago. Hello, San Francisco. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined by Joshua Chat Leesman, and so Sam Kobe Hartman Kens, I got it in the end. We're going to bring you the cast here, G2 versus the ROX Tigers. And Jat, for G2, we can't get any harder than this.
Yeah, and I think it's an understatement when you say that G2 have not lived up to their expectations. The entire team has been struggling, but I think most of the struggles have been with Perkz in the mid lane. He's been getting caught out of position a ton. He hasn't been able to apply the pressure. Maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's the coordination. It's really hard to pinpoint when you have such a small sample size, but they all need to do better. With that being said, they almost beat the ROX Tigers. They had a massive lead until they fumbled it away at Baron.
Yeah, and it just really flew completely out of control. They got allowed Peanut back into the game. G2, can they fix it? Their opponents, ROX, also question marks around this team. They were the heavy-handed favorites for Group A, probably tournament favorites for a lot of people, but they've had a disappointing start to Worlds and their early game.
Definitely. I think a lot of people would agree with you. The Tigers, I mean, we look back to the last matchup they had versus G2. They were behind over 5,000 gold against G2 at the 20-minute mark, and they had to make that miraculous comeback with the Baron still coming in from the Nocturne and a huge swing at the end. Still, though, this is the #1 seed from Korea. They do have to be respected, and I think they're still expected to win this match.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see who's going to come out looking more prepared. Just before we get to pick some bands, let's take a look at the starting lineups, just to refresh everyone's memory. On the European LCS blue side, it's G2 eSports. Expect in the top lane, Trick in the jungle, Perkz in the mid lane, Sven and Mythy the duo with Coach Youngbuck.
And they're facing off against the LCK champion ROX Tigers. Up top is Smeb. In the jungle, Peanut, mid, Kuro, AD carry Prey, support Gorilla, and Coach Nofe.
Yeah, and if we're looking towards the draft right away here, there's some things that we learned about last week. The Aurelion Sol is something that not only ROX, but other Korean teams like SKT struggled with. Perkz may be able to pick that up and bring it in. And then you also have to talk about the Nocturne. That was kind of a spur-of-the-moment pick for the ROX Tigers, and I wonder if they're going to bring a little bit more strategy into the draft now that they've been burned a few times in a row in the early game.
Yeah, they've been focusing pretty heavily on Kuro's Malzahar and Prey's Ezreal, which are good picks for those guys, but don't bring a lot of that early pressure, right? Malzahar is not going to control mid. And the mid lane in this matchup, both of those guys actually have been a bit struggling in the group stages, so I'm very curious to see which one of these teams are going to prioritize early picks and that early power.
Last week, it was a first pick Ezreal on the side of ROX Tigers, who were blue. This time round, we'll see which direction they go. It is in actual fact G2 that banned out the Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, that's a little surprising to me. Maybe they thought Kuro was going to be able to pick it and G2 wasn't willing to burn a first pick on it.
Perkz has been one of those mid laners pretty outspoken against the Aurelion Sol. So I definitely know that he does not want to play against it. I'm pretty sure he hasn't put too much time in on it, although all of the mid laners here have at least dabbled in these champions, right?
And I always like seeing what the adaptations are from week 1 to week 2 of Worlds. These teams had 3 full practice days after the last day of group stages in order to try and prepare some new champion picks, and already we're seeing a lot of stuff banned in this game that we saw last game. That's now 3 bans from their last matchup.
Definitely true. You know, the Ezreal we just talked about, targeted here as well, taking that off the board for Prey. And then Olaf, Trick was amazing on Olaf in their previous matchup. Definitely one of the reasons that G2 had such a large amount of control in the early game, going bottom very quickly, getting both summoners, getting kills off the bottom lane. That's how G2 really snowballed that game.
So week 1 told me to look for 2 things, Syndra and Nidalee, and there's only 1 ban left. I wonder what the target's going to be from the Rocks Tigers if those 2 are still high priority off week 1.
You got Syndra, you got Nidalee, you even have Elise. Elise was right underneath Nidalee as far as junglers go, and if they don't necessarily care about the hard farming of Nidalee, it didn't lead to very many wins last week because of a high priority that was on CC. It's really hard to say what the first pick's even going to be.
Yeah, if I am still hyper-focused on the early game, oh wow, the ganking power of Elise actually valued over the quick farm of Nidalee. That would be very surprising if they did lock that in.
Yeah, well, when I was rewatching some of the Rocks games, they found almost all of their success on Elise, and when CLG beat them, it was with Elise and the Kennen band. I feel like Smeb's Kennen and the initiation, plus the Rumble is what Smeb played in their win against ANX. I think they're trying to deny some of these picks, but guess not. They can still pick Rumble at least if they want to, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
Yep, quick pick up there for Nidalee. That is going to give them that early game speed, and we'll see what Trick can actually do with it. Trick has been one of the guys that focuses very heavily on farm, and we'll see if he can get that early level lead that we're used to seeing with Nidalee. Your Kennen point is definitely valid as well. After that single play, probably even. Smeb's Kennen gonna be very rough for them to get a hold of.
Thing is though, Trick, despite his playstyle throughout all of summer being very farm intensive, he's currently got the 4th lowest CS numbers at 50 minutes out of all the junglers, so it hasn't showed up in week 1. A little bit of a surprise here from Rocks. It's a Caitlyn Alistar early pick.
The Alistar is something I really do want to jump in on quickly here because that has seen some of the biggest turnarounds for teams here. CLG won with the Alistar when they came back. Flash Wolves won with the Alistar when they came back. Having the playmaking support has been huge for these teams. And up until this point, Gorilla has been one of the supports that has not picked a melee champion, to be that one with the go button.
And specifically, this is a spectacular synergy with the Caitlyn and the Alistar. In lane, they can layer the Caitlyn traps with an Alistar Pulverize, and out of lane, Caitlyn is one of the most self-sufficient AD carries when Alistar wants to make roam plays. This is one of the big reasons that Rocks lost to CLG, is because Stixxay and Aphromoo use these champions against them to such success.
Intelligent adaptation here, I believe, from Rocks. Definitely on board with that. Mithy's been one of the guys that really loved that Tahm Kench and jumped on the playmaking ability of it. The mid-game Tahm Kench ultimates very early on. But G2 locking in a little bit of an old school here. That's a lot of wave control, actually, with the Sivir Braum lane.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very comfortable lane for G2. And because there's already an Alistar locked in on the other side, they're not looking like they're going to struggle in this. I think they're mainly trying to make sure they can match tank roam by picking a tank support of their own.
Also, if it does come down to the mid game, which is G2 have really struggled, as you transition from mid to late, having Braum helps you protect your minion waves, and having Sivir helps you destroy enemy minion waves. So it gives you a lot more tools to deal with the mid-game trading of turrets. And when you're trying to clear out a one wave, could mean the difference between having 5 people at a team fight or only having 4 and not being able to react.
Hopefully that'll help G2 out in terms of the mid-game, because Rocks Tigers have got a terrifying duo now. Lee Sin and Rumble. Lee Sin over Elise in the jungle. For Peanut, gonna throw his hat into the ring and see who's gonna be the best Lee Sin here at Worlds.
Yeah, both the Lee Sin and the Elise have pretty strong early games in this particular case because they already had the Rumble in the top lane. I think they're just trying to make sure they have somewhat diversified damage aside from also wanting the playmaking of Lee Sin, as we're most likely seeing a magic damage mid laner as well.
I do love it as well with the Alistar. There's a lot of playmaking ability when you look at jungler and support combos, because these are so important nowadays, especially if you take into account whichever mid laners they have, because the support and jungles have been very, very important in controlling the vision. Scuttle Crabs plus the wards around mid lane have really been done a big part in determining the way that the early game does go.
A bit of a woo there for the Victor. Is that what we're afraid of?
Yeah, I mean,
Victor into Cassio.
It was super quick. I feel like these picks are basically just to shove out the lane, and Kuro was kind of the Victor before Crown was the guy that always played Victor. This used to be the champion Kuro would just main. He was one of the first players to really bring it into the competitive play. And locking it in here when they already have a lot of supplemental CC, I think is a very strong pick. And this is the type of Rox Tigers team composition that can shove in lanes, still team fight well, and have playmaking that I'm more expected to see coming into Worlds.
We'll have to find out whether or not G2 can improve upon their week 1 performances. There's nowhere to go but up for a team that went 0-3, but it feels like a lot of short range. And also, expect on this Poppy, it is the first time all summer that he's played the champion. Pulling it out in week 2, pulling it out when your back's against the wall. Obviously, Youngbuck and NoFace shaking hands. It is a tough task for G2.
Yeah, the Poppy is really going to challenge their playmaking ability and expects ability to communicate with the rest of the team as far as TPs go, because that's where Poppy shines.
Feels like a little bit of CLG-esque in that way, maybe looking to make a play else from the map. Ladies and gentlemen, jump onto Twitter. Let us know if you think the European LCS will pick up their first win in week 2 with a vote, #G2win. Or like the crowd in San Francisco, are you with the #1 team from the LCK and voting for #ROXwin? Let your votes decide. Jump onto Twitter. Because the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium is definitely in favor of the LCK against the villains of Europe.
I have to say, there's so much pressure on G2 right now. This is what it all comes down to. This is their chance to turn everything around. You know that no team has ever in the history of the World Championship gone 0-3 in groups and made it to quarterfinals. G2 would be the first team to ever accomplish that if they can win all their games, and they have to start now.
And it's such a daunting task because not only would they have to go 3-0, that only gets them into a tiebreaker.
Exactly.
So if they want to make it out of groups, they actually have to go 4-0. But if you're going to start somewhere, why not start with the tournament favorites against the Rox Tigers, who they had a chance to beat last week?
Very, very tough task. Smeb on Rumble had a phenomenal performance last week as well.
Gotta respect the Braum, level 1.
Smithy moving in, that's an exhaust. G2 are looking for first blood. Smeb flashes over the wall. Like a javelin toss, but that is Summoner Spell down already.
And that was quite tight. I mean, you can short that flash over the wall. One more auto attack. Smeb had to get just close enough to the wall so he could get 50% through it, and gets out just in time. Last auto didn't land, so he was over the wall.
Like the adaptation from G2, though, sending the early roam up, trying to make a play at level 1. They noticed that Smeb was probably likely in that tri-brush in a lot of different games, and they had the team composition to make a sneak play. Exhaust for a flash in Smeb's lane, I think, is very beneficial for G2.
That heavily impacts Rumble's laning, because Rumble's one of those champions that auto pushes, and this is one of the matchups that, you know, G2 and European fans were most worried about. Considering Expect and Smeb's levels coming into this, that is definitely a big summoner spell for G2 to get out early.
And this makes us pay even more attention to the early jungle routes. Both Peanuts, Lee Sin, and Trick's Nidalee are starting on the top side, but you could see a modified route from Trick. If he does 3 camps on the blue side, he could then loop up towards the top side, and they could try a dive. Considering the Poppy is a playmaking champion with flash up, they could get a nice wall stun and just go in there.
The other thing is that there is a ward here as we pan down. The G2 invade also got them vision of Peanut. They know exactly where he is on the red buff. They have the exact time as well. So Trick is very well informed as to where to adapt as far as his early jungle routes. And he's just going to keep on power clearing here for Nidalee.
Trick is one of the guys with all the pressure. Nidalee, one of the top tier picks of week 1 as G2 now will be playing Alberstox later in the day, not right now, of course. And we caught a glimpse of the masteries down bottom. Gorilla running Ignite on his Thunder count. A lot of aggression in lane. That's a champion that's 8-1 throughout the course of week 1 of Worlds. And Gorilla, I want to keep an eye on him.
This is what we were talking about, though. The quick 3 camps going up. Expect does have flash. They want to hit Smeb backwards. That spear missing hurts.
Skill shot missed. Sidestep from the trap. And Smeb's going to continue to get ran down. Very good flash pin. But that needed 1 extra summoner spell to secure the kill.
And that's the thing. I'm actually extremely disappointed in Smeb for pushing up that lane because we were able to call that gank from the minute Smeb burned flash. So Smeb should have been able to smell that coming if he's lauded as the best player in the world. Difficult death there for Smeb.
It does really hurt, you know, as Rumble to have to bite that bullet and not shove your lane early because, you know, that's how you play the lane. But, man, you just have to do that sometimes. If Peanut's not going to be up there in time to protect, and you know that Nidalee clears faster and will be the first jungler up there, it's just a hit that you have to take because you burn that flash.
And if you're not willing to take the hit, Peanut needs to go up there as well, just to help shove the lane with you. But they just didn't pull off the coordination. They got greedy, and they pay the price.
So, good capitalization there by G2, punishing Rox right after their level 1 invade. And again, an early start, early lead for them.
Take a look at the minimap. 2 wards placed deep in the G2 bottom quadrant. Trix just walked over and has been pinged out by Peanut as him and Gorilla moved in to place the vision.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of value in Peanut being able to do that, but he didn't actually steal anything, so I still think Trick is ahead in this matchup.
I do want to note that because Smeb played it that way and he didn't sacrifice CS, you can see he's still up in CS over Expect, but Expect was the one to actually land the killing blow and get the first blood money, so he's actually not hurting at all.
Somebody else who's not hurting, Kuro got his hands on that blue buff. Down bottom, Trick showing his face in the lane, but fairly optimistic as he's forced to back away.
And Trick is going to be showing his face in a lot of other places here. You can still see 3 wards within the G2 jungle. So even if Rox didn't get first blood, which they have failed to get in all of their games at Worlds so far, they are still acquiring deep vision, and they're going to need to use that in order to pull some type of advantage off. That's why they would pick Lee Sin, is to try and get some early pressure going.
Steps on the trap, uses that Unbreakable as Trick once again shows his face, but this is good pressure. Flash forward, Trick bounces away, red buff is on, here comes Peanut, javelin toss forward, Perks is running out of mana, not gonna get the kill, Trick goes down!
Perks either ran out of mana or thought it was going to kill him with the poison, but that is a massive misplay there by G2 getting super aggressive and giving a kill over to Peanut.
You can tell the hesitation there. When you're doing a risky play like that, diving between turrets, both members, jungler and mid laner, have to focus on the nearest target, and they split. All right, look at here. Trick obviously wants to go in, trade the flashes. That is good. He could back off right there. As soon as that tower actually hits, Trick is going to die, so Perks tries to go for it, but the shield from Kuro after the Q.
I went back and checked. He did not have enough mana to cast another Twin Fang, but he would have wanted to cast the auto attack. With that being said, since Kuro cast his Q, I still think the shield would have saved his life, so I think Kuro was safe regardless of whether or not Perks turned away. Still, a dive gone wrong.
Yeah, definitely just a risky dive there for G2. Rocks get right back into it. Even gold now.
Trick once again looking to repeat up top. Smeb, no equalizer, but got his flash available. Couple of pings there, so Trick.
And level 6. At this point, Smeb could 2v1.
Oh, javelin toss. Actually Expect knocked him with the heroic charge just out of range. Down bottom, double knockup for Gorilla. Sven's running low. Summoning heal flash is still available for him, and a potion. Sven's gonna ricochet to clear the wave and back out.
Critically on that top side, they did get Sven's flash out of it though. Here comes Lee Sin from their own jungle. G2 can't overchase again. That was a good job. They tempered their aggression around mid this time.
Yeah, and thinking all the way back to that top lane gank from Smeb, I don't think he needed the flash. I saw his player cam right afterwards. It looked like he realized he didn't have to do it afterwards as well.
He had already dodged that spear, and the charge had already not stunned.
And Trick actually looks a little frantic in the jungle right here. A low farm Nidalee 6.5 minutes into the game. He's been spending almost all of his time in lanes going for gank after gank, and he hasn't really been that successful aside from the very first try.
Well, he's going to try alleviate some of that pressure. Perk's got a small minion wave advantage over Kuro, and Expect still even in that matchup against Smeb. Obviously the kill under his belt, but big importance down bottom. Prey slowly pulling ahead here of Sven and Mithy.
Still have all summoners up for the Rocks bottom lane here, so maybe they will get a summoner out of this, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to accomplish too much with the straight lane gank here from Trick. Now, revisiting that mid move though, you know, one of the biggest strengths of junglers like Nidalee and Elise, who can go ranged as well, is making those early trips to a turret where you're bullying the enemy mid laner, and your small advantage could just come from forcing them off that turret. They could have just denied that whole minion wave. You know, when the spear did hit, it got a little bit antsy going for the dive, and they weren't both quite 100% in on it, so they definitely lost out. Peanut, though, gets the blue and kicks his way out.
Yeah, I completely agree with that one. The move to go mid wasn't a flaw by Trick, but it was just the aggression that was shown afterwards. And with that, it definitely feels like he is getting really scouted out by Rox, and he's being very obvious about his movements. When you're doing low percentage ganks like that on Nidalee, good junglers will punish you, and that's what we see there with Peanut taking away the blue buff, denying Perks.
Gonna have to track Trick and how he continues to pull up, because last week he had one of the fourth lowest jungle proximity with the rest of his team members of all junglers here at Worlds. it feels like he's gone the complete polar opposite, spending most of his time in and around the lanes. Gorilla's going to take a little bit of poke here, and look, Trick, once again, hanging out in the mid lane, right near Perks.
But I have to say, we're being super critical of G2. They're still up 100 gold because that first blood play was so impactful. Expect is still on pace against Smeb. Perks is 14 CS against Kuro, and that bottom side is going to be hitting their item thresholds to be able to farm later. So G2's still in position if they can make the right plays.
Ooh, this Expect does have flash, and Kuro does not.
Oh, Kuro's pinned against the wall. Should be able to get a Chaos Storm down. Grounded. Expect gets rooted up. Throws down the hammer. And they trade 1 for 1. Expect just took far too much damage.
Absolutely. That was a strange move there as Expect got stunned in the gravity field. That's going to happen when he flashes in very early.
Teleport by Smeb also was used in that play, so they'll be lacking that
great
pressure
stun
from up top. Yeah, so they want to pressure before Kuro's flash comes back up. They do get the kill, but man, Kuro, presence of mind, puts down his gravity field as he's going down, does get the counter kill, and Rox Tiger still gets some gold out of it. Very, very close game here.
It's very scary for G2 because they're going even at 10 minutes. Rox Tigers, remember, their average gold deficit was around 2,500 gold at this point from last week. This time around, G2 is even, and while that is a, they're not losing, it's scary when you know how good Rox Tigers are in the mid to late game.
Yeah, they have been good in the past in the mid to late game, but they've also been pretty good in the early game, and we haven't necessarily seen that here at the World Championship. For all the things G2 has been able to do, and actually the plays they fumbled, Rox Tigers hasn't done that themselves, and here they go.
All right, Glacial Fissure goes down. Gorilla's the target. Unbreakable Will is up. Still has his flash. Flashes away from the pounce, so let's get themselves one summoner spell or a support ultimate.
And again, they're using this Nidalee as the range jungler to bring pressure to the lanes that already have control. This is what they want to do at the mid lane and not go for the dive. You pressure the turret, try and force them off of some CS, get some turret damage. The first blood on turret is still available. That first gold is a big cash-in as well, and G2 are making a lot of headway both in mid and on the bottom turret. So if they take it a little bit slow and methodically, then they should be able to cash in on that without having to risk lives for the kills.
Yeah, not to mention they burned the defensive summoner spells of Gorilla and have a teleport advantage in the top lane with the playmaking Poppy. So if they want to repeat that game, they still have another 2 minutes or so to try and do so. And they have the wards to have a Poppy flank TP in the backside. Would not be surprised if we see that play from G2.
Window of opportunity slowly closing. And G2 need to clean up their play because the 2 times we have seen those dives happen, G2 have given up more kills, which they shouldn't have.
The thing with that, though, is G2 is actually making a lot of good plays. It's just a matter of getting the execution down. They are so active on the map. This one could go very wrong.
This is scary indeed. 4 members of Rox coming up to the top lane. Equalizer's been used. Keeper's verdict. Boots Smeb away. That's a decent disengage and no summoners blown to make it out alive.
Yeah, you have to respect the support roams. You see both bottom lanes recall and both melee supports immediately heading up top to try and make a play. That's actually quite good for Rox, though, because they just want to use up more time until Smeb's teleport is available again. They would like to fight around top side where they can't run into that extra man advantage you're talking about.
And they also want Kuro to be able to hit a few items and upgrade that Hex core before he's going to be able to be super effective in the team fights. Victor does want to just shove out the lane for a while. I'm actually pretty impressed that Perks has the 17 CS advantage on him, and I'm still impressed with the idea of a lot of these plays that G2 are doing.
Ooh.
But they seem so frantic still.
You can tell. The nerves are there. I mean, this is the highest pressure game that they've got left. They have to win in order to continue on.
Yeah, and then they have to keep winning. So there's no room for error here. G2 still going even, 12.5 minutes in. No real interest at the Dragon. It is that Cloud Drake, so slightly longer time before teams focus it. And there seems to be kills or towers. That's what they're looking for.
And Perks, with his marginal lead there, has hit the first item power spike with Abyssal completed and already stacking that tier. Right now, he does feel very confident in the mid lane. Does not have his ultimate, as we just saw him try and use it defensively, but the cooldown is fairly low. Ooh, this is a good move here from from Trick, actually, on the Nidalee. Hops over the back of the Drake wall. There's a ward that does see it, but he's burning through it too quickly, and Peanut is on top side, so that should be a Drake steal for G2.
Yeah, even without having the right vision control, they should still be able to get it no problem, and that's just a timing thing. The recalls were all back for the Rox Tigers, and props to G2 for making another proactive play.
I actually love that play. They set it up because you would expect them to be handing off blue, and the Tigers stole away the last blue, so they know the timer. Yet Cassiopeia is one of the mid lane champions who can't get it without assistance. And so they grab 2 objectives at the same time, with Peanut just waiting in the darkness.
Baiting. He spotted Peanut out, and you can see Trick hanging around. Perks actually used his trinket to spot Peanut earlier.
Yeah, and I think that was a smart play from Perks, actually. Top lane had called missing. Trick had even been there to heal him up to full because they were thinking a dive could be coming. And Perks made that check before the minion wave had come to his turret. So it was actually the perfect time to prevent the gank, and it ends up burning some time from Rocks.
Those are the calm calls that G2 have been missing. That was a pretty good, mid-game advantage that they have just manufactured for themselves. Now we return to the mid lane since Perks, wearing the blue buff, having his Abyssal Scepter completed, feels very confident right now. G2 should continue to fight around this member. He earned a little advantage for himself, then they continue to fight around that area, and this is the point of power that they need to work off of.
Take a look at those items as well, Kobe. Caulfield's Hammer plus BF Sword for Sven versus Hurricane and BF Sword for Prey. Mid laners continuing to power up, Spirit Visage versus Leandri. So everybody's starting to hit those first item spikes. That's where things could get scary if Smith gets a good ultimate.
Yeah, I do actually think the Rocks Tigers item spikes are more powerful at this particular point in the game. There's still no Essence Reaver on Sven because he hasn't finished his call as of yet. And the Leandri's Torment is pretty much the dream item for the Rumble.
And that's exactly what Smeb's going to be looking to use. It was Smeb's ultimate last week that really destroyed G2 and secured the game. But look at this focus around the Dragon. So many members parting it.
And that's the problem, right? Because of G2's intelligent play with the blue time spawning, same time taking Dragon, even though Smeb has his power point, even though he's teleported back up, there's no Dragon to force it down bottom. So it'd have to be some kind of skirmish. You have to really clear out the wards in the side brush down around bottom right now, because that... Ooh, here we go!
Oh, down in trouble. Glacial Fisher goes out to buy some time. Mithy fancies a little bit more poke. Heal and Flash still up, and here's Perks as well. Petrifying Gaze, that locks up Peanut. Trick splash forward. G2 are looking for more. Peanut's running for his life. Teleport's coming down. Smeb's going to be able to equalize the fight. And Expect, I think he may have cancelled. Expect decides to stay top.
Yeah, that's going to make a bit of a strange moment right here with Rumble in the bottom lane and a bunch of Summoners Burn. This could actually be the first turret.
Equalizer is available.
It's a scary Flash double knockup equalizer. G2 are down. They get rooted. Gorilla's looking for more. The tower's being focused, but Expect has been left uncontended. But it's 4 versus 1. It looks like Rock should do this.
They don't respect the Alistar pick. G2 don't back off. They decide to try and defend it, even with top laners disadvantage here. Now Rocks are going to get the kills. They should also get the turret first, as you said. And mid lane is also pushing. Kuro's even going to get that turret before the bottom lane.
That's the break that Rocks Tigers have been waiting for, and this is more like the Rocks Tigers we're used to with the 10 to 20 minutes making the big plays after they hit their first item power spike. That was gorgeous from Rocks.
Alistar pick highlighted so much yesterday, and not yesterday, but through the last week of group stages, and Gorilla here not hesitating at all.
Both flashes up for Mithy and Sven and just too quick.
Yeah, it was so fast, and that's one of the big reasons we've been seeing the Alistar success so far. Worlds here is just the setup CC he gives for some of the big damage dealers.
And you can't be surprised by that play. Both of them standing right next to each other, so the flash headbutt pull does get 2 members, makes it an easy equalizer, and only Nidalee was split off and able to move his character, so a pretty easy cleanup there for Rocks, and now they have something that they have not really had so far here at Worlds, which is control of the game in that mid game, and now we'll get to see what they do with their vision to try and take over into the jungle.
1,500 gold lead, 4 kills to 2, 2 towers to 1. Rocks Tigers just absolutely dominated G2 in the early game, and Gorilla and Peanut, they're double teaming, placing some vision, slowly being cleared out, and that is, of course, because Dragon's up in a minute and a half.
Yeah, and the worry now for G2 is the fact that Trick hasn't been farming the way you're expected to on a Nidalee, and is really far behind as far as items go. You'd expect the Nidalee to be a half item ahead of him at this point, and look at the deep control Rocks have within the jungle.
That vision I just mentioned being set up by Rocks Tigers, they capitalize on it, and they're going to chain turrets. This is a very, very steep hill to snowball on.
And it's a snowball that Rocks are pushing at full speed. complete vision control. Both turrets down in the bottom lane. And Rox are starting to back away. This was more of what I was expecting to see from Rox Tigers throughout the course of week 1. They're even going to back away, set themselves up some further control. For G2, it now has to come down to expect. Finding a good flank, finding a good Poppy ultimate, and breaking up multiple team fights for G2.
Exactly, finding the right team fights and having Perks in the right position to give a large amount of DPS, but it's going to be really difficult, mainly because of the lack of vision control and how Rox is now laser focused around the right objectives. The deep vision line they have within G2's jungle, 15 seconds until the next Drake is up, but uncharacteristically, they're actually without a teleport top laner on the wrong side of the map, and Crow's getting a little poked out.
Well, Perks uses his Ghost to force Kuro away. 3 seconds to Ocean Drake.
G2 should rush it.
Sven's pushing in the bottom lane. It feels like that's what they're trying to do.
If they've been timing their teleports properly, they'll know that Smeb can't actually make it down, so they should be taking this Drake no problem.
Seems to be the case. Prey and Gorilla hanging out in the river, but Rox Tigers are backing away.
Yep, Smeb's heading back to top lane. You can see him go up to the minion wave. They're going to try and trade that Drake for the turret instead.
But it feels like G2 want to take a tower as well. Multiple pings on that bottom outer. Sven will pick this one up. The rest of G2 somewhat meandering around the mid lane, and Peanut may find a way in. Perks, no Ghost, has Flash, and there's pressure on multiple sides. Flash for Flash! Petrifying Gaze is turned away from, and Gorilla is able to get out with his life, but that is a great exchange, because it was a pulverized headbutt, rather, from Gorilla.
Yeah, the overall exchange is heavily in the favor of G2 because they trade an outer turret and still get the Drake with no congestion. And this is kind of the tragic thing about G2's story at Worlds here. They have so many good ideas, but they just haven't been able to string them all together to actually find a victory.
I'm going to try to pull back this 2,000 gold lead. Javelin's coming in from the side.
Remember, Smeb's teleport now is available, could join this fight as they try and kite back to a proper teleport location.
Decide against it for now. 1 or 2 wards still behind the G2 line. And G2 looking to defend once more. Just very good play. We've gone over 20 minutes. Rox Tigers have got great control of the map, despite 1 or 2 small sort of timing errors, maybe, in terms of like a Dragons, for example. You know, their backs earlier, their teleport. Now, that's what's allowed G2 to at least get the Cloud and the Ocean Drake. We'll see how important that turns out to be. Because I don't know if the game will go long enough for Elder Drake to matter.
Yeah, especially with the way Rox have some playmaking potential with the Alistair, but it's still just a 2,000 gold game at 21 minutes. Team composition-wise, you'd want the Nidalee team to have a little bit of a gold lead in the mid-game, but they still have some giant scaling coming in with Cassiopeia and the Sivir, so it's not like this game is over now.
Not over now, but I think that the biggest problem G2 are facing at the moment is the fact that they did lose all their outer turrets very, very quickly in succession there. Having no mid turret really takes away a lot of your mid-game playmaking, because the ward line, which sets up those mid-lane plays, is very difficult to get since Rox still have theirs standing. Even though you'd love to have, you know, this Poppy teleporting in and having a Poppy with Flash teleport to get the team fight started out, you know, you can change the numbers of entire thing. You need the wards to be able to get that teleport in the right position.
And right now, Perks a little bit of trouble. That was Gorilla looking for a Flash Pulverize. Didn't find the target. Perks used his Petrifying Gaze earlier. And also, Trick, he's just picked up Rod of Ages. 22 minutes? That's going to be some time. Sven's in trouble. Flash and heal are available. Spell shields the Sonic Wave, and Rox, they're pressuring the inner turrets.
Yeah, no Flash on Gorilla is very good for G2. Buys them a little bit of time, but pushing up against the turret, you actually don't even have to worry about Flash. You can get right into range.
Oh, Perks takes himself an Electro Harpoon, Glacial Fissure. That connects onto Prey. Gorilla's throwing down the Unbreakable Will. Traps come out. Expects, teleported in from behind. Gets a 2-man knockup with a verdict. They've got themselves the cow, but Expect goes down in reply. 1 for 1, and G2 are running away. That choke point was so deadly.
Yeah, I like the teleport in from Expect, but you could really see the zone control of Rox right there and the relentless turret pushing they're going to have with this Caitlyn.
Kuro's victor here with the lasers, the gravity field. Very, very good gravity fields and lasers as far as the placement is. Really controlling those corridors. Plus, they had a minion wave already pushing top, so they just rejoin the minion wave and almost get through the inhibitor turret.
They might just take it. It's down to 200. Perks is in trouble. Petrifying Gaze is up, but doesn't find a target. And the base is opened up at 23 minutes.
Yeah, and it was in a greedy objective try there by Trick to run top lane. I think if they had him, they could have defended the bottom side turret, but they thought they'd be able to hold off with the Sivir. And thinking about that team fight a little bit more, you can kind of see how much trouble Sven will have to really get involved with these fights. Mithy
forced to flash. Ace in the hole comes down. Mithy's backing away. This is bought enough time for Trick to now come and attempt a flank, but this is messy and risky and troublesome. A 5-man Rocks unit. They're grouped up in front of G2.
Down all their
Sentinel.
ultimates, though. It depends the number of poke that G2 could land and if they can get the right angle on them.
Expect fancies his chances. Stun on Takuro, needs one more auto. Trick and Expect gets bounced backwards. This should be them going down. Kick backwards onto Expect. He will move towards the pit. Heroic charge onto the scuttle grab. That gets Expect to safety. No more deaths for G2, but they were toying with their lives.
What a hero scuttle right there, allowing him to taxi out of it, but there's the ultimate, and Sven has to flash as well.
Still not over. Rocks Tigers now killing the minion wave in the mid lane, potentially pushing forward. That was 4 minutes of siege, and Rocks maintain absolute control.
Discipline there from the Tigers, getting summoner after summoner out of G2 as they kite away. You can really tell, especially Kuro's experience on the Victor, really shining. Constant gravity fields, almost all of them getting flashes from the enemy or finding kills in the turnaround. And Tigers, they also walk away with a decent amount of deep vision in the blue quadrant of the jungle. As we transition into the late game, we're looking more and more towards that Baron side, and the pink wards to try and clear out.
Yeah, and pay a lot of attention to Prey, Kuro, and Smeb in these team fights and how difficult it is for Sven to get anywhere close to it, because even though they had a great pick in the jungle there, Smeb just had to turn on his Flame Spitter, and Sven couldn't auto-attack. Not to mention the Gravity Field, not to mention the Hurricane Caitlyn that's going to be coming in with a Rapid-Fire Cannon, most likely as the next item. It's looking pretty grim for G2 right now, based on the items and the way these team fights are playing out.
There's a potential fight being set up. 10 seconds till the next dragon. Rocks Tigers 5 versus 5 as G2 are now peeling down in the river towards the pit. No equalizer for a few seconds longer for Smeb.
Definitely good for G2. They were able to get that Scuttle Crab control before the Tigers are able to move into the river, but they're coming very quick with vision equipped.
G2 was split up. It looked like Sven was going to push down the bottom lane. Don't think he did the greatest job. Ace in the hole be blocked off there by Mithy. Perk's the only member of G2 with a flash. And Expect is playing on the side lanes.
Respect the Alistar. This is something that G2 have failed to do in the early game.
Peanuts on the flank as well, looking for a target.
And it's really interesting how Rocks is cheating over towards the Baron side and maybe giving up the pathway for G2 to go to Drake. It almost feels like Rocks is trying to get that middle turret more so than G2 is trying to get the Drake.
They did just lay down most of their wards in the Drake area, gaining some true sight around here, though, which makes it very difficult for G2. If you toggle the vision right now, the Rock Tigers completely taking control of that river area, and you can see how risky it would be for G2 to walk in.
It was the back and forth. Rocks Tigers did run away towards the Baron side, but then looped all the way around, and because of the vision denial, G2 wasn't sure where they were at.
G2 back away from the river. They've got a big minion wave pushing in the top lane. Reminder, if G2 do not go 3-0, not likely to make it out of quarterfinals. Right now, down a 3,000 gold hole at 26 minutes, feeling like they're being pulled in too many directions.
They really are. Rocks is playing the map extremely well, and they have very good vision control throughout. Not to mention, they have stronger initiation than G2 have. Whenever G2 try to initiate, even if they can get a pick on one person, they can't get their damage through the rest of the fight. Lee Sin can kick people back, Victor can put down the gravity field, Alistar can headbutt people away. There's just so much that Rocks can team fight and peel with.
Both teams are fairly balanced compositionally. And G2 do have a decent amount of tools to work with as well, with the Braum and the Poppy. Pretty good zoning, but they have not been able to get these fights, for the extra vision. All their vision now is purely defensive, and they're kind of waiting on the Tigers to make a bit of an overextension into their jungle and split up a little bit.
Well, that's something that G2 have done many times already this game. Slowly getting some more power. Eye-Edge closer and closer for Sven. Mithy eats a Sonic Wave, but Peanut decides not to go in on the support, saving his kick and his ultimate. But Baron is absolutely the area that now G2 have to set their sights on. The blue trinket's coming up for Kirk shortly, but they're playing very far forward.
There are a decent amount of wards surrounding G2 as well. And Gorilla has Flash, the all-important Alistar Flash. Huge playmaking ability here from him. The possibility. Oh, a spell shield down.
It's been a while since we've fought too, since all summoner spells are up right now. Also another thing to keep in mind with the top lane matchup.
Whoa!
Is
Perks,
Perks
and Perks splashes backwards. Petrifying Gaze finds nobody, but Siphon Power does. Peanut gets a pick, and now Rocks Tigers 5v4 for 40 seconds.
All eyes on Gorilla, but Peanut's the one comes up with a huge play, and they're not done.
No, they're not. Trick is the target. He's going to get equalized. Smeb is flame spitting down. Mithy's going to get out with his life for now. Rocks Tigers get the prize tower they set their sights on. And what is next? Will it be Baron?
It very well could be. Perks is still down. Rocks Tigers can now get the vision control when they're trying to run towards this. That would require some pink wards, though. It's going to be really difficult for G2 to defend this. Mountain Drake makes the Baron much faster.
30-minute Baron attempt on the hunt for spin and flash.
This is the pressure on G2 now. Are they going in?
Keeper's verdict, flash away from! Peanut's in the pit! It's picked up by Rocks, but what can G2 do? Trick is looking for Gorilla, expects the one that gets the kill. Prey's left alone. He should get stunned up and taken down. Javelin toss won't connect. 2 kills for G2. They've got a small window to play with.
Expect came up huge, but Trick didn't go into the pit to try and contest the Baron smite. He went for the kills. They've got 2 of them.
Kuro not going to get stunned. Expect decides not to use his flash. Smeb's equalizer, quarter of the cooldown available. G2, they're trying to push forward. That's a decent interrupt on Peanut. But Expect's going to back away. And a 3-man Rocks. They're pushing G2 out.
It's insane that G2 is like this. Perks has been sitting in the middle of the river while the other 4 people on G2 are pushing mid. If he was there, I think they get the mid turret. And Rocks narrowly get out of that one with the Baron.
It's not done yet. Peanut's going forward. I think he spiked the
stole it
river.
in his face. I can't believe it. So we're going to have to see a replay of that Baron contest there from G2, but that play, I can't expect any more from my top laner. Expect gets 2 people out, stuns the jungler against the wall, but Trick is going for the kill on the support Alistar with his ultimate available instead of going with Expect to try and contest that smite, and that allowed Peanut to get it off in time. Yes, they did get an extra kill, but the possibility, especially since he got the smite last time they went for it, a little bit disappointed.
Exactly. Calm under pressure and figuring out the right play has been where Rocks has been able to get their edges against G2. That Baron play, while it was later in the game, eerily similar to what happened in game 1, but both times, Rocks was able to come out with the upper hand.
Peanut just so cool under pressure, smiting another Baron, even when flashing red. Not worried about his life, worried about the objective for the team. And still lived.
And this allows Rocks even more control, extending the gold, extending the kills. Got a few minutes of Baron available. G2, they have to scramble. They've got a few big items, Void Stalk and Eye Edge now for Perks and Spin, but it simply might not matter.
They're so late to this turret as well. Expect just in base, they lose the entire thing.
Tower's already down, 0 contest from G2. Couple of skill shots being thrown out. Expect is being zoned away.
Yeah, and Smeb is already on the other side because that turret's been down the whole time. G2 doesn't have very good initiation right here unless they teleported in from behind with the Poppy, but then they'd be afraid of the zone control from Rock, so they're just kind of taking poke.
Sven is in trouble. Sonic Wave delivers Perks to the team. Petrifying Gaze stuns nobody. The verdict sends out only Kuro, but it's not enough. Mithy's already dead. Ace in the hole almost kills Trick. Inhibitor number 1 falls. Inhibitor number 2's already down. And Rocks Tigers, they're looking on the Nexus. G2 need to defend. This is for their tournament lives. G2 trying to push out. Rocks Tigers, 5-man stack. But they've got to deal with the damage dealers of G2 and minion wave slowly pouring into the base.
Yeah, and every once in a while in this game, you get glimpses for why Rocks is the tournament favorites. Those moves to try and get those 2 inhibitors were just so smooth and without hesitation. Kicking back Perks, making him feel out of position, then layering their CC and damage spells to make it so G2 couldn't properly enter the fight. The easiest double inhibitor take I've seen in the wild with such a minuscule gold lead. Yes, it's 5,000, but that's not your overwhelming lead that normally allows you to do stuff like that to opponent teams.
So clean, and Rocks Tigers take another Dragon Ocean to add to their mountain. 6 minutes till Elder. They won't even need that, but it's another safety net if their next few pushes don't work out. But that's simply not something that has happened to Rocks. They've pushed and they've found nearly every objective they've set their sights on. Improvement from them from weeks 1 to 2.
And now G2 looking at a very, very difficult defense. Gorilla and Rox are already equipped with the tools to dive their last remaining turret. There's going to be constant pressure from the top side with 2 lines of super minions streaming into the base. Trey very happy on Caitlyn with a 3-item spike plus Mortal Reminder coming in. They're fully equipped to walk down bottom and finish this game out by the numbers.
Yeah, and you can already see Smeb prepping the other minion waves. You want to make sure you have super minions crashing while you're assaulting the next turrets. I think Smeb will also approach from a little bit of an angle just to make sure he can kind of flank the damage dealers of G2 if G2 try to initiate. This could very well be Rox's final push.
The one thing that G2 really could count on to try and get this, there are a couple wards still behind that Rox Tigers have not gotten. If the Poppy teleports behind and gets some miracle charge on the back.
Teleports behind, also all
have
the
to go
couple
for it.
people out. They'd have to go. There's the teleport.
Teleport being channeled, Expect's coming in from behind, but what will we anticipate? Expect puts a steadfast present. He's looking for Kuro. The Glacial Fisher into Keeper's Verdict, but there's no damage follow-up. Perks can't find a target. Kuro's on a killing spree. Sven follows. There's no DPS for G2. There's no more tournaments for G2. Expect's running away. He's not going to get burned just yet. 2 members of G2 are dead. Rox Tigers have super minions pushing to the base and a massive minion wave down bottom.
G2 had to try, but Rox knew that as well and were absolutely ready for that initiation. No one gets stunned up against the wall. They layer their equalizer after G2 have initiated, and they win the fight handily.
The third inhibitor is the target. Expects trying to push away Kuro. Super minions are on the Nexus base. The European chances, the European champions, they're falling apart. There's nowhere left to go. Perks is on the front line, dodges an Electro Harpoon, flashes the second. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Rox peel away from the kills. Rox Tigers turn onto the Nexus, and the Rox Tigers eliminate G2 eSports from Worlds 2016.
And while it's rough for G2, that's exactly the way Rox wanted to start their day. It wasn't a total stomp, but they were never substantially behind in this game, and they executed their team play in the mid and late game to achieve victory.
And with that, the Tigers are the first team in the group to really establish themselves at the top. They've broken that tie for now until the next game, which is coming up very shortly. 3-1 now from them, though, sitting at the top.
And that, of course, means G2, they cannot advance. They cannot advance to the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
One of the next 2 teams has to pick up a win, meaning they mathematically cannot make it out.
Very disappointing for G2, but they can still make other teams disappointed. That will have to be the motivation for G2, is trying to play spoiler to either North America or Albus Nox Luna.
Also just trying to show up on the international stage, you know, redemption a little bit.
I mean, that game, there was improvements from both teams. However, we saw more of Rox Tigers finding their mid-game and their decisive calling that we didn't see as cleanly or as often maybe in week 1, arguably because they were in a goal deficit, so it's a different style of play. But to take a look at that a little bit deeper, we're going to head over to the Analyst Desk to break down the Rox Tigers victory.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. Gentlemen, that spells the end of the group stages for G2, or not the end of the group stages, rather the end of the tournament, as they will not be able to advance to the quarterfinals, but a great start here for Rox Tigers to the beginning of their day.
Yeah, it certainly was. I just want to hit on G2 a little bit because this game was there for the taking. I mean, they had opportunities to be able to win it, but you could just see a little bit of inexperience, a little bit of indecisiveness, and they weren't able to get it done. So you have to take your hats off to them. That was probably one of their better games. They set up nicely, but they just couldn't execute.
But a lot of people constantly ask, like, where did it go wrong for G2 in this tournament? And I think this game highlighted almost every single issue. We saw teleport communication not being on point. We saw in between the players communication, especially in ganks, not being on point. They weren't playing as a unit. And in addition to that, there were small micro mistakes layered in between. This was not good enough. What fans could expect from G2, because in Europe, they played much better than this. Even in scrims, allegedly, they were playing much better than this, but they couldn't translate it to the stage.
Right, but there was, you know, the beginning of the game unfolded in a way that made it look very good for G2. I think most people look and say, hey, great level 1. They get that flash out of Smeb. They capitalize on it with a gank. So things started to go correctly. So will you break it down for me? Where did things start to fall apart?
Yeah, I actually wanted to take a look at that first gank because I think it's actually a major mistake there from Rox, what they need to fix as well. And this is based on the information that the flash is down. What you can see on the minimap is actually that both junglers started on the left side. And Drake has this information, so he's actually going for a very risky gank here in the top side. But I don't want to focus on the gank, I want to focus on what Peanut is doing on the Lee Sin. When your flash is blown on your top laner, either you defend them very early or use posture so that when he gets ganked, you are ready to take the entire enemy jungle on the right side. Because they knew Nidalee got a leash, they knew that happened. Peanut could have dominated Trick from the early moments on, and that was something I wanted to highlight here. This gank went well, but then this was the breaking point for G2.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I mean, this is just miscommunication between the mid laner and the jungler. They don't go at the same time. They're not willing to burn some of the spells together. He's one auto attack away from falling down. You know, the turret changes there really do ruin Nidalee's day, but that should have been a very clean execute and escape by both members if they had have gone simultaneously.
Yeah, I absolutely agree there. And it was a 1 HP left there on Kuro. Is very kind of unlucky, but
Heartbreaker.
at the same time, you know, some execution errors and miscommunication between them. And what Crepo, you were talking about, the punish from Peanut, it looked like he tried to go help top lane. Is way too late. You go to red buff, you see that Nidalee doesn't have blue, you triple buff him.
So what Peanut was doing there, he went for the left side Scuttle Crab to maybe give some security for his top laner who could get ganked in theory. The problem was he's too late. Either you do that immediately, or you just posture on the right side of the map, say, if my top laner then gets ganked, I will go into the enemy jungle, take it away, play around bot side, take away his buff. So you kind of have a net neutral decision making. That's why I guess Smeb was playing so far up in the top lane too. I know it's a micro point, but it worries me for Rox in the future of this tournament.
But it's also a situation where Scuttle Crab doesn't protect you against Nidalee.
Yeah, and it's also something you were talking about where that's a winning lane, but he already blew Flash, and naturally you're going to push up as Rumble against the Poppy. That's just the matchup and the way you play it. So it's a pressure lane that they're trying to use, but he's not playing to it early on. He has to go through his clear, and I mean, that's something that has happened to Rox Tigers actually quite frequently now, is that Peanut, at the beginning of the game, it looks really bad. But then, you know, that gif where like the dog's like, oh, just kidding, and it like stands back up. That's exactly what's happening to the Rox Tigers. Their early game on Peanut looks like he's making some bad decisions, but then immediately team fighting, they look really good.
You talk about team fighting and split-second decision-making from the Rox Tigers. Let's go ahead and take a look at the play where Rox Tigers took control of this game, brought to you by Acer.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing about this play is that no spear comes out before Trick pounces on. That means that the Lee Sin escapes, and then teleports are matched. And you have to either cancel this teleport and back away from the turret, or complete and fight.
And there's two mistakes here. One, the teleport should have likely been completed by Expect, but once it is not completed, there is ample time for G2 to communicate as a unit that they are in grave danger in the bot lane here, and they should be able to expect this from playmaking supports like Gorilla.
I see your two mistakes, and I raise you a third here. Perkz walks back to the mid lane from an unsafe route. He gets chunked out by Victor, and he has to forfeit that turret by backing. So no matter what, you're actually losing a turret in that situation from G2, even if the bot lane, you back off.
And once again, you look at this, and this is so close out of G2. I mean, one more skill shot comes through, the Lee Sin's dead, cancelled teleport, perfect play because you can defend with 3 people underneath, and all of a sudden you're trading turrets. But you know, one miss communication, one little execution flaw, and you just lose everything at the same time. 2 turrets, 2 kills, it just goes horribly
When the
wrong.
casters were talking about it, it looked like G2 was on pace to get the first 2 turrets, both in bot and mid, almost uncontested until that play happens.
Yeah, but at the same point, we have to praise like Rox Tigers. They keep drafting these like at least mid-game spike compositions, somehow get through the early game, whether it's with a deficit or not, but then once they go off, like they fly away. They're on point. They're working as a unit. It's beautiful to see them at least the layered engages, combos into equalizers, the zone control from the Victor. Very well played by Rox.
It's actually just their target selection. I mean, look how many times Lee Sin got his man when he went into those team fights. That's very hard to do under pressure.
All right, well, let's take a look at the player of the game, Peanut. It's going to him because of a few catches early, got onto Perkz, as we talked about, and definitely helped be the deciding factor in this game.
Yeah, and one more time, I just want to talk about how he isolates the person he wants in the team fight, and he's able to kick him out from either underneath the team, underneath the turret. He is a fantastic team fighting jungler.
He had secured that. Baron also got out. But Crepo, I know you want to give an honorable mention to Gorilla and his support play on that Alistair.
Yeah, I think he had a really couple sweet combos with Flash. I mean, it looks easy. It's just all about pulling the trigger and then having your team follow up, because with how quick Rox is following up, it means these are communicated. These are not just out of the blue, hey, this guy's randomly flashing forward. The entire team is ready for these engages, and it seems like a well-oiled unit. Maybe it's hard to do against a team with better resistance than G2, but still, they're looking like a solid team.
That's a good start for Rox here today. That's going to do it for Game 1. Before we see the rematch between Albus Nox Luna and Counterlogic Gaming, watch the battle for our galaxy unfold in Burning Bright, a new music video featuring the Star Guardians.
wizard, what do you see as you twist the tiles beneath our feet? What do you see? I remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away. Look at the stars, they find me. You shine so bright, it haunts me. I'm lost in this thick black sea of hopes for you and me. In the night I see you walking my way, sailing on my soul for your light. Come find me, I'm reaching out to
만큼 의미가 될 수
Neb's going to continue to get run down. Very good flash pin. But that needed one extra summoner spell to secure the kill. Flash forward. Trick bounces away. Red buff is on. Here comes Peanut. Javelin toss forward. Perks is running out of mana. Not going to get the kill. Trick goes down.
This is the pressure on G2 now. Are they going in?
Keeper's verdict. Flash away from. Peanut in the pit. It's picked up by Rocks. And the Rocks Tigers eliminate G2 eSports from Worlds 2016. Congratulations to Rocks on the win. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are readying up for our second match of the day between Albus, Nox, Luna, and Counter Logic Gaming. And just before we get to our pregame, let's remind everybody of the superstars from the CIS. It is Albus, Nox, Luna. Starting in the top lane, it is Smurf. PvP Stayos are in the jungle. Kira, the mid lane. A Miracle ADC. And the man I think everybody's in love with at the moment, Licrit, their coach Ansvar, backing them up on stage.
More greedy supports on the red side. It is Counter Logic Gaming, also a 2-1. We got Darshan in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle. Huhi has had a pretty good tournament so far in the mid lane. Stixay as the AD carry, Aftermove the support, and of course, Tony Zix Gray as their coach.
All right, so both of these teams, they're vying for a quarterfinal berth. One of them is a surprise contender in Albus Nox. Before we talk about them, I want to talk about the North American squad, CLG. They have to win here to ensure at least a tiebreaker scenario, like as a minimum. But they've got to learn from their mistakes last week, which allowed Albus Nox to actually pick up a win.
Yeah, I mean, Huhi was the one targeted by Albus Nox. They got the Syndra for him, but I was so impressed by Kira's Jace, the way he played it, and they were able to punish Huhi for the lack of flash. They sent multiple members mid, and that's really where Albus Nox actually took over the game. Now, CLG, they actually have found strengths in the similar places that we do expect, where they put Darshan on tanks over and over again, couple of games of Poppy, also had the Gnar game, and then playing around the bottom lane duo. Stixay actually has the highest jungle proximity. That means that the jungler, which is Smithy, mostly around him, highest for the AD carries at least. The thing, though, is that Huhi also has had great games. Obviously, we can't forget about the Aurelion Sol, and so he's going to draw bans probably in the pick and ban phase as well.
Well, going to have a sixth man to deal with in the crowd for Albus Nox because the crowd's behind CLG. Albus Nox, they were a huge surprise. They're a joy to watch. They're exciting. This is a team that also plays around their team's strengths, you know, in Licrit being a bit crazy and a bit out there, and Smurf really having good synergy with the rest of the team.
Yep, and they've taken advantage of those strengths by putting some unconventional yet effective team comps into play. The Anivia plus the Poppy, not to mention the support brand, or even if you're just going to play Tom Kent as a little bit more of a carry. And they've successfully snuck multiple Barons in both of their wins, which is a big reason they were able to get leads in those games. So a win here could really set ANX up to advance out of the bracket stage, because not only would they have a third win, they'd also have a 2-0 over CLG.
That's very, very important when it comes down to potential tiebreakers at the end of the day. Gentlemen, the last time we saw these teams play, that Tom Kench surprised a lot of us in terms of how Licrit was moving around the map. Is this something that we would expect to see CLG banning? Because we can expect CLG to have Aurelion Sol banned against them. So what else are we going to be looking for?
Yeah, the Tom Kench I actually don't think needs to be banned necessarily. I do think they should still make sure they're taking out the brand. And I think this is a super interesting game because as far as the ANX games go, people are talking about all their crazy stuff they were bringing. They beat CLG with a relatively conventional comp. I mean, Jace in the mid lane, Trundle in the top lane, Nidalee jungle. These aren't mind-bending picks, but they were still able to beat CLG with it.
Some of the best compositions that we saw from ANX before even coming to the group stage of Worlds were poke comps with variations as far as that. And the Jace, they're the only ones to have the cojones to play Jace in the mid lane. Every mid laner I talked to coming into this was like, Jace, okay, he has some good matchups up top, but in the mid lane, it's so scary because all these picks like Syndra, who they actually played it against, can kill you so easily at that level 6.
And this particular matchup last week, ANX actually won by running CLG around the map. You know, they had very clever vision. They rotated between lanes very quickly. CLG has had a full week to prepare. The question I have for you, gentlemen, can the teams now break apart what Albus Nox did last week to pick up what is still an expected win for CLG?
So one of the things that teams definitely will be ready for now are those mid-game Barons, right? Multiple mid-game Baron sneaks. I think that teams are going to be overly cautious even towards keeping vision around Baron against Albus Nox. However, I think a lot of people are going to tunnel on Licrit and his odd champion pool, and they're going to forget about PvP Stayos, because that guy has actually shown up and been one of the all-stars for this team. definitely didn't expect it, you know, coming into this, the World's groups. But man, that guy has been a beast for the team.
And I think one of the biggest things you would try and prevent from Albus, aside from actually making sure you're not forgetting about Steos, is playing more around Licrit rather than just being like, ooh, he's super good. Because he is abandoning his AD carry to make a lot of these plays, and he has some very risky, disrespectful plays around the map. So if you set up some defensive wards and kind of wait for Licrit to walk towards you, I think it's highly punishable because you can kill him and you can also get an advantage in your duo lane, and that potentially is how you can attack Albus Nox Luna.
Even just getting CS leads for Stixxay as Licrit breaks it down for us, it could be huge because, as we said, CLG have been one of the teams to play around their bottom lane very intensely, and especially in team fights. One of the ways that they've found
I love the way he talks with his hands.
Success. I know we can almost kind of get in on
my two favorite parts of the crit is support brand and hand talking. Those are the two things.
Game recognizes game, chat.
There we go. I was going to say exactly the same thing. We'll have to get the PTL guys to do a little bit of a mic check on that one, see what they're singing. Just a heads up, guys, the players are almost ready for picks and bans. So the moment Steos gives us the thumbs up, we will be jumping into picks and bans here for CLG. They are now on the blue side for this particular matchup. And, red side for this matchup. So they're going to have that counter pick option available to them. What can CLG change outside of interacting and interpreting Licrit's movements? Because that's something that, you know, we sort of are expecting them to do. And Afro's definitely got the capabilities to do so.
Definitely we'll see in the first couple of minutes, because in the games where CLG have had success, they are fairly elaborate early level planning from them based on the champions that they get. You know, whether it's Darshan tanking Krug damage to make the enemy team guess where the jungler is, or Smithy tracking down for very early scuttle crabs, or ghosting into the bottom lane to burn summoners very early. These plans for CLG in the first 5 minutes have gotten them a ton of advantages in their wins.
Yeah, CLG has definitely had one of the strongest early games in thanks to their planning. But we're talking so much about what CLG will do to adapt to ANX, but it's a two-way street. That was an incredibly close game they played before Albus Nox was able to steal the Baron, and they have to adapt on the other side towards CLG. When they played, Aurelion Sol had been disabled, so that's a new ban Albus Nox had to fill in.
Taking it through the rest really quick. CLG, Brandon in Italy, Caitlyn, Olaf, Aurelion Sol, and then here, Instalock, Siva for Emery.
I do like the Nivea ban from CLG. That is one of those adaptations we're talking about, because it is one of the champions here is known for, and they do kind of want to put Smurf on one of those changing champions like Poppy, so high probability of that coming out. The Sivir is a good pickup though, because Miracle has been kind of left and been the one they sacrifice as far as CS. Now he'll be able to bring the speed to the team.
Yeah, and an early Jace pick by CLG can go to Darshan or to Huhi. All the way back when he was Zion Spartan, he had some tremendous Jace games, so he's always known to play that champion. And with 2 jungle bans, I really love the early Elise.
Also, coming into Worlds, tracking the pros accounts for solo queue in Korea and back over in North America, Jace was one of Darshan's most played champions. And I was expecting, you know, CLG maybe to have some more variation in their team comps. They have been just putting him on tank after tank after tank. Maybe this is the time they do push him to damage, but as you said, very flexible pick, who he could play it as well.
All right, so we're anticipating potentially Darshan's hands, but no, the alternate is available. Where does Steos and the rest of Albus Nox set their sights? We know Smurf had a great Poppy game. That's now been locked in, and Steos will certainly be running the Graves in the jungle. So there's a lot of physical damage on the side of Albus Nox.
With a kind of non-ganking jungler there and a Poppy match up top, I think the Jace does look pretty decent up top so far, but CLG should save their mid pick until they see the entire lineup of ANX before locking in mid. I think they need to save that flexibility at the moment and lock in their duo lane bottom.
And I think they can still pick a pretty versatile bot lane here. They had a lot of success with the Ezreal in their first game, and you wonder if they're going to go with the Bard, the Alistar, the Nami. What type of lane do they want? Do they want hard initiation from Alistar, or do they want a little bit more sustain in the lane and a little bit more safety with the Nami?
Especially if they want to keep the probability or the possibility of this Jace top alive, I think a bottom lane, you know, semi-tank support, a melee support for Afro would be huge, but they're not going to do it. So Karma locked in, and again, we add more flexibility because they could still, you know, have Huhi play Karma mid and lock in a melee support for tank.
That's exactly it. They could have a wicked poke comps right here, but then they're still going to have to make sure they can't get hard initiated on by Albus Nox Luna. Albus Nox, while they have a lot of physical damage, doesn't have much hard initiation. The question will be whether they can find it with these next 2 picks.
Tom Kench is available for Lecrit if he wants to deliver a Poppy to the back line, if a teleport ward isn't available. What else are options here for Albus Nox? Because they're looking for their mid laner and support.
I think they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place right here, because if it is a poke comp, they're going to want hard initiation with something like an Alistar. But then if you try and play Alistar Sivir against a Lucian Karma lane, you're going to get wrecked in that regard. So they have to find a way to not get completely smashed in lane while still having an answer to a poke composition, which is difficult.
And that question seems to be some heal and some zoning from Bard, as well as wave clear from Victor.
And Bard can definitely do that, because if you have a good Tempered Fate, then a Sivir speed boosted Poppy can get into position where you can angle yourself against the wall when they're going to come out for it. Now, saying that theoretically is all good and well. However, it's very hard to actually pull off in-game. There's a high technical level that you need there. And the Bard from Lecrit actually was fairly lackluster as far as the Tempered Fates went. And this is going to require a high level of execution from them.
Yeah, I still think, though, based on the situation, those are exactly the right picks. Maybe you could have seen the Nivea to aid the initiation a little bit, because they could have had the Poppy Nivea once again.
Well, it's banned out, so
the Victor's
can't
still
do
pretty
that.
good. Yep, that's the way it works. Makes them the right picks, as I was saying.
All right, so CLG, how do they decide to lock this in? If we anticipate Karma Lucian bottom?
Well, I would really love to see Aphromoo on a playmaker, because, you know, that was one of the biggest things for me for CLG in their huge victory, was not only the roaming of Huhi, but also Aphromoo on the Alistar. He had 100% kill participation pre-15 minutes, but they're going with him on the Nami, and this is going to be, talk about, you know, level of execution. This is a very flimsy team, and you need to land your skill shots, you need to land your poke, and have to be ready for the disengage. Yeah, that being said, they do have speed and heals from both Karma and Nami to do that. Definitely going to be worried about that lack of front line, though.
It does attack the duo lane a little bit. They already have the Nami buffing up the Lucian, and mid lane Karma does make Stixxay very difficult to kill. And if he does fall down, they still have a very high DPS guy who can benefit from shields in Jace as well. So those are the synergies CLG is working around. But like you say, it's a flimsy composition.
Very offensive here from CLG, and I think it's a good point you mentioned. It does require them, you know, using that offense fairly early. And I'm going to have to watch Smithy, because a lot of these lanes for CLG are going to want to bully early on to try and snowball that, and then they can transition into sieging and getting their poke going. But Smithy on the Elise is going to have to protect that aggression.
And he'll have to change up what he's done from week 1 to week 2, because last week Smithy was hanging around Stixxay a lot more than anybody else. You guys can see the team comps on your screen. You know what to do. Jump onto Twitter and cheer for hashtag ANXWin or hashtag CLGWin, and let us know who's going to be tying up with the Rocks Tigers for sole control of first place till later in the day. Called it. It's the sixth man in San Francisco. They are behind the North American squad of CLG.
Definitely support for CLG, and we have to mention still how tight this group is at the top. With G2 losing another game, nothing has really been solved yet. There's still a chance for a three-way tie at 4-2.
Yeah, these teams are tied right now, and Albus Nox Luna have acquired a lot of international fans recently. They are poised to be the most successful wildcard team ever. If they win just one more game this week, they will have the most wins that we've ever seen from a wildcard team.
And if they own the head-to-head over CLG, that could be what decides it. Who he sniffed it out. Oh, the tension.
You are the most tense one up here right now.
To be fair, Kobe, QuickShot and I cast both of the first victory wins for the wildcard teams. We saw INTZ beat EDG, and the first time ANX was victorious. So QuickShot's ready for stuff to happen.
I am, and you know, I was getting to the point we touched on earlier. Having a 2-0 head-to-head when you're that hotly contested at the top of the table could determine whether or not ANX advance. Darshan, no real threat here. He's going to back away.
Gets a really quality ward in, though, to scout out the jungle start from Steos.
It actually is very important because, as we said, Smithy on the Elise, level 3, full kit, ready to create pressure anywhere on the map, especially with these bullying lanes. Whereas Graves generally wants to farm a lot more early on. And if Smithy doesn't make the same mistake that Peanut made when they were playing Albus Nox in the same matchup, you know, face check the Graves and then fight him in the jungle, then he should be able to try and control the map for the early stages.
Yeah, and they get to see Stayhouse right at the start here. I think moves like that speak to a CLG mindset where they're always going to try and take an advantage when it's there. I think from a macro perspective, a lot of times when people would play against wildcard teams in the past, they would almost play overly passive because there was this expectation that the way you would lose is you kind of get cheesed and you want to just make sure you neutralize the game because you're better than them. That's no longer the way teams can look at Albus Nox Luna. So when COG see 3 people on Albus Nox at the bottom side of the map at level 1, Darshan immediately goes in to get the next ward, even though it's a slightly risky play, because that's what they need to do to advance their victory. So I expect a more aggressive COG this game than the first time they played.
Definitely true. You see Stixxay miss a CS down bottom and then go back up to the top side. The way that Darshan would want to play that matchup, meanwhile, never mind, down bottom here, the bullying. They actually want to play it in a similar fashion. The Jace wants to abuse his range, get into the bush so that you drop aggro from the range minions. Bottom lane doing the same. Darshan going aggressive here.
Goes into hammer form to the skies, drops down the charge.
So Stayhouse is actually going for an early Graves gank, which you don't expect at all, and for good reason. You see there, he doesn't have any CC to bring to the table. You know, Kira is on Victor. There's no way they're setting up any sort of meaningful play onto Huhi, and all he really did there was reveal himself. Yeah. That's one of those things where you give away a little bit of unnecessary information as a jungler, and you can only do that so many times before Smithy really is able to punish you. Honestly, though, Smithy had also skipped his red, and there was a slight opportunity there for Annex to punish, but you wouldn't really expect that to be there, so.
Hey, Miracle and Lecrit really fighting for CS down bottom. 8-17. Yes, there is a big wave in front of the Miracle. They can't afford to give up too many. Is constantly being pushed by Stixxay and Afro. And now is underneath the tower as well. Afro Moon and Stixxay going to get some chip damage. First of the towers for now.
Yeah, and they're going to have to be relatively careful when they're pushing up that lane, but with that being said, Graves' gank isn't the most lethal one unless Bard can land Dream Stuns on them.
Ooh, a little bit of a stun, but no mana to follow up.
And remember, this does bring me back to Champion Select, where I talk about the way this Jace matchup wants to play against Poppy, bully him out.
Dive. Steos is here, though.
That's risky!
This is a pin into the wall. Like Smithy's in trouble. He flashes away with his life, lands a good defensive cocoon, but blows his own summoner spell on a dive.
In that, the only positive there for CLG is that they did deny a couple of CS, because if Smurf was able to CS kind of freely there, he would have caught right back up to even against Darshan. And now, Darshan is kind of milking this very slight CS lead that he does have against him, but he's lost control of the wave, and he might have to teleport back to the lane.
Yeah, and I think it was great instincts from Steos. COG's lucky to get out of that one alive. All of it was pretty much fog of war as far as the approach on those ganks. So Smithy was hoping that Steos wasn't there, but he really didn't know.
And that's exactly how you want to play the Graves matchup. Get the counter ganks and the farm advantage. Stayhost intelligently immediately moves over to CLG territory. We saw him there on the screen stealing away the Raptors. Even though he got a ward over, nothing he can do. He's out of mana. And Grave takes his small tax for that overextension.
And already before 5 minutes, Smithy has attempted a tower dive in the top lane, in Darshan's lane, when Darshan's running his first carry champion of Worlds 2016. 2 Poppy games and a Gnar under his belt. The team style that we saw for CLG from week 1 to week 2 is now very different in this pick and ban, and there's a lot more reliance on Darshan to show up.
Yeah, COG definitely pivot their strategy a little bit, not having Huhi on something like Syndra, who they're trying to dominate the lane with. This is very much a side lane focused COG team. They're expecting to win with the Lucian and Nami without jungle assistance, and if they get Darshan assistance in the top lane, that's their plan to have 2 of 3 winning lanes with a high gold support in the mid lane, is what COG would want to have.
Seems to be the case for now. Plus 8 CS, Stixxay and Afro again, shoving in a Miracle. Miracle and Lecrit having a very difficult time. And for Lecrit, he's going to step up with those Tempered Fates.
Stixxay is missing quite a bit of CS that are just sort of sitting there, right? And not really picking up the gold that's on the ground, though. So not punishing as heavily as they possibly could if you're expecting, perfect play. All right, up here on stage, which is rarely the case. Smithy, though, getting that deep vision down for the bottom side as well. You talk about protecting those side lanes, allowing them to play up and play aggressive. That is one of the key moments there, as Smithy does get some of that deep vision. They can track the Stayhost.
Currently at the Gromp, up in the top half of the map. Both Darshan and Smurf, they backed away. They've used their teleport to lane. Recalled again, picked up a few more items, still even on CS. Really across the board, small advantage for Steos versus small advantage for Stixxay. But nothing to write home about and nothing super chaotic in this early game yet. So this is pretty good for CLG, because their team comp will come alive in the next sort of 10 or so minutes.
And there's a chance we see a really low kill game throughout the mid game and maybe even towards the late game just because of the complete lack of hard initiation on CLG and the fact that Albus Nox is going to be struggling to initiate on CLG as well. As far as the farming goes, it's really all about trying to keep pace if you're Albus Nox right now.
Definitely true. And since people haven't seen, a tremendous amount of poke comps or a tremendous amount of siege comps recently, Stixay gets a hit there with the binding. We are going to see this game really start to unfold when we transition in the next few minutes afterwards towards killing the turrets. After one of these lanes that CLG have that are pushing starts to whittle down the turret, then they can start to, bring in the extra range champions, group up, go for the siege, and you try and snowball the outer turret lead. That's where you really build momentum in these matchups. Meanwhile, as you mentioned for ANX, they want those flanks from Smurf and the Tempered Fates to hit from Lecrit.
Confidence then for Albus Nox. They have to find those abilities, find those opportunities, and start with some visions. Oh, flash away from Afro. Didn't quite see how that one built up. Can only imagine it was a stun. Smurfs is looking for a fight into Darshan. Actually going to come away way worse for wear. Picks up the buckler. It's action all over the map. He's running away from the Chaos Storm. The Death Ray won't kill him though. Flash is up and available. And looking at it, Summoner spells, only Afro's was used.
Yeah, and CLG seems like they're trying to apply a lot of pressure, but Albus Nox is fighting back in a pretty big way. CLG has the map position, but they don't have the health bars. They're just getting hit as they're walking in, and it's hard to gain an advantage that way.
Afro definitely has to play very careful now. He's squishy on Nami. Stixay, though, dealing a lot with that culling.
Here's Steos. Where's the Tempered Fate? He's caught himself.
He has no flash either.
Afro moves the target. No flash. Too early on the light binding. End of the line. And Lecrit takes down Afro.
Great punish there from ANX. And with all the pressure on for Lecrit, he lands the Tempered Fate. There's the playmaking. They're able to find that first blood.
Total over-aggression from CLG. Aframu stayed up there without flash. He did have the ability to dodge the Bard ultimate. And then Xsmithy also wasn't there in case of a 3v3. You'd expect them to only stay pushed up if they have the Elise. But they had the wave in a spot. They thought they'd be getting the harass. I think they were trying to make sure they shoved it in so it could bounce it. And that's exactly when Albus Nox arrives. Great instincts.
Cutting down Afro. There we go, playing around Lecrit. Steos comes in, waits for the spells to land. It does, and that was a lane that CLG was winning. Now they're behind.
And it's the second time Steos has been to a wave at exactly the right time. So much of jungling isn't just about pathing, it's about understanding where your team's minion waves are and lending support at exactly the right moment. He stuffed the gank in the top lane, nearly got first blood then. Waits until CLG is greeting a minion wave into the turret, gets the first kill. What the heck?
And
he wants that wave of minions. He just committed the teleport. He could have canceled it, obviously, and then just decided to walk, but commits his flash as well for that wave of minions.
So, Lecrit to Steos, if they decide to roam up and punish Huhi without flash, that could be a way for Albus Nox to get another kill on the board.
That's the thing, Jad just talked about, informing your jungler of the minion waves, but also informing them that Aframu had just had his flash blown, and in a lane with a Bard, you have to respect the ultimate.
Didn't happen, and that meant Afro went down. Kira takes a big chunk of damage, despite Huhi sort of teleporting in and wasting his flash.
Ooh.
Look at the control now.
Be careful about running into Fog of War, though. Chasing into an Elise.
Oh, yeah, but Huhi's going without Elise. He misses. Huhi's down. Steos is looking for more. Lecrit's joined the fight. Tempered Fate's up in a second, but Smithy's hugging the tower. Light Binding goes wide. And Albus Nox 2-0 in kills.
Yeah, we mentioned it, Champ Select too. CLG is going to have to land their skill shots, but they also have to have numbers advantages if they're going to go for play.
Yeah, Huhi just runs straight into the lane rather than trying to run to the jungler and run away, and they give up another kill. This is Albus Nox, Luna taking a big early advantage. Even though they see the Bard coming, that was very risky and punished Prairie Click very quickly there.
Yeah. And when you see the Bard coming, you have to make the quick pivot. Monitoring the Q on Huhi instead of monitoring one of his defensive abilities and making the retreat.
Yeah.
Cost him his life.
Definitely have to go full defensive in that scenario because that Lecrit roam actually up from bottom was very, very important there. Landed the last Tempered Fate on a flashless target.
Another flashless target still available. Moby Boots for Lecrit. Got Tempered Fate available as well. Albus Nox 1,000 gold up at 11 minutes 50, and You hear this time and time again. If a poke comp falls behind, it's cataclysmically difficult to come back into the game.
And remember, both of those small advantages were earned in lane first. You know, by the duo lane down bottom, blowing Aphromu's flash. And then in the mid lane with Huhi continuing to channel his teleport and then flashing so he could grab the minions.
There's one thing that is working for CLG. Stixxay is still farming up a storm. What's that? Plus 25 CS, if math is okay. Lecrit's looking for something, but Stixxay dashes away.
Yeah, but with that being said, Lecrit, first on the roam, oftentimes in this lane. They were able to punish Aphromu for being pushed up so far. And COD doesn't have a huge amount of playmaking opportunities. So really, Albus Nox should continue to farm, and Steos is just really arriving at the right time to all these waves.
Oh, Stixxay, he gets exhausted. Good boomerang. Stixxay's running for his life. Tempered Fate. Look for the target to hit. Stixxay's down. A Miracle and Lecrit take them out. Afro's the target. He goes golden. Lecrit's not going to find the stun this time round. Flash for flash. Teleport came down from Darshan. He's coming in from the river. Afro's looking to chase. The tidal wave's thrown out, but Kira's going to look to interrupt. Now there's a 3-on-3. Lecrit, it helps the race of the dragon. Not going to work out. Darshan's pinned against the wall. No teleport for Smurf. It's not available. They've traded 1-for-1. Darshan's down. Kira will go shortly. They end up trading a 1-for-2 in favor of CLG.
Very, very chaotic scattering down there around bottom. But remember, once again, it started out with some over-aggression from CLG's bottom lane. Stixxay getting caught by the Cosmic Binding before the flash. So once that tags him, it registers the wall behind him already, and he's still stunned when he goes over. Right there. Once it tags, you're stunned. Immediately follow up there.
On the dash there and flash from Stixxay, and they were trying so hard to push this advantage, they end up trading 2-for-2 after the teleport gets used in.
Right. The NX bottom lane, they see the teleport in the bush, so they immediately go for the magical journey up towards the river to their mid laner. And Darshan has to go really deep there. He actually traded his flash for that as well. Kira going to be able to get the exchange kill on the way out with Victor, and CLG do clean it up. But this game going very rough for them in the early stages.
And I want to give us some praise to how quick Lecrit and A Miracle were to flash away and then jump in that magical journey. They knew the threat of Darshan, tried to get out alive, but CLG straight up outplayed them. So even Stevens, Smithy's in trouble, repels up, tries to get away. Kira didn't have his Chaos Storm, otherwise that would have been a squash spider. Instead has to back away.
Yeah, and COG still trying to push into Albus Nox and getting repeatedly punished.
Not stolen. Kira gets a good attempt, though.
Yeah, very good attempt, but the patience to pull it into the brush, wait for the burst to hit from COD, and then secure, knowing that COD was going to be taking blind shots in with very high damage abilities. They welcomed the assistance on the blue buff kill.
There we go. Welcome the assistance. Gentle love tap.
And this bottom lane is actually incredibly close in gold, despite how much the CS difference would say otherwise, because of the kills that they've been able to get on this team. Dashing in over the back, they're going to get an Ocean Drake too, which will only assist their laning phase and is great to have against a poke comp.
No contest at all from CLG. A Miracle and Crit, they cut off the route for the bottom lane. Take a glimpse mid. No, going to cut top instead as Darshan's being bullied. Support's coming in from Smithy and Smurf, I think. He's sticking around way too long. Flashes up, and the keeper's verdict. Cocoon in his face, this should come down. Nope, baited it out. Spidey senses tingling.
Yeah, Smurf definitely does. Ooh, actually, Afro was caught.
And he hit. Oh, very good bubble. Doesn't matter though. 2-1-1.
And what's Lecrit doing taking that kill? He was dead to rights without a flash, and Steos just had to come out of the stasis, but nope. 2-1-1 on the crit.
He is a support carry, remember? Steos looking for more. No Tempered Fate. End of the line bounces. Stixxay's being run down by Steos and that red buff. This might even be Tower First Blood, in fact. Catch a quick glimpse. Chaos Storm chasing Huhi away. And Steos and Lecrit pulling that minion wave backwards to allow a Miracle to push up and extend this gold lead even further. It's 1,500 and 2 towers under pressure.
Yeah, this does get risky for CLG as they want to defend this turret, but they just don't have the manpower. They're calling down Smithy to try and even the numbers, but it's so late here. Turret extremely low.
Turret's not going to fall though. Steos takes a lot of damage and he's forced away. While that's happening, Albus Nox are winning every single lane. Kira's in trouble by Huhi, and Huhi's going to continue to push him away. Get those mantra Qs over and over. But as it stands, the CIS are going toe-to-toe with the North American LCS for the second time.
And this game could get out of hand pretty quickly if they're able to get the bot, mid, and top lane turrets in quick succession. They have the Ocean Drake to enhance their laning phase. First turret blood up to Smurf. This is very impressive by Albus Nox.
For the third time in 4 games, Albus Nox have secured first blood, first tower, and first dragon.
And here's the thing, we can talk about, hey, they surprised people with Brandon and Ivia, or they snuck Baron, but this is as conventional as they come. Their team composition is full of meta picks, and they're just winning lanes and timing their ganks properly. If they win this, at least the first 17 minutes of this has been the most impressive game Albus Nox has played yet at Worlds.
Great punishes over and over on the CLG aggression from Albus Nox Luna. They are making them pay for trying to have these winning lanes.
I have to go all the way back to pick some bans. CLG opted into the strategy. The games that CLG won last week was the tank up top. It was in our pregame. The style that CLG was playing. This is not that style, and it's put them in a 2,000 goal deficit as we're approaching 20 minutes.
Vision is going to be incredibly important as we move towards the mid game. With all the towers falling for CLG, that opens up more space for Smurf to get into the fog of war, go for a flank, for these Bard Temper Fates to pick people off. CLG are losing a lot of defenses with the extra gold they're giving away as the turrets start to go down.
They are falling relatively quickly. Doshan Smurf trading back and forth. That hammer form from Doshan, doing a bit of damage to Smurf. And again, action, multiple lanes at the same time. Kira's going to sidestep, puts a Chaos Storm, who he's running to support. Kira, he might chase, but there's a good pink ward in the river bush, and he's gonna back away. Looking at the minimap, the crit's coming up. They could look for a target, but no Chaos Storm, so not likely just yet.
Yeah, still just solid mid lane pressure from Kira. He pushes Huhi in a little bit, gets the wave to the turret, also draws a jungler up, and yes, it cost his ultimate in his Ghost, but he still has Flash, and the pressure can continue for Albus Nox as far as the mid lane and the bottom lane pushes are concerned.
Very deep wards in the red buff jungle of Counter Logic Gaming. Pink and invisible ward from Albus Nox. That's one avenue for Smurf to get in from behind. And they're going to start themselves off the Rift Herald just before it goes down. Not a huge amount of priority on the Rift Herald here at Worlds.
Yeah, this is only the 5th Rift Herald we've seen in now our 26th game, but that's going to be huge for Smurf up top against Darshan.
Exactly, because he wants to try and split up on the opposite side and then just make CLG worry about wards that are behind them. When CLG group up and they try and take advantage of their synergies, you know, going for the poke and the siege at turrets, they're going to have to always worry about clearing wards behind them, having pink wards on their flanks, because this Poppy, especially with Rift Herald, is going to be off on the side and is going to be a threat to come in.
All right, he's used his teleport. No threat from that one for now. We've just hit 20 minutes. Ardent Sensor picked up. He's still defending that mid lane tower. Smithy, I think he smited that one away.
Yeah, you got the big one, but the small ones all go over to Graves there.
Steos will be happy with that trade. Looking at CS number 6, it continues to accelerate ahead, approaching 40 CS, but that's just going to counterbalance the tower and kill and assist gold that Miracle's got.
Exactly, and if CLG wants to win this game, Stixxay is going to have to get a lot of the kills just because so much of their team composition is channeled towards making Stixxay more powerful. Huhi has gone the ultimate support Karma, Ardent Sensor, Athene's Unholy Grail, to the Ghostblade Stixxay. He really needs to pick up some kills if they want to have any chance in these team fights. And I'm even going to hazard to say, they'd also have to pick off Kira, because Kira is going to kill Stixxay at this point of the game with the items he has. So really, CLG need a lot to go right to come back in this.
And that was the expectation of the team comp. You know, flimsy, no real front line. Need to get some of that poke down. And Darshan's going to look to set up around objectives. Stixxay going to continue to pressure this tower. Chunked a Miracle down, but Miracle's got a bunch of those Caretaker Shrines, and that's allowed him to top off his HP.
And once again, Sejos is on the bottom side of the map where they're expecting the extra pressure to come from. As CLG pushes up, they bring Xmithy in.
Cocoon connects, but no one to follow up. Xmithy just looking to help pressure this bottom lane. Now Steos is coming to party, moving through the jungle, and it's a Cloud Drake next. This could benefit both teams to help counter their opponent's team composition strengths. But no real safe opportunity to take it yet.
Yeah, and COG with the 3,000 gold deficit and the Rylai's Crystal Scepter being completed on Kira, not to mention the Iceborne Gauntlet on Smurf. The item breakpoints are so heavily in the favor of Albus Nox right now. They're actually going for a play mid.
Well, not going to work out who he's going to be able to accelerate away. We jump up top, Smurf, he's looking to challenge. He's gone toe-to-toe. There's a minion line, though. Smurf is going to taxi away. Darshan's looking for a shock boss. We jump back to the river. Tidal Wave's been used. Afro and Stixo running. Look at the death ray. Look at the back line. Collateral damage. Takes out Stixo. Kira's not done. Siphon power, sidestep cocoon. He eats a volatile spiderling, but that won't matter. Steos looking for more. Flash for flash, but that's good because it's mid for support. The crit's the target. That's going to help Huhi HP-wise, but that's another kill to Albus Nox.
ANX are actually tearing CLG apart right now. Victories across the map. They're going to get another objective in the Drake. They also get another one of those outer turrets to fall, like we talked about, opening up more of the map for them. They are setting themselves up very well to take this. That flash from Kira to land the laser, gets the Rylai slow, and even after Stixay flashes, Stejos covers the ground.
Yeah, the ultimate there from Steos, just the icing on the cake when they know who they have to kill as well. It's so obvious with this COG composition, and Albus Nox is surgical in the way they're doing this to COG, actually. It definitely feels like everyone on COG is playing like they have to carry the game. You look at the way Darshan is trading in the top lane, burning a flash in a 1v1 when he doesn't even really have a chance to kill, or Stixay Nafamu losing Stixay because they're sticking around with 25% health in the lane. All of these things are backfiring, and Albus Nox is the team that's playing cool, that's playing the proper way right now.
All right, there's the exchange where Smithy bit off way too much, and here you can see the slow lands. So Stejos fires the ultimate, still explodes because it hit the max range there, and it explodes in a giant cone. So the edge of the cone did tag Stixay, even though he flashed further. Finds the kill.
Well, goal deficit is gigantic. 5,000. Albus Nox Luna came into this game saying that they have the ability to play macro. They have the individual ability, mechanically, to match everybody in their group so far. And they might tie their record with the Rocks Tigers at the top of the group.
Yep, they catch Huhi.
It's out, pin onto Afro move. Afro's down. Huhi gets knocked up into the air. He's exhausted. Albus Nox have comboed everything perfectly. Licrit gets another. They take another tower, and now Xsmithy's the target. Chaos Storm's gonna run him down. Xsmithy, he's pinned. Albus Nox, 9 kills to 2, and they're peeling back for Baron.
And there's such clean plays by Albus Nox Luna. Huhi's sitting at the turret. They're Bard ulting. They're killing Aphromu while they have Huhi caught in stasis, and they turn immediately onto Baron. They're going to get another pre-25-minute Baron, but it's not going to be because they have to sneak it unless Darshan can somehow pull off a miracle.
Shock Blast, Acceleration Gate, that's what Darshan needs to do. There's a couple of abilities over the wall. Albus Nox, they've got vision. Smurf, not going to go just yet. They've stopped the Baron. Got to look to burst it. Blocked off. Not going to work out. Baron to Albus Nox at 25 minutes.
Just straight up steamrolling CLG this game. They are so far ahead now. The Baron opens up their extra sieging from them. They can break tier 2s now.
This is so impressive from Albus Nox right now. And yes, it definitely feels like COG is not playing with the knowledge of their giant deficit. They should be defending this turret. They didn't have the proper vision control, and Albus Nox rotated 5 people here, and COG wasn't even close. Then COG kind of meanders in. Like, what is Xsmithy really hoping to accomplish against 5 people taking the short way around and then flashing over the wall? Yes, Albus Nox is absolutely crushing them, but COG is walking into them over and over again.
And then falling and dying and giving up everything to Albus Nox.
This could be a historic win for the LCL. Albus Nox put themselves into a very good position to get out of the groups if they can take this victory.
Exactly, because remember, this game would give them a 2-0 lead over COG. There is still the possibility of a 3-way tie in 4-2, but that would require, assuming if COG is to lose this game, that would require COG to beat Rocks and also G2. It would also require everyone to beat G2 because they'd have to stay at 0-6. If any of the other things happen, Albus Nox would be able to at least get a tiebreaker with the 3rd win. TLDR, they're in a fantastic position if they win this game.
They will have secured more wins at a World Championship than any wildcard team before. Last year, Pain picked up 2. Albus Nox look to go 3 wins, 1 loss. Only Rocks Tigers able to take them down here in Group A. Cocoon onto Steos is good, but very big shield from the Locket. Kira gets rooted down. No, he forces to flash. Tower's gonna fall on the first attempt. CLG unable to do anything. Big chunk of damage onto Amiracle as he's gonna sidestep the gravity field. Next target's the inhibitor. And Albus Nox gonna back away because Smurf is pushing the top lane and the rest of the team's peeling for mid.
Yeah, and COG just has such pathetic damage at this stage of the game. They had to get Last Whisper as a second item on Darshan's Jace. They have a fully supportive Karma, and they're also 10,000 gold behind. So really, Albus Nox is just running in circles right now. Bard ultimate lands, they go in.
Tempered Fate catches Aframu. They're going to take him down. Turn the attention over to the tower. Chaos Storm is ripping through Counter Logic Gaming, and Albus Nox, they've turned their attention onto the inhibitor turret. Looking at the objective, trying to put pressure down. No one from CLG can defend, and it's pressure on multiple lanes. Albus Nox open up the base. Another tower down. An inhibitor falls. And Albus Nox, they're going to take even more. The top lane's falling. The rest of CLG, they're looking to get one back. Kira's the target. CLG still haven't killed him. Licrit's going to sidestep the bubble. Aqua Prison not going to lock him down. Darshan flashes forward. Keeper's Verdict will slow down the rest of the engage. 2 inhibitors for only Licrit.
2 inhibitors and 13,000 gold ahead at 28 minutes for ANX.
This
absolutely destroyed CLG here.
It's a slaughter, and they're getting poke onto Stixxay at the start of every fight, which is preventing the one true damage dealer CLG have right now from participating. They poke everyone down incredibly low and just take 2 turrets at once.
Whew. It is definitely going to be a miracle if CLG can come back from this one. They have been able to pull off miracles before, but they also do not have a good team fighting composition with nobody really able to play that front line. So it would have to also come from an unforced error from ANX that CLG would be able to punish.
Well, I don't think it's likely. Albus Nox have shown so much class across the 4 games here at Worlds. Who he's going to root Smurf down does literally no damage. Smurf's buckler blocks everything.
Definitely.
The Athene's Ardent Sensor, not the damage-dealing Karma builds.
Yeah, and that allows Smurf to go Thornmail Ninja Tabi. They're not going to be able to do damage to him because they don't have a true mage right now with that supportive build, and they're stacked AD everywhere else.
Steos eats a Cocoon. Culling comes up, but Stixxay's running low.
3 minutes.
It's Albus Nox Luna with a miracle, and he's looking for more. Smurf gets a kill. CLG are rooted. They're running for their lives. The 3rd inhibitor of the game is falling, and Albus Nox Luna now have super minions. They've set their targets on the Nexus turrets, and I don't think CLG can defend this one. Albus Nox from the CIS, from the LCL, they are doing what no wildcard team has done before. Albus Nox Luna have got one giant foot in the door to Chicago on the way to the quarterfinals.
And this was their most impressive win by a wide margin. This was a 30-minute stomp of CLG.
A historic victory here for Albus Nox. Very, very impressive. Standard composition, punishing mistakes over and over.
Yeah, we talked about the things the teams would do to adapt to Albus Nox. Block their brand, block the Anivia, don't let them sneak Baron. CLG did those things, but they didn't even come close to preventing them from winning this game.
That's fantastic sportsmanship there as Licrit and Amiracle give Aframu a hug. Ladies and gentlemen, in Group A, tied for first place with the Rocks Tigers is Albus Nox Luna at 3 wins and 1 loss.
And the crowd respectfully giving them some applause after that win over the team that is the hometown favorites in CLG. It's going to be, it makes this group so crazy.
We've just watched history be made. For the first time, a team from what was called a wildcard region, I think we need to get rid of that name because INTZ are stepping up. They're showing the world they took down EDG. Albus Nox took down the #2 seed from North America, the #1 seed from Europe,
They are legit.
Convincingly.
If they want to win the group, they'd have to take down the Rocks Tigers, right? And you look back to the first 13 minutes of their very first game, they were in a position where they would have been able to do those things. Now that I feel like they've really calmed down as far as the way they're playing.
Exactly. I mean, Wildcard was apt when they're pulling out brand support and Anivia Poppy surprise, but this was so standard. Like, you don't get much more standard there, and all they did was right by the books. You punish the aggression, coming in with, good jungle support, and they just ran straight through CLG this game. There was no point where you really felt like CLG, had a big leg up. Yes, the bottom lane is playing aggressively and punishing, but
then
man,
Afro dies.
Exactly. They weather the storm very well, and they punished multiple times.
So now what does this mean for CLG? Because they don't leave the stage, right? They don't pack up. We play all Group A games today. CLG have 10, 15 minutes to prepare for G2, and there's 0-2. Now, of course, in order for CLG to win, they have to take down both Rocks and G2 to set up some sort of shenanigans here, because the tiebreaker is not in their favor against this team.
Yep, all wins are must-win now for CLG. And actually, if you look at the CLG Rocks matchup, if CLG win that game, then they would have tiebreaker over Rocks, actually.
Yes.
And you're looking at the possibilities of ANX and CLG getting out. The tournament favorites not getting out of groups is unheard of.
Yeah, there's definitely lots that can still happen in this group. Yes, it could be decided a little bit early, depending on if G2 want to EUNA and just make sure no one makes it out of the group from either of those regions, because that's what G2 has the potential to do here. They can dictate a lot of this as well, but it's going to be really hard for CLG to recover in a short time frame and get ready for their next game.
Well, that's what they have to do. They are backstage. Before we find out how they recover, we're going to head on stage to talk to Shox, as well as Albus, Nox, Luna's jungler.
Thank you very much. Very happy, PvP Sales. And you were explaining to me just before what they actually usually call you, the Russian casters?
Okay, the Russian casters call me Stajor.
And what does it mean?
It's like associate, so low-tier worker.
Stahot? Okay. Well, you weren't a low-tier worker in this one. You did amazingly. I want to ask you about the team comp. We thought, what is Albus Nox Luna going to do? Is it going to be a crazy team comp? Is it a special plan? But you went for a very normal, conventional team comp. Why in this one versus CLG?
Well, when versus G2, we thought that they're pretty hard, like mechanically. So versus CLG, we thought that they are very good as a team, and if we won't do bad stuff in the early game, we will have a good possibility to win the game if we pick later team comp. So at the start of the game, me and Smurf outsmarted like Xmitty. It was pretty obvious moves that they dive top lane, and after that, the game was very easy for me as a jungler.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about yourself. We look at ANX, we look at Kira, we look at Liquid has so much hype. Tell me about PvP sales as a jungler in Albus Nox Luna.
Well, I started jungling only this year, so I play since season 1 in League of Legends when I was around 14, and I started as an AD carry, got high elo, then got to top lane, and in this year I am like a jungler. So it's like a first year of jungling for me.
Yeah, first year of jungling, you made it to Worlds, and you might be the first team from the LCL to make it out of groups. Tell me, how are you thinking about the rest of your day? If you win all 3 games, you make it, but there are a lot of possibilities. What's your mindset like? How do you keep calm and just bring it home for your region?
Well, at the start, when we only qualified, we thought that, okay, we got like group of the death, so G2, the rank 1 from the Europe, rank 2, if I remember well, from NA, and like Rocks Tigers, like the best top laner in the world and stuff. And we were like, okay, guys, we have a possibility to go 0-6, but in the first game, we felt like power from winning early game versus Rocks Tigers, and we understood that we are the same people as they are. There are no difference in nationalities or region. You need to just play better than your opponent, and that's how we win.
Yeah. That's how you win, and that's how you've won 3 games so far, and you have a huge chance of getting out of groups here. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Albus Nox Luna with another win on the board over CLG.
Thank you very much, Shox. Albus Nox Luna doing the LCL proud here, getting the 2-0 in the head-to-head against CLG. That might do wonders for them further down the line today. But let's talk about how they crafted this victory for themselves. We talked about maybe taking them off of their unconventional picks in Anivia and Brand. That didn't seem to do CLG much good.
No, we saw them actually ban those two out, and then they actually went for, on ANX's side, just a kind of a standard composition here, but CLG, they end up drafting 3 winning lanes, but because of the in-game play, you see that none of those lanes actually get off the ground. The top lane has that counter that Stehos was talking about with the dive, obvious move, completely countered by the map movements. Mid lane, execution from Huhi was really off in this game, and then in the bottom lane, it was actually complete outplays there because Stixxay and Aframu weren't actually respecting that bottom lane enough.
Yeah, and even though you would say that they have 3 winning lanes, I do want to talk about ease of execution because the composition that CLG put together, if it doesn't get rolling early, has 2 supports and pretty much 2 AD carries with no front line. Whereas when you look at Albus Nox, they have a team comp that comes online in the mid game and can team fight so incredibly well, and they have the wave clear to get them there through the Sivir, through the Victor. So I really do think that this was a little bit disrespectful to go all in on the early game and then not be able to execute in these late game team fights.
I just want to dive into one of those matchups in particular, and I usually dislike it when people say X player was playing poorly or Y, but Huhi, we're actually going into replay, so I'll make all my points after. We can see what happens in the early game already because he's losing the early game here as he's missing this very crucial Mantra Q. The point is he's losing the matchup early, and we'll get back into why that matters later, but then he goes for the teleport back into the lane. He enters the gravity field, has to flash out immediately, and that eventually will lead 30 seconds later into his death, so he was definitely being pressured by the Victor. But the whole reason I wanted to bring up this particular matchup is because push is so important in League of Legends. It's so important that you get control of the game early, and in the Karma versus Victor matchup, people say, doesn't Victor push you in early? But I actually checked the numbers. Karma Q has 10 damage more than Victor Laser. In addition to that, Karma can send a Q out every 7 seconds. Victor has to send out a laser every 13 seconds. So in terms of wave push, Karma can always control that lane. In addition to that, she can empower her Q and both poke the minion wave and the enemy Victor at the same time. With good positioning, you can never get poked by both if you're Karma versus Victor. So in every single matchup, Huhi should be pushing. In addition to that, he has no jungle pressure because the Graves and the Victor can't actually kill him unless Graves shows up with the red buff, and even then Flash saves you. So Huhi just royally misplayed this matchup, didn't put a pressure point on the map for CLG, and then had a lot of individual errors after that.
And then in the mid game, he was never really a damage source for the team either because he built 2 supportive items, Merc Treads, and then everybody else on his team is physical damage. And then the top laner Smurf, he just builds Thorn Mail on Poppies, stacking armor, and you can't kill him.
And that's the thing, Karma has such great base damage that you can augment with 2 offensive items and then rotate in the utility position and buff up your team. But if you're running a poke comp with Karma Jace that wants to group up later, you can just go for an early Morellonomicon into a Rabadons, and your poke will shred the enemy to bits, and you can actually get control. Huhi was a glorified shield bot in the mid game because he went Merc Threads double support item.
Yeah, and I think like my final thing on that draft is just Vladimir there wouldn't actually be a bad pick at all because you would have the Karma thrown down to the support role, and then you'd have another backup. You'd have a high magic damage dealer so that, you know, there's something else there that you can actually kind of leverage because it felt as though that last pick, they were like, oh, we have a poke comp. We want some type of disengage, something to keep us a little bit safer. And I feel like the Nami and the fact that they built the Karma defensive was not doing them any favors.
Good point. That Karma could have been a flex. They could have altered their composition as they saw what Albus Nox locked in. Didn't work out for them. I want to now jump to what you were talking about, the ease of execution and also the way that Albus Nox's team comp comes online in that mid game. 24 minutes into the game, we see a 3-for-0 team fight that nets them the Baron. That's going to be the tools they need to knock down those in-hits.
And this is super standard. They see a couple of members in the mid lane. They barred ulti to start it up. Opportunistic, dive onto Afro, get rid of all the CC, and then clean up the back end of the team fight. More impressively, ballsy Baron call on the back end of it. They execute nicely, and they pick up the buff that's going to close out the game ultimately. This was just super clean.
Yeah, and it shows what composition failure CLG has if they fall behind. And this is exactly the reason they need to be playing with forward pressure so they can avoid this entire scenario. Because if this comp falls behind, there's not much CLG can do right here. But they have the tools, just like Zyrene pointed out earlier, to push in bot, pressure that lane, pressure in the mid lane, invade the enemy jungle, start rotating on the map. Instead, they just played super passive, got picked out, got individually outplayed, and Albus Nox Luna 100% deserved this victory.
And I love to see gold graphs like that, because a gold graph that looks like that, it shows that a team is executing properly, and they're the ones pushing their snowball forward, right? It was very, very clean the whole way through. It's time now to award player of the game. It's going to go to the man who you saw on your screen getting interviewed, PvP, stay host there. I mean, we talked about, it might be an obvious move, but if he doesn't make that move, that could have been the snowball going in the other direction early game for CLG.
Yeah, I really do think the top lane counter gank into the bottom lane gank where he picked up the kill, and then the rotation into the mid lane just showed that this guy was tracking them around Summoner's Rift and knew where his pressure point was, so he was able to facilitate all that early game play.
All right, well, early game for Albus Nox translating into late game, so they looked good across the board here. But as we look forward, they are now 3-1, gentlemen, 2-0 over CLG. Is this going to be the first time we see a wildcard team make it out of groups?
Yep, 100%. I think that when you see that play, I mean, they look much more solid and fundamentally sound than we thought they were going to be. We knew that they had some cheesy stuff or some unconventional picks, but when they go back to a standard comp, they played the laning phase well, only fell behind in the bottom lane. And I think that is good enough right now to get it done against G2, so they should make it out.
I'm running the scenarios in my head right here, but barring a major collapse from Rox Tigers, CLG at best can tie them 3-3, right?
It's going to be difficult. I don't want to try and run it in my head right now.
I think they are pretty much qualified unless Rox really starts dropping all their games.
But being 3-1, that sets them up beautifully. So here we go. AN next, looking good after game 2 of the day. Join us on the other side of the break when G2 faces off against CLG.
We are readying up for our second match of the day between Albus, Nox, Luna, and Counter Logic Gaming. Steos, here's Steos. Where's the Tempered Fate? He's caught himself.
He has no flash either.
Afro moves the target, no flash. Too early on the light binding. End of the line. Six running for his life. Tempered Fate. Look for the target to hit. Stick stays down.
They catch Huhi.
Out. Pin onto Afro move. Afro's down. Huhi gets knocked up into the air. He's exhausted. Albus Nox have comboed everything perfectly. Albus Nox Luna have got one giant foot in the door to Chicago.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like kung fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter.
Welcome back to the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, where we're getting set for our third match of the day, pitting CLG against G2. And gentlemen, both of these teams have now suffered losses right at the start of their day. So my question to you is, how do they bounce back and pick up a win here in Game 3 of our day?
Oh, who'd you point at? Okay, I'll take it.
Anyone.
Oh, CLG, I feel like Zix, he's been backstage this entire time, like, oh, what went wrong in that game? And he's been able to actually just come in and say, hey, let's change these things. And I feel like they can make some changes on CLG's side that aren't too huge, but just put people on some different champions, get them a little more comfort. And I think that's the way that they could go. Whereas G2, I feel like they just come out guns blazing because they have nothing to lose and everything to gain by upsetting North America because they can't make it out of quarterfinals anymore. So the pressure on them isn't very high.
Yeah, the thing that confuses me about this game is, I've kind of seen two losing lanes both times. The top lane and mid lane for both of these lineups are looking very shaky at the moment, and bottom lane seems to be a place of strength. Except Expect, to me, looked better than Darshan in the last game. I'm looking to maybe see whether the rookie for G2 can step up in that top lane, whether they get him on something like a Cannon or a Rumble and get him away from a tank, because Darshan right now looks like he wants to play the carries, but isn't executing well on them at all.
It's honestly impossible to tell because it's really hard to see how these losses will affect these teams. But from a purely mental aspect, I think G2, they got the shock that they were out of the tournament, but they had a full game to kind of get out of that. And now their coach will probably tell them, like, guys, you have one more shot to prove that you're at least not garbage. Like, go out there, prove yourself, play your heart out. And they have nothing to lose. Whereas CLG, they saw G2 lose. They said to themselves, like, guys, we got this tournament, like, within reach. Like, we can do this. And then they just dropped the ball themselves. And right after that, immediately, they have to play another match.
Yeah, and implied pressure is huge because all of a sudden, G2 is like, we're out. We can play spoiler, but it's that huge size. So if it is like a little bit of performance anxiety, this team can now bounce back. Whereas CLG, they go from crunch to like being really under the pump right now, and that can impact players' mentality.
All right, but now I want to get some predictions written into stone here for you gentlemen. So down the line, who are you picking, G2, CLG, to come away with the win?
With no absolute certainty, I still think G2 is going to take this one because I think they're just playing without any pressure. I think CLG will get hit hard. Also, CLG's, yeah, boo me all you want. I don't care. The CLG pick and ban, it was even more predictable than this crowd booing at this point. So, you get rid of Asol, you get rid of the Caitlyn, and suddenly they're losing these winning matchups.
All right, Spawn, where's your vote going?
I can't even remember. I'm pretty sure I went with CLG, but it was before I saw the end of that last game. I do think, in all seriousness, that CLG will be able to pick up this win. I think that, G2, they have become a little bit predictable. I think that, no, I didn't do it because of that reason. I just think that Perks right now is being exploited, and he really does look like a player that is mentally collapsing under that stress, which I hate to see. I think the Perks is a very classy player, but, it's just not his tournament right now.
All right, Zyrene, give me the tiebreak.
I had to go with CLG as well. I think that CLG, both Perks and Huhi had bad games. They weren't playing very well, but I think that Huhi has the complete support of his team. You just change the composition around, and they have played around Huhi and spent the entire year trying to get that down, where I don't think Perks has that same support from his team.
All right, well, with those 3 votes in the books, it's now time to send it over to the casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are about to jump into Champion Select as G2 take on CLG. And it's tough, bouncing back from that sort of defeat. I want to touch on something that Crap was talking about, CLG. Easy to ban them out. Get rid of the Caitlyn, get rid of the Asol. If those are the 2 bans, what else does G2 ban that is ban-worthy? Do they look at a Nidalee? Do they look at a Bard?
Honestly,
something else?
Well, yeah, so you bring up the Bard also. I mean, I think Aphromoo is probably the next target, but you can't really ban out Aphromoo with 1 ban. I mean, Bard is one you point to, but then the Alistar is such a huge playmaking tool for them. And I think that, CLG actually need to change their draft more than G2 can actually ban out anyway.
I think CLG just needs to make sure they're drafting initiation wherever possible because they're trying to get these lane advantages where they're overextending, where really CLG is the best when they're playing around the map rather than trying to exploit isolated matchups where they clearly haven't been able to win. So if you do want to target them, try and take out the Alistar or pick that away.
All right, Alistar or ban? an option for G2. San Francisco is getting behind CLG. As we take a look through, no surprises so far. Siva for Sven, Asol towards Huhi. Interesting to see the Narban, so that's away from Expect and Doshan. So if CLG have the option to go back to last week's style, which did net them 2 wins.
Yeah, I mean, this was our first game of the tournament. It had G2 with Syndra and Jace as their solo laners. CLG had Poppy and Vladimir, which ended up working quite well, but as the analyst desk said, very predictable ban so far from G2, Aurelion Sol and Caitlyn.
So what does CLG do with their last ban? Can keep looking at those high tier picks, Nidalee, Syndra, Elise. Syndra maybe less high tier because Huhi just didn't do very well with it.
I don't think you blue side banned Syndra. Even though Huhi was targeted and he didn't do that well, and that was one of the games that CLG did lose, I think they are very happy if Huhi does get Syndra. He's comfortable on the champion. That was definitely not a good performance, but I don't think they'll shy away from it.
And we're actually in a situation where both of these teams' mid laners have had bad games on Syndra, so it might not actually be a super high priority pick this early on, but I still wouldn't be surprised if we saw it because it can be so lane dog.
Because of what the champion can do, not necessarily what the players have done with it.
Yeah, and I also think CLG is one of the teams that varies their overall strategy the most from game to game. We've seen them go with 4 to 5 initiators versus 4 to 5 poke champions, so it's really hard to predict what they're doing. Now that they have the Poppy, though, I think they're going for the initiation.
They're going right back to standard teamfight comp, right? They just had their little foray into the all damage, siege up, Darshan on a carry, and they're like, nope, that did not work. We did not like the way that went, so they're going to take the Poppy very early on because they know that G2 actually have had sort of a similar style with Expect. Not a lot of high praise for him coming into the tournament, and so sticking them on the front line has been the go-to objective. I still think they'll do that, just with a different frontliner.
Feels like that's the option. Hobber's there on Echo. Trundle still up and available, something that's been played as well. G2 right now, however, going to prioritize Trix Olaf, which was banned out against him earlier today, and that was the champion that almost got G2 a win against Rox Tigers last week.
Yeah, with Nidalee banned, I'd argue, at least between Xmithy and Trick, that the Olaf's the best jungler on the board for both of them. They both had exceptional games on it. I like the Ezreal as well because if they're expecting CLG to go with an initiation-heavy team composition, Ezreal is very elusive, and that's 2 power picks so far for G2.
Also, if you have an Olaf, diving forward, and your front line is going to be going very offensively, Olaf wants to probably a dive buddy with him, then Ezreal, self-sufficient, has the flexibility to either follow up if you have the momentum in a team fight and you're pressing them back if you're moving up on them, or, if he has to fend for himself in the back line, the extra arcane shift is very valuable.
Calm is still up, something that both teams have played, have shown fairly high priority on that champion this tournament, actually. And it could complement both sides of the draft. For CLG, a couple seconds left to lock in their second rotation. It's a much slower pace to what we're used to seeing because there's so much more on the line now for CLG.
Absolutely. They're really making sure they're nailing these picks, and it takes until the last second for them to swap both of those picks really at the last minute. So I would say they're still having a lot of discussion on what exactly they should be having here. I thought the Rek'Sai would have made a lot of sense as far as the initiation that they'd be going for, but the Graves is going to have to be a bit of a hard farmer.
Yeah, so the thing about Rek'Sai is did get a lot of recent nerfs that are basically stat nerfs, and everyone shrugged it off initially as like, yeah, Rek'Sai still does all the things that Rek'Sai you want to do. But the win rate has been dropping for the champion, not only just in solo queue, but also here at Worlds. It's 1 in 5 currently, so they're not going to go with that champion and go back to the Graves, which does scale very well, right? This is a jungler. You're going to take the red smite. You can fight off a lot of divers. So we'll see how Smithy does, because that does, reduce your early game kind of on Graves to farming and counter jungling and counter ganking. You're not really one to go to a lane and create a lot of action for yourself. Maybe if your laners have their own CC, say, a Poppy is facing something without a flash, then there's a possibility, but not really going to create his own picks.
Not this time around. Luckily for that Gen, some long-range engage and some root on the side of CLG can help them out. Solo lane is locked in for G2. Gonna leave support to last pick, something that we actually saw fairly frequently at the end of the summer split in Europe. And when you've got a player like Mithy, that could make or break your team comp.
I agree with that, but I also say it's interesting how Syndra has fallen so far in the draft phase for these two teams. They do not seem to have a high level of trust in their ability to carry through the mid lane. So I would not be surprised if Huhi just picks Vladimir against it like we saw in the first game these teams played.
I think that's definitely the direction that they're going towards. I mean, they have the 2 AD carries for that attack damage threat with their jungle and their bottom lane. And then Darshan's ready to be the playmaker for the guys on the front line. But again, I am very surprised, just like you, that she has gone through. The pick before that Huhi used was the Vladimir, not really as a counter or anything, but just to make it through the lane phase, because Vladimir loves building into that Spirit Visage very early on. So you build your magic resistance early, you sustain through the lane. It's not really about taking control away from Perkz.
And the Vladimir is locked in along with the Braum, so we've got CLG's full composition. Fairly good front line with Poppy, Graves, and Braum. Lots of follow-up, lots of scaling. There's options here for CLG, and it's the flavor of week 1 for the team.
Yeah, I think there's also a lot of options for G2. They could still go with the relatively good poke composition with the Ezreal Syndra if they wanted to take a Karma support, or they can do something very initiation heavy like an Alistar.
Yeah, G2 so far with the first 4 lock-ins, they have either S tier or tier 1 champions in pretty much all roles. Maybe the Olaf is up for debate, you know, coming into Worlds, but seeing how well Olaf has done here, I would definitely move him up the ranks. So as far as just pure strength as an individual champion, just across the board, pretty good. And they do have great backline access, right? Olaf and Rumble both can punish a Jhin very heavily.
And I also think if we were to time this is probably the longest pick and ban phase we've had at Worlds. I think every single team waited until the last second to finish those lock-ins. So a lot of discussion going on between these teams trying to counter each other's picks.
And we talked about the front line for CLG looking very sturdy. If you have that support Trundle, still has the ultimate to try and shred for the late game with the Poppy that will be building mostly defensive stats and try and take some of those away.
And we've seen the impacts already of Trundle pillars stopping Poppy and initiations. Mythy gonna need to look to do something more, and you know, part of the timing and the slow pace. CLG, if they lose this game, their road to quarterfinals is significantly harder. Yes. What it will mean is Albus Nox will qualify for quarterfinals, and then we need to see the results of the Rocks Tigers games later in the day.
Yeah, the road is going to be tough for CLG, but like you said, it's not totally over for them if they lose this, but they do lose control over what will happen in the group if they lose this game.
Traditionally, you know, CLG have been a pretty mentally strong team. And heading into this one, this is a very high-pressure situation for them, whereas G2 do not have, you know, anything to worry about, as they said on the analyst desk, except for their own pride. So, you know, if you do take a look at the psychological standpoints of both these teams, might be an advantage for G2.
Yeah, and I feel like both of these teams have to battle their own internal demons here. G2 was 2-8 at MSI, and even though CLG did better at MSI, they had the 0-3 week 2 last year at Worlds after starting 2-1, and 3/5 of that roster is back right here. So neither of these teams want to have the defeatist feeling again, and they're going to have to fight back against it right now.
And my God, it is early to say this, and I'll regret it before I even do, but we actually could have another 0-win week for North America.
We are one game into 0-win count, Kobe.
It is just stuck in my head since last year.
And 11 straight games NA has lost in week 2 of the World's group stage.
Luckily, it cannot be both North American and European regions going 0-10, because one of them has to win here.
Progress, man. We did it.
A little bit of trading here in the mid lane.
A lot of trading. All right.
And you also have to wonder how loose G2 is going to be playing this game. They were playing very frantic in their game against Rocks. Maybe they go even faster paced in this one if they've actually kind of just embraced the fact that they are the troublemakers in this group and they can ruin things. Maybe they play super, super loose.
Definitely true. And the area where G2 really have dropped behind the other teams is in the mid-game calls. When objectives are under pressure, when there's a choice between defending this turret, moving mid to clear that wave, G2 have been punished so many times trying to defend turrets undermanned and just getting dove and then giving up kills plus the objective. So if they do go with that kind of troublemaker attitude, they still need to bring that focus to the mid-game objectives.
Exactly, and speaking of focus, both of these teams lost their games today by being over-aggressive and exposing themselves where they should have actually been playing more passive. So you have to wonder, whether they're just going to try and clean up their aggression or if they're going to try and adjust to a more passive mindset and hope to punish the other team's mistakes.
Well, those questions will be answered soon, and the last time Trick got his hands on that Olaf, he had very good repeated ganks in the bottom lane. A bit of a reload there. However, Trick did spend a couple of minutes in the mid lane looking to try help out Perks, which just hurt his initial clear ever so slightly.
Loses the gold on 2 of the melees there because they didn't quite get the Krug before reload, but did get the experience, and experience is what they're going for here. Trying to get that level 2. Stixxay did.
Yeah, so did Sven. Both these guys started camp, so they got level 2 very early on in the lane, but Trundle does need to be able to get a shove if he wants to have a strong laning phase, and currently they have it.
Pushing forward, good pillar of ice as Stixxay's reloading. Safe time to engage. Perks, fairly aggressive to clear out those Raptors. Did he get all 3? I think he did.
Yeah,
Back away.
it's
Thank
actually
you,
a
observers.
huge takeaway.
Steal the camp away. And over on Riot Games 2, Xmithy versus Trick, jungle focus stream, Sifa Stress and Nori. You guys go check that one out. If you are a jungle main or if you want to learn how to deal with jungles.
Props to Perks there, though, denying the Raptors and also getting vision on Xmithy allows Trick a lot of freedom. He can safely jungle at low health, speed through, take the Scuttle Crab, and now COD's getting pretty low. Maybe Trick goes for some.
Very good exchange there from G2 in the minion wave. The cannon minion also adding a lot of damage.
Wow.
And Sven landing Mystic shots.
Flash and heal available for Stixxay. Undertow is going to get flashed away from Exhaust, comes out. Trick gets rooted, but successful gank in the bottom lane.
Hugely successful momentum down here for G2, as they will now also attempt to punish under the turret, throwing more Mystic shots out as they try and CS. Meanwhile, Xmithy, immediately, we talked about the jungler paths, and yes, the expected answer to a bottom lane gank showing like that is to immediately move in, counter jungle the red side. There are 3 camps available for him to take. Takes the red buff, but actually opts for top pressure instead.
Yeah, and it actually feels like Expect doesn't quite have the necessary ward here. They should have been expecting the gank. He overheats and goes for Darshan.
A lot of damage. Minions as well. Electro Harpoon's coming out. Expect is now going to turn his attention to Xmithy. Forced to flash away. Trick's looking for more. End of the line. Flash! The Buckler is going to get the kill, but I held my breath.
Yeah, exactly, because Darshan actually started trading very early to quote-unquote bait there and almost, push himself out of the lane, but able to survive, able to, have Expect push up even further in the lane, and they barely convert on that first blood. Definitely a tense moment for CLG, but they do find it.
And this is a really long cost of the gank bottom lane because that set up the Xmithy invade and eventually gave him the position to start that gank. But as you mentioned, the early overheat puts Expect in a bad position.
And remember, they also traded the flashes here, so both top laners are vulnerable, do not have flash. These are double melee top laners. These are both heavily exchanging damage very early on, so warding around top lane will be important.
Yeah, and we got to see in that replay how much Xmithy was trying to give that last hit to Darshan. That's one of the big reasons he flashed forward, is he was really trying to get the last hit there. Couldn't quite get it. It means Xmithy gets his items faster, but they really wanted to give Darshan an edge in that top lane.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Perks is pushing in the Vladimir, early on before a lot of the magic resistance really does come in. And a lot of the CS advantage that Perks does have are those small Raptors. So they aren't full minions giving the full gold value, but they still are substantial.
It's only a 100 gold advantage Perks has, but the amount of map pressure he's applying right now is actually pretty substantial as long as they're able to communicate about where the jungler should be, because I really do feel like Expect's gank could have been completely avoided if the team had just communicated a little bit better.
Yeah, you have to always think about where the options for the enemy jungler could be. If I was Xmithy, where would I be going? Well, Trick just showed bottom. Probably going to go counter jungle my top side since I left all those camps up, and Expect does not back off, so CLG did convert, but now they do know for sure Xmithy is on the bottom side, so 100%.
Walk across the ward, that allows Sven and Minty to back away safely, and G2 500 gold down thanks to that first blood. Small CS advantage only in the top lane because Perks has left the lane to back away. Is now moving back with that lost chapter, and good trade onto Stixxay actually here for Mithy.
Yeah, remember that Sven is also a potion up right now on Stixxay, in addition to the health levels that they're currently sitting at. So that's why you can see CLG are a little bit scared moving up, and they've called Smithy here to help them push this wave in. So him walking through that ward isn't hugely impactful. The whole call there was to get up to the turret so that they can get out of there. Darshan needs to get out of there, though.
Well, sends Trick packing. Perkz ghosted. Equalizer as well. So there's a lot of pressure. Perkz needs to find the stun. Flash is available. Scat to the weak finds nobody.
Perkz had Flash. He could have tried to go for that, but that's a big investment. They deny a minion wave, don't get a kill, don't get a turret.
Instead, they will get a blue buff and at least some pressure on the top half of the map. Look at the mini-map, though. Perkz and Trick, they've now got to get away. Teleport from Darshan in the top tower. Smithy's not away. Ooh, he's flashed forward. Emo Plague's down. Trick is running for his life. Ragnarocking away. Perkz will go down. Sends out the balls, but Smithy survives.
And that is so similar to the way the Vladimir Syndra matchup played the first time these guys met. He immediately gets a Spectre's Clow and then just jumps on top of Perkz. Once you get on top of Syndra, you really eliminate her strengths right there. CLG punished the over-aggressive dive from G2.
Smithy gets the blue buff as well here. You can see timing the smite right after Perkz throws it down. Boom.
Why throw it back at him? Maybe because he's trying to get her out, but that's just a distraction for who was coming in.
There was no way they were going to get that blue since Trick didn't have his own smite. So not much to do with it. I think it was trying to get the slow there, since there's not really any way they can actually get the blue. But man, Huhi does not hesitate, moves in, able to get the kill with Vladimir as well, and that's going to catapult him to a Spirit's Visage, which is that important breakpoint we talk about for the mid lane. The mid lane Vladimir becomes this immobile, healing juggernaut. You can't push him out of the mid lane. Constant heals coming in from the queue.
That's exactly what CLG are going to be looking for. 1,000 gold up before 10 minutes. Trick just shows his face in the mid lane. He was able to sidestep Scatter the Weak, I think that was. And continues to control the tempo. G2, they're now playing from behind. And Mithy and Sven are separated here, actually. Afro is going to be zoning Mithy away.
Yeah, so we've always had this, teleport actually coming in, they're going.
Equalizer's available, very good blocking of the vision, expect Force to run away. Deadly Flourish roots Mithy down, it ends up being a little bit of a fumble, slightly awkward attempt, and a wasted teleport.
Yeah, and the hard initiation isn't necessarily there, but you have to wonder if they continue and can get the turret. Darshan cannot match, so they may end up getting first turret blood just for TPing.
Big difference here, though, is that CLG are backing off. They're not going to drop the extra kills. So it wasn't a fully wasted TP. Oh, actually, they're dealing.
They don't want to give up the turret.
Looking for the roots. Sven's going to be able to sidestep. No damage has been dealt. Curtain fall. Fires. 1, 2. Third connects as well, and the fourth shot. Held in. Oh! Not yet! Mithy survives. The Deadly Flourish. It might have enough range. Stixxay's looking for it. I don't think he can. Opportunistic, but Mithy survives.
And that's the type of play that was missing from CLG in the match against Albus Nox. They backed away, but measured their aggression in trying to stop the push by layering their ultimates in the right fashion, and they prevent the push from working.
Also, I have to check the replay, but since they didn't have Perkz commit, I mean, he got one wave shoving in mid lane and denied a bit of minions, but committing 5 people to try and get first blood could be a way to get that extra gold back in your favor. They don't do it and only got about half of that turret, whereas Darshan up top got to even up the CS.
Oh, here comes Trick. He's ghosted in. Stixxay's got a flash already used. Pick up the axe. Afro throws down the picture, but the kill's donated. Sven's looking for more. He's already used his true shot barrage. CLG have got their third.
Trick just running head first into his own demise. How is that ever going to work? They had the heal up and he just dies.
Expect is running for his life. He's overheating. Darshan pinned him against the wall. And at 10 minutes, CLG in control.
Plus, not only did they kill Trick, but he showed bottom, so Smithy once again can move in. Look at this heal bait. I mean, Trick, you gotta talk to the rest of your team. Communicate that this is not worth going, because it seemed like he was on a one-man mission, but there's Smithy with the sidestep.
Dodged it! The quick draw! Collateral damage, not gonna fire it, holding on to it for now. Smithy decides not to chase further.
And Smithy was there because, as we said, Trick also showing bottom, he moves in for some extra CS, steals away another camp.
CLG definitely looking good, and now they're getting the deep vision as well. Look at the 3 wards they've been able to place in the side of G2's jungle. It's because they consistently win these small exchanges. Sometimes G2, much like their game against Rox earlier, are in a pretty good place, but their execution is just fumbling along and they still look quite frantic.
Not making any of those plays stick. And that's what's costing them this game. It's been costing them the tournament. Mithy's going to be in trouble in just a moment.
Lot of trouble.
Quick draw over the wall, into the line, should be able to bounce shortly. Collateral not even going to get needed. He picks up the kill. This leaves Sven in a terrible position. He should be able to flash over the wall and does. The rest of CLG turn their sights to the tower. Tower first blood is the target, and they should be able to get it.
Yeah, and whenever you see he roaming around outside of lane, if he can escape that laning phase, CLG is at their best. It allows them to unlock so many plays. Smithy has a lot of farm. He opened up, and it's going quite well. GG pushing mid.
They're trying to delay the bottom first turret by killing off the range minions and beat them to the chase here. CLG actually pull off the bottom turret, but they'll get it anyways. Yeah, good attempt there, kind of idea, but definitely not close enough as far as the tower health went to begin with.
So the G2 lose another kill. They lose tower first blood. They lose positioning on Dragon, and CLG secure the first mountain uncontested. As we approach 15 minutes, this is exactly what CLG was hoping to do, bouncing back from the defeat to Albus-Nox.
And the mental fortitude required to bounce back is pretty impressive to me. 15 minutes after they suffer a devastating loss against Albus-Nox, they completely change up their pick and ban phase. Smithy jumps on the Graves, which Stejos one player of the game against him with, and they're up 4-0. The goal lead is almost exactly mirrored to when it was against Albus-Nox right now. I actually believe it was 22,000 to 19K exactly in that last game.
And with the level advantage, with the Spirit Visage, just pushing Perkz away, zoning him time and time again.
This is that just control point now. It becomes so difficult to push a Vladimir out of mid with Spirit Visage completed so early due to the extra kills he's getting. He is a rock for the team now. In comparison to last game where mid lane was not able to gain a lot of control with the Karma and they weren't able to make any plays.
Yeah, and it's also a problem G2 is running into right now. They're heavily indexed in mid-game double AP power spikes with the Rumble and the Syndra, considering they have a tier Ezreal who needs to hit about 25 minutes before he's starting to deal substantial damage. So they have the double Spirit Visage on the two tanks, making it nigh impossible for G2 to actually win a standard team fight right now, and it's going to allow CLG to extend this lead. It's the reverse of what CLG just ran into when all they had was physical damage early on in the game and the enemy team stacked armor.
So good signs for CLG. Especially when you look at the group. They need some wins here against G2 and then Rox if they're looking to advance. Darshan dashes forward with that charge, looking very heroic as he does it. Still down CS, but it doesn't matter. Tower, the Dragons, the assist, there you go. Ahead in gold because of how the team is playing. And CLG looking to unlock more as they're sieging this mid-outer turrets.
Yeah, G2 should be able to clear out these waves, especially with the added support of Ezreal ultimate, as Sven stays bottom to farm. Looks like no extra pressure will come of it, as Stixay again going back down bottom. Doesn't want to let those minions go to waste. Doesn't lose any.
Yeah, good job.
Still down substantially in CS to Sven. That's what happens sometimes when G2 sends so many people down to that bottom side, but they've withstood the pressure and they're making plays on the other side.
Got a ward on him.
Smithy's got a lot of damage, dashes in, into the line.
He's got to be careful.
Collateral damage should come out. Expect flashes.
It's a respect flash. If Smithy gets one more auto attack in, he would have been able to kill him with the ult, so Expect had to do that.
Down bottom, G2 are making a power play, though. They want to try and at least answer with a turret on the other side of the map as they call Trick down to force CLG off of the turret, and they do get that. First objective of the game for G2.
Traded, though, with a kill in favor of CLG. It just feels like it's falling apart at the seams. Vladimir is ahead of Perkz' Syndra. That Syndra did not have the early game impact that you felt it maybe needed. And now it's going to be so difficult to burst down really anybody on the front line of CLG.
We, again, revisit the theme of player mentalities heading into their games today. As you play the whole group today, mental fortitude is such an important factor. And a lot of the veterans and a lot of the teams that have played together for such a long time have an advantage in that area. G2, if they lose this game, they only have one game left at Worlds to try and find a victory. And that's that's got to be weighing on them, even just getting behind early in this game.
Exactly. And you even look at a player like Trick, who won back-to-back European LCS MVPs, had a poor showing at MSI, is again having a very poor showing with an inexplicable death earlier on in this game. That pressure does really seem to be weighing on their shoulders.
A difficult situation for the team to be in as well, because they picked up the best bottom lane in EU from spring to summer, but have just not found consistency for their top lane play. Stixxay sports out. It's going to get blocked. Afromu saves the day, puts up the wall. Stixxay flashes to safety. Glacial Fissure comes down. Afro's still buying time, and somehow CLG have survived. Darshan's able to complete the teleport. He's joined the fight. Huhei is looking for Perkz. Perkz flashes over the wall. There is a kill onto Mithy. G2 have lost another. Perkz is running for his life. Equalizer available for Expect. Decent enough stun as Afro catches it, but there's no more follow-up for G2.
Mithy was pixels away from sinking his teeth into Stixxay, but CLG get out just barely, and then the collapse from both solo laners punish G2. Oh, what that one? That's gonna be the kicker.
Exactly. With the way this fight started, a clean stun into an ultimate. How does CLG walk away 1-0 in this fight, especially with what ensues? Mithy wasn't close enough actually to get the bite because there was a delay in Stixxay's flash backwards, and then they open up with the curtain call. Darshan teleports in, and even this is slow. Perkz paths away from the rest of his team. He gets chased down by Huhei, and the nice wall stun there by Darshan on top of Mithy, and then the Swagger to just tank a bunch of damage as they continue to defend the turret.
So worrying for this G2 team because the mid game has not been their strong suit. Even in the games where they do get early gold leads, they have struggled here to find themselves. And it's one of the things that Mithy was vocal about even over in the European LCS. Yeah, they feel like they have a lot of individual talent, but the macro game was a little bit loose.
And for CLG, their macro game has to be good to close this game out. It's a substantial lead at 20 minutes. It's really been well controlled for CLG. But the one thing that is good for them, they then have a 2-game break to figure out what they're going to do against Rock's Tigers, because it's Rock's Tigers, CLG, and obviously Albus Nox competing for 2 spots in quarterfinals.
And with the way this group is, those 3 teams all control their own destiny. If they win the remainder of their games in the tiebreakers, they're through as first place in the group. No one can stop any of those teams except each other. So CLG, if they win this, would still need to be able to beat Rocks, and they'd be in a pretty safe spot. That's trouble, though.
It's a dragon for Afromu's life, and G2 had to throw everything at Afro just to pick up that kill.
Let's see if they can convert into an objective also, because the mid turret's already low. They have a single man advantage. They still have the Rumble ultimate to threaten and at least push CLG off.
Lateral damage, curtain call as well. Tower still stands. Down low. Mithy's in trouble. Curtain call dealt so much, and Perkz is rooted in place. Stixxay gets a kill. Now Mithy dies as well. G2, they're just falling apart, and CLG, they're looking to set up a counter push.
The second time in a row, CLG defends with the Jhin and a Graves ultimate, and G2 just wasn't willing to finish off the turret, and then they still die afterwards.
Uh-oh, they're still not out of the woods yet either. Ghost pop there by Trick. I mean, nobody can answer the Vladimir in the split push. As you said, Darshan also has a Spirit Vision, so no one can push Darshan out of a split push either, and they just keep these 2 solo laners pressing up on the sides, you know, daring G2 to try and make a move. As soon as G2 even make 1 step across the half-court line, immediate collapse from CLG, they punish them.
Yeah, Huhei was ghosting all the way from River. Darshan was able to find a flank, and G2 is just getting competitively punished. Watch this one more time. Both of the solo laners on CLG just run in from the River. They're slowed enough by the Jhin ultimate. Huhei and Darshan both get onto Perkz, and the Rumble ultimate completely whiffs. Doesn't stop the initiation from CLG. Just a bunch of misses there from G2.
Again, 2 games today at G2 have just been off the mark when it comes to controlling the champions, when it comes to controlling the pace of the fight. But for CLG, it's been great reactive play. They've punished G2 every time G2 have made a play, and now with the lead that CLG have built up, it's up to them when they start to siege, up to them when they start to push into G2's territory.
Yeah, second major item completed by all 4 major damage dealers by CLG, whereas G2 is sitting on just Sven, who has a Trinity Force completed, so a really big power spike here for COG where they should look to get more deep vision and start taking some pressure on the interior turrets.
Exactly. Again, fan out into your 1-3-1. They have very strong sidelines, but G2 make a move mid.
Perkz actually
ghosted for it.
for that one. Found a stun into Afro and then decided not to.
CLG, they just need to keep their calm because, as we said, no one can answer either of those split pushers. Darshan can hold bottom while Huhi gets some work done on the top side, and they are slowly gaining advantages. Sven's up, though, trying to defend.
Well, Darshan's going to go toe-to-toe with Expect. Gonna hop in a little bit wide.
Yeah.
Darshan's going to start to overheat soon. Another pin against the wall. Darshan's looking for more. There's flashes available for both. Not going to get rooted, and Stixay is donated a kill.
And yes, Darshan made some good plays there, but Expect is not playing at the top of his game. He allowed Darshan to walk up and get a wall stun from nothing there.
Absolutely did. Smithy failed flashes, finds the wall. Mithy's looking to run it down. True shot barrage gets the kill, but Darshan finds Perkz, pins him against the wall with the heroic charge. Sven can't run away. He's got red buff trying to do some damage, but it's now or never. Huhi pulls up, Sanguine's away. Trick is the target, should get rooted by the Braum passive. Stixay gets the damage onto Sven. Deadly Flourish not going to get used just yet, and Curtain Call has already fired. Mithy is running for his life, but
he could troll around, though, waste some time. See, oh, he's actually not even going to run for it.
Sneak through it.
The cheeky attempt gets rooted in play.
He did it!
Pillar of Ice, and Mithy survives.
Mithy with the okie doker, waiting in the dry bush to expect him to run for his life, but oh my goodness, ducking through. All right, so this was also pretty impressive to me that Mithy flashes over the wall and leaves Smithy to die to the ultimate from Sven.
But why did he flash over the wall? There was no one over there. He needed to be able to stay in the plan right there. Master plan. That's how he's going to make his escape. I think that was just a really messy fight overall. Smithy failed flashed after getting caught early. COG still able to make it an even fight afterwards. The what'd you call it? Escape back by Mithy at the very end. The okey-doke. There we go.
And in the messy fights, the richest man always wins, right? The extra gold that you bring to a messy fight is going to give you the edge.
I like that line, Kobe. And this game is defined by 5 richer men for Counter Logic Gaming. It also is a little disheartening when the best play that G2 have made in 25 minutes is Mithy running away from a fight. Unfortunately, just not there, and let's see if we can do it again. Subjugator's up. No, gonna walk across the trap. Dodges 2. Oakley Dokely. He's done it again. 2-0. Right, Mithy.
Always remember the day.
You almost caught Mithy. And again, it happens. Spin this time around.
Really bad for CLG.
CLG. Afro who survives, doesn't die to the undertow. Trick, however, is running for his life. He's been able to turn it around. Expect completes the teleport, holds on to his equalizer. And it doesn't matter because G2 once again lose the fight in the objective.
Well, they eventually caught Mithy. That's the 4th death for him right here. 11 kills to 2. COG in very strong control here, trying to stay alive in the group stage. Now they're just diving.
Yeah, they really are.
Abort!
Ghosts in with the Sanguine pool. Equalizer used from Expect just to try and cut the wave in half. So at least G2 hold on to the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple small things that G2 can hold on to, but it's going to be very difficult for them to hold on to their base. This is a very big lead for CLG. They have complete control of the map, with Infernal Drake also spawning on the map. That's going to further enable their snowball. And G2...
Yeah, watching this fight one more time. Mithy pretty low. Darshan knocks him up, but then Sven can't get over the wall. Stixay can with his flash, gets the 4th critical shot on him. He also falls in the back, but he do sneak the Drake.
They do sneak Infernal, which is worth a decent amount at this stage in the game, and they're even able to escape with their lives. So
definitely.
Cheeky play indeed. And Perkz should get hold of his blue buff as well.
Kind of curious how COG had the poor back timings to allow that to happen, but it's still very heady play by G2, and now Huhi forced to pull away.
There is a Proto Belt still available for Huhi if he needs it. Transfusion coming out, Chemoplague's available. Pillar of Ice is going to slow down G2's advance. CLG's retreat. It's the correct way that will work. And G2, they don't get anything more.
Yeah, and I think again, you know, G2, they don't have much vision to work with, but winning that fight, they can try and get a little bit back because they just want to delay this game. That stealing away that Infernal Drake actually does a huge amount to try and help them delay. And now it's about trying to get those small pieces of vision anywhere that you can get and hope that you can play the next 10 minutes of the game out without giving up a whole bunch more to CLG. Because it's going to be very difficult as CLG have such a big lead.
Yeah, but CLG are playing very fast and loose now. The first 20 minutes of the game looked very different to the last 7. And CLG multiple times have been fairly scattered, fairly sporadic around the map. And while G2 haven't been able to capitalize, they're not being shut down, like super heavy or super clean, like we've seen some other teams do.
Yeah, but I will say CLG also know how to pull the trigger with the gold lead. They're also very good at playing an even gold game. So when they have a 7,000 gold lead, I think they take a lot of liberties with the types of plays they're willing to attempt. So I don't think this will stretch out very long. I think CLG will either set up Darshan in the bottom lane and then start getting some deep vision towards the Baron pit and just force G2 into a decision where they've made a lot of poor decisions so far here at Worlds.
One of the reasons a lot of the AD carries have spoken out in favor of the Jhin pick is as you get towards this late stage where, yes, you do have this big lead, having the long-range pick potential of your AD carry, you know, having snares and having the ultimate to slow people down, enables you to bait Baron very, very well. Because you have your AD carry there for DPS on the Baron, plus the ability to snare if G2 are trying to venture through their red quadrant of the jungle and come. Woo!
Well, dash over the wall. Smithy knew he was fine. He was safe. No teleport for Expect for a few seconds longer. He's down the bottom lane, going toe-to-toe with Darshan. He up top, run into a little bit of trouble. Still got protopels, flash. He's got everything. That was tiny bit of.
He's got a Guardian Angel as well, so. Yep. Or Darshan, excuse me.
Darshan does. And G2 contesting vision, but coming away worse for wear. This time around, Trick, Deadman's plates. Gonna get him into combat range a little quicker, but it's just a vision game. CLG playing the numbers, playing the time, and then gonna set up for the big Baron Nashor.
Definitely seems like the plan. Maybe they can try and get a pick while G2 is clearing vision in the jungle. Here's what Xmithy is trying to wait to do. Sneak around a little bit. Can't quite do it.
Not pulling the trigger though. Slow and steady here for CLG.
Good axe there to check through the middle of the brush rather than just in the front. Smithy is taking some poke here. You know, running frontline for the Vision Wars. CLG actually,
is this too slow? Because like it feels like CLG are giving a lot of respect to G2 despite a very large lead.
It is a little bit slow, but again, if we visit the player mentalities, right? CLG really need this game, considering how close the top of this group is. They cannot afford to give away a Baron by, you know, starting it super early. That being said, they could take a little bit more liberty with the aggressive moves for picks in the red quadrant. G2 have been, you know, fairly aggressively getting vision back in their red quadrant, you know, getting up to the Baron.
Yeah.
It's a little punishment.
And also with Darshan going the Guardian Angel rather than something like an Iceborne Gauntlet, while it gives him some more defenses, he doesn't have split push pressure on Expect. I don't think he's going to solo kill him again, which makes it more difficult for COG to actually get an advantage while forcing Expect to teleport in.
Definitely. An Iceborne Gauntlet or something adding a little bit more kill threat might be something, you know, more turn the tides of the split push.
Trying to poke.
Yeah. Trying to get some damage done so they can brute force this mid turret. Sven actually gets caught out, has
Forced
flash.
the flash away, almost got rooted by the flourish. Taking a look at some of the other summer spells, nothing else invested here from G2, but CLG, they pull the trigger. It starts with 4 trigger pulls on the curtain pull. He's in a little bit of trouble. Wow, root onto Sven. He might just go down. Survives the ultimate. Now who is the focus? Perks gets shut down. Darshan comes in from the side. That's the tower falling. And CLG have got minions to work with. Expect can use that equalizer. Does it to clear out the wave. Darshan's not done. Expects the target. He'll get stunned and killed. Huhi is unstoppable. Darshan finds 2. Trick is running for his life. Ragnarok is up. Sven rejoins the fight with full health and mana. The Pillar of Ice
still alive,
slows down CLG. CLG still trying to back away. Mithy's going to be the target. Not going to get killed just yet. as 5 men from North America back away. They could go for the inhibitor, but they're very, very low. Deciding to stick. It's a 5-on-3. Sven's throwing out Mystic shots. His tag eats the chair, sidesteps the flourish, but the inhibitor will fall. Huhi uses the pool to escape, and CLG make it look relatively easy.
Uhi literally 1v5 flashes into the enemy team. They rush down the turret and push inside the base. There's your decisiveness. They decided that the Baron bait is a little bit too tricky, too risky. They decided to go for the tower dive instead, and they're still sticking around.
Well, the Baron could have been started. They're just going to continue to go in.
This could be the game-winning play. Mithy's going to die on the side. Dashan's running him down. Stixace goes unstoppable as well. That's a kill. Huhi trades his life, though. It's not done yet. Expect's looking on the back line. Stixace should be able to pick this up. Overheat. Expect doesn't have the damage. It's a messy fight once again. Perkz is looking for more. He's found Afro move. Stixace low. Dashan slams Perkz into the wall. And G2 lose 4.
Darshan gets the kill at the end as well, and that will be a CLG Baron on top of it.
That's the bloodbath we've been waiting for as far as G2 throwing themselves at CLG, and CLG willing to stand strong and fight back. G2 saw a window there where they thought they could get some kills on a very far ahead CLG, cash in some of those bigger bounties, but they couldn't quite pull it off. And this was after a long fight already. CLG and G2 both go in for the re-engage.
All right, started off with Perkz taking down Huhi, and then the flash from Expect off screen to get melee range of Stixace, trying to get the 1v2, does flash out of the snare, but not able to have the damage to finish it off. And then Perkz, he sees that there's only one way out of this, and that's back to the fountain, so he's taking someone with him, and goes for the exchange kill on Afro.
Good flash from Stixace as well to dodge out that force of will. And at 33 minutes, CLG have a 12,000 gold lead. Gonna grab their 3rd dragon of the game. They've got Baron. They've got supers. It is a formality for CLG to knock down the Nexus with the gigantic lead they have.
And we mentioned in the fight where they were able to take the mid lane inhibitor that Huhi went in 4v1. And it's this ongoing trend here at Worlds where before the game, you kind of have to ask, who is he? Who is the player that's going to show up? Is it the guy that feeds in the mid lane and is a pressure vacuum? Or is he going to 1v5 the enemy team? Because he has had some incredible performances. Good games on Vladimir, good games on Aurelion Sol, and some atrocious performances like the Karma he played against ANX. So really, if there is a wild card in this group, it's Huhi.
The terrifying thing is you've seen both sides of Huhi within 3 games. Now he's got a little bit of time to cool down and calm off because CLG will play the Rocks Tigers as the very last game of the day, with the exception of tiebreakers. If we find ourselves in that scenario, the CLG still going to close this one out, but with Baron, with supers, and with G2 looking incapable of winning team fights. Obviously with the deficit as well. It is just a matter of time. Playing all 3 lanes here for CLG.
Yeah, this is the strat that CLG became known for. It's a 1-1-3, it's close to the 1-3-1, but they're very comfortable having their solo lanes off on the side and playing with the Smithy, Stixace, Afro squad, and they're just going to try and chip down to get a 3 inhibitor lead.
Well, showing a little aggressive here on Expect. Under the tower and had that laser beam burning away his HP. Tower's down to what, about 3rd HP. Stixace left alone down bottom. He's backing away, got some vision to play with. Safety and by the numbers here for CLG. The irony is, this is one of the games where they didn't perform counter logic to their expectations. They were expected to win, and they're doing so fairly well. Look how easy this is. Sven's just being run down by Huhi. Equalizer should at least kill the minions. Sven is down. Perkz to follow. 2 members of G2 are dead. Huhi does not care. He's charging up those tides of blood. Trick looks to run down Stixace. This might not work, though. Trick's looking for more. Stixace's got the heal, the shield, the back away, the stun to Trick. Deadly Flourish roots him down, and Stixace survives the one-on-one with the support of his team.
Huhi annihilated Sven in that fight, and then no one else on G2 could pick up a single kill. This is probably the push to end the game.
CLG bounced back with a dominating victory over G2.
Counter Logic Gaming sit at the top of the group at 3 wins, and CLG have 1 fight left before they qualify for the quarterfinals.
And this group continues to be interesting. Yes, CLG lost to Albus Nox Luna, but you wonder what type of Titan Rox really is after the way all of these games have been falling out. G2 had a bigger lead against Rox than they did against any other team in the group, and I still think there is so much to be decided. CLG proved that you can never fully count them out until they are officially mathematically eliminated, and they have one game left in standard play against Rox, which will happen later today.
And Kobe, it didn't happen 2 years in a row. North America in week 2.
Take that, week 2.
He's not done yet,
honestly,
because the hardest road is still ahead.
Honestly, yeah, there are still a ton of question marks in this group. And even within this team, you mentioned Huhi. Yes, he is a very obvious one, but also Darshan. Darshan looked very good on Poppy in this game. And you know, how high does COG prioritize these top lane and team fighting tanks for him now after seeing the way that the other games have gone for them with the other strategies they're trying to pull out? You know, do CLG focus in on just this strategy now? Or do they still have...
It's the only thing that's got them wins.
Yeah, here's the thing. What's happening now is COG is getting Aurelion Sol and Caitlyn banned away from them right away. So if they want to go with a strategy like this, maybe, right? That's the second one, because do you think Darshan is more valuable on Poppy or Gnar, or Sol and Vlad? And at this point, we're into like pretty small champion pools. Are they way bigger? We can't really know. I'm really looking forward to that Rox
We can't know. We'll find out what Rox decide to prioritize to find out more what the analyst desk has to say about how CLG picked up the win.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Kobe can breathe easy as North America has picked up their first win here in week 2. And gentlemen, let's talk about the adjustments that CLG made coming into this game, particularly in Champion Select.
Yeah, they basically went back to what was working for them in week 1. Darshan on a tank, large margin for our air, small margin for air, so he can make a lot of mistakes on it. It's totally fine. And in the mid lane, he had a champion that actually counterpicked the mid lane, because G2, they like to counterpick support a lot of the times. They really care about that bottom lane getting ahead, so they picked the Syndra, and it's exactly the same matchup in the mid lane that they lost week 1, day 1.
And you know, I hate to go back to it, but when you have a look at how easy it is for this team composition to turret dive, to really tank up the front of the fights, especially when you're against something like an Ezreal that's going to take time to ramp up, I really do think that right now that's a very good draft out of Counter Logic Gaming, but we've seen it so many times.
I mean, if I'm going to hate on Hui for his performance in one game, we have to praise it right here, because the Syndra versus Vladimir matchup is actually still won very heavily by Syndra in the early game. It's only at Spirit Visage where it kind of breaks over into the Vladimir, and way before that, Hui was already impacting the game, especially roaming up, you know, joining those exchanges later on.
All right, and let's talk about that early game, because it was G2 that made the first move. Yeah. CLG picks up first blood.
It's a cool example of how you can extrapolate information. Olaf shows bot gank really early, no red buff. Xmisi's like, that sounds fishy. Let me check if that red's still up. Gets it, then goes top, and then it also shows the complete collapse of G2, because they saw that they revealed the information. They know their topside jungle's up. They haven't seen Graves in a while, and Rumble's pushing forward with improper ward placement.
Yeah, so when you have a look at this, Expect has actually hit the turret. The wave should bounce back in his favor, and he rewards River. This is one of the biggest mistakes a top laner can make. That should be in the tri-ward. As he's walking back, he would have been able to spot out the jungler. He probably would have lived in that gank. So, you know, that's just a little thing where communication obviously is not getting through to the top lane of G2 right now.
Yeah, especially if you look at that ward placement, if he gets it in the brush. If Graves comes from River, you'll take some damage with your flash, and you can read kind of the Poppy's lane behavior changing if he suddenly goes aggressive. Having the Graves come up from behind, that's the real fault right there.
Yeah, and then at that point, Darshan can actually freeze the wave for a bit, and then that becomes a really big problem in the first place. So the fact that he didn't just fast push it as soon as he saw the gank happen bottom and then just run away and have that ward place is what really got him behind.
And not only was that a smart play, but it also just completely changed the mentality of both these teams. Like CLG was already kind of a new team despite the loss, and G2 completely collapsed here. That's also why I totally voted for CLG to win this game. I had faith in them totally. No, okay, they surprised me.
You never doubted them.
Yeah, I never doubted them for a second.
But the thing is, when you have a look at, I guess, G2's lineup, I'm going to draw the comparison that no one wants me to. LGD last year, you can see the individual strong players, but the lack of teamwork and communication means that the teleports are always late, the ults aren't being laid the way they should be, and they're not even able to fight back through some of these deficits when they are strong, just because they don't have that teamwork on the international stage down pat.
And Zyrene, that gold graph mirrored the one that we saw Albus Nox Luna put up against CLG, once again showing that, okay, with a lead, with that slight advantage, we're back in the driver's seat. They understood how to close out games, a lot more reminiscent of a CLG that we saw throughout the season.
Yeah, they got to play their style from start to finish there. They actually had that tanky top like we talked about, and then they ganked that lane. It's sort of a losing matchup early, but it's going to auto shove, and they understood that. It's exactly the same matchup that they actually lost early game in the Albus Nox match, and then they snowballed from there because they were actually just going off of position. G2 wasn't answering appropriately like we saw in the jungle.
And, you know, even when you get to the late game, setting up the 1-1-3 that we've seen so many times out of this team, being able to knock down turrets with what is quite a short-range composition just through the power of being able to dive. There were some big takeaways for CLG out of this game. However, one more time, I want to go back to it. What does this look like when you don't have Darshan on Poppy? Because I really do think that is a get-out-of-jail-free card. We've seen Mouse use it. Now we're seeing Darshan use it. It's just one of those big question marks of the tournament.
It's a very good question. We'll have to wait for that question to be answered. I want to talk about player of the game. It's going to go to Huhi this time around. We talked about, you know, the contrast between their first matchup of the day and his play there, and then here being a 1v5 monster.
Yeah, 1v5 monster, but definitely set up by Smithy. I think Smithy played the crucial moments of the game, especially if you look at the history, like what happened right before. He played it super well, but then once Hui got a couple of kills, he went off, and he was like not afraid to flash in aggressively. He was a front runner for the team.
Yeah, basically, Smithy got the ball on their side of the court, and Hui's just smashed it away and ended up having them score. And that's a big thing, too, is player of the game is usually a standalone thing, but being able to come back from that Karma game and being on the back foot the whole time, there's big props to Hui for that as well.
All right, but now let's talk about the latter half of the day. For CLG specifically here, getting that win is going to help them in terms of that race towards the quarterfinals, but they must win against ROX Tigers in any of these scenarios in order to have a chance at the quarterfinals. So my question to you gentlemen is, taking a look at that matchup, how are they going to do that? Where do they attack it the same way they did the first time?
It's the biggest question, right? Because ROX actually is strong on the opposite side of the mat of CLG. So do you try and patch up Darshan, or do you just give him to the Sharks and try and snowball Stixxay ahead? So many times at MSI, they're able to get Stixxay ahead, especially on something like a Caitlyn, and turn him into a late game monster. Maybe they roll the dice one more time and see if they can work against ROX.
All right, well, there you have it. Some thoughts. I'm sure we'll have some more as that match comes up later in the day. Albus Nox Luna, though, have already taken down 2 of their 3 opponents in the group stages. Up next, they'll have another shot at the big boss when they face Korea's ROX Tigers.
What we got to remember is that right now, we live and we die as a team. It's an extremely frustrating loss. Yeah. But right now, the only thing that matters is playing together as a team. All right, you guys got this, okay?
Tricks looking for more into the line. Flash, the buckler! He's gonna get the kill.
Nice.
They're coming on us now. We're gonna die, we're gonna die. Come down.
I flash.
On top of eSports out. It's gonna get more. Aframu saves the day.
I'm gonna die. I can heal.
I ulti Syndra out.
Watch it, come down. I got it.
Nice. DLG bounced back with a dominating victory over G2.
Still matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this perfect soulmate. I wanna show it my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. I just want it. Hug it to myself, hug it to myself.
Two signature champions locked in for Albus Nox, Luna, the Anivia for Kira, and the brand support for Liquid.
In my opinion, Brand is heavily underestimated. He's a really good pick, especially in current meta of Nami Karma. I started practicing Brand as soon as it got reworked, and now I'm really proud of being the first guy in competitive scene who picked Brand after rework.
Takes another one, doesn't have the passive. Oh, the bounce! Bounce explodes on the passive, and Liquid gets revenge.
A lot of people call me extremely aggressive player, and sometimes it's true. And sometimes you must go full aggressive. You gotta go and fight. And sometimes you need to stay behind and wait for a good moment. I'm aggressive because I'm confident. I know that I can do this. And if you don't do the things you can do, you win the game. In my opinion, you are not a good player. And I want to be the one. So, no doubts. Just go forward.
Throws him up into the air, gets the flag. Oh my goodness, into the wall! Liquid secures the kill! Albus Nox, 2-1 in the group!
Welcome in, everybody. I am Julian Pastry Time Car alongside Martin DeFicio Linger and Nick Alesta Cesare. We're getting set for the fourth match of the day between Albus Nox Luna and ROX Tigers.
And what a day so far. You know, we've seen some crazy results, but then again, you know, ANX beating CLG isn't really that crazy. We've seen it before already, and right now, ANX actually look like the team who can make it out of this group.
Yeah, and they just today came in with a very standard comp, not using anything out of the ordinary, and they played really, really well, and now we're going to see how they actually do when they collide against the ROX Tigers here, and winning this is everything, because I think it auto-qualifies them to get first in the groups.
Or at least, yeah, make it out of this group. You know, CLG can't catch them because of the 2-0, so this is a super important game for them. If they do lose, it is not the end of the world, obviously. They still have a chance to make it out. They did play last week. LS, you watched the game, obviously, from LA, where you're doing the second stream. What do you think about that game when they played against the ROX Tigers and had a good early start, but then things kind of went wrong?
Yeah, I think that they couldn't really close it out. I think any other team in the group, they would have been able to close it out, and they've shown, you know, instances of that thus far. I think if they can secure another lead here today, or if they can use something really unconventional to catch the Tigers off guard, they might actually be able to bring them down. And this match is everything to them. So we'll see if they have any cheese in store, too.
Well, it certainly is. But on the flip side, ROX, they are in a position to secure that 5-1 overall record. Slipped up a little versus CLG, but still looking strong here. An ANX win, like you said, does grant them a quarterfinals berth. Beating ROX gives them a shot at first place in the group as well, which is unthinkable for this team coming into the tournament.
I mean, it's so crazy. I do feel like we saw a ROX Tigers team, though, today have a little bit more control versus G2. They didn't fall as far behind as we've seen, you know, last week. So while Albus definitely have a chance of getting that first place, this ROX Tigers team is just getting started. I think they're going to get better. And for them, it's all about just getting out of groups. Get into BF5, get another week to prepare, and then you can really become a powerhouse.
Yeah, and today we also saw that the ROX Tigers, they brought a much more conventional team comp. Last week, I was a little suspect with some of their drafts. We saw some very bizarre drafts come out of the Tigers, not very Korean-like, and also Peanut with the Nocturne last week. That was a little suspicious. So I want to see them draft to their strengths again today. I want to see Smeb up there on a carry top laner, Peanut on a carry jungler, and I want to just see them basically play standard and try to overpower Albus.
Yeah, because in this current meta, if you pick a lot of losing lanes, you tend to fall really far behind early. You lose a few outer turrets, and then it's very, very difficult to get back in the game. You can fall so far behind in gold, and then they set up for Baron, and you have to like try and face check it, end up after losing that fight, and then game is over. So teams really snowball well against each other, which means losing lanes, it's not really a great thing. That's what ROX Tigers did, obviously, as you highlighted last week. I don't think we're going to see now against ANX. They must have learned enough.
And it does feel like if you're ever going to fall behind against something crazy, maybe something a little kooky that you mentioned, LS, or just straight up standard aggressive play, Albus Nox Luna are the team that will punish poor early games. And yes, ROX, they did tighten up in the one game we've seen already, but I'm not saying they're favored at all, but they certainly look good today and throughout the tournament. And if ROX let their guard down just a little bit, kind of honestly how we saw CLG do, they could just get run over, because that's exactly what Albus Nox have done in all their wins.
Yep. And one of the things I want to also point out is Kira, or in his last game, he looked phenomenal on that Victor performance. And Kuro earlier today did not look as hot. And I was really, really impressed with that Victor performance in the previous game. So I think that mid can actually be a pretty big deciding factor here today.
Yeah, we have definitely seen Albus Nox be a team where the individual players are good enough to play at the international level. It's always been a question in the past with some of the international wildcard teams coming in, but all these players have shown individually they can actually match up against other top players around the world. And I just like to see a team who also kind of prefers their own picks. They don't really care too much about what is the meta specifically. If they like to play Brandon, they win with it. If they like Anivia Popo combos, they're going to pick it and they're going to play with it. Because in the current meta, pro teams tend to tunnel too much on very specific picks, when there's actually like a lot more viable picks if you just practice them enough and execute them properly. And there's a lot of surprise factor when teams don't play against Poppy and Nivea very often.
No, and I think also happy to play with a different jungle pool as well. We're starting to see the pool grow a lot just because of how many jungle bans there have been. Staios has been almost surprisingly impressive, and Peanut, of course, is very impressive, although maybe not as dominant as he is domestically. I think as well that's another matchup to look at, and this draft that we should get into relatively soon will obviously tell us a lot about our one game here. And you said it already, it's gone wrong for Rox in the past. If that happens again, that's exactly what Albus Nox Luna wants to be, because they're the ones that have, it seems like almost endless champion pools, because they keep saying, oh, we don't have that many picks, but they keep showing us they've got a few more.
Yeah, I definitely laugh a little bit when people go, oh, just ban out the comfort picks. But like they've played like so many different champions already. Week 1, every single player played 3 different champions, except for A Miracle, who played Lucian twice, and that was it. So it's not specifically just like, oh, you just got to remove these 5 picks. Well, you can't. Yes, the brand is a good comfort pick to ban. I think Anivia has been a good pick for Kira, but I can definitely see teams also leave something like Anivia open and just ban more standard.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that, there's the brand ban away by Rox, definitely giving a lot of respect to Licrit. A very unconventional support pick. He's the only champion at this tournament that's shown that he can pilot that champ. And Rox definitely probably doesn't want to mess with that. And also Bard, tons of respect.
Yeah, and might even see 3 support bans. Saw a lot of that in the qualified tournament leading up to it. But Siva, Rumble, Cannon, very straightforward bans for Albus Nox Luna on the other side. So what the Rox have as their last ban here?
Interested to see actually what they're going to ban. They might look to, oh, another support ban, so Tom Kenj. But this does leave open Peanut's bread and butter. The Nidalee and the Elise are both left open, and Peanut might just actually take that away here.
Yeah, and we also have another power pick in this meta. It is the Alistar. It's become better and better, especially for some of these Korean supports who are very, very aggressive, very good at starting fights. Syndra is another one. So because we have all these target bans, we have so many of the S-tier picks now available for a team like the Rox Tigers. Obviously, we have seen Vladimir a lot being played against Syndra, which is an obvious choice in that sense. But there are definitely more picks you can go for. Like, I want to see things like Echo mid or Fizz mid against Syndra, because I actually think you can snowball against it, but it's risky, very risky.
Yeah, I think coming into this tournament, Syndra is probably the best mid laner available right now, and obviously Rox putting a lot of emphasis on her, rotating her first rotation. We just saw in the previous game that Syndra was not actually prioritized as heavily as a lot of people probably expected her to be. So we're going to see what Rox can do with her, because also normally Kuro is not known as a powerhouse mid like Syndra would suggest.
Yeah, not as much pressure maybe that he can apply. Alistar picked up there. ANX quickly rotate Lucian. Vlad just to quickly catch up on the draft. Prey back onto Caitlyn with Ezreal open is interesting into the Lucian, maybe looking to win the matchup a bit more. And Peanut, Nidalee, Elise is very staple junglers. Nidalee taken away, so probably taking Elise here.
Yeah, we got to look at the entire combo here from the Rox Tigers. While Kuro is not the guy who will solo kill you in lane, if he has a winning matchup in terms of pushing, he's actually very good at roaming. Obviously, we've seen that quite a lot in the LCK. So if you look at what they have in the bottom lane, well, it's a combo we've seen quite a bit. Alistar into traps from Caitlyn, and then you have follow-up from a Syndra roaming, a Lee Sin ganking. That's a ton of CC to catch someone like the Lucian.
Yep, and the other thing that I want to point out about the Rox's draft is they're giving Smeb the counter pick in top lane. They're letting him do whatever he wants when NX shows us what they're going to pick against him. And what I really like about this Rox Tigers draft is they are all out. Every single lane is a powerhouse, and Lee Sin jungle, so much dominance.
To see what picks up here for ANX, because Poppy is picked in there. Licrit is considering his last pick. Lee Sin was the pickup for Peanut as well, not Elise. So still a very aggressive jungler with Nidalee taken off the board. Licrit is showing us so many unique supports. Does he go to Taric here? Looks like he is.
It is a pick he's been saving, obviously, because Taric is not the strongest support in the current meta. Especially the laning phase is a problem. Now, you can play it against some of these hard engaged melee supports, but it's not easy to dominate early on. And we are in a meta where strong lanes are heavily favored. Being able to put pressure early on is good. That's why Tarek has fallen out of the meta. He's still a great late game team fighting support, but games are often decided before that.
Yeah, Tarek has a lot of utility in this team composition. The one thing I'm worried about most is that Rox Tigers, again, they have super strong lanes right now. And the other problem that I'm really worried about is it's very difficult to coordinate a gank with Nidalee in mid and top lane. Poppy does have the luxury of being able to turtle top side, just being able to farm underneath turret, ward the tri-brush, deny gank ability. But it's giving a lot of control over to Rox.
Yeah, you got very unreliable CC to kind of set up a potential gank on the side here of Albus Nox. There is, of course, a Tarek stun. You can go for that in the bottom lane, but that's often going to be against an Alistar. And he's a very tough target to kill, especially after level 6. So we might see PvP Steos just try and get in the jungle of Rox and try to track where Peanut is going. But that requires winning lanes and pushing lanes, and they don't have that right now.
Well, they don't yet, but of course, don't forget, guys, to contribute to the vote out on Twitter and let us know who you think will take this game. Is it ANX with yet another huge upset? Use the hashtag ANXWin, or are the Rox Tigers going to stay true to form? Use the hashtag ROXWin. And these team comps, I love them. Rox, nice aggressive early game that you mentioned, Ellis, trying to shore up maybe some of the weaknesses they've shown. Albus Nox, to be honest, this is kind of what they've been playing all tournament. They just want to get together and go. Yes, they don't have as much pressure, but Steos can get in the enemy jungle. Liquid can play aggressive with the playmaking support, and their gameplay is not going to change. Rox, we'll see what they bring to the table, because when they've been on point this tournament, they've just looked like the team that dominated Korea all season long.
Yeah, I think in the late game, Rox Tigers have looked like the strongest team in this group here. Even went really far behind, they've been able to out-team fight some of the other teams and almost get back, or actually get back and win games. We've seen both things happen. Obviously lost that game to CLG, where CLG were so far ahead and were able to close out the game. No other team were able to do it against the Rox Tigers.
Yep. And moving in, it looks like we're just going to have a 5-point start, so all the laners are just going to move out to every single lane and make sure that no shenanigans are happening. Definitely no one wants to give up first blood or any sort of disadvantage early on.
Yeah, level 1s have a kind of... Like, for some games, they're kind of boring, but other games when CLG plays, they're actually super exciting because there's a lot of, like, mind games you can do. But a lot of teams, as you said, just fan out as 5. They kind of look at each other. They're like, we don't really want to invade because we don't need to spot, like, a lane swap, you know? And we don't want to just all in on top side because then we need to have, like, very specific strategy in mind. And we show, basically, from the get-go, you are invading. So it's very standard. Fan out. Nothing really happens. And then, like, bot lane is where you see the most action in terms of, do we get a camp? Do we deny a camp? Often with melee supports, though, you tend to want to not invade and actually stop the camp specifically because it can be risky versus the CC, but instead go down to your lane very early. But when it's double melee, you know what, you can actually do both.
Yeah, and no one getting in right now, so no vision into that jungle. I mean, the start should be relatively predictable, it feels like, for these two teams, but everyone's going to be a little dark moving out as the minions will exit the Nexus. Kira versus Kuro, of course. We've seen a lot of this matchup. We expect Kuro to have some initiative in the matchup. We'll see if he can get it done here, but Kira playing up early on. Kuro going to trade back nicely with the Thunderlord's proc.
Yeah, and right now it looks like we're going to have relatively standard openings from both teams. So what Peanut is maybe looking to do is, depending on how Smurf plays the top lane and how Smeb can push the lane or not push the lane, we can probably expect to see some sort of aggression out of Peanut early on, but hold that thought as Steos is moving into Peanut's red side jungle.
Oh, this is something you can do if the enemy jungler is fairly slow at getting to the red buff. He will actually find him. Peanut has no smite because he had to use it on the Crook, so very standard pathing for Peanut. It is Steos who's kind of mixing it up, and this is actually something I remember watching in the LCK where some of these Korean junglers were fooling around with the enemy. I actually remember Peanut doing it himself, so he's taking Peanut's own play and using it against him. Sadly, he doesn't get the red buff, he just slows down the Lee Sin.
Well, I like it. Nonetheless, there is Kuro actually going aggressive at level 2, straight in onto Kuro as the slow will land in from the W. He will regenerate relatively good amounts of health between the Q and the Doran shield that he started with, but Kira already playing up and Peanut getting forced out of his jungle is very unusual for the Rox Tigers.
Peanut right now, he's going to be on top of that ward, so Anax is completely aware of where Peanut will be for about the next minute or so, as his path is going to be relatively predictable. So nothing really going to happen in top or mid lane. And so we're just going to be farming for both sides right now.
Yeah, if you are obviously playing yourself in solo queue and everything, always just look for this jungle information. Kira does take some damage. He's going to be fine, but if you get a ward, you know, in the enemy jungle on a camp and you spot the enemy jungler, very often you kind of picture where he's going in your head and you can figure out in 1 minute he's probably on bottom side. Same thing is going to happen here. Kuro's probably just going to go up, and grab a blue buff unless they want to start invading and try and punish Seos for having that aggressive invade that didn't work, because now he's actually on his own red buff and Peanut is coming.
Peanut going to look for this here, not going to be able to steal the buff, but can he get a kill? Perhaps Peanut walks over the trap, Ward hops in, looks for the Q, does not land it, but every lane pushing for Rox and Peanut invading. This is Rox Tigers 101.
I really like the small mind games between the junglers. You know, one guy invades first, then the second one invades. If Peanut against Steos. Steos had put a trap in the bush. So he actually saw Peanut show up. He didn't have to suddenly flash away if he saw random Q flying out of the bush. It's a good little placement on the trap, making sure that he doesn't have to blow a flash.
Yeah, and Peanut's going to continue to basically farm out his jungle, and for the most part, this is going to enable Rox's top and mid lane to just go a little bit more aggressive. However, Kuro is going to get the blue buff, and so even though he expended a lot of his mana early on trying to pressure Kira out of the lane, now he's going to come back in, and all his mana is going to go back up, and he's going to try to shove him back.
Yeah, exactly, and the thing about this matchup, we actually talked about this off-air, LS, how Vladimir, he doesn't win this lane. Yeah, he's considered like one of the counter picks to Syndra by a lot of pro players, but he doesn't destroy the lane. He often gets pushed into his tower, but he tries to just even farm. Problems for Vladimir is when Syndra gets blue buff, and when she gets her lost chapter. So she has enough mana to just keep playing aggro.
Aggression here though. Oh, Q is going to miss, but who's going to get it? Peanut smites it away. Going to spot the wall, but Steos actually goes in aggressive. Huge damage from the Nidalee. And starting to bully around a bit. This is what Peanut's Nidalee is known for, but take that pick away and Peanut's feeling the pressure. Smurf feeling the same though in top as here we go mid. All of a sudden the action Q's getting in. Steos Nina, that's first blood for ANX.
And that is so big for ANX right now. Blue buff reset on Steos. He's going to be able to sustain so long right now, and that is not what Rox Tigers wanted to have happen, because now Peanut is going to be pretty far behind. He can't do anything in mid. Smeb is going to be recalling soon, and bot lane's going to be looking for recalls as well. So what is Peanut to do?
Right now, all he can do is basically farm to level 6 and then maybe try a gank in one of the side lanes where you have very strong lanes. We've seen Smeb win top side. We see Rox Tigers win bottom. So Kuro stayed really far up in the lane despite seeing Steos behind him contesting for the Raptors.
Definitely angled wrong there. I think he could have gone into the river had he been positioning better, and he could have just ran out. But unfortunately, NX with a really nice opportunity, and they punish him for it.
We'll see if Peanut can answer here in the bottom side of the map. He is fishing for something here in the bottom side of the map.
And just remember, Gorilla goes in, and then you put a trap underneath the target. He knocks up into there. That's the crit. That's the trap.
Trap in there for Licorice. Good flash out of the way, though. Puts the Bastion up to protect him, and now they're going to turn it around. Peanut, though, snipes Licorice with a Q, but has to dash out. Exhaust was burnt there by Licorice.
Yeah, and it's important to note that Rox does not benefit from...
Oh my god, goes in again, good stun, but Kuro's going to get reset on. Dive perhaps incoming, Kira puts out the Hemoblade, Kuro's dead again! Hemoblade goes off, and that's enough for the kill.
No summoner spells in the mid lane, and Kuro is under so much pressure. Very, very aggressive gank from Peanut, showing himself in the bottom lane. He got a lot of summoners, but his mid laner died again.
Yeah, and these are the type of ganks that Rox can't benefit from. And we're just taking a quick look at this replay again. And Kuro, again, no summoners. Kira hits level 6. Slow comes out there, and they're just able to pick up the kill. And this is so bad. Syndra is not a champion you want to fall behind with, because now Vladimir's going to get magic resistance, and Kuro's kill potential is just going to be gone.
Exactly, and that's the thing about the Vladimir into Syndra is Vladimir will outscale the Syndra. He will hit a point in the late game where he's just unkillable for the Syndra here, and then it's all about the AD carry taking him down, because Smeb, he's going to sit in the side lane for most of this game and try and be a split pusher. But if his mid lane loses and you lose that early mid tower, it becomes very difficult to play aggressive in side lanes.
Well, good news right now is that 2 lanes for Rox are looking good. Smeb, with a teammate finished early, is up about 10 CS or so, and Prey's also up a bit on a Miracle on the bottom side, although the crit's been playing very well to keep Peanut mostly out of that situation. So Kira's the one feeling the pressure right now. A summonerless Syndra is very vulnerable, and Kira's just playing so in his face right now.
And right now it looks like Steos is going in for some counter jungling, and everything's probably going to reset right now. Licorice does want to get some vision down, but hold on.
Flashing onto Gorilla, does get the pole in. Head by there, Peanut going to look for the wraparound with the kick as well, but a great double stun might save him. Ward hops in, Licorice keeping himself alive for so long, but Kuro with the stun gets himself a much needed kill.
Yeah, and that's what some of the openings we see teams do against the top Korean teams very often, where they actually give them almost a free kill. Your Taric had no summoner spells, and your jungler had just recalled together with your AD carry. Why do you walk up river to try and put down a ward? It really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and the instant it got punished, Gorilla had to use Flash, but right now if you're the Rocks Tigers, you're just trying to stop the bleeding.
Right. And right now, what we're doing is we're seeing Gorilla roam because Caitlyn has such an advantage in bottom lane, and they know that NX doesn't really have summoners down there. So Prey is able to just maintain that lane, keep farming, and stay at a safe distance because it's unlikely that Steos is going to be able to make anything happen down there. So Gorilla's trying to reduce the damage that's been done in mid lane. He's trying to apply pressure up there in top lane and just trying to crawl.
Whoops, that's adorable, amazing play after the Poppy ulti, but Steos trying to close the gap, can't quite get there. Smeb ultis and gets away.
Looked very cool, but Smeb, he's pretty chill up there. He knows, nah, I'm not gonna die to this. Didn't even have to flash away. And if you're Kuro now, you have to do something we talk about from time to time, which is you need to be able to lose your lane gracefully. You need to be able to accept that you won't kill this Vladimir 1v1. You're not going to be the big hero in this game. If you can just keep the minion wave, at least in the middle, and try and follow the Vladimir if he wants to roam, you're at least adding some value for your team because you have a winning top lane and a winning bot lane already.
Yeah, and I definitely like the fact that he's already invested into the tier 2 boots. That means that he will be able to outpace Kira to any sort of a fight in River or a roam or anything, and that'll be his way to recover because he doesn't want to stay in this lane anymore.
Steos, the big man on campus for ANX. Huge gank in the top lane with the Runic Echoes. Almost cost Smeb his life, but only his ulti. Gonna sneak in the back here for an Ocean Drake though. And level 8 Nidalee at this point, this is easy as it gets as far as jungling goes. And this is a nice little objective lead for Albusnox Luna.
I feel like we see this so often with Nidalee players on blue side now, sneaking over that little wall, because so rarely do you have a ward just outside the Dragon Pit. And if you just have the Rift Scuttler, it actually doesn't give you vision inside the Dragon Pit either, granting a very free objective for Albusnox. That's really been one of the key strategies for them. Sneaking dragons, sneaking barons. They've had really good macro and actually really good understanding of how to get something extra.
Yeah, this tournament I've actually been really, really impressed with Albusnox Luna. I think that, you know, a lot of people just saw them as very cheesy early on with some of the picks, but they've shown that, you know, even in this game alone, they're doing stuff pretty standard and they're just punishing Rocks so far. And as the game moves forward, they do have the luxury that they will scale pretty well.
I like the attempt, but not quite there on the stun. Miracle and Lecrit starting to play a bit more aggressively, and Miracle still behind in CS, and Smeb is actually growing his lead quite significantly, but we've seen the teamwork in the mid-game for Albusnox Luna. The fans on Twitter certainly like it, and Prey's going to get himself stunned. Miracle now going to move back in. Gorilla here for defense, going to pulverize him out. Miracle will flash out of the way, and Prey going to live with his flash, but not his heal. Had to burn up there to survive.
Oh, interesting. A Miracle actually flashed so quickly. He maybe thought Peanut was already here, but this gives an opening now for the Rocks Tigers jungler. There is flash on the Lee Sin. Look for the kick flash against a target like the Lucian if dash is being used.
Licrit does have ultimate though, so from that angle, it's pretty hard to actually get a kill. So I think he was just there, but hold that as Kuro.
Gonna get himself ulti. No, just the Hemo play out from Kira, and the TP from Smeb is gonna dissuade them, charging up the Heli Poppy. Smurf, who's he gonna kick out of the way? Smeb cancels that TP, and Smurf doesn't need to burn the Keeper's Verdict. But Rocks making sure they defend Kuro, they can still feel pressure in that lane. And Syndra once again has no summoners in the mid lane.
Life really sucks for Kuro because he uses all the summoners, he dies the first time. This time, yes, he stayed alive, but also around him, if you look at just the minimap, there's one pink ward to protect him. Before this, there was absolutely nothing. There was no vision around him. So he just got roamed on, he got ganked multiple times. And this man on your screen, PvP Stayhost, he's been such a good jungler this tournament. He's actually the jungler who deals the most damage in the early game, and he's the most active in the early game when it comes to forcing fights and kills. Peanut is trying to make something happen top, and it's what we talked about earlier, LS. Peanut with the ulti, trying to snowball some of the side lanes.
Yeah, and they're trying to make something happen. Gorilla's here too. So this could actually get a little ugly.
This is weird.
For Annex.
Think there was a problem. Gorilla flashes and misses as Stayhouse will flash himself out of the way. Kuro's here as well. We have a top lane party about to start, and Smurf, you are not very safe. They are going to collapse, going to look for a pillar there from Smurf. Is good. Flash from Smurf gets him up, but now Kira going to try and turn it back around. No ulti here could be a problem, but Rocks, 4-man strong, have to get out of the way as 3 men from ANX move to defend this top outer.
Yeah, and this does not benefit Raw. It's the same thing that was happening early on. They keep trying to make things happen, and Annex keeps resisting it over and over. And if this keeps going on, then eventually the defensive items from Annex is just going to stockpile, and come mid-game, it's going to get pretty ugly for a Lee Sin and a Syndra.
And we start seeing some mechanical misplays we don't often see from a support like Gorilla. If you want to headbutt the target and then Q flash after him, you need to do it while he's still flying in the air, so he doesn't have time to flash himself when he actually lands after the headbutt. that would have been an easy kill on PvP Steos up in the top lane. But he actually gave him time to flash out, stay alive, and then Rocks were chasing. Nothing comes from it. But they are active, and that's the thing again we need to remind everyone. Yes, the mid lane lost from the Rocks Tigers, but the side lanes are doing perfectly fine right now.
Pressure again though, as Peanut's gonna look for a line onto the Q. Good pillar. Q's gonna miss. Peanut, how did that happen? Smeb gonna follow flash, but Steos is getting out of that.
Oh no, Smeb.
Gonna get collapsed on now as well. Smeb gonna chase him down. Kira's here, ties a block with a slow. Smeb goes down! And Peanut misplays. That almost never happens, and now he's just forced to run.
Just another mechanical mistake, honestly, from the Rocks Tigers, and they're getting punished for it. Red buff, well, Peanut.
Oh, that's gross. He smites it away, but the kick's in for Peanut. Steos too far. This time, Peanut gonna chase him. Autos him down after the ward-up, but here's a dive mid. Liquid's there with the ulti, and Kuro goes down. That was amazing from the Taric, and they might get away with it as well. Gorilla gonna try and chase it down. Peanut snipes this time. Liquid heals himself, but it's not enough. And Peanut's starting to make plays after that little blunder.
Yeah, and Peanut bounces back.
Not done.
Mistakes, but Gorilla.
Very nice from Gorilla. Kira looks for the dive, but doesn't find it. What a chaotic few minutes there.
That was pretty chaotic, and he did salvage the situation. We were criticizing him for some mechanical blunders, but he does bounce back with that, and this was the play that just happened on mid. We're getting a replay of it now, and Kuro getting locked up. Liquid activating that ultimate, not taking any damage, and this is just pretty cookie cutter. Gorilla tries to come in to try to salvage something. Fortunately, Peanut coming right around from red, and he's able to pick up the kill onto Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid could actually have flashed when he saw the Q from Peanut, but he decided to save it, or maybe he just didn't react in time, and then ended up flashing when it's actually too late and goes down, granting another kill over to Peanut.
I want to point out that I think it would be correct not to flash the Urwell. It's arguable not to flash because Dragon is coming up in about a minute, and that would be the second Water Drake, so maybe the value at the time was, okay, maybe we want to conserve this for the big team fight.
Yeah, I guess the thing is, don't flash when you do get hit by the Q as well, because he ended up just doing kind of the worst no matter what, because either he saves the flash and he just dies and he has it for team fight, or he flashes when the Q flies in the air and he just stays alive. You know, he actually just decided to do the worst.
Well,
get hit by the Q and then flash after.
But the difference got nothing. Happens sometimes, so that Ocean Drake has actually respawned now. ANX with the first already can maybe poke Rocks off it with a big Nidalee looking to build towards that Rylai's. Scuttle Crab, though, does belong to Rocks, and Peanut will ward the entrance this time, making sure it can't get snuck away. Blue buff going to get donated over as well. We'll see how the teams want to set up for this next objective.
And when you see some of these comps that in Europe we call them bulldozer comps, which is what Albus Nox have here, where it's like a ghost mid laner who dives the back line, it's a top laner with tons of movement speed who dives the back line. They can really do a lot of damage if they have summoners like Ghost and Flash available in these fights here, because you also have this Taric ulti to back you up. So when you see Albus team fight, they're just gonna literally charge at the backline of Rocks Tigers, pop the Taric ulti, and no one is gonna die, and they're gonna kill these squishies. So once they have summoners like they do now, Kira has his flash, Smurf has his flash, Ghost as well for the Vladimir, they're ready to fight for a dragon.
And they just picked up the first Tower Blood, and I think it was really nice how they let Steos pick it up because he had the red buff ticking, which is the true damage on turret. So he was able to raise that tower pretty quick, and Albus knocks Luna at a 3k advantage already.
Peanut trying to pressure. Does he get a kick? No, the flash is going to keep Steos out of the way. Smurf made it already as Smurf TPs his way down. Nice stun on Kira from Kuro, who is zoned out of this pit right now. ANX, they can just pop the sums and go if they want.
Yeah, it's so hard for Rocks Tigers to team fight right now unless they can catch a member out, because 5-man together, Albus is so powerful with this Taric as well, this shielding as many members as possible, and again, look for them to just dive onto someone like Kuro.
They want something here. Kira ultis onto Smeb. He's going to dive and zone the backline away. Ulti from Taric's going to keep them alive, but Gorilla caught out in the front trying to make a play. Maybe gets his way out as Liquid actually in the front side. Smeb takes him down. Peanut kicks in Smurf. And Rocks do get the pick they're looking for.
That was a really big salvage of a team fight for the Rocks Tigers, and this is what they've been doing all tournament. They fall behind, and it looks like everything's going well for the other team, but Rocks Tigers, one of the things that they are known for is their team fighting. So when it gets into these brawls, this is where they really start to excel, and even if they have a gold deficit, they know what to do when the fight breaks out.
Yeah, and they honestly just completely outplayed the enemy in that team fight. That wasn't supposed to be an easy 1-for-0, and that's it. But Albus were very split up. Kira dived in too early, just alone. Smurf wasn't even in position to follow him. Dragon is being started.
Very persistent, but Steos gonna get stunned up here. Gorilla picks him off, and Smeb gets another kill. They'll get the Drake for themselves as well, and Rocks starting to turn this game back around.
Yep, and that was a little bit weird by Steos because he had the vision of Gorilla. We're going to take a look at this replay again really quick. So they're trying to make everything happen. I actually thought they had Gorilla. Licorice casts his ultimate, and I thought Gorilla was going to go down. He headbutts Licorice into the tower. They burst Licorice, and Gorilla does manage to get out, and then Peanut, with an insect kick onto Smurf, almost picked him up too.
And simply just not enough coordination there for Albus and how to play their comp. It's kind of one member diving the backline on his own. First the Vladimir, then the Tarek falls up. The Puppy never got there because Smurf was trying to make a crazy play from the bush just outside of the fight. And that's not how you want to play this comp. We talked about it just before. Vlad, Puppy, Tarek, all three together. They are going for prey. They're going for Kuro. But you need to go together. If you go in one by one, you allow Rox to just kite back, single you out, and then actually punish you, like we saw Gorilla and the Rox Tigers do here.
And I like it from Licorice. He's really, when he teams up with Kuro, you can see how hard it is for them to kill this Vladimir. So much MR, got the Aegis to help him out as well, plus the Tarek W for extra armor. This is problematic across the board, but Rox are continuing to make plays. Do they find one? They found Licorice. Great kick in into the pulverize for the alley-oop, and see you later. Tarek, oh! The flash not enough. Nice crit from Prey.
Yep, and now it looks like they're going to rotate to try to get the top tower, but Kuro and Peanut going back to the mid lane, since Kira's pushing that, and Smeb is in the bottom lanes. Everything's starting to even out again. Baron is coming up in 14 seconds, and one of the things that we have seen Albus Nox Luna do this tournament is Baron comebacks. They've snuck Baron against so many teams, and when they began to, drop the ball, they recovered it via Baron.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how the two teams who couldn't beat Albus Nox Luna were G2 and CLG. And they were teams where you could have questions about the late game decision making, team fighting, and so on. And Albus have actually been able to outplay them and sneak some of these Barons and not get punished for some missed positions in team fights. The Rox Tigers, however, are just like that level above. So they punish you if you make a mistake in a fight in terms of the setup, in terms of who's going in where. And also, they rarely give away free objectives like a Baron out of nowhere. So Albus really have to show something more if they want to finish this game, because despite having a great start, they've been handing over quite some kills now to the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, and this is something that you don't want to do, because the Rox Tigers, if you give them an inch, they will take it a mile. And that's something that we've seen this whole tournament, and even the first game of the day, where one mistake just started that avalanche, and they weren't able to, or G2 was not able to come back.
They're just such a crisp team, and they've kind of retaking control of the game. I think ANX, the pace has slowed down. They've played very fast and loose for the first 10 to 15 minutes, but we'll see how they set up for the next big objective. Could be one of those big Barons early, like you mentioned before, but we'll see how they kind of line it all up. Only one tower. Rox do have a pretty small map to play with, so there is that consideration as well, but the game has kind of slowed down now that we've hit the 21-minute mark, and that has to favor Rox Tigers.
Definitely so. Just not in terms of pure scaling, but the fact that you just get to complete like 1 to 2 items is so huge, because if you start falling behind early, in the early item spikes, it tends to be like, oh, you didn't complete 1 full item, and they already did, so that's a big advantage, or maybe 2 items to 1.5. Now they've been able to get some items here. Prey's almost getting his eye edge as well, which is a huge spike for him, and this Trundle in the side lane, it's only going to get stronger. When you play Poppy against Trundle, you want to leave that lane as much as possible and TP into team fights, because that's where you have value as a Poppy.
And one of the things that, oh, well, hold that thought.
Prey actually getting cold here. Licorice looking for a stun. Miracle flashes in. Aggressive play, but it works out. Prey just caught farming alone.
Yeah, and probably going to get a replay of that instead. That was very surprising. They also got both of his summoner spells, so that's pretty bad, and that's another tower, and hold that.
We're at it again, because Kuro is going to get him plugged up by Kiro. He runs all the way around the turret. Going to try and get in, but Gorilla playing defense is going to not let that happen. Steos high fives his mid laner as they walk through the enemy jungle, and this just seems all standard for them at this point.
Right now, what I would like to see NX do is actually have just committed forward at top lane, because Rox was cut off. Ooh. That would have guaranteed them a top tier 2 tower.
Well, they're getting another fight.
Back in for it again. It looks like Licorice wants a big play, but doesn't really have too much. They've got the Tarek ultimate if they want to look for a dive, but Rox, again, starting to lose a little control here as ANX continue to play up and aggressive.
Yeah, definitely don't like seeing a Caitlyn being left alone in a side lane. She's one of the most useless champions sitting there trying to defend, because it's so easy to get onto her and dive her. Prey was caught before. We didn't get to see the replay because we had more fights happening, and ANX potentially threatening a dive. It is 4v4, so it's very risky, and they do decide to back away. But this, again, the position they want to be in. A lot of members together, especially Vladimir and Tarek together with the ulti on of Vladimir diving that back line.
It was kind of a race as well, as Smurf and Smeb will meet, trying to get their way up to the top lane. ANX almost took a tier 2 turret in top of that as well. So 2 turrets to 0 right now, but Rock's making it work again.
And one of the things that I don't want to see ANX do is try to take a team fight, because they have so much on-field gold right now. They have not recalled in a while. They've gotten a lot of global gold. So had they taken a fight, even though they're up in gold, they would have been down in gold in terms of on-field resources.
Well, everything kind of subsides there. Rocks look to counter push mid, but don't get it down to Peanut. Won't find Smurf in the back, and he will complete that recall safely. So gold should be spent. ANX still up 2,000 gold and 2 turrets. So there's a slim lead here for them, but it's starting to shrink in effective value as we get later into the game.
Yeah, glad to see though they kind of relaxed a little bit after opting into a lot of crazy fights earlier, because here they got that top tower. They pushed for another one, but realized Rox is here to defend. They backed away. They just walked into mid lane, stopped the push, and kind of reset the whole thing. I assume he dashes forward with the stun. Yes, he does. Straight on to Prey. He doesn't react in time. And then it is too late. Once you get stunned and chunked to 50%, Lucian will never let you escape.
One of the interesting things about this build from Lucian, the Yumu Black Cleaver build, is that it's likely that the only person that's going to build armor early on is Smeb, so Lucian is hitting like a truck in this mid-game.
Especially against those squishies. Rocks in the meantime. Sorry, ANX can't see my players do take another trick for themselves to get the Cloud. Rocks, of course, has the equalizing Ocean, but objective control on that bottom half still going their way.
Yeah, and this is such a problem now for the Rox Tigers, because Smeb is not strong enough to just dominate the 1v1 on top side. It goes fairly even. Poppy just tries to wave clear, and that gives so much time for the 4 members of ANX now with his Lucian on 2 items, the Vladimir on 2 items, to actually play aggressive on the rest of the map. Smeb is even going to interrupt Smeb here to send him a lovely little message, and Smeb replies by taking his pink ward, so... Not really sure who wins out in that one.
No
Pink
one.
for recall stuff.
This is like, my jungler's here, I bet you. And no one's buff gets called, and that's fine. Pushing though from the mid lane is Peanut looking for a big old flank. Oh, Q goes wide. But Rox do defend the mid outer.
This last mid tower, though, is kind of the last defense for Rox at the moment when it comes to defending for a potential Baron. Because if that tower goes down and ANX pushes them back to tier 2 towers, that's a topside jungle gone, and that's Baron vision gone. And then suddenly, this bulldozer comp will start a Baron and force you to come teamfight them.
Yeah, and one of the issues, though, that ANX's comp has going for them right now is they don't really have a lot of wave clear, so they're heavily reliant on ultimates and summoners to penetrate towers.
Flash order from Smurf slows down Smurf. Good ulti. No, he gets kicked out of the way. How did that work? Is Prey gonna still chase him down? Trap laid everyone. Oh my god, he runs the line. And Prey's got red buff, but Steos is here. They're gonna turn it around. Prey almost gets shot. But Kira flashes in. ANX just turned it on its head, and Peanut slammed into the wall. ANX turn it up for the double.
This is insane! They're actually beating the Rox Tigers right now. 3 members chased for Smurf, but the traps came down late. 2 guys get knocked away. Baron is being started now.
They might actually be able to get this. I don't think that the Rox Tigers are in position to deny, and it doesn't even look like they're going to try to do it. So Rock's going to fall back, concede their turrets, and try to pick this up in the later stages of the game. But ANX doing the unthinkable, and they're looking like they're looking poised to win this game.
Their composition is so good to win these late game team fights. We talked so much about it already. Let's see the replay. 3 members diving in, and Smurf thing just gets the hit onto 2 guys. Prey tries to finish it. The traps come down one by one. Too late with the last one. And then, well, Albus Nux is here. And now Prey and Peanut are kind of left alone. Nice little ward up there.
Prey, lots of mechanical mistakes from Prey this game on this Caitlyn. And it's really starting to hurt as the game draws on.
And as we saw, unfortunately, one of the people that died was Peanut, which means that the Baron steal that saved him against G2 was not available either. Albus Nux, Luna, poised for maybe the biggest upset of the tournament, although given their form, I'm not sure I can call it that. 5,000 gold up with a Baron.
Yeah.
Rox batten down the hatches, the storm's here.
With Albus, we just have to look at the entire run in this group stage and call that one of the absolute biggest upsets we've ever seen. They came in here, no one expected anything from them.
I mean, Kira's caught, I say that in air quotes, actually taking damage now, but pulls out of the way. Mid-turret force, Licrit pops the ultimate as Gorilla's forced away. Smurf gonna TP into that mid lane, and this might be a force. I've seen this before, but they actually show some restraint. They've got the objective already, they've got the Baron. Slow play it, just play with your lead. There is no need to get too crazy in this game, because they're already so far ahead.
Yeah, and now Rox Tiger's gonna try to turtle this out. Fortunately for them, a Cloud Drake is the next one spawning, so it's not an Infernal or a Mountain, which honestly, that would be pretty bad because they're not in position to take it. And a siege happening here on tier 2. No ultimate though on Lucian.
Puppy! Burst in, he finds Prey. That's a flash out instantly. Licrit flashes forward, looking for the stun. Doesn't get it. Turret is going to fall in amongst the mess, but Licrit's going to go down as well. Prey snipes one up, but smokes into the wall. That's a kill 1-for-1. ANX going to take one more down.
In the end, they get a 1-for-1. A bit of a sloppy engage from Albus Nox Luna here. Didn't actually manage to get any CC on Prey, even though he was the target when they dove. But again, this composition, when you have things like Vladimir, Poppy, Tarek, like these kind of champions, big bruisers, they can just ignore your tower. They can just go for the backline instantly. And that's what they're trying to do. So they go for Prey. Sadly, don't get any CC on him.
Yeah, they don't get any CC. Lictra ends up going down. Now, they do get the tower, so even though they trade 1-for-1, they do get an objective. So it's still a win for them. Smeb goes down right at the end there.
Good stun in. Ulti from Kura is enough here. Q missed again. Peanut!
He thought actually he was going to flash. He thought he was going to flash instantly, and he would try to predict the flash. Sadly for him, Steos...
He guessed wrong, unfortunately, I guess.
Wasn't ready to flash instantly, and he stays alive. And that really tells the story of this game for the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, they're really desperate right now. They use summoners to try to make that happen, and it didn't. And so now, Dragon coming up in 50 seconds. Rox Tigers probably going to concede this, and we're going to see a very big turtle game come out from them because they need to claw their way back into this game. But Annex is in the driver's seat right now.
Exactly, and again, Annex will just pick up another Dragon if they want to. They can wait for another Baron to spawn as well. They have enough time, but they can also just go aggressive against the Rox Tigers in their own base. When you have all summoners, especially the Ghost from Kira is important. Pop the Ghost, the Proto Belt, and a Tarek ulti. And that Vladimir will take out your carries.
Well, you can see 3-lane starting to push now for ANX. Baron has dropped off, so pressure's not as hot as it was before, but they can just rotate around, look for very easy turret dives with the Tarek Vladimir, and the Poppy of Smurf joins down as well. TP not up just yet, but setting up for another siege here.
And remember, if Albus Nox Luna... Oh, never mind,
That
Peanut.
was hilarious. Peanut travels all the way over, but just to get him out of the jungle.
But if Albus Nox Luna wins this game, they're guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinal because they're also their 2-0 record versus CLG. Even if they tie them, it won't matter. They will be in the quarterfinal. It is so huge for this team. And again, as we talked about earlier, such a big surprise. It's not about winning 1 or 2 games anymore. It's about getting out of this group against teams like G2, Rox Tigers, and CLG.
Yeah, and this is going to be their ticket to do it, but it looks like they will need probably another Baron if they want to be able to finish off this game. And honestly, the gold deficit, it is 7K. It's not like the Tigers haven't come back from worse before. So while Annex is in, the driver's seat and they're in position to take this down, the Tigers are still fighting.
Definitely so. Just a much weaker comp for the Tigers to actually get back in these fights. There's no big cannon ulti gonna happen from a Trundle. It's not even close. You have a mid laner who's behind, and Syndra, once we get to late game against things like Tarek and his insane ulti, obviously in team fights, won't be able to one-shot a target. So it's really difficult for the Rox Tigers to actually now get back in this. I'm basically looking at Prey being the big hero.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to see is I want to see Stayhost get that Zhonya's, and I want to see Smurf go for Guardian Angel, because with those 2 items, the towers just won't exist, and they're able to take that dive, or that bulldoze, as you mentioned, just 1 step further, and that's something that Rox currently does not have the ability to handle.
And where's the Ownbreaker? Go there, just finish the game straight away.
I don't need it, I don't know. I think if they bought it, they'd be like, what do I click on? There's nothing here to use it
No one
on.
actually knows that item. Does it even exist anymore?
Oh, yeah, it does. Steos going to try and steal this blue. Kuro says no. That is my blue. Peanut going to smite it down, and that should go over to the intended recipient. Kuro does collect the buff for himself. So cute. Rock's going to defend what they can if they're in jungle, but ANX still looking to push it down. Baron in a minute. Elder Dragon will be the next spawn as well. The game's not over yet. ANX do need to do a little more work to break into the base, but they'll have all the tools to do so as the map reopens for those big objectives.
Back, get 5 pink wards, 80 carry, sell your Doran's Blade, get a pink ward yourself, set it up around that Baron, preferably also one in the jungle of the Rox Tigers, and then you can start the Baron, you can see them move towards you, and you have these summoners, you have the TP flank to take that big team fight where Rox Tigers will be out of position.
Yep, and Baron coming up here in 30 seconds, and it's going to be a fight. It's going to come down to vision fights around Rox's red side jungle, and a lot of pressure is on Peanut right now. He's also down a level, which does affect his smite, but this Baron, this is it. This is do or die, because if Annex loses this is not just losing the Baron, it's losing towers, it's losing shutdown gold. That gold gap is just going to be completely gone.
Yeah, because Rox Tigers, they didn't kill a single tower yet. In this game here, they're so far behind in terms of map pressure. But that does, of course, mean you can get a crazy good Baron power play, as Ellis just highlighted, with a lot of early towers.
Oh, Kira flashes out, Protobout's spawn, finds the two carries with Hemo play, Gorilla locked up again, Peanut trying to find a way in, but the ulti from Tarek says no, and the flashing from Luca's gonna get the stun. Steos gets one as Kuro goes down, Gorilla lowers Peanut's forced to get out of their prey, doing good damage here on the backline. ANX can't get too antsy here, but Gorilla goes back in, finds the pole and flashes out because he's got no ulti, but Smurf rides his way in, going absolutely nuts, finds a few as prey, forced to get out, but Miracle flashes in now, and ANX bulldoze down mid lane.
We rush towards the back line, led by Kira again. He's the man charging first. That's an inhib, and they're going straight towards the Baron.
They're going straight to the Baron pit, and this might come down to a smite fight. Steho's 2-level smite advantage over Peanut. That is so big at this level of play. And also, Rox Tigers, they're going to be the ones having to face check everything here.
Got pretty much no vision by the looks of things and actually not doing it. So again, another bit of restraint showed there.
Yeah, and they don't want to do it. This is the only way Rox can come back in the game, is if Annex messes up here and if they get a Hail Mary Baron. All you have to do, reset, buy new items, and then just fix your lanes, and then Rox Tigers are going to be the one under pressure, and mid is exposed.
Yeah, if you want to play it super safe, wait for your summoners on this Vlad, because this is why he needs Ghost and Flash. When he does dive in, he looks at both the Caitlyn and Syndra, and he just goes straight for him. He's not really at risk of dying at any point, because once he finally takes damage, Terragold just follows up. Great flash in from Licrid, and then Seos can follow up and actually kill Koro. And really, really good setup from Albus Nox. And there's just so little this composition from the Rox Tigers can do against these big bruisers diving that back line. That's why you cannot fall behind against things like Vladimir Tarek. You're supposed to beat them in the early game, not fall further behind.
Here's the pressure starting off. ANX have just gone for the Baron Rock. Get all the wards in there. Peanut might have to find another smite. ANX gonna force their hand. Peanut queues in. Has tagged him, but Smurf ready with the Keeper's Verdict. Kira and Licrid are 2v2ing on the other side. And Peanut, he's got no flash. He can't get in. Goes in for it again.
No, Kuro got it.
To Kuro. And Rocks, they keep the dream alive.
Kuro with the Hail Mary on the Baron. That is going to keep them in this game. That is not what Annex wanted to happen. It came down to one spell just now. Had they gotten that Baron, you know they would just bulldoze right up mid lane, and Rox wouldn't be able to stop it.
And again, that's where you got to question. Taking the Baron in the first place, was it really needed? Go get that bot lane tier 2 tower instead. Heck, you can even dive once you have your summoners on your Vladimir without a Baron buff. That Baron buff is not going to buff you enough as an individual player to really make a big difference when you're this far ahead. Let's see what happens, and with this smite as well from the Nidalee. So everyone is busy on the bottom side. Peanut actually flashed a Poppy ulti up here on top. And where is the smite from Steos?
And here, I mean, Lee Sin trying to go for the Q, Peanut trying to get in there, but it's actually Kuro who gets it, which is so surprising. That means both junglers actually botched the Baron smite. And now the game is going to reset. But as you mentioned, Deficio, they should have executed a 1-0-4. Pulled them away from the Baron side of the map. Elder Dragon's coming up. It's so difficult for Rox to gain control of the blue side jungle and raise that tier 2 bottom turret.
Yeah, exactly. Baron buff really doesn't add a lot of value for the champions. Yes, it buffs up the minions, but you're not sieging. You're fighting them under that tower.
Well, we'll see what Rox can do with it here, because they've had some big Baron power plays, both domestically and maybe in the tournament as well.
Hey, first tower.
Turret, first one, it's a good one. Mid outer goes down, Rox clawing their way back into another game with yet one more Baron steal.
Buys a bit of time, honestly, for the Rox Tigers. Get whatever gold they can. Still not looking for any big fights. If they can catch out one member who split up from Albus Nox, they can take him down and they can get a 4v5. Straight on 5 versus 5, it's really, really difficult to do a whole lot. They look towards Eldrick, or maybe just want to fix that bottom lane. Big wave. Everyone is alive though.
Now, there is a 6K gold deficit, but if we're looking at the items alone right now, yes, NX has an advantage, but it's not as big as it once was. And so the team fights are going to be a lot closer now than they were previously. And with Elder Dragon being the focus, yes, NX has almost all of their summoners up. You see a Miracle just waiting on his flash. Peanut not having his flash is actually, I think, a lot more valuable, considering he needs to get that insec off in order to win his team the team fight.
Well, they're going towards the Elder Dragon now. They're going to just clear out the vision. There is a ward right on top of the pit for Rox, so ANX with no sweepers right in the area or available. Aren't going to go for it just yet. Mid and Hib should respawn relatively soon as well, so Rox have kind of brought the game once again back to a calm situation. We had this again about 22 minutes in where Rox slowed some of the bleeding and controlled the game again, and ANX broke it wide open, so if that happens again, the game will probably end on the spot at this stage.
I just feel like we see some teams in their mind, they're like, oh, we need Baron to finish the game, or we need Elder Drake to finish the game, when in fact you don't always need these objectives. If you are just winning every team fight and you have ways to avoid damage from turrets, you don't care. So now they're starting another Elder Drake that actually gives Rox Tigers a chance to move in. They see all members from ANX on the map. They can either steal the dragon or actually get a good fight, where flank is suddenly difficult for Smurf. He can't TP anywhere, he can't TP flank, he's right in front of the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, and this is really bad because if NX backs off here, it enables Rox Tigers to actually go mid lane with the incoming minion wave, and they can actually raise a tower again. So there's a bit of a fort going on right now where NX can't start this Elder Drake, and now we're going to see this rotation. And this is a standard mistake that a lot of top teams make, and I'm wondering if the nerves are starting to get to NX.
I have to think that maybe they are, because it is a difficult situation. Kira flashing, looking for a carry again.
That was huge, because he just lost 2 summoners, and he achieved absolutely nothing. This team is over-forcing right now. They're overthinking everything. Could have been so simple, and now you have this weird situation in the mid lane with both teams kind of looking for an opening, not finding anything.
But now Rock's the one with the summoner spell advantage, and this is the position that they want. They want to bring it down to a team fight. This is what they're adept at. You know, there's a lot of options that ANX has available to them, but they didn't take it, and now they're funneling into the, we have to win this team fight. We've got to get Elder Dragon. We just got to take them out in a team fight and blitz up mid.
Yeah.
And it's not like anything that they were showing us for the first half of this game, and it's a little bit weird. And the flash and the summoner spell usage on Akira and the Proto Belt, really uncharacteristic from his play so far.
Feels a little desperate, I think is the best way to put it, because they had the game right there, ready to take over, but Rox, as they always do, going to delay it for as long as they can, and they're just running ANX in circles, honestly, around Summoner's Rift at this stage. Mid's still wide open, but Rox going to kite back towards the Elder Dragon, threatening to take it away. ANX, they need something here, but Rox will just keep playing around if they can afford to.
Setting up here with the traps, trying to block some choke points.
Oh no.
On top, Smurf got stunned.
Good stun there, actually going to stop some of it, but a pinch is coming in from the Nidalee here. Spear's starting to get thrown in. If they hit the squishies, they do significant damage, and this might be the track ANX needs to retake mid. Oh my god, they found Peanut, but he's actually relatively tanky. Gorilla's going to go back over. He misses that pole, and we're going to reset once again.
Everything is so split on the map, like 5 ANX members. It is either in the mid lane, in the jungle, in the bottom lane. There's a big wave pushing top, and there's an open in here. But no one is able to properly engage a fight here.
Oh.
That was an hourglass.
There's the Taric ulti, they have to use it. Gorilla actually going to get chunked down, but he pops his ultimate now. Kira is still bottom lane. He actually got the tier 2 turret we thought they would get before, and he's starting to apply a lot more pressure. This is decent from ANX. They've reset well to try and retake this mid inhibitor and maybe get more.
Yeah, they have out-rotated Rox here, and now they're looking to make something happen up in top, and I don't think anything's going to happen here, but Baron, though, coming up in 40 seconds, so now there's going to be choices for both teams. And these teams, for the last 5 minutes or so, have looked very indecisive.
Exactly. The Rox Tigers, they know they can't take an open team fight and realistically win it until maybe they hit 4 items. But they might not have enough time. Gorilla tries to go in. He has no ulti, remember? Used it before.
It's actually very squishy. There's a spear here. Takes a decent chunk of his health down, and now 2 valves open in the Rox Tigers base. That pressure is just starting to mount. Smeb, huge with that GA at level 18. Like, Rox can maybe find something if they get the right fight, but ANX, they are so close to taking this game, but it is not done yet.
Nope, and it looks like they're backing off. They don't want to throw, because if they botched a team fight right there, that would have meant that Rox Tigers gets Baron, and they probably get a few towers, and they get Elder Dragon. So not wanting to take that risk, they reset and they say, hey, we can take another position. We just out-rotated them once, we can do it again.
Flash almost ready for Kira, won't have Ghost for a potential fight. But really the fact that Smurf has not been able to actually have any sort of TP pressure in these late game fights has made it very hard for ANX to force a proper team fight. It's kind of like we saw earlier where it's one guy running in first, and then when he runs back, another guy runs in. Instead of coordinating the TP coming from the Poppy or the flank when he's pushed the side lane and moves in, when he charges towards the back line, well then Kira flashes forward and you have two guys at least collapsing at once, making it much easier to lock down a target like K2.
And this is just not the pace that ANX want to be playing at. They had such a good start to the game once again, and we have to talk about the Rocks Tigers early game a bit because it did seem a little shaky once more, but as they almost always do, they brought the game back, and this is now within touching distance, or maybe even better than that for the Tigers. They've got like a lot of different things to kind of juggle here. They're spinning a lot of plates on top of some sticks, but if none of them fall...
There's so many nice things on this map they want, like give me Baron, give me Elder Drake, I want that inhib as well. In fact, all you actually need to care about is just get that big team fight, even in the base of the Rocks Tigers. That's actually what you're looking for, because that's your best way to win the game, not by trying to get every objective on the map.
And one thing that's important to note is that ANX is done with their items. They're all at 6 items with the exception of Licrit. So even though they keep getting gold, it doesn't matter anymore, you know, except for elixirs. So Rocks Tigers now, every amount of gold that they get matters that much more because it means that they're going to be able to bring it to a 6-item versus 6-item team fight.
There's only one pink ward for Albus Nox Luna now. It's in the inventory of the support, but that pink ward needs to be in the Baron pit if you want to make any sort of plays around it. Right now, it's not.
Yeah, Rocks have plenty of vision in the back there as Kira is soloing. Smurf's going to join him, but he doesn't have that much DPS, and Smurf's just going to breeze by it. Kira still going, but he took too much damage there.
That was a little unnecessary. Is he still trying to do it?
Yeah, he's actually juggling the aggro. And we talked about surprising plays from ANX. This is one of them.
Oh my, and Rocks doesn't have any idea. This is going to be Elder Dragon.
Oh my god. Oh, they found out! Rocks, they have to make it down ASAP, but it's too late. Stale spears it. And ANX steal another massive objective. This time it's the biggest one.
They are the kings of cheese, Demetrio.
They're so good at sneaking objectives. Rocks were like, totally, the Baron's gonna be the focus, you know, just keep defending around Baron, we're fine. And then Elder Drake. There was actually a ward from the Rocks Tigers. They knew the Drake was being started.
I think it was
But it came too late. It came when Elder Dragon was at 2,000.
I think it is. We'll have to double check that, but ANX now with the pressure. You talk about the fight they're looking for. Very well empowered the fight, and Kira's just in here. Smeb with a decent amount of damage as Kira's forced to pull away. Gorilla can't find it as the flash will be burnt. Smurf kicks one out. It's Gorilla who's going to get moved out of the way, but Rock's still fighting. Smeb looking to bite onto Stayhos, does not get it, and the mid-hip's already down. Pressure point 1 starting to get pushed here by ANX.
Yeah, and it was definitely a blue trinket as you highlighted earlier, so they didn't actually have full vision of anything when it happened, and now this base is open. ANX now looking at that Baron again.
Yep. And can they close? That's going to be the question. Now, Elder Dragon might actually run out unless they just elect to burst it down here. Looks like there's about 30 seconds left on it.
I mean, they're just going to go for it. It's basically a bait to fight us here, Rocks.
Yes, Peanut.
It might even be worth fighting over, but ANX, they're going to try and take it here. Can they get the fight? Kira gets bursted down. Kuro manages to take him out, but now it's a 4v5. Kuro getting jumped on, almost gets solid as Peanut slammed into a wall, and the GA is going to get popped. Big ulti from Tag to keep him alive, but Prey gets exhausted and still does so much damage. Smeb going to try and clean house, and Miracle needs to kite for his life. Smurf going to get caught up there, and Rocks turn it around for a 4-1 team fight. Smurf, that GA is down. He will get popped by Baron spikes. And they're just going to chase him down again. Smurf, can he take one down? No, he can't as he gets ulted. Eat out there by Syndra, and that's another kill. Miracle the only one to get away.
Kira had no pool. He had already used it on the engage from Gorilla, and then finally Kuro got in a position to actually take him down together with the rest of Rocks Tigers. So that's a one-team fight in the late game because Albus, again, were so split up. That's a Baron. Does help the Rocks Tigers at least prevent it going over to Albus Nox so they can't buff up the super minions. Kira has no pool right now.
Kira has no pull. He was too far forward, and Kuro lands the stun, and they delete him from the team fight. From here, they turn the 5v4. They almost get Kuro, but it was not enough. And then Prey's positioning in his team fighting was phenomenal. The ultimate came out from Licorice. It was not enough. Peanut resurrects from Guardian Angel. finds damage onto Annex, and they drop the fight. And this is what I was talking about the Rox Tigers. This is what they do. They team fight their way back into the match, and the next team fight, Annex is down an item because the Guardian Angel from Poppy is gone.
Same one for Pina, though, had his popped as well in that last fight. Smeb still has his GA at the moment as the only member. It's his award, he's also doing one.
He's carrying the banner.
There you go, you have the GA, go in and die twice, basically. But this again actually just allows Rox to kind of delay the game a little bit. They're not really able to use the Baron specifically to go rush into the enemy base. They just prevent the other team from taking it and buffing multiple lanes of super minions. But we can go back to something we talked about 20 minutes ago. That Baron is still not needed to win late game team fights if you are Albus Nox Luna. They can still actually play aggressive. All they need is summoners.
Well, you're going to try and push down the last remaining lane. Inhibitors still pushing super minions forward here for ANX in top and mid. So that one fight they're looking for, they can maybe take here. But Rox have already shown that goal difference you see on your screen. Start ignoring it because everyone is built up full. It's just about the execution, how they play the team fights. And ANX, yes, they've shown good aggression, but Rox's team fighting is immaculate. And Prey, we saw him in the last fight doing work. He's got 6 real items now as Caitlyn.
Yeah, and Caitlyn just picked up the Phantom Dancer. Prey is going to be so slippery in these team fights. So if ANX doesn't have their flash up on Smurf, doesn't have it up on Steos, they don't have a reliable way to get onto him if Kira gets knocked away by Gorilla.
Tense moment. 2 lanes of super minions, 1 lane with an inhib turret. That's all Rox Tigers have right now to defend. Tons of traps being put up, making it very hard to siege on it, also with low range champions like Lucian. Realistically, what you want is the big team fight. Rox Tigers, as long as they're dodging some of the poke, can keep trying to wave clear.
Prey, I think he's the real target. He has to be so careful not to get mispositioned. Smurf and Smeb dueling it out in the top lane. It'll just be a bit of teleport pressure, but not too much from this point. And that one crit onto a Taric who's pretty tanky. Eats a third of his health bar or so.
And ANX, oh no!
Smurf caught here, Kira with the damage. Gorilla gonna follow in, and that's gonna be a kill. 5v4 now for Rox as Kira gonna have to Protober out to safety. Does heal a lot here. Pina looking to re-engage, but he's just a little too hard to kill.
Bot lane tower taking a lot of damage. Actually goes down here. Last inhib turret is now gone. Rox Tigers did pick up a kill. Will reset everything one more time.
Yep, but that is more beneficial for ANX. The objective for a kill, not worth it in the end. It's not like they got any summoners or anything. Well, they did get the ghost out of Kira. But other than that, it's not beneficial enough. But the Elder Dragon, gonna come up again. Baron, gonna come up again. It's gonna be the same song and a dance. And Rox Tigers, they're looking like, as the game progresses on, that their team fighting is more on point.
And that's exactly what we expect from a team like the Rox Tigers. They have shown that in Korea they could dominate early to mid and really make things happen. At Worlds, early game's been a lot shakier, and ANX have demonstrated that once again. But this is just one team fight now. Almost a coin flip for who's going to win this game. We're 51 minutes in. We've had some ridiculous games at Worlds, and this may take the cake. We'll have to see how it ends. But Rox, they've shown they can hold on. I think 30 minutes ago, LS said they just need to defend. You're a genius. They did defend for 30 minutes.
They did. Albus not been able to win the game yet. And while it's been a crazy game, back and forth, you know, team fights won from both sides, the crazier thing to me is still the fact we're watching a game between Albus Nox Luna and Rox Tigers, and Albus is still ahead and actually look to win the game. It's just very, very difficult for them to actually close it. They're going to definitely look back at this game and look at so many different openings and realize, oh, here we could have done something different, and here we could have done something different. In the end, they might still win because of how good their composition is.
Yep.
But it's definitely a lot harder now when everyone is on 6 items and one mistake can lose you the game.
Caitlyn, though, is on an entire item, whereas Lucian still does have the tier 2 boost, though. So there is more punching power coming out of Prey.
That miss and Smurf's back in, but it's only the tanks he's found. Smurf going to get stunned up by the Taric, but Rox are starting to really just play forward and push ANX back towards their base, which, given the base situation in the back, is not really what we expect to happen.
And look at the lanes in top and bottom. This is orchestrated by the Rox Tigers, where everything is shoving at once. So they're able to just push up mid, but Kuro eating a spear to the face, that's going to definitely slow their plan.
Kuro hates this game. Like, absolutely hates this game. From level 1, he was the target. Still getting poked quite a bit. He's had a few good late game team fights here. Actually managed to get that kill on Kira before. But that's really been the only highlight for the Rox Tigers mid laner in this game.
And to think that ANX were winning this game handily at some point and the Rox Tigers have brought it back is one thing. But if ANX win this game, it's because they out-macroed and out-team fought the Rox Tigers. That shouldn't happen. But here at Worlds 2016, it may just happen. Rox, they've kept this game so much closer than maybe it should have been. But credit to them for keeping it here. And we might go over an hour at this point, though. Major buffs are respawning, but the teams really just need to capitalize on whatever openings they can find. And Rox are starting to play up more, and ANX, those nerves might be getting to them. It's getting shakier and shakier by the minute, and Rox starting to fill with confidence.
Yeah, and you know, as you just mentioned, Patient Time, the nerves. This is ANX going up against who everyone thought probably was the favorites to win this tournament, and they're here at the world stage, and they're fighting for first place in their group, and everything was going well for them early and mid-game, but now as the game keeps drawing out into the later stages, stuff is going for them, but not as well, and you have to wonder how it's affecting their mentality, and are they just starting to shake?
Oh yeah, surely they must have questioned themselves now the last 20 minutes. Did we actually go for the right thing? Should we go for Baron? Should we go for Drake? Should we maybe try to really close out the game when we were winning every single team fight and we actually had the composition to go even aggressive, you know, more aggressive, dive through turrets.
Ooh.
That's a misclick.
That's a very costly misclick.
Luckily for him, I don't think Rox actually saw him do it, so they don't know the item is on cooldown.
Yep. They do not know. There was no vision on...
Oh! Catch again. Smurf gonna look for Smurf. There's this rock portal in the bottom side, by the way, because Licorice bolt one. That actually might be enough to force more pressure there, because ANX once again are dancing around this Baron and either trying to take it or force Rox into a fight that ANX can win. But Rox, they played this before. They played it wonderfully last time. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, the Rox Tigers, they cannot start the Baron because that finally gives Albus a chance to flank. That was a good spear from Steos. He has a lot of AP on this Nidalee.
That second spear almost looked like a hit, and ANX have the inside track. They're going to shove down mid. Rox, what's the response here?
Give it up for now, but then Botland Inhib is another target for ANX, and then you go back and you wait for super minions to start getting into the enemy base, and then you start going towards Baron one more time.
Kira. And Gorilla finds one, but there's the ulti. Kira gonna eat Kura's ultimate, but Liquid finds Kura with the stun. They're just gonna have to back away. Tarek ulti does time out and pray. Dodges out of his spear. Smurf is pretty tanky. Peanut, we're gonna try and find a way back in, but this could turn on a dime. Smurf in the front lines, biting through the front members, and Gorilla tries to go in, but he gets blocked by Poppy. Blocked again from Peanut. ANX, they're gonna turn it around, and there's Gorilla. He goes down.
They get one kill for now. Everyone else is alive. And Albus Nox, they're backing away. They're just gonna wait for these super minions. They know if the super minions are in the base, they can actually start up some of these objectives like the Elder Dragon, like the Baron, and Rox Tigers will have to worry about the Nexus turrets. They're actually TPing in right now to try and rush this Baron down, but that is super, super risky because look who's coming.
Yeah, and there's no Mountain Drake here. Caitlyn does deal a lot of damage, but
they can't.
Oh no.
Smurf gets summoned to the wall. He's got the GA, but Rox, they need to 5v4. Smurf getting it out. He flashes out to safety. Steos getting destroyed by Prey.
Oh.
And he gets a kill. 4v4 now. Prey might be able to keep it going. Smurf puts up the W as Kira gonna chunk back down. This Caitlyn, whole team on the back right now.
Oh, I think what they were thinking was that ANX would go for Elder Dragon, and so they made the call to try to go for Baron, thinking, okay, they'll get Dragon, then they're gonna recall, we're gonna get Baron. But ANX decided not to go for Elder Dragon. They decided not to try to risk it, and now Rox Tigers is gonna be the one.
Tons of super minions. Already in the bottom lane, in the base of the Rox Tigers, they're trying to get one of these big objectives.
Smurf caught them. They're actually going for the Baron. ANX will do this quite quickly. I think Smurf maybe caught one. He's looked to Peanut here. He's going to keep his verdict out of the way. Peanut does dodge that one, but the snud's going to keep him against the wall.
He's coming.
Peanut's looking for it. Smurf going to try and keep him out. Peanut wants it. Throws the needle. Goes back in. Peanut looking for the steal. He doesn't. One more time.
Steos is dead. There is no smite from Albus Nox.
But they got a tower. They got a tower.
Oh, this game is so crazy. I can't believe it.
And they got Elder Drake. Rox Tigers with Elder Dragon and Baron. They might be looking to make their last stand up mid lane. This might be their doom push, and the Zizarot portal is in mid lane too. So it's not like there's going to be added pressure going into top or bottom.
Albus think they can just knock Peanut away, but he dodges around it, and now there's no smite. You just got to stop here. You just got to stop hitting the Baron and just get out. Otherwise, the jungler with smite will steal it from you, and you gain nothing.
Oh, and there's Peanut with a huge sigh of relief.
They let him live as well. He's GA popped in the pit, but they had to back out because Rox couldn't make their way in. And now with Elder Dragon, they're just going for it.
Yeah, but Prey is going to heal up. Wow, look at that lifesteal.
This is the best chance to win for the Rox Tigers with Elder Drake and Baron just pushing straight down. Sadly for them, there's no flash for Gorilla to go super aggressive. But if they can start a team fight, they're definitely going to go for it.
Well, huge wave building up top side for ANX as well. These side lanes looking a little open, but Rox just might shove it down before it matters. Smurf looks for Prey! Almost carries him into the wall, and Liquid gonna miss his stun.
All Albus wants to do here is keep Rox Tigers around, but don't lose any members. Massive minion waves in the side lanes pushing into the base, forcing the Rox Tigers to go back. They're not able to do anything. Elder Drake is gonna disappear. Baron will disappear soon, and they just have to try and defend. And here's the chase. And this is such a crazy moment in terms of communication, because so many things is happening and so many people are calling different things.
This is so tense right now, and the minion wave in bottom will be killed, and it looks like ANX, huge minion wave in top lane. They're looking to get that inhibitor and just keep the pressure on the Tigers.
Prey will melt this though, but he can't stand too far forward. Rox do manage to take the wave out, and ANX lose a window potentially to try and force another team fight. That top inhib should stay standing here. Although they are going to go for it. Rox, do they give it up? I think they have to. The inhibitor's gone down. Rox defend with almost nothing left.
They landed another great spear from Steho straight onto Prey, so he had to go back to the fountain. It really is all about Prey in these late game fights. 6 item Caitlyn. Another cool thing is how good she is against targets with Hourglass and GA, because if you use it, she puts a trap under you, and when you get back, she just kills you again. So it's really hard to stay alive against the Caitlyn, and it's why we're looking at Prey in these fights here. But him getting hit by a spear forced him back in base, and that means every single inhib is gone.
2 inhibitors, though, about to come back up. There is also a Zizarot in top lane, but I don't like the positioning of that, as it looks like it's probably just going to be taken pretty quickly. And now it's on the Tigers again. One more time.
That was Prey's drop portal. He bought it and then rebought another item. So still at the 6 items he had, but the gold is almost even, which is crazy to think when we're at this game now 40 minutes ago. ANX though playing up with pressure. Rox, despite the Baron, the Elder Dragon buff has dropped off, and they just kind of have to let the pressure come to them for a little while longer because there are just too many super minions, and minions, if they leave, will win the game. They're that strong at this stage of the game.
Every single summoner is available. It's all about having one guy from Rox back to defend the Nexus turret, and then suddenly you just get a bit of damage on the inhib. If you just take all 3 inhibitors down, you might be able to win the game without even team fighting against the 6 item Caitlyn. Because ANX has shown for the last 30 minutes they've struggled to coordinate engages. And now they're just playing around these big objectives.
Theos looks like he wants to get that bottom inhibitor in. I think he's... Oh no.
Oh, Gorilla looks for it, finds a flash, gets a pole 1 and 2. Liquid here to save them though. Has to burn the ultimate. Kira back in there. Gets Prey in the Hemo playing against Smurf. Gonna try and kick them out. He gets one. Oh my god, the Indian goes down. Peanut trying to count a miracle, but Prey's dead. That might be enough. Kira is gonna fall down as well. 4v4 and Prey went down.
And you got the super minions here already.
You're kidding me. Gorilla trying to defend again, but Smurf keeps Kura out of the fight. And ANX, they just need a little more, but that's not enough. Steos jumped on again. Gorilla with a huge play. Fights him with the Pulverize, and a Miracle cutting it out, but he's actually going to get out of the way here. So much there, some more's going to pop, and Miracle still fighting in. Needs to
Same day carry.
Going to try and get down. They need to save the Smurf. Gets him with the play.
He's alive.
Gorilla gets the 9 by Smurf. Miracle. Are you kidding me? That's exactly what they gave them. And ANX, they might have enough here. Smoke caught again, and you've got to be kidding me.
We still got minions pushing in. There's 1 Nexus turret on about 20% HP. Lucian is still alive, but so is Kuro here on the Syndra, trying to get the GA.
Smurf lived. Barely. But ANX get 1 stun. The GA goes down. Oh. Smurf gonna come back in. He's gonna flush out. Smurf gonna try and get out, but Smurf gonna get stunned up, and that's another kill. and somehow this game is not over still.
Against all odds, the Tigers held on without prey, and huge credit to Miracle. That was insane kiting and insane peeling. Huge credit to both teams right now. Prey is up now, he's clearing the minion wave in bottom. We will see another Baron and another Elder Dragon.
Do they even matter at this point? Like, one teamfight's gonna decide this game. I mean, Elder Dragon probably matters, but Baron just might not be worth it now.
No, basically, for Albus Nox Luna, they just want the Baron to buff the minions, because with so many super minions pushing in, buffed up by Baron, that is more value than players almost, because it's so hard to defend against them from so many different angles. But there's always that risk of Peanut stealing Baron.
Peanut's Guardian Angel's back for the next team fight. So Smeb and Peanut both have Guardian Angel, and ANX, no GA available to their team right now. That is so big for the team fight because the resurrection is so big right now.
All right, we're back, guys. Well, actually, this is just a second or third game running again and again and again, where once again we're gonna play around Baron. They're trying to set up a trap in the jungle. 2 blue trinkets on the side of Rock's Tigers, however, which will be able to spot what's happening in there. But if you consider the fact that if Albus just starts the Baron, they force at least 4 members of Rocks to come down and try and stop them. And I'm not sure if Smeb on his own can stop so many waves of super minions. So the goal is actually not even to... Well, now they can't rush it because there's so many members stuck in the base. Now you just rush it down. Peanut is not even close. Take down this Baron. Get your first Baron of the game. And buff these minions.
Yep, 2-man Baron. It's going to go over to ANX. So that will be nice stats because right now when everyone's at 6 items, it's really difficult to get stats. And the Baron stats are going to be really, really big. But no Elder Dragon coming up. However, huge waves in every single lane. Tons of super minions.
And exactly what Deficio said. Those super minions getting buffed by this Baron might just be enough on their own. Elder Dragon, 10-minute timer. We're probably not seeing it again, although I've seen crazier things this game. Another inhibitor retake here, potentially. Rocks have a little more to defend, but mid's kind of coming back up soon. Bot is in a similar vein. It's actually almost back up as Curious just pushing minions down. And can Rocks defend this? This is almost impossible.
Oh no.
Sonya's burn. Ulti in from Liquid. He has to move it in. He does get out of the way, and Smurf gonna move Gorilla out. The ulti's burn.
Oh, he didn't actually want to knock Gorilla away. The ulti was already forced. They could maybe have at least killed him. There was no flash on Gorilla for just a few more seconds. He does have flash now. He can come back out and be a big
Miracle, no! Oh, Peanut doesn't find it. Smurf finds Peanut, actually, but Prey still doing damage as Gorilla makes his way back in. Smurf gonna tie one up, as Smurf is gigantic in the front of the fight. Smurf gonna stun him against the rubble, but that's not enough either.
But the minion!
Oh my god, the Nexus is open.
They get CC Rod minions trying to stop these minions from hitting the actual Nexus. They're killing all the CC Rod Voidlings first, and now everyone is fighting as well.
Go for it, I think they have to. Fight goes in, but Kura snipes on him. Miracle still keeping alive again. Nexus open, Kira trying to take down Prey, but the Nexus just a little too much for Liquid. Going for it, the hero of ANX. And it's not enough just yet. Rock still alive again.
All these minions are hitting the Voidlings still. The Nexus is
go! He's the greatest time! He's gonna get it!
They did it!
Oh my god, they did it!
ANX just took down the Rocks Tigers.
Let that sink in! Albus Nox Luna just took down the Rocks Tigers and are challenging them for the #1 spot in Group A.
That was one of the best late game rotations at the very end. And they did it. They out-macroed the Rocks Tigers in a late game. And you can't take this away from them. This was a 67, almost a 70-minute game. Their movements were so good. And I thought they were going to drop the ball, but they didn't. They held strong and they pulled it together and won.
And we have to just go so far back in the game and praise everything they did. The early game. PvP stayers on this Nidalee. So many early kills. The team gets an advantage. They play good team fights in the mid game, and the crowd loves them.
And do not forget, not only do they guarantee themselves a spot in top 8, but if they beat G2, who we said at the top of the day could only play spoiler, they will not just get in quarters, they will finish in Group A as the #1 seed with 2 #1 teams
it's insane.
and a #2 team.
It is so insane. So many people talk about how some of these teams, do they even deserve to be here? Well, that is no longer a discussion, not even close to a discussion anymore. It even died last year when we saw Pain Gaming show up big time. This team now, everyone expected them to fight for 3rd or 4th, not to make it out of groups. They're looking like the best team in the group right now. Such an insane performance. I love the composition they played here. Yes, you can argue coordination in some of these late game fights, but the fact you get this far into the game against the Rocks Tigers, still with an advantage, it is only natural you make some mistakes, but you also keep it cool in the end and actually win the game.
They have everything to Fischio. They have macro, they have micro, they have early game, mid game, late game, and one thing they have not many other teams have is those super unconventional picks that just demand bans, but it also opens up so many options that other teams just don't have.
3 supports were banned against Liquid in this game.
That's how you usually beat them.
Yeah.
Was not enough today.
Not enough, because everyone else that got great picks for them. Counter pick for Kira in the mid lane, or counter pick with the Vlad. Good matchup for him at least. Smurf gets his poppy top. He's been good on that as well.
Take away the Nidalee. Peanut, especially in the early game, kind of got out-aggressed on in the jungle, which is very rare. Like, so many things that shouldn't happen against the Rock Tigers happen. Like, you shouldn't beat them late game, you shouldn't beat them macro, and you shouldn't beat them early in the jungle. But all those things happened, and ANX won the game.
They did, and they deserve all the credit they get.
Oh, yeah.
Like, everyone loves them right now. Everyone is cheering for them. In-house here, every single person in here were cheering for them. And when they won, it was crazy, honestly, seeing the players, the crowd. What a fantastic tournament so far.
Well, a crazy, crazy game. And best of luck to the boys. We're handing it back to you. We're going to hand it back to the analyst to try and dissect this ANX victory.
I appreciate it. Pastry time. We're going to try and make sense of this one. Before we do, though, I just want to take a look at the second to last fight, the one that got allowed the ANX to secure the 3rd inhibitor there. So let's just go ahead and take a look at this one as insanity ensues.
I mean, for so long, they were just knocking on the doors here, and Gorilla does go aggressive, looks for that big engagement, but because it doesn't result in anything, they're able to isolate Prey and just delete it.
Exactly, and this is what they were trying to do for so long, is get a flank onto Prey. Smurf, he missed a bunch of opportunities earlier, because once you have the base wide open like that, it's so easy for the Poppy to have access to the backline when you're sieging.
And I just want to echo what the Fischio was saying. It was so hard to watch Smurf sometimes when he wasn't going for those flanks. You're like, come on, boy, get in those flanks, zone him up. But he gets the most absolutely crazy, bonkers Poppy Ws I've seen in this entire tournament. The amount of times he just completely outclassed Peanut. I think it's going to happen right here when Peanut is a hair away of killing a Miracle, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, this bloody combo comes out here, and he blocks the combo, he blocks the W's. It's so insane. This guy is so much fun to watch.
But that's what coordinated teamfights look like. And I mean, time and time again, this Albus Nox lineup just look like they're on exactly the same page. And when you can do that against a team like Rox, who just kept coming at them, credit to Rox, well, that's incredibly impressive.
And that's the thing. You talk about stacking up against the Rocks, Tigers, and team fighting, right? I mean, this is the squad that we're saying, tournament favorites coming in. Part of the reason why that is because of how well they orchestrated team fights, and they get beat here.
Was also the fact that they had a lot of good early game advantages for themselves, but we've not been seeing that here. They're still 0-5 in their 5 games. So Rocks Tigers, they are not playing like they did in the LCK. It's actually very uncharacteristic of them.
But if you look at Albus Nox, there was also plenty of mistakes in there, and I just don't want to focus on it. I just want to highlight the mistakes where Kira, for example, was wasting summers, but the biggest thing is it didn't affect them. Every new fight they win as if they were just Albus Nox Luna, the constant aggressionist team. They never tilted off any of their mistakes, even though they had plenty of reason to. And just a story from these guys, like they came from their own region. They barely play any games in their region. They have 14 regular season games, 8 games in playoffs. Then they went super close in the IWC qualifier against Leon Gaming, like 2 and 3. I think they made it out right there. They were not even supposed to even be at this tournament, many people would say. And then they smashed this group like this.
But this team continues to buck the trend. I mean, 2-3 in the LCL final. Then Red side had won every single game in the IWCQ. They get blue in the last game. It looked like it was all over, and they managed to scrape their way in. I mean, I just can't echo enough. Like, you know, you see the Zonyas, you see the burnt summoner spells, and you see player cams, and you're like, oh, that's a moment. They're going to fall off the face of the earth. And it just never happened.
And they just mentally reset every time. And then more importantly, like, they had troubles getting scrims. Like maybe people have, like a lot of people have heard about this already, but like they couldn't even scrim teams because nobody deemed them worthy enough to be even worth some practice. Half of these guys were playing World of Warcraft while warming up for this tournament, and then they smashed this group. Like Like, this is history we're witnessing.
Yeah.
These guys were not supposed to do this well.
Absolute history. I mean, we have our first team qualifying to the quarterfinals in this tournament, and it is one of our wildcard teams, and they are just destroying everybody left and right. I do want to take a look from our Acer replay here at the early game domination, the visitation mid by PvP Steos, where he made his mark.
And this is just communication. Wait for the spear. I'm going to flash to slow. It's going to be easy, and we're going to clean him up. Time and time again, this duo, we're just able to get it done.
And this was such a really good dive as well. Steos off to the side, doesn't get stunned, gets bopped over and curved.
Yeah,
Let Kira take aggro first.
Quite a few players as well in this tournament, no worries. We're saying how it's really hard to hit skill shots against some of these players, and Steos was throwing the perfect spears, and it's really easy on this low ping to dodge spears, but he throws them slightly in front of enemies, so they all have to do a minor juke, and they still eat them. Like, it must be so satisfying to like consistently land skill shots against like the Korean overlords.
And what I love is watching the growth that they've actually gone through. Like, you think about their first matchup against Rox, it was Peanut going into the jungle, a little bit disrespect there on Stayhost, then they turned it around and Rox was like, hold on, we have to actually respect these guys a lot. And then in this game, you actually saw Stayhost go for early invades onto Peanut, not fearing him at all.
He was so close. There was a ward that barely spotted him, otherwise he would have level 2 red buff cheesed Peanut and just thrown up in the game right there.
And you want to talk about some more great in-game communication. Look no further than 26 minutes in. Up in the top lane, Rox Tigers looking to make a move on ANX, but Smurf here playing this so calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, he kites back, and you think this is going to be it. I mean, Prey gets not 1, but 2, but 3 traps.
Yeah, beautiful ulti is their mid-animation to it. The fact that he has the presence of mind to step over the trap, but here, as a team, they call the turn. So many players would say, I got you, let's run. Another beautiful spear from Steos. They find Prey, and suddenly this fight is turned upside down, and guess what? It's another Baron for Albus Luna.
And it doesn't stop there. I mean, this team also blind steals away an Elder Drake, another creative play that really got them the next opportunity at Baron. Time and time again, they're pushing creeps into the lane, disappearing into Fog of War. Their macro game is incredibly solid.
Exactly. When they were able to actually push up those lanes, they knew what they had to do and which lane they needed to rotate to in sequence. They weren't wasting a whole lot of time. The game did go on really long, but that's mostly because of the fact that there were a whole bunch of those mess ups that, you know, happen for one person every now and then.
And it looks so easy sometimes when you look at the map, like, why don't they go mid, you know? Why not? Mid's wide open, why don't you just stop it? But having been in those situations, it's so incredibly hard to not only keep an overview and be able to play on the edge of dangers. Very often they were playing within combo range of Gorilla on 3 different, like, at least one guy while they were pushing 3 different lanes. The fact that they have the presence of mind and the trust in their teammates that somebody will not get caught, have a Zonias, be able to flash out and can trade that pressure for an inhib, like, these guys function like a team. It's just so wonderful to watch.
Yeah, and a lot of Rox, they rely on the playmaking of Gorilla, but his Alistar was completely shut down by really well-timed flashes and people also having that Poppy W come out from Smurf and stopping him is really good and stopped Rox from actually turning a lot of fights.
Well, you just already began to touch on it there, but player of the game going to Smurf for the numerous Poppy Ws that saved things. So that replay we saw was basically a highlight for him, presence of mind to slow the game down.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he knows when he has to go in, but he also knows when he has to save his carry's backside. And time again, this guy was able to do both in very quick situations. It's honestly really nice to see his decision-making in-game.
Right, now, of course, I know a lot of people would like to hear from a member of ANX right now as they did just qualify, but unfortunately, they have to play another game. So we're giving them the time to set up and gear up for one more game on the day. So, gentlemen, looking forward, though, I mean, this ANX squad is already into the quarterfinals. I mean, what, if anything, now you're tasked with taking down this squad? Who do you attack? How do you prepare against Albus Nox Luna?
I've lobbied for G2. I've said this is the time to turn it around. I give up. I don't even know anymore. Maybe just ban the Poppy.
I don't even mean for G2. I just mean knowing that they're in the quarterfinals, right? They have another best-of-5 series now against another team. How are you now approaching this best-of-5 against Albus Nox?
Yeah, I mean, you guess you have to have a look at the mid lane jungle synergy and, you know, especially if you've got a weaker mid lane, they're going to look to attack that. And I think it's more about, like, understanding what their strategy is and then playing towards and a little bit more reactive.
In a best-of-5, I would open up with a brand ban, literally contest at least, don't give it to Stales, then take maybe one more comfort pick. I don't think the Bard is that much of an issue on Liquid. I think people need to pivot from this triple support ban. Just take away the wild card in the definition of the word, not the team, in the brand pick, and then let him play whatever else. Like, Tom Kench is still in a Tom Kench.
Final thoughts. I think that you ban Poppy out or you take it away, because I think Poppy is kind of a crutch for a lot of top laners right now that may not be performing really, really well and have a a lot of mistakes come out from them, but it gives them a small margin of error, and they're able to actually make those mistakes and still be effective in the game.
All right, first team to the quarterfinals, and it's Albus Nox. Luna, G2, and Albus Nox going to square off for the final time here in San Francisco when we return in 3.5 minutes.
We're getting set for the fourth match of the day between Albus Nox Luna and Rox Tigers. Here we go, mid! All of a sudden the action cues get in! Stay up there, there's first blood for ANX!
기욱이 내 거든? 나이스 연계! 잘했다. 타릭회.
나이스.
뽀뽀 빨리. 하나
ANX just turned it on its head and Peanut slammed into the wall. ANX turned it up for the double. And Peanut, he's got no fun. Peanut, get in! Goes in for it again! Oh, Kuro got it! Kuro! And Rox, they keep the dream alive!
He's coming.
Peanut's looking for it. Smoke gonna try and keep him out. Peanut wants it. Throws the needle. Goes back in. Peanut looking for the steal. He does it! One more time! Smurf gonna try and kick them out. He gets one! Oh my god, the Indian goes down. Peanut trying to count a miracle, but Brace dead! Oh my god, they did it!
ANX just took down the Rox Tigers.
My spirit with you high is all I'm feeling. Remember
And welcome back to Worlds 2016, where we have just locked our first quarterfinalist. Congratulations, Albus Nox Luna.
Say that again, please.
Albus Nox Luna. The CIS squad is on stage for their final group stage match against G2. And if they win, they secure the first seed. Rox vs CLG will then battle for the only remaining slot left in the group. And if G2 win and play spoiler, Rox can tie if they beat CLG. So all of a sudden with that one win, just everything's turned on its head right now.
Yeah, and we just have two teams with opposite stories, honestly, if we look at this World Championship. One team was expected to do well, get out of groups, failed completely, haven't won a single game. And the other team, they're right now looking like the best team in the group itself, which is completely crazy. Albus Nox Luna surprising everyone, and they deserve all the credit.
Yeah, and as you just mentioned, everyone expected them to get fourth in the group. Everyone expected Rox Tigers to get first, but that's been flipped on its head. And if you know, their play has been any indicator of what's to come in this next game, then Albus Nox Luna is looking to probably secure their first place seed moving into quarterfinals. And right now, Rox and CLG are both cheering for G2 right now.
Yes, they are definitely cheering for G2. Let's see what happens. So G2's pick and ban phase very often is focused around trying to get a safe pick for Expect and then set up the bot lane to carry. Poppy being banned away, though, is one of the safest choices up in that top lane, which is now gone because Smurf has been such a beast on it.
I do like taking that away. Time Catch banned as well, and there's Olaf and Nidalee, the bans there from ANX.
And probably we're going to have to see G2 ban Brand here. I don't want to see them repeat the same mistake they made last week where we had 3 mids in the game. That would be pretty unfortunate.
Have they learned, or are they going to play with fire in this game? Because we know Liquid wants to play it.
Oh, yeah.
But he also wants to play something like Bard. Like, he has more picks. Okay, so what G2 is doing, they're setting up for that Syndra first pick. You ban away the traditional counter in Vlad, and then you first pick Syndra unless the other team bans it.
Well, there's the ban. ANX do the smart thing and take that away. G2, lots of junglers open with the, I guess, 2 banned away, so excuse me, not at all true. We'll see if Trick wants to take maybe the best aggressive one left in the pool in Lee Sin, but lots of decisions here for G2, and pool is wide open for the bottom lane especially.
Yeah, I would like to actually see them wait on the Brand pick if they are going to go for it, because maybe G2 is doing this intentionally because they've discovered something that maybe other teams haven't, or that even ANX isn't aware of that can really hurt Brand. So don't pick it too early, but it's definitely on the table, and I definitely want to see it.
Definitely agree here. Last time ANX played G2, they got the Brand, and they had it in last rotation on blue side. They didn't rush it because no other support really plays it. And now, Pagetime, you talked about the jungle pool. I still think it's pretty huge. You know, there are a lot of picks available, so I think your statement was actually okay. With like Skarner being in there, Lee Sin, Elise, like a lot of these different picks have been used. I don't specifically like first picking a jungler, so I actually think this is a much better call, but it's not exactly a pick they steal away from the Crit, who's heavily favored range support. So I think G2 kind of ran out of time when it came to their first
I mean, they
pick.
almost did. They pretty much used all their time to pick Alistar.
Great statement. That's color
pick.
casting right there. They ran out of time. The clock ticked down.
Yeah, and I don't understand the Alistar first pick at all. There's definitely a lot of other power picks that are available, but what they might be thinking is that, okay, well, even though there's a lot of power picks available, it doesn't necessarily mean that ANX picks them.
Right.
So they could just be waiting to see how the draft unfolds a little bit more before deciding to go in certain directions.
Exactly, and it's the situation briefly mentioned where, like, picking a jungler like Lee Sin when Elise is also available, like, you gain a very small advantage then, like a super small if your jungler is a sick Lee Sin player, but I don't think it's necessarily needed to first pick. That's why they didn't go for it. Locked in the Alistar. I think Mithy's going to show that what some of these other great supports have been doing, being very aggressive on Alistar, forcing plays, forcing roams, is what he wants to do now. But they do show a lot of the bot lane very early, especially if they lock in AD carry now.
Yeah, Lucian and Elise actually the picks for ANX, so we'll see what Trick has. You get jungle counter pick if that's relevant at all. He is flashing Graves, which used to be a good pick into Elise, kind of back when those junglers were in meta. We have seen Graves make his way back in, and Steos himself actually has been a big proponent of the pick, and of course had good success on it. G2, I think, picking pretty safe here. As Vance Ezreal looked very good in the last game they played despite the loss. So with 10 seconds left for G2 here, do they decide that these picks are what they want? It'd be very open for them. We'll see what happens here, but it looks like they'll settle for jungle AD carry. Graves Sivir, but there's Sivir and Graves probably following as well.
Yeah, so we get a new, I call it a new jungle pick. We have seen it a few times, but it's not been among the most picked so far. What I want to see from G2 is I want to see a mid laner who can of course push that mid lane, so you can actually play around Alistar and his roams. Because if you can start invading into enemy jungle with Graves Alistar, because your mid lane is already pushing, your AD carry is already pushing, that's really, really good for catching people off guard in the jungle. And then set up dives in mid lane, dives in bot lane, and kind of snowball the game, speed it up a little bit.
Yep. And one of the things that G2's draft has going for it right now is the Sivir component, so it does tend to blitz in and rush down, but I'm a little interested to see what they're going to go for in top and mid lane, because Graves isn't the best champion at coordinating ganks for both of those lanes, and it looks like ANX with a Kennen and a Jace highlight, and that Kennen could be support.
Fair.
With ANX,
That's
it is
true.
possible.
Definitely true. It can be like a triple flex, basically top, mid, and support. We haven't seen Kennen mid in ages, but Jace as well. Obviously, go 2 lanes. Do expect it to be Kiro playing the Jace mid, and then have a Miracle, sorry, not a Miracle, but Smurf play the Kennen top. But then you're showing both soul laners without actually seeing it from G2, so you actually allow G2 potential counter picks here in 2 lanes. Irelia is a good choice against AP top laners, where you can try and snowball in these very squishy mages up on top side, but it is fairly risky. Like, you got to play around that top lane, and when G2's playing around Expect, we normally don't see a lot of good things happening.
Right. And there's that Brand highlight.
I love it.
You know, saying to Licrit, here's Brand. And the Aurelia is picked, maybe thinking that that's a Kennen top lane.
I mean, maybe that's the problem, right? Like, they kind of took the 2 best top laners left open, known for their aggression and their power. Like, Jace Kennen can kind of flex around. So is this tough for G2? They kind of have to guess what's happening in the solo lanes against the most unpredictable team. They settle with Ryze and Aurelia. But I'd be curious to see where those matchups goes. Perks, maybe not so lucky, but Expect kind of needs something to go right here in the draft as well.
Yeah, exactly. Aurelia falling behind is completely useless.
Oh my god, he locked in prom.
All right, I guess, whatever. We don't need Brand here.
Very standard. He's like, you know what? It's my last game. I want to win and get our team first. Give me the Braum. I'll finally play something a little more conventional.
Super interesting. We actually see 2 comps that can play 1-3-1. We've seen a lot of team fighting compositions so far, but now this is Ryze in one side lane. It's Aurelia in the other side lane. 2 characters who can really snowball out of control and just beat you 1v1 and apply an insane amount of pressure, but at the same time, on the side of ANX, you know, Kennen can hold his own in a side lane. Jace, if he gets an early advantage, can duel almost everyone with the Ghost Blade. So this might be one of these games where 2 compositions clash so much in the early game, and one side can just snowball so hard, because if 1-3-1 comp falls behind, ooh, it looks pretty bad.
It does indeed. And also, this is interesting to note, this is the first time Smurf is off a tank champion up there in the top lane. Now, Kennen is a little bit tanky, but he's more so of an off-tank AP carry.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see how he pilots that, because that's going to be a style that we haven't seen him on this tournament. One of the things that I'm worried about is you see the mid and the jungle dynamic and Ryze Graves, and realistically against Elise Jace, they only ever have the ability to counter or match gank, whereas Elise and Jace can gank, can counter gank, can match gank, and they're a lot more flexible.
Well, don't forget to use your hashtag and support your team on Twitter. Ton of ANX fans from the last game. But hashtag G2win. If you think I can take your game, maybe save some face. Or ANX now your favorites to take first in Group A. The crowd have been cheering for them, but use the hashtag ANXwin if you agree out on Twitter. Albus Noxluna will take to the Rift one final time. So will G2. This is nuts to think that Albus Noxluna are even in this position. But if they take it, they're first. Yeah, I mean, here we are.
Here we are. They're definitely going to play in the quarterfinal next week. And I want to go back to this mid lane point you had, LS, because one of the things about Ryze is he's really good at setting up ganks. You know, early he has a 2-second snare. If you just spell flux first into the snare from him, instant root. Very effective if you have a ganking jungler. Yep. You don't really have a gank jungler, as you highlighted. So Ryze will actually hit a mid game point where he's not that strong with tier, with Catalyst when he goes Roar. ANX are actually deep invading now.
This is a beautiful level 1.
Oh, they're going to move around the corner. Sven is going to go back, and he's going to face check.
This feels
Oh,
very... Oh no, the ward's there, but Twins...
Where are you gonna go?
No,
Where are you gonna go?
Exhaust is down, Mithy can't save him, and that'll be first blood. Who gets it? It is a miracle.
And we said in the last game that a lot of level 1s are very standard now. No one does anything crazy except for maybe CLG, but Albus knocks Luna, 5-man away invading, and the big mistake here from G2 was they didn't have a single person scouting at the ramp near the Raptor camp, so they didn't get to see 5-man straight on invade in. And Sven had no idea.
Perkz just waiting in mid lane doesn't really make any sense, and that's not the kind of start that G2 wants to this game because they're 0-5 so far tournament score, and you have to wonder how it affects their mental going into this game right now. And oh, they're not done yet.
I love it. Liquid going level 1 to mid this time. Gonna try and set something up. Perkz get tagged again. Kira's in. Looks like the Jace is going for it, but Liquid just a bit of damage there. No summoner's burn.
Oh, gets a bit of damage down, but he's now late to the bottom lane. Not the biggest fan of that Braum gank level 1. It's really, really hard to actually do anything in the mid lane. Such a short lane, and no one is overextended yet. Do it on Alistar every game, sure. Don't mind it. This one was a little bit aggressive from Liquid and actually does put them slightly behind on the push in the bottom lane. But Miracle obviously got a little bit of extra experience on his own.
Yep. And one of the things that I'm interested about, well, Trick actually coming up into top. I wonder if he's trying to make something happen, but this would be very awkward.
Ooh, nice. Very nice, actually, as the damage is there. Trick.
They might have it.
Dive. End of the line, not enough. Smurf just chugging the potions, and Miracle did actually get it back in. He's got an extra longsword, and Mithy going to get stunned at level 1 here. How did they beat them to level 2?
They got the first blood, obviously giving some extra bonus for them. Also, a Miracle sitting on an extra longsword, so he's going to be very strong here in the early game, making it very difficult for G2's bot lane to do anything. Expect he needs to snowball this game. Irelia needs to get off to a good start, get a Trinity Force, get a Hexdrinker, and then you can dive on Kennen 24/7. But it does require him to win his lane and for Trick to pay some attention towards the top side. For now, he's just gonna tell PvP Steos to get out of his house.
Oh, and this is a little bit dangerous by Miracle, playing with fire.
Kira moving around as well. Steos really wants to take this Raptor. No smites here. Cocoon's going to miss, but Liquid's actually in. He goes for another roam. That Q's going to miss, but Steos going to try and collapse in. That's the Force Flash. ANX playing up and aggressive in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and they are all over G2 right now, and there is pressure being applied everywhere. However, one of the saving graces is actually Irelia up there in that top lane, up teleport advantage. I can't see the lane right now, but Expect might even have the luxury of being able to just walk back to the lane, and he does actually have that luxury. So, huge advantage in the top lane already, though, for G2.
Ooh, looks like a big fight is about to happen.
Wow.
Yes, Expect with TP.
Steos maybe caught. Expect going to try and make a play. Snare up there as the Repel might save him. Liquid going back in, but he's caught out of position. That's the kill for Expect. Very key pickup for the top laner of G2.
Yeah, very important he gets the kill. Otherwise, he would have been completely wasted for him to TP down just for an assist. Because now he's going to be much later getting back to that top lane. Even gets interrupted by Kira.
He just has to walk back now. He can't recall. There's no reason to recall now.
He's trying again, and then he realizes, you know what?
He heard us.
Yeah, he heard us. Yeah, okay, Alice is right. I'm just going to walk back top.
Yeah.
Mid lane, going to chug down some minions here with the hammer. Perkz going to go back because he's out of mana. We are going to watch this one again. This was really nice, actually, from G2.
And this is actually set up by that teleport advantage that they had up there in the top lane. And so they're able to pick off the crit. They almost actually got Steos, but they're not able to actually translate that into a Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, the thing we have to question is, was the TP even needed in the first place? Kennen couldn't have joined, obviously with TP on cooldown. You already collapsed on the crit and PP Steos, who were overextended in there. Expect does get his kill, yes, but he was very far up in CS before. Now it is evened out, and Smurf actually managed to get back in this lane. At least until Expect goes back to base and spends some of that gold.
Yep.
Smurf going back though, he's going to spend some money, but Expect already well up and ahead. Despite the CS being even, you can see the gold difference there for Expect. He's up about 300 gold, and we talked about Kennen definitely struggling in the matchup. Have to see how Smurf navigates. It actually goes a emergency second Dorans and a refillable, plus a pair of brown boots. He is really aware of how much this lane can get out of control. He's just going for instant stats right now, trying to save the lane as best he can, because if he gets a good flank off with the ulti, Smurf's going to do his job here, kind of like he did with Poppy in the last game.
I don't actually like the double Doran's Blade from Smurf here, because he's basically conceding that he's already lost the lane early on, and now he's still behind in gold, and that's going to stunt his build even more. So if we're looking at a mid-game power spike coming out of Aurelia, generally Aurelia's item is a little bit more expensive, Trinity Force versus Proto Belt, but because of that stunt via the Doran's Blade and the gold deficit that's already present, Aurelia is probably going to complete Trinity Force right around the same time that he gets Proto Belt.
Definitely so, and that's a big thing again, you know, getting Trinity Force, because while the item itself is expensive, the components are very, very cheap and very powerful on their own for Aurelia. Every single one actually gives her quite some value. We need to see if PvP Steos wants to visit the top lane. It is hard to gank in Aurelia. She has flash as well. And there's a pink ward placed in the river from Expect, so he has a lot of vision around him. Very hard to gank him here on the blue side. You just, as an elite, basically have to walk up the river, and that's your only path to kind of kill him. And he's going to spot it.
Yeah, does have the Raptor buff there, but Expect's booked it already. Does have a Phage now built up. So going to walk his way back. Doesn't have teleport, but plenty of space after he pushed in the lane. Trick was bottom lane trying something on the Graves, but not really working out. And CS is even back up. Double Drone's nice and aggressive. Double Longsword, excuse me, nice and aggressive from a Miracle. But Sven and Mythia have been just fine in this lane, and we expected some pressure. It didn't quite happen.
Yeah, and I'm wondering when's the last time they saw Trick, if they saw that he had the tier 2 boots, because if they did see that, that's an indicator of what he wants to do. And when Steos is already ahead on jungle itemization and going into that item and has the wards out, then you're able to basically just say to each other, okay, he has tier 2 boots, he's looking to make stuff happen, all we have to do is live a few minutes.
The pink ward did get cleared by Smurf after Expect recalled again to get the Phage, and now he's gonna get ganked.
Oh, flash in there, but he's actually gonna get stunned after a cocoon chain in very nicely. Expect gonna get it turned around. Transcendent Blades might be enough to save his life. He needs the help, but it is not enough. Elise with the kill.
Steos just got outside of the tower range, didn't go down. Expect using flash and that'd been double longsword. Probably would have died. Just saying, let's move on. Perk's getting attacked.
Yeah, there, but Kira's going to jump back in. Lightning Shield still going in, but Kira just bats him out of the way. Blue buff for Perks is kind of creating a little imbalance in that trade. Kira ghosted him from some good aggression, but Perks has kind of floated the lane quite nicely as we'll watch this gank again.
This is just Smurf clearing out the pink ward, and then Elise can actually move and gank from the river, and Expect this time around gets caught out without any vision and ends up going down. Close in the end, yes, even closer after Trick joined.
And they know that Trick actually can't be there for the counter gank or match gank because he was handing off blue to Perks.
Ooh, very nice. Catches the Miracle, actually. Licrit moves in. The heal burnt. Mythy in trouble there as Collins going to move back down. The other Q hits from Licrit, and now Mythy is in trouble in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
With Summoners up, though. Should be okay for G2.
And this is really so bad now for G2 because the lane that was supposed to win and get an advantage is now falling slightly behind. There's an assist on the side of the cannon. He gets, you know, a free pass right now. And then we got to look at two champions, one in mid lane, one in bot lane, the Lucian and the Jace, building Ghostblade first, against an AD carry who wants Essence Reaver and a mid laner who wants a Rod of Ages. So that is much slower for G2 to get. So we're going to get this big mid-game spike here for Albus Nox Luna with the Ghostblades coming, being really strong and ready to fight in multiple lanes at once.
Yeah, and with Theos having fixed top lane up, Kennon's going to be on pace to get that Proto Belt, so expect huge things coming out of ANX when it reaches around the 12-13 minute mark. Yep. And it's going to be on G2 to sort of weather the storm there and try to sustain until they get into the 20-25 minute mark where their items are going to then complete and take over the game.
And one of the things I want to see from G2, if they actually get a chance to push out this bot lane, is Mythy getting early Moby boots and start roaming. It's what other Alistars have been doing here at Worlds. They're super active on the map because the combination of an Alistar gank in mid lane and a 2-second point-and-click snare versus a Jace who has no cleanse. That is almost a guaranteed kill for G2. And it's something you can use to kind of slow down this mid-game spike from Albus Nox Luna and not just sit back and let them get the items.
They have started again. It's 2v2 soon, but Trick makes it their first. Kira stunned up there by Perks, I believe, but now Steos is going to keep them out. And they're going to keep trading in. Steos, bit of damage there from the Q. Now it's to repel. Gets to a pink ward, I believe. Very creative, and Smurf's down here now. Expect hasn't made it in time. The stun's going to move in. Trick does go down, and Perks gets stunned as well. And X just collapsed first, but Expect going to try and play clean up. Smurf getting greedy. He wants to kill his Perks. Flashes out of the way, and Expect does turn it around for a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, and there's that counter gank potential that I was talking about, where Elise and Jace have that luxury, but Perks and Trick do not. They don't have it there. Unfortunately for them, though, Smurf was able to rotate down quicker, be there, and then pick up a kill. But then he went a little too hard, and he ended up getting punished.
Also a classic Trick move, I feel, on the international stage. Just wanted to go a little bit too far. Really want to get that one kill, flashes aggressively forward, ends up getting caught here. G2 could have just gotten the flash from the Jason and backed away, and then ganked the mid lane again with the Rise snare. This is how risky it is for Jace, really. If he goes aggressive, he gets 2 seconds snared. We don't want to watch it. We're going to watch Jace die.
Kira gonna get soloed out. Trick destroys him as he face checks the Raptors.
What was Kira trying to do without flash and no one around him?
Raptors, baby.
Either Raptors or ganking. But he probably wanted to try and shock blast the Rise from the side and then try and jump him. But Trick decided to jump Kira first.
Wins out that time as Smurf, I believe, also TP to that rotation, so Expect will hold the advantage there on Summoners. Also explains why Smurf got there first. So a good collapse for Albus Nox, but these trades probably pretty happy for G2, and they got a kill for themselves. Mithy, oh, that's awkward. Gives them the free pass over the wall. Nice little cocoon there as well from Stales, just to make sure it's okay, but starting to push in now as ANX's bottom lane getting shoved in by the Sivir, as that's amazing.
And one of the things I want to mention right now is you know that G2's bottom lane wants to recall. You know also that Expect has teleport advantage over Smurf. However, this is Proto Belt timing. So one of the things that you can synergize is you can actually rotate Smurf down immediately to Dragon and then win back over teleport advantage. That way, while their bottom lane of G2 is recalling, you can capture Dragon.
We'll see if they get it done, but looks like Smurf actually is going for a bit of a walk, so nice call there. Gank from Stayhos did get a summoner, so not too bad on that front as well.
The only issue for them is Miracle is now out of mana after trying to push out that wave. Seems like everyone wants to go back, and you highlighted that TP advantage, LS, just before. Means G2 does have the option to make a play on the bottom side. You have a level 7 Alistar, he has ulti. You can put a ward behind that bot lane tier 1 tower and then TP in with your Relia, and that should be fairly easy kills. But we haven't seen that decisive shot calling from G2 in this tournament, where like you have like a global advantage and you should just make a play on the other side. Oh. Expect he really wants to play aggressive on top though.
Yeah, they've got flashes. Good stun from Smurf. His trick was coming up, might save him, but here's a couple more from ANX. They bring Licorice and Kira.
Oh, and Trick doesn't know about this.
Oh no, that's bad news, Bears. Ulti's into them for a bit of style, and now Expect maybe getting himself caught here as well. He does have flash still. Nice little juke around. He's going to try and take out Smurf, but the ulti's there. Exhaust is down, and Albus Nox get 2.
This is why I just talked about making a play in the bottom lane. You have TP advantage, but if you play against the champion who can't follow the globals anyway, well, then you just even it out instantly. Trick doesn't expect any members to be there, and him shooting backwards really tells the story for G2 this tournament.
Yep, and Expect tries to go for a trade on Smurf, but honestly, it's not worth it. I think just try to live there. I think he had more than enough time to try to get out of there. So a little bit surprising. And now ANX, they're in the driver's seat, and they're still pretty far ahead because G2 is still ways away from when that Rise is going to start to become powerful.
Just keeps happening there. Licorice, you can see, taking a stretch after that play. Nice little roam there. Stay in limbo as he...
He's already out of
way up to the top lane. Yeah,
relax.
He's relaxing. His turn actually. Oh no, don't get 1v1 by a miracle. Licorice there, but can't convert for the rest of the kill. Mithy out warding, and that Ghostblade Lucian, you can see, so tough as Vanta 1v1.
Yes, the item spikes we talked about. Jace gonna get it soon. Still really have to criticize G2 for not trying to use that TP advantage and opting into a 1-on-1 2v2 fight against the Kennen who couldn't move. They got punished for it again. Albus Nox Luna with a 1,000 gold advantage. And now, when you have these Ghost Blades completed from the AD carry, you can start pushing up the bot lane, and that always opens up for objectives like the Dragon.
One of the problems here is that ward actually just gave Graves away. Because you know at this level of play, when a ward goes into a brush, people are going to click it, they're going to mouse over that, see who placed it. They know exactly where Trick is right now.
I'm trying to ulti the Dragon, maybe? Nah.
Smoke screens it, give it a go.
Whatever, 50 damage.
A little lazy, but ANX will get the first Drake of the game. And it will be Mountain Drake, so we'll see if the pace picks up and they can knock down some structures. Right now, ANX are up in goal, but not by too much. G2 have done a good job sort of fighting back and forth. The game really hasn't broken out just yet, and they've got the power now. A Smurf going to get himself stunned by Expect. But Smurf's actually pretty strong here, and Expect doesn't have the T-Force yet, so not sure he can win the matchup right now.
Yeah, when the Trinity Force comes in, it's going to completely change the dynamic of this lane. Unfortunately, no double AP in mid, so Aurelia can't go Wit's End, which is something that, you know, might have been able to have an earlier item spike earlier, but not so relevant. And now Trick moving up here because he senses a counter gank, and this is all that Graves can actually do right now.
And also we see two supports. Whenever supports recall in this meta, they never run back to bot lane straight away. They run through mid lane and then decides, okay, can we make a play maybe top side? And then they move up there. So both supports are up here. Both junglers are here as well. That's going to be a big fight.
They're going for it, actually, but Mithy's not going to make it in. Smurf going to get punted back with a Cocoon. Might have tactics back. Mithy with a big pulverizer, and Smurf is over the ulti. Gets blocked by Bromy. Expect goes down. ANX outplay again.
Trick used everything right into the wall of Braum, and he didn't manage to kill anyone. Kira is here now just for safety. Will back away. Another skirmish lost by G2. A lot of abilities wasted as well.
Yep. And it looks like Stay Host now is going to move mid lane.
Goodbye. Oh, it's a, is it a prank? It was not. It's actually going to go in, but that's a flash force. Perks goes in, wants the big play. Gonna wait for Elise to rappel back down. Misses that first Q, but the snare's in there, and Rise does more than enough damage. He's trying to cut around the Spiderlings, doing a nice job.
Oh my God!
What a save!
Oh,
that was gorgeous.
Oh. He bought so much time with the Spiderlings blocking, or trying to make the Spiderlings block, and Liquid shows up, and nothing is in favor of G2 right now. Every time they have a skirmish, they just lose out slightly. Take this one, look at this one again.
So Kennen comes in here, ulties, gets the stun off unexpected, and then Mithy, his exhaust's a little bit late. It doesn't matter so much, and then that Unbreakable absorbs everything. Mithy gets locked up, and it's basically just complete failure for G2, mostly because of the way that they timed their abilities.
You can see the gold lead's not really creeping up. ANX are out playing in these situations, but aren't converting for objectives just yet, so the game is nice and close. Rise and Civil will start powering up, expect. He must have so much gold hanging out right now. Actually, not enough for the Trinity Force, I don't think. My math is very bad. There's a chance he actually does have it. He is certainly close.
But what you want to do as G2, or an option for G2 really as a play they can make, is if they want to try and get it really further ahead, is that you try and actually put your support and jungle topside again, and then just try and dive the cannon. Last time Albus managed to match it, and it was just a 3v3 skirmish. But if you can get the push bot lane and push it out with your Sivir, and then you can recall, you can even send Sivir with you to topside, and you just make a delayed lane swap, and you try and take down this tower. I like this so far with Trick, what we just mentioned, try and get Irelia further ahead and get this tower, and Albus right now not responding anywhere on the map. Mithy's recalling, he can also path to top lane to send even more members, and then all they need is mid lane push. Make sure Perks can at least track Kira so they know where he is, and then you can actually go for that top lane tower and get that first tower gold, which you really need if you're G2.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, because of how far behind G2 did fall, normally they would want the lane phase to continue on because they have that quest item inside of Rise. They have very expensive items inside of Aurelia and Graves. So normally they would like to have the laning phase extend as long as possible, but because of the things that are happening in this game, they need it to end sooner rather than later, and then try to make some sort of fight happen around the next dragon and win it.
Yeah, exactly, and I just want to see them have that gold advantage first and be able to push that top lane past the tier 2, because then you can also start roaming Aurelia down through enemy jungle, you start taking away farm. So many of these outer turrets are fairly low, and that's why you see G2 roaming around at the moment. But the strongest member is sitting top lane in that 1v1, and that's why you want to play around it.
Yeah, Trinity Force up for expect now, so maybe going to start to flip the matchup a bit. Rotovator's charging up for Perks as well, and the Essence Reaver plus Azeel and Berserker Greaves are all done for G2. So need a couple more minutes now perhaps to sort of get themselves to those second key items. But ANX, they finished their Ghost Blades, they're starting to work on the next few items. Turret bottom lane does go down, that's G2 to actually pick it up there. ANX kind of took their foot off, and
yeah,
G2 capitalized well.
That was just a free bot lane tower, honestly. They've been working on it for quite some time. Let's see what happens mid. He's not really going anywhere.
Good collapse here. Steos just can't get out of this one. No dancing around as Kira's going to fire out where he can, but who they want to give it to? I think they're going to donate to Perks, but Trick autos and steals it away.
Trick says, I've seen this before, so.
Not waiting this time.
Yeah.
But that was really just a free tower for G2 in the bottom lane. Kira had recalled mid, so Perks could roam from the mid lane, and as soon as the mid laner roams and your mid laner is not there for backup, you have to just step away from turrets. You cannot risk getting dove by things like Alistar, Rise, so they had to surrender the bot lane tower. That was almost too easy for G2. Didn't even have to make a massive play for it. That's one tower. Mid lane tower is low. Top lane tower is low as well. G2 can get a lot of gold soon.
Smurf again, another nice stun, but expect you can start to see how much easier it is to pressure this top lane 1v1. Smurf just has to respect the power spike from Relia right now. Miracle in the meantime is clearing things out, and Mountain Drake is back up right now, so if ANX want another objective, it could maybe snowball it over, and these turrets would start to melt as the game drags on. They're in position to start it up, but G2 should be ready to respond. Recall timing's just a touch off, perhaps.
Yeah, and Smurf still doesn't have teleport, and he is up there in the top lane, and he's also pooling a lot of gold, so we're going to see if they're just going to burst this down, which is, it's looking like what they want to do, and they do already have a Mountain Drake, so there's a lot of extra damage added to this. A little bit interesting.
Here comes the challenge from G2, though.
They don't have
force them out, and ANX, again, show some restraint. Don't move themselves in. Smurf, it's so close, but he's actually running down quickly. ANX might extend to try and take this.
Yeah, G2 can just kind of hover around here because Expect will take that top tower and he can just TP down for a fight. As long as G2 does not get hard engaged or surprised by the cannon.
What did you say? Smurf goes in, but he gets exhausted. Damage is there, but Kira actually flashes on his Venom, forcing him away for now. Perk down here as well. Damage in the front side is nice from the Ryzen. Here comes Expect. Gonna play cleanup. Ulti is not quite enough. Wants one, doesn't get it as the Repel moves down, and a Miracle's gonna kite it out, but Kira goes down to Perks. ANX trying to run their way out because G2 are now on the offensive. Expect takes out Stayos. That's 2 for nothing so far.
And that was a huge win for G2. The timing of the exhaust by Mithy was absolutely clutch for turning that team fight right now. And the problem is, oh, and A Miracle is probably going to go down here too.
From Mithy. Finds him and there's another one.
To Aurelia. And so right now, the problem, they even raised mid-tier 2 turret. G2's team composition now takes over. This is the timing that we talked about earlier where we said that in a normal game, they would be ahead, but now they have so many advantages stacked on top of each other, and the scaling is just out of control.
Exactly, they moved past the point where it's that one item Ghostblade really dominated the game. No, you have full stack Rod of Ages, you have 2 items on Sivir. This team fight is ANX engaging very split up. Kira is also out of mana when the fight actually starts, and no one is really able to get enough damage down. It was a fine flank from Smurf, but there was really no follow-up with the flank.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to point out is that leading up to this, ANX was a little bit indecisive with the Dragon, and even when they funnel into River at that point, G2 actually has the option to be like, okay, you can't get that, I'm just going to raise your mid-tier 1 turret and push mid.
Going for that Dragon was just such a risky call because no matter what happened almost, G2 could either just stay around Dragon and just say, you're not going to start it because we have TP. If you move down your top laner without a global, we take a free top tower and we can still take the fight. And also now you're hovering around the Dragon towards the bottom side, so your mid tower is also open, it's very low. There were basically just gold everywhere for G2 to pick up, and ANX just put themselves in a corner. And the only way out was to fight, really, and it was super uncoordinated.
Yep, so they fought, and look what happened. G2 are up 4,500 gold, almost 5,000 gold actually, which is significant given both the comp and the situation they found themselves in before. ANX sort of lost their window. We'll see if they can work some magic. We did see it in the last game versus Rocks Tigers, but G2 now firmly in the driver's seat.
We talked about Ghostblade spikes earlier. LS, if 180 carry has 2 fully completed items and another BF sword to a Ghostblade 80 carry who didn't even complete his Black Cleaver yet, I feel like that's kind of unfair.
Yeah, it is pretty unfair.
Ooh, that was cute.
Although the Black Cleaver does have synergy with their mid laner. Jace will get a lot of power from that when it comes to the mid game. But the issue is for ANX is that they're going to be heavily reliant on picks because the Jace poke isn't really going to work because G2 can just go full on offensive with that Alistar, with that Aurelia. But then the question comes, what do you do at 4 or 5 items when Aurelia, Graves, and Sivir all have QSS?
Ooh.
You cry, I guess?
I mean, this is a little bit sad times. So Smurf pops the ulti, but blown up again as Expect just takes him out with a Blade Surge. Might even go for it, but G2 instead will just fall back to the Drake, it seems.
This game is looking so good for G2. Sadly for them, it is way too late. They have 0 chance of making it out of this group here. They're locked down in the bottom. Can't pick up a win for some confidence, obviously.
I mean, like we said, they're just playing spoiler as the Drake goes over to G2. I think it is funny that it looks so far to be their cleanest game of the tournament. It is, of course, their last game where they have unfortunately nothing to play for than maybe a bit of pride. See, if Albus knocks Luna, they can see that first place in the group in their sights. they're going to need to really dig deep here and try something. Or G2 will pick up a win, and for ANX, it's just crushing to lose a game like this. And for G2, you know what? They'll take it. It's a good way to end their tournament.
So you have to highlight the fact that ANX has played a 65-minute long game, had 15 minutes break, and is now playing again. Does make it difficult if you just spend all your energy in that last game. But honestly, right here, they've been making mistakes. G2 have been punishing them across the map. And we have a massive goal lead at 26 minutes. And this mid-game spike, it's gone.
Yeah, and we're also starting to see one of the problems with the tier list variant of Jace, where he goes very quickly. And so the poking aspect that they wanted to maybe have inside of their team composition isn't really there. And so Jace just becomes this giant physical damage bruiser that he doesn't really do anything against a Ryze or against a Graves.
He's not going anywhere.
What's he going to do? Yeah.
He's got a Dustblade. So he's like, you know what? I don't need mana. I just need one combo. Better take it a squishy as Mithy. Nice pulverize to protect his team, but obviously can attack and pops his in response. And G2 going to waddle on out. Oh, Perks maybe with a catch. That's big damage. 2 items there for the Ryze ulti. Oh, that's it! Perks! Huge play!
So had to be Trick again. This is so aggressive. Dashing forward, but this time they actually get a kill. And we just see Albus Luna getting caught out in their own jungle. Really hard for him to have any sort of pressure on the map. If you look at the minimap, there's almost no red wards. You can see there's no lanes really pushing in favor of you, and that's why Baron is now being started. Jungler is dead. They have zero vision of this, and they're not even moving yet. Now they're actually reacting.
Yep, the jungler is dead, and with that Mountain Drake, this Baron is being shredded so quickly, and now they're going to recall, and Ryze is about to get a lot of damage and a lot of effective HP off of that Seraph's Embrace. So if they couldn't deal with G2 before, what are they going to do now when Ryze basically just got like 2 items?
It is almost impossible for Albus Luna to win the game at this point. Did not get to use their Ghost Blades at all. Had some lanes that struggled against G2 and lost all these outer turrets without actually doing anything in return. They just eventually went down from either the 2v2 laning bot or when Albus Luna went for that dragon, which was a very, very poor call.
One of the things that I think is interesting is that ANX were not able to translate their early advantages into enough of a lead across the map. And then also, funnily enough, that early dragon that Stayhost took, the respawn time of the next dragon directly synergized with when they would get their, G2 eSports would get their power spike items. And so it actually worked against ANX.
Well, we have another mountain coming up at G2. Everything's on full blast right now. Baron buff starting to push down these lanes, and that gold gap is growing insanely quickly. They're already 8k up, or 8.5 almost here. We saw them 4, now 6, now 8. The gold lead continues to grow and really just spiral out of control. ANX, they're going to need more than 1 pick now to really stay in this, unless G2 make a horrendous misplay or 2. They're in position to try and take this game and really spoil the first place dreams for ANX.
And no one can stop expecting a side lane. Smurf just gave up the lane. He went to mid lane, tried to defend there instead. That's another outer turret now for G2. Meaning that if G2 keeps playing across multiple lanes and just spread out Albus Luna, the cannon will never get into a good position for like a massive ulti that can turn the game around. The poke from Jace almost means nothing right now. He can only fire a few of them, and then he's out of mana. So G2 can just keep everything spread, and once the defense falls apart, Mithy will just dive on this Alistar.
Yep. Now they're just continuing to rotate around the map and wrap the stranglehold around ANX that much tighter. Baron, though, will be wearing off momentarily. It's a little bit over halfway done, so they're probably going to recall, get more items. I'd like to see a lot of defensive items come out from G2 right now. Given that you're so far ahead, the only hope for ANX is some sort of a pick, some sort of miracle play of abusing your lack of vision. And if you deny that ability, then you set yourself up to just remove any hope that they have.
Well, it's looking clean right now for G2, playing exceptionally well with their Baron buff. Expect with the TP level 15, with a second damage item for the Maw, and now a bit of tank ability coming out. He's splitting up. We've got G2 shoving 3 different lanes with Baron empowered minions, and ANX is going to have to take it for a little while longer. Steos going to try and make a play, but Sven says no. Spell shields that cocoon, and they'll just waddle back in with the Baron up minions in a few seconds.
The best Albus Luna can hope for is that the Baron buff disappears, all inhib turrets are still alive, and you delay the game another 4 to 5 minutes. The problem is G2, they keep pushing. Tower's down to 50%. It's gonna drop.
Liquid can only block so much, can't block enough for that turret to stay alive. Expect's going to take this as well, and Perks is here, so Smurf might just get jumped on. G2 though, they want a bit more, they're going to try and take this in if Steos doesn't find it. Liquid moving forward as well, does have the ulti, does he dare pull the trigger? Trick does get himself out of the way, and now it's 2v2 top. Perks is so strong as well. ANX just kind of have too much stuff going on, it's sort of all crumbling around them at this stage.
And this is a really nice 2-3 being executed by G2, but can't forget the Ryze ultimate. The Ryze ultimate can instantly just turn it into a 5v3. So there is a split push going on that's a little bit wonky, but G2 is completely in a demanding position to take this next Mountain Dragon and then recall and then shove up all 3 lanes at once.
And if we just look at this group now, we know the map is going to reset, they have a bit of time. It is so crazy with Albus, Nox, and Luna because even after they potentially secure first place in the group, no one is going to look at them and say, oh, they're better than Rox Tigers. You know, in a BO5, they'll definitely beat the Rox Tigers. No one is going to say that. No one is actually going to really believe in them in a best of 5 against some of the other top teams in the world. And a game like this kind of backs up that point as well, where it's going to sound crazy, but in order to like be a top 8 team in the world, they have to actually show even more than they have, because they got to show it in a BO5 format. What we can't praise them for is the amazing performance in the group stage, surprising people, playing so well with these comfort picks for them. And they've definitely looked better than some of these other teams, and they fully deserve to get out of the group. But a game like this highlights that there still are some issues for them.
One of the things for me, I think that says a lot is that this is the first time that we're seeing Smurf on any sort of a carry-type champion, and his performance hasn't been the best. He botched the laning phase really early. It was recovered by Steos, but then he continued to lose it a little bit. And so this tournament, we've only seen him actually play the tank, so this game might actually be highlighting one of the vulnerabilities that ANX as a team has.
There's a lot going on. I mean, Liquid's playing a very conventional support. I laughed about it in Champs League because it's so unusual, but he's not been the same sort of big playmaker. And granted, G2 have just got to snowball this game pretty much out of control at this point. They're 13,000 gold ahead at 33 minutes, so can't take too much away from what's happening right now. ANX digging deep, just trying to hold on, because if they can win another miraculous game, they will take first in the group. But looking unlikely as G2 might pick up their first win.
And normally you try to find a lot of positives when you look at international wildcard teams at Worlds, see what they do well, how can they win games. But now Albus, Nox, Luna has already kind of entered the next tier, where people start judging them among every other top team in the world, because they are looking to go into that quarterfinal. And that's why now we got to start looking at some of the mistakes and highlight some of the weaknesses. Even though they had played so well before this, G2 is exposing them right now.
And one of the interesting things is that because ANX is so reliant on sticking together as a 5v5 team, they actually can't even respond to a 1-1-3 right now. So G2 has a lot of gears they can activate. 2-0-3, 3-0-2, 1-1-3, 3-1-1, and ANX doesn't have a proper answer to it. And the Mountain Dragons aren't doing them any help, and Baron's coming up soon.
Yeah, and the very funny thing about the split push and the different numbers, it basically just means, you know, where do you move your members on the map. If you have the 3 members in the mid and the 2 split pushes on the sides, that's the 1-3-1. And it can obviously sound a little bit crazy when you hear a lot of different numbers, but it is actually very simple. It literally just depends on which lane you put your members in. Do you have 1 guy in the side lane? Well, that's the 1. Do you have 3 guys in the mid lane? That's the 3. It's very simple to follow, and it is really what split push is all about. Keep rotating these numbers around.
Yep, and be dynamic, move people around, and take a Baron, I guess, is next on the menu for G2. Not quite in position just yet. ANX did pop a pink ward in the backside as Sven, bit of swagger there, pops the flare up. G2 might even look to try and close the game out. Expect again is going to have that bottom lane pressure going with the teleport ready. Smurf busy clearing minions, and there's a wide open hole for Expect to try and exploit here in the bottom lane.
It's been a good game from someone like Mithy here. He's actually played really well this tournament. He had 1 or 2 off games maybe, but the team has lost a lot of games. He's actually looked good in every other game he's played, and this game on Alistar, it's a pick that really has become like a top tier support pick now, because you can just make so many plays with it, and people don't win just 2v2 laning phase.
One of the things that G2 could actually do right now is, because of the double Mountain Drake component, they could just look to 3-man Baron and have Ryze and Expect in bottom lane, because Expect has teleport and Ryze has his ultimate, which can then be used to flank ANX if they try to retreat through their red side jungle, and there's no turret up there in top lane. So there is a macro play which would just completely asphyxiate ANX, and they're not making use of it.
Pretty unconventional one, but certainly a cool option, and that's sort of the story right now. G2 have everything available to them. In fact, Perks is going to go in. Kira almost going to go through. Now Perks wants it more. Looking for Leclerc, going to try and find it. Dustbird's fucking everywhere. Oh, that's awkward. ANX trying to punish, but not going to happen. Trick gets Cocoon, but really going to save the day. And expects in the backline, going to get one. Going to look to hop down and try and get another. Aurelia goes ballistic in the team fight, and G2 might just clean house here.
And it's definitely looking like that with that minion wave up there in top lane, this is probably going to be the final push. Death timer's too high, no ultimate up on a Miracle, so it's not like Lucian's going to be able to try to push this wave back. And it looks like G2 keeping CLG and the Rocks Tigers' hopes alive to still secure that first place seed in Group A.
Very, very spicy game, but G2 will take it. ANX will pick up another loss. G2, the only winner of the tournament. They played spoiler, though. And all of a sudden, our last game is very interesting.
Definitely so. Like, next game means so much. If CLG wins the next game, Rocks Tigers are out of the World Championship. Because of the 2-0 record. If the Rocks Tigers win that game, they force a tiebreaker with Albus Nox Luna for first place. So super, super interesting. G2 can be happy they picked up a win in the end. 1-5 is how they finished the tournament. And that is just a very sad truth for the #1 European team.
But they did what what CLG and Rocks needed them to do. They ended up pulling out a win against ANX here. And I think also what they did for a lot of other teams at the tournament, if ANX goes forward, is they exposed one of the weaknesses that ANX seems to have, which is Smurf maybe can't play carry top laners.
I like it a lot there, and heads held high for G2 as they'll exit the World Championships. They'll finish with a win. It's always nice to finish on a high note, but ANX are through. We have another game left here. Maybe the last one of Group A, maybe not. But CLG Rocks, the fate of both those teams is now on the line.
It's so huge. Could you imagine a world where Albus Nox Luna and CLG make it out of this group? Rocks Tigers and G2 does not? That would be absolutely crazy beforehand. I want to see the guy with the pick'ems who has that already, and he's like, yeah, I knew it, you know. Easy predictions, but next game really means everything. This game, Albus had to win it to lock that first place. It didn't. G2 honestly managed to outplay them in the mid game and showed up this time much easier, much cleaner play. Zero risk honestly taken, and Albus very early on lost this game.
You know what I think happened to Fischio? I think he typed BRA for brand in the search bar, but he got bra.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what happened.
That's unlucky. Because he locked it in so fast as well. Clearly, he was ready. That's why they lost.
I feel like they maybe
That's the only reason.
Maybe. Well, one game left here in the group. It's going to be a very exciting one as well. ANX, so again, still made it through. Might not lock the first spot, but Shox is standing by with G2's mid laner for a post-game interview, so let's hand it off.
Thank you very much indeed. Standing by with Perks of G2, and I don't want to make this too long, but I did want to give you a chance to say something because it hasn't been easy for you guys. What would you just like to say, or how are you reflecting on what happened here at Worlds for G2?
Well, honestly, I just want to say sorry to all fans that believed in us and that supported us, and that we showed up so poorly every game besides the last one. And I don't know what exactly happened, but I think this is just make us stronger for the longer run. And one tournament, it just sucks, but yeah.
Yeah, big apologies from you. Perks, where does G2 go from here?
Well, we will stick together, and we will just look to improve ourselves and become a better team for the future. And I'm sad we couldn't show more, but I'm sure we can show a lot more in the future. So.
Thank you very much. It takes a lot to come up here and say that. Thank you very much, Perks. And back over to you guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. G2 able to pick up a win here to close out their tournament. Although it wasn't what they wanted for their group stage, they do secure it. And, you know, this only just serves to make the group more interesting, to be honest, as it's not going to be ANX that has that first seed locked just yet.
Yeah, plenty of possibilities here. The last game matters so much. Just shortly before we move on, just reflecting on the tournament, it has to hurt for G2. Come on, after MSI, they played so well during the entire split. A lot of people that are watching G2 right now may not follow Europe as close. Like, they dominated. They were by far the best team. Mithy and Sven on paper were called best spot lane in Europe, at times best spot lane in the West, and the complete collapse here must hurt them. I personally hope that they fix it from a point of communication in-game and out-of-game, get a sports psychologist or somebody with more coaching and more infrastructure for G2, because I feel these players have the potential, but they were seriously, like, yeah, not set up to succeed.
I don't want to make excuses for him, but, you know, Perks is a 17-year-old kid at the end of the day. And, you know, he's come so far. And, you know, I agree with all the points about, you know, if you talk the talk, you have to be able to walk the walk. But at the same time, I think that, you know, 2 tournaments, he's a very young mid laner. I still think he's a superstar. He'll definitely bounce back.
Yeah, and I definitely think that actually, because of his age and because of, you know, where he's at, that having somebody like a sports psychologist on staff is even more necessary, because you need guidance in that and able to actually go through a lot of conflicts that you're going to naturally have with your team and being able to talk things out and improve your communication.
Because it's so easy to say if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. And Perks, by all means, when he went ham on social media when he was performing well, and he was like the bantering you. But it's really easy to get sucked into that culture, especially over in Europe, the way the pro players interact. That he's now kind of discovering like the bad side. What happens when you start losing? Because then fans, like, they're ruthless, and hopefully he takes that as a learning experience, and just the entire team matures a little bit, and they improve as a whole, because Europe needs them to be strong.
Plenty of time for growth and evolution out of them. Player of the game this time around going to Mithy. Lots of clutch moves in team fights. You know, as a veteran support, you would look to him in a game like this on the world stage to kind of pull it together, bring the team in for their final victory.
Yeah, Mithy known to be super calm, good macro, good clutch movements, but we didn't see it in groups. Luckily, it came out a little bit in the last game, but this was against a severely weakened Albus Nox Luna as well, who had played just that like thriller game against the Rocks Tigers here, so...
All right, well, you hear it behind us because the crowd is cheering for it. They wanted to hear from Albus Nox Luna, so now for a word with our first quarterfinalist. Let's send it back to Shox.
Thank you very much, and we had to talk to Albus Nox Luna here. Didn't get a chance before. Liquid, first off, you wanted to start by saying something about G2 specifically?
Yeah, sure. I asked Shox to give me an opportunity to say that, guys, G2 did a really good job. Yes, they failed. Yes, they could do better. But when they had nothing, literally no reason to play, they could just surrender. They could just go team or go full alarm. Yes, it would be funny, but they have shown their competitive spirit, and they fought until the very end. And you know, guys, when everyone hates you, everyone thinks that you don't deserve to represent the region, and you find the strength inside of you to fight, even if it doesn't matter. That's really cool, guys. Thank you, G2.
I can't help but think when I hear you talking about finding the strength within yourself, representing your region, you must be talking about what ANX has shown here so far. What does it mean for you to show everyone up, show everyone wrong, and find it within yourselves to advance to the quarterfinals?
Well, you know, guys, like when we actually realized that we are getting to quarterfinals, it was really hard to believe, because, you know, we came here expecting 0-6. We came here without real preparation. We didn't bootcamp in Korea, and we were like, okay, guys, we'll just come and play our game. But today, we're in quarterfinals for sure. And all I want to say is that, hey, guys, we are from Wildcard. And they have told you before, being underdog doesn't mean being a loser. That's all.
I'm a bit lost. Very inspirational words so far. I do want to ask you one more question about that game versus Rocks, because that was insanity. Where did the shot calling come from in the end? And it looked like you guys might give it away right at the end because it was so incredibly close. Where did you find it within yourself to make the right moves, sneak that Elder Dragon all of a sudden?
Well, Kira said that, hey guys, I can do solo Drake. And Stash was like, Kira, why? Don't. Why are you trying to do this? That's a bad call. But other team was like, no, Kira, go do your stuff. That's actually a cool idea. And after we just went, sneak the dragon, and that was the second moment which actually led us to the victory. And first one, props to the Smurf, when he survived to 3-man gank, which actually led us to killing Kate and to getting Nashor. So another thing I want to say, it's not connected to Rock's game, but more to our performance and our team. 4 of our team members were chosen as MVPs of their games, and we still have one guy who still deserves his hype. You cheering for him. Like, I want to ask you guys to cheer for A Miracle. He did an excellent job. Maybe he doesn't look like a crazy AD carry or a guy who carries, but actually he's part of the team spirit. He's the guy who never gives up, and he's the guy who always, even if he is far, far behind, tries to find an opportunity to win. So guys, all I want to say is that, yes, our team looks strong. Some of players sometimes look stronger, but we all are a team, and Miracle is a big part of it. Thank you, guys.
And thank you very much, Liquid and Albix Nox Luna. We'll see you guys in the quarterfinals, but we still have a score left to settle. CLG versus Rocks after the break for that final spot from Group A in the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere.
Oh no, the ward's there, but Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go? Exhaust is down, Mithy can't save him, and that'll be first blood. Who gets it? It is A Miracle.
Nice. Trick doesn't know about that.
Oh no, that's bad news, Bears. Ulti's into them. Perks down here as well. Damage in the front side is nice from the Ryzen. Here comes back. Gonna play cleanup. Ulti's not quite enough. One swat doesn't get it as the repel moves down, and A Miracle's gonna kite it out, but Kira goes down to Perks. Perks maybe with a catch. That's big damage. 2 items there for the Ryze ulti. Oh, that's it! Perks! Huge play! Trick gets Cocoon, but Mithy gonna save the day and expects in the backline. Gonna get one. Gonna look to hop down and try and get another. Aurelia goes ballistic in the team fight. G2 will take it, and NX will pick up another loss.
Take much more now. I can't hold on to everything. I don't know what to say now. Everything
일단 작년 롤드컵에서는 일단 저희가 결승 갈 거라고는 저희도 생각을 못 하고 있었거든요. 그래서 이제 목표가 막 롤드컵 결승 그리고 롤드컵 우승컵 막 그런 게 아니었어요. 근데 이제 결승까지 이제 갔다 와 보니까 좀 더 욕심이 생기더라고요. 그래서 좀 더 목표가 높아지지 않았나 싶어요.
Welcome back. We're set up for our final scheduled match of the day, pitting ROX Tigers against CLG. And honestly, it couldn't be a better setup here. Winner of this game advances to the quarterfinals. Loser is knocked out. So gentlemen, CLG versus ROX Tigers. What are we looking for? What are the key factors in this matchup?
We're looking at the early game one more time out of ROX Tigers because honestly, it has not been good enough. And if a team is going to take advantage of it, it is going to be counter logic gaming. Time and time again, they've risen to the occasion. And ROX has left that door open so wide.
Exactly. ROX 0 for 5 in first bloods. They have not gotten an early game advantage in any of their games. And they're looking at those 10 and 15-minute stats as some of the worst in the entire tournament, like 15th or 16th out of 16 teams. They're absolutely abysmal early, but then they turn it on. And that's how CLG won last time, is that early aggression, the way that they got that level 1 kill bottom. They need more of that Gouda if they want to come out on top.
Well, we've seen that anything can happen in this tournament so far, so now it's time to lock in your predictions down the line one more time. CLG or ROX Tigers? Who's taking it? Crepo?
I'm just going to go with the ROX Tigers. I think they have what it takes. CLG, yeah. Come on, you can't blame me for this one.
Let the man.
Do you actually believe CLG is going to win?
He's getting crucified up here on the desk. Let's go.
Can I ask a bodyguard once I walk off the stage later?
All right, no, but what's the reasoning behind this?
I mean, we saw a strong CLG, but we saw also a very weak CLG. I feel you can hit CLG harder with bans than you can do the ROX Tigers. We're still talking about the tournament favorite coming into Worlds here in the ROX Tigers. Like, they have some of the greatest players out there. Yes, their early game is weak, but barring some really unconventional strats, CLG's early hasn't looked that great.
All right, Spawn, what are you thinking? You with Crepo or against?
CLG already played their one card against the ROX Tigers, and ROX Tigers will win this game. I think they'll win it quite handily. I just agree. I'll go further. I think the class on the ROX Tigers lineup is just better than Counter Logic Gaming at the moment. They've got Smeb, they've got Prey, who's playing like a machine. So I really do think that ROX will win this one.
All right, Zyrene, what are you thinking?
I have to go with Counter Logic Gaming.
But you actually have a reason.
Because I have not been impressed with ROX's early game, and I feel as though CLG are able to punish that. I have not seen the ROX Tigers that I saw at the LCK. And this is Worlds, and they're looking really weak.
All right, so you're putting everything behind a good draft for CLG, and a strong early game will hopefully catapult them to victory. But over here, we've got votes for the LCK team, and the tournament favorites coming into it all. Time now for us to send it to the casters to get in the game.
Thanks, Dash, and we're ready here for ROX Tigers to take on CLG. And this is always going to be a great game, I felt like, but what is going on right now, given the position we're in? Because one of these teams is going home, one of these teams is advancing, seeding maybe to be determined if ROX can win and force a tiebreak for first, but this is an unthinkable position for the last game of the day.
So much pressure now, honestly, on both teams, maybe even more on the ROX Tigers, because if they do drop out of Worlds in groups, it would be absolutely insane. A lot of people looked at that group and said, easy peasy. First place, might not even drop a game. It's going to be fine. Now, they might actually lose to CLG and get out of Worlds.
Yeah, in this matchup, it's do or die because there's no tiebreakers happening after this. So ROX Tigers need to bring their A game, and so does CLG. And we're going to see two styles collide. And I don't know if CLG is going to be able to pull it through. There's a lot of pressure on them.
It comes down, or a lot of it comes down to the pick and ban phase, especially. I think you should ban Aurelion Sol. I'm glad ROX Tigers finally agree after they learned their lesson. And that's actually why they're in this situation in the first place. Another big pick in that last game was Alistar. Afromu was all over the place in the early game, ganking multiple lanes. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Alistar first pick for Gorilla because it's such an impactful support for both these two guys.
Yeah, and I actually like the fact that the Tigers banned out Syndra, mostly because I was not very impressed with Kuro's performance on it the game prior.
Wow.
So I want to see him on more of a control utility mid laner, and the first pick, that is Elise for Peanut.
Interesting choice. Of course, as you highlighted, banning out Syndra is because they do not trust Kuro to win the game on it, so they don't want to first pick it, and they don't want to hand it over to CLG either. But first picking jungler, when Rek'Sai and so many other strong picks like Lee Sin is still available, Olaf is here as well, one of the best picks for Xmithy. you're not really taking a whole lot away from him.
No, certainly not. And it's been very standard bans actually for both these two, with Aurelion Sol maybe not quite in the pool. Very interesting first pick.
I want
here for
Alistar
Snap,
here.
but we'll see how CLG respond. You mentioned the Alistar is available. The Caitlyn's up as well. Like, there's so much open. Everyone's going to get their signature picks with the exception of Huhi. They take the mouse, they take the Caitlyn.
Oh, no.
This is because there's so many mid lane bans. They want to try and pinch the champion pool of Kuro even further. He does have the Victor, which is one of his best picks. He can just sit and wave clear.
One of the things that Gorilla loves is Tahm Kench, and Malzahar being picked first can be punished. There's a lot of available options that Rox could go with to punish this Malzahar, but Kuro highlighting that, or he has the Victor, yeah. So Victor gonna be able to just wave clear, do what Kuro needs to do, and let Prey, Peanut, and Smeb carry the game.
And as much as I agree with the whole Tahm Kench actually being a good pick here, it seems like Gorilla just values what he considers the best support in the meta, Alistar, and also take it away from Aphromoo. Talked a lot about it, you know, for potential first pick, first rotation. It is locked in very early. CLG very clearly expect this game to go pretty far into like the 30-40 minute mark, because they're picking a lot of scaling here, and with the weak early game of Rox Tigers.
That's an interesting pick because there's not a lot of synergy in mid lane with it.
Well, I like the Olaf there from McSmithy. If you can play aggressive and into Peanut, but like you mentioned, not that much gank pressure as far as the overall lanes go. But though for Aphromoo is always a good pick here. We expected him to kind of get onto a playmaker, and he does have one here.
Yeah, Bard is one of these picks where you can either win the game as a support or you can completely lose the game as a support. If you're not hitting these crucial ultis in the late game, then it's very hard for you to have value compared to something like an Alistar. But if you nail those great ultis into bindings, you can create so many kills for your team. It looked very late game focused with Caitlyn and Malzahar, but now with Olaf Bard, there's a lot more early game punch, and especially once you hit level 6 in the mid lane, while the synergy might not be the greatest between the Malzahar and his jungler, level 6, stun that Victor with Olaf flying in there, that's a kill.
Yep, and CLG gonna decide on their final pick here, and this entire tournament, Gnar and Poppy have been really big up in the top lane, and this is the final comp for Rox Tigers, and they have a super late game scaling team composition, and they're going back to it.
And honestly, just give me a Poppy here again. Yes, your early game will not be the greatest, but you just TP out of that lane, you try and make plays on the bottom side where you have Caitlyn, Bard into a melee support, and then Poppy against some of these champions like Jhin and Victor late game. They can't escape, they can't run away from Poppy. She will get to them, and she will CC with the ulti and just sit in front of something like a Jhin.
And it feels like very safe drafts for both these teams. Jhin is about as safe as it gets as far as available remaining picks for Rox, and CLG, they just give Darshan the pick that's been overperforming despite a lot of lane deficits across the tournament so far. It feels like both teams are on comfort. Both teams have the power in the right hands. Aphromoo versus Gorilla should be an amazing little matchup to watch here, but it's kind of what we expect with everything on the line. This is a must-win game for both teams. One of these teams is going home. We could have a second #1 seed from a region. The tournament favorite in Rox Tigers go home. This is just
insane.
Crazy. It's insane.
Almost don't want to talk about it before the game is over, because you're just like, no, there's no way that can happen. But it can. CLG has already beaten them once. Had Aurelion Sol. Not the case here, but a Malzahar, if he gets an early push, Huhi is a mid laner who likes to roam. Kuro is a mid laner who likes to roam as well and actually impact other lanes. So if you get an advantage there in that mid lane, you can start going to side lanes.
Yep. We're about to get into game here. And also, I want to bring up that Peanut, he only played one other Elise game this tournament. This is his favorite champion. He considers himself the best Elise in the world. We're going to see if his Elise can carry Rox Tigers onto the quarters.
Gonna have to show it here, but don't forget to weigh in on Twitter. Hashtag ROXwin if you think the Tigers will make it. And you know the crowd's cheering for. Get the hashtag CLG when the crowd spelled it out nice and easy for you guys. This is it. One of these teams at the end of this game will have heads hung very low. One of them will be very happy. CLG could do Albus Nocturne a favor as well. If they win, they get second. Albus Nocturne claim first despite the loss before. Rox will have to play a tiebreaker for first if they win here. But no matter what, this is it. One game, one team going home, one team moving on.
And let's look at what a team like CLG wants to do in a game like this. When you have Bard as a support, you have the ability to roam and really make a lot of plays, but so does Alistar. So it's actually very important for CLG to have control of that bottom side. Keep Gorilla locked in that lane. Don't allow him to leave as well, because that's where he really shines. When he can go mid lane and go into enemy jungle and force more aggressive plays. If you keep him with double range setup in that bottom lane, you have the advantage on that bottom side, and you have TP from Poppy that you spend towards the bottom lane to look for these fights. Then you can actually contain the ROX Tigers bottom lane, and that slows them down a lot, because then it's all about Peanut really doing well in the early game.
Yep. And early game, I'm a little bit worried for CLG. Again, not a lot of synergy in top lane. That Poppy not going to be able to really coordinate a gank up there against a blue side Gnar. It's too easy, again, to turtle that side of the map, place a ward in the tri-brush, deny any sort of gank attempts. And Malzahar can't roam early.
Nope.
So, I mean, Malzahar in mid lane, how do you really gank for him until he's level 6?
You don't. Honestly, you farm, you set up vision, and then if you want to look for anything, you look bot lane. You look for that bottom lane. That's where you're going to put the pressure. Unless Gnar is randomly just pushing all the way up to the tower, and you have vision of the enemy jungler, but that's not going to happen. Smeb is one of the absolute best players in the world. He knows how to position in lane.
Well, I love this as well. Quick look at the Keystone Masteries. Double Ignite, double Thunderlords in the bottom lane. Things could get real spicy real quick, but we'll start with Hui and Kuro here in the mid lane. Expecting just a lot of safe farming. Be interested to see where the junglers go. Where does Peanut put his pressure? What can Smithy get done? We talk about early games for both these teams. They've looked a little shaky here and there. CLG going to have to fight fairly without Aurelion Sol versus Rux this time. Gorilla taking damage, but Afro trading back. Double range here looking decent in the early stages of the lane.
Always sucks for an Alistar level 1. You can't really do anything, but just take the poke. Just have some minions always being pulled towards Afromu. But now it's just a big race for Afromu to get level 2 and then see if he can go a bit aggressive. Jungle pathing is always interesting very early on. Standard from Peanut on a jungler who needs blue buff early. Grump into blue into red. So now he gets level 3. He can either gank or counter gank, or he can just continue farming by getting that red buff as his third camp. It's very, very important. So you're always able to be active on the map, and Smithy is going to pick up his red, but he's going to be very low and not really able to gank right now.
One of the reasons that he could be doing this start for Smithy, but hold on. Oh no, Peanut.
Big save. He sees the summon as well. Gorilla goes in for it. Locked up again. Cocoon in for ROX Tigers. And first blood goes to Peanut.
Just talked about getting that red buff, third camp and top lane gank.
Smeb actually getting chased down here, but he does have flash. Fat wall. He does make it over. And he gets out scot-free.
That's Darshan, not Dyrus. Not used to that flash.
Didn't want to follow, but man, that was so important for the ROX Tigers. We talked about how important it is to get an advantage bot lane for CLG, and then it's just a very simple path from Peanut, getting red buff level 3, walking bot lane, and instant engage onto Styx here. Let's see if he could flash, because it's a flash into the headbutt, and he actually has time to react. Problem is, you haven't seen the jungler yet. So normally you don't want to just flash instantly, because, well, then you just wasted a flash almost. But when you see that engage coming, level 3 gank is possible. You almost just have to play it safe and flash yourself.
Yep.
Otherwise, this happens. And Smeb, while he did push up top lane, was able to flash the wall and stay alive.
Yep. And in mid lane, it's pretty interesting how Hui has elected to play the lane because Victor needs a bigger buy than most other mid laners. He needs that 1,250, whereas Malzahar, he just needs that lost chapter. So if you really attack Victor's mana pool early on and you make it difficult for him to farm, you can really mess with his recall timings.
Actually going for a spare Doran's Ring as well, so it favors maybe a bit more aggression. Going to keep his advantage up for a little longer, perhaps in the lane, as Tixay does return. Was behind in CS, but he's okay now, and definitely doesn't want to get caught again by Peanut.
And now we got to see Smithy. Look at that Alistar with no flash. Look at the Jhin with no flash in the bottom lane. Easy targets for him if he wants to gank once his Ghost is available one more time. He can even potentially wait for Afromu to hit 6. Might just be in time where he can still engage without flashes. Peanut is down here again. He knows there's a high chance Smithy's trying to gank the bottom lane. He wants to add a little bit of safety for the team.
Yeah, and one of the things that Peanut is doing is you notice the tier 2 boots, the Sorcerer penetration boots. He's saying, I want to get aggressive. I'm going to go quick. I'm going to cause a lot of chaos, and you're not going to keep up with me.
And that's a good adaptation because ROX Tigers have fallen behind so often. Every single game they play, they fall behind in the early game. And one of the reasons is that Peanut has not been able to dominate early on. He hasn't out-jungled anyone if you look at the first 15, 20 minutes. Now he first picked Elise. With more junglers available, he first picked it because he wanted that champion for the early game power, for the early game ganks. pulled off one.
Dashan with a nice trade there in top, though, as Gorilla's back in mid lane, but passive up for Malzahar going to make that real tricky to try and get down, and Kuro playing a little too far back there.
Always got to be careful, though, with the Malzahar passive. Gives you a false sense of security because, you know, it does block the CC for 0.25 seconds, but what Alistar will do, he's just going to headbutt, break the passive, wait 0.25 seconds, and then he's going to Q and actually knock you off, but does give you time to flash away if you are the Malzahar. And let's see towards the bottom lane. Smithy is on the bottom side, not in a position to gank because the lane also is not really pushed on the side of Rox Tigers. They're happy keeping it towards their tower.
Yep. And they're just playing pretty defensively right now and expect to see that happen if Peanut's not on that side of the map. And Peanut wants blood up in top lane.
Smeb actually not level 6, but does well. Darshan down. Darshan keeping healthy with that corrupting potion, but Peanut's being very patient here. Gonna try and make something happen. Smeb baiting a little too much, perhaps. Gets him to have ulti. Peanut does make it, but gets it with Darshan! Able to claim the kill. Peanut looking for the trade. Does flash for it, and will get it.
Because of Peanut, Smeb actually hit level 6 later because Peanut was absorbing the experience.
Look at the bottom lane now. Smithy's down here. No flashes from the Rox Tigers. Aphromoo is only level 5. No ulti from him to stop that tower from dealing damage. They need the mid lane to roam, and Hui just pushed the mid lane. Rox Tigers should call this. They know he's roaming down. Smeb also has teleport. Darshan does not.
Here comes the dive, perhaps. We'll have to see what happens. They're not going to go for it yet. Gorilla stunned against the wall, and they might pull out of it. It's
too risky.
Could consider taking a buff instead. You can see pings on the red side, but Xmithy with his counter jungle instead. CLG do play it safe there.
And the thing we have to remember with that gank from Peanut before, where he was hiding in the bush, they didn't have full information on Xmithy. Yes, we can see both sides, but because Smeb is overextended without flash, in case Olaf shows up for a gank, Peanut is here to counter gank. So that is one option with this. The second one is that Darshan all-ins, and Peanut then goes for the kill. And this was obviously not the plan.
Yeah, that was not the plan at all. They wanted Smeb to get level 6 there and then do the setup, and then Peanut doesn't even need to burn flash. But because Peanut was siphoning XP, unfortunately Darshan was able to get level 6 and kill Smeb.
Well, 1,000 gold up now for Rox Tigers. Actually just under, as that's awkward. Voidling going to pick it up. Hui with some nice little play there. Does move over and get himself the blue buff. He's starting to push in and try and roam around, but Kuro does have that first upgrade with the Hex Score, so yeah, it's really going to be that much better at clearing up those waves. But Peanut's caught here. Xmithy and Afro find him and they take him down.
What a sneaky roam. Stixay came back from base, but then Xmithy and Aphromoo just snuck in there, hid in the bush, and then suddenly Peanut with no flash, he had no idea they were there. We didn't have no idea.
I actually got surprised.
Like, what are you guys doing there?
Wicked Dragon now. CLG going to move over and try and take this Ocean Drake. Peanut's mistake. Going to give CLG parity on the gold lane and possibly the objective as well.
Well, it's hard to really call them a mistake from Peanut because he didn't expect anyone to invade, with Stixay not even being in the bottom lane at the point or at the time. He just came down from base, so they clearly did not expect Aphromoo and Xmithy to sneak in there. And that's just a very, very good call from CLG. And some of the plays we like to see when Aphromoo is roaming a lot. When he's on a support who can roam, he can set up a lot of plays with Xmithy and Gorilla.
Very nice,
Not quite sure what he's planning there. Doesn't have level 6. Looks like they're just trying to get some vision secure. They're going to pick up the Scuttle Crab.
Could also try and bait out a flash if Peanut does show and Alistar combos forward. You kind of have to flash it instantly. Good stun from Aphromoo. Stops everything, and it is dead even in gold in this game here. Both comps have quite good scaling, honestly. Victor, Jin, Malzahar, Caitlyn.
Wonder what the catch here, actually. Who he kind of scouting out, but doesn't have any friends right now. Xmithy also doing a nice job in the jungle matchup right now. Peanut did, of course, go for that pretty long-winded top lane gank, and Xmithy's up 15 CS or so, and Olaf should farm a little faster as he gets more items. So feels like things are going well for CLG's jungler. Peanut, despite the great early plays, falling a bit behind in farm. But other than that, the lanes are pretty much dead even. It's good that CLG are keeping up in farm, but Rox, again, they're more than happy to play this slower pace of game. And it's funny that we mentioned it before. Peanut was supposed to be the thing that plugged the hole in the boat, which was Rox Tigers' early game. It hasn't been the case here at Worlds despite domestic success, but if Peanut has a good game and can kind of get things to the point where they want to be anyway, That's great here for Rox, and this is how they want to approach the game. CLG going to try and disrupt as best they can. Xmithy constantly moving into this jungle.
And it's a pretty scary moment for Rox Tigers right now because Malzahar has ulti. We've seen some LCK mid laners get very early QSS against it. It is not there right now, so Kuro is constant at risk of just getting ultied and ganked and dies. Aframu has ulti in the bottom lane against something like a Jhin. Force a flash very easily, so there are a very good CC setup for CLG in multiple lanes and an early game jungler who can punish someone who gets locked down. So it's a bit of a tricky moment for the Rox Tigers where they're really respecting and they're afraid of what can happen if Xmithy shows up in the lane.
Yep. And as we progress into the middle stage of the game, the first and second core items for both teams is probably going to benefit Rox Tigers a little bit more. But then when it reaches the 3-item point, that's when Malzahar really just becomes like a different champion. He has the Rylai's, Morella, Namicon, and then he generally has the Void Staff. Also at that point, one thing CLG has that Rox does not is immunity to neutral objectives like Dragon and Baron, because Malzahar at 30% CDR, the Voidlings just keep living and you just get everything for free.
Definitely agree, and it's super, super important for CLG to do well very early and then get past the mid game where you also need Caitlyn to get multiple items before she becomes a big carry in the late game. But because Rox now has to respect the CC in all these lanes, they can't actually play aggressive. They can't really roam around, they can't really force anything. They're kind of waiting for CLG to make a play and then try and react. Seems like something will happen around mid lane.
Rox Tigers certainly good at damage control as Afro and Gorilla having a battle, but they're looking for Stixay, who he did ghost his way over here. And Xmithy's waiting for Kuro, finds him with one axe. Ghost pop by Victor. CLG, I like what they're doing here, positioning to try and find a catch, but Rox are doing an excellent job of playing defense when they know they need to, and this is maybe what was missing from their early game. It's such intelligent play right now.
And I love the positioning from Aframu. If you play Bard yourself, just stay around this wall here, because whenever you spot someone walk into river, you're going to put up the portal.
Gorilla, no, could be in a bit of trouble. That's enough damage. Peanut, though, gets the kill. It will be a trade, and now Stixay caught without his flash. Flashes instantly and dodges the bullets here. Does get hit by one, but not going to matter. 1-4 trade in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I think that was a beautiful salvage by CLG. Picking up Gorilla there was absolutely huge, and they even trade summoners better than Rox Tigers.
Just when you praise a player, he actually gets caught out though. End up being a 1-for-1, so good for CLG. Let's see what happens on top. Smeb is fighting a Grump, and now he's fighting multiple CLG members as well.
Yeah, he's got Hui and Xmithy on his tail. Does have his flash. First axe hits, but Rox actually now rotated around. Hui flashes in. They're going to try and take it up, but now he has to move out of the way. Cocoon from Peanut nails the Malzahar, and Xmithy going to try and clean it up. They will get one, but Gorilla's here as well. Xmithy ghosting as best he can as Afro's here, but it's not enough to save them. Peanut not stunned either. And Afro's got his ulti. They can maybe get out here, but there's another catch. Good ult from Afro, but it nails Darshan as well. They will escort him off to safety. Afro can only save one teammate, though.
Yeah, and that was really good by the Rox Tigers there. Not a lot of people may know, but Victor's ultimate on cast cancels channels. So his ultimate is indeed a channel, and so I don't think they were expecting as many members of Rox to show up as they did, and so that's what ended up punishing CLG here. So you see the flash come out of Hui, the Voidling even out of position, and that is a huge part of Malzahar's damage early. And then Smeb able to live for long enough for Kuro and Peanut to just dish out the damage. Aframu tries to flash, but it was in vain as nothing could be salvaged there.
Really good for the Rox Tigers. Again, they were playing very reactive. They were kind of waiting for certain items. We have QSS for Kuro now. We talked about it just before, how many LCK mid laners love to rush it against Malzahar. Because you gotta constantly respect that. Engage. Now he can actually step forward in the lane and instant wave cleared with the laser. He doesn't have to be so afraid of Hui just splashing on him and locking him down, and a jungler showing up. So that's very important for the mid lane pressure for Kuro. And mid lane really is the lane that kind of binds everything together. If you can't push out mid lane, your mid laner can never roam first, and that always gives pressure to the other mid laner and the other team, because they can roam to side lanes, they can get into your jungle, and then suddenly your jungler gets less farm, your laners have to constantly be scared. So it's super, super important that Kuro can challenge the wave in mid, and you see him already push it out now to the tower, and suddenly he can move towards the river and start contesting some of this vision.
CLG are here, though, to try and take their second Drake of the game, will be an extra ocean if they can secure it, but lots of vision battles back and forth in the right side of the river. Blue buff for Malz might make pushing a little easier, but Kuro pretty efficient himself. He got his last blue stolen, actually, so timing should be a little off there. And who he going to play up with that blue buff? CLG, how aggressively do they want to collapse on this objective? Darshan back down again. Going to wander down to maybe pressure for a dive here.
Kuro has QSS, though. So they can't just hope to try to press R on him and, you know, gimp him right out of the fight. So Kuro playing pretty far back, sniffing that out. Definitely very good. They know that Darshan probably can't be anywhere else.
Yeah, and CLG need to think about the steps before they dive. You need to have vision in the enemy jungle before you go for such a risky tower dive. Rox now might actually try and fly. Hui has no flash.
Great damage there, but that's maybe going to poke him out. Dan TP's ready for these top laners, but Smev actually wandered down to the mid lane to try and join this fight. Afro doing his best to save his teammates, but Hui relatively healthy. Think chugged the potion, you can see it running there, and might actually stay to try and take this fight. Afro's donating him health as well.
Gotta remember, there's mana on the Malzahar, there's barely any mana on the Victor, so that means Kuro doesn't really want to join a fight. Might just have one laser and one Q, and that's it. CLG, they know that, so they're actually starting it, looking for that potential team fight.
They go for it, Gorilla kind of goes in, actually finds Afro. Bullets there from Jins, enough for that snipe. Darshan's here, kicks one out, but Smithy now in the thick of it, does take the portal out to safety, but CLG, they don't get the Drake and they just lost Afro. Big misstep there around the area.
Second time here where Afro puts up the portal, but he's not able to get into the portal before the combo from the Alistar. And as a Bard, you just die instantly. You are so squishy. Really, really important again for the Rox Tigers. They're able to get certain advantages right now. And they are actually in the mid game, but they're strong.
Oh, Gorilla again with a great combo after the flash. Hui knocked out by the Cocoon's gonna be a kill. Kuro takes it down as Darshan now in trouble. Prey gonna shoot him to pieces. Gorilla lives through it, and Rox Tigers starting to turn it on.
Yeah, one of the things that is important to note about Hui right now is he can't play that far forward in the lane without any sort of mobility.
We'll catch again there, but Sticks, there could be problems. Duggar did get a snipe with an ultimate to take out Gorilla, but now gonna try and turn it onto Prey. Q not gonna hit. Neither is that Snare, and Kuro poking down, had just enough for one more laser, and Prey looking aggressive, had the full shot. Stixxay respects it and plays back.
And we see again why Alistar is such an important support pick. If you have playmaking supports like Gorilla, he's able to set up plays like this. They know there's no flash for Hui. He flashes in, he gets a combo, followed by Peanut, and that's a dead mid laner, and now the fight is 100% won already. And these are the kind of things a lot of Western teams are very slow to adapt to because they're not used to these supports being so quick at engaging, so quick at catching them out. And then you overextend, you die.
Happened a few times now, it feels like. That's a lot from Stixxay to at least get one back. Gorilla, unfortunately, had no friends to try and block that ultimate. Rox were chasing the kill they got onto Smithy. Blue now going to be donated over to Kuro, so he's going to have that mid lane pushing advantage as it has dropped off of Hui after being taken down here. There's been a lot of push and pull here. Both these mid laners love to roam and push their lane out aggressively. And Rox, they're up 2,000 gold. It's not bad at this stage of the game. But again, CLG will continue to ramp up. It feels like Rox have strength right now, but this game's kind of slower as far as the pace goes overall. And 5-10 minutes later, CLG feels like they'll be back in the lead as far as team compositions and item goes.
Yeah, they're still about 2 items away from getting into that point where they'll take the driver's seat in terms of itemization. We see Malzahar now, though, at that 30% CDR, so Baron immunity is granted, Dragon immunity granted, and CLG just need to make it there. They need to not let anything else happen coming out of Rox, but Rox now definitely looking to make action happen.
Got an Infernal coming up as well. Drake not up for a little while, but we've split the first 2 oceans, and we talk about the importance of this mid game that's coming up. I do like that the game is sort of saying, yeah, I agree with you. Here's an Infernal Drake to fight over as the next objectives comes up.
Go team fight again, and really this meta is so much about team fighting because it's so hard to get down proper vision due to the fact that obviously there's been so many nerfs to vision, side stones right now. Provide the wards basically you have at this point in the game because your top lane is the one sitting with the warding totem and he's far away from the team. So it's just a side stone and normally a tracker's knife from your jungler. That's the vision you can put down. That's a few wards and then you have to recall and get new ones. So it's really hard to set up vision. That's why a lot of fights always happen instead where you can't take over a jungle. You set up for Baron, set up for Dragon, you get a ping, and then you start it.
Oh, that's a good pick from Peanut. Snipe comes in, and Peanut gets his 5th kill of the game.
Yeah, and the problem there is even if Hui and Xmithy want to turn it, you can't because Kuro has QSS.
QSS is such a key item here, but also Hui getting caught out. Had summoners available. But once you get CC'd once, by composition with then a follow-up snare from a Victor, a follow-up snare from a Jhin, a potential Alistar combo, you got 5 champions on the side of Rox Tigers with CC. Land one, the second and the third one will follow.
We can see again chasing for another kill. Afro flashes in, doesn't hit the stun. Prey did flash out of the way, but Darshan TP down as well. CLG overforced for that play, and Kuro might get mid off of it as well. Peanut gonna do him to make sure it goes down, and CLG, that was a desperate looking play. They are 5,000 gold behind now.
Yep, and First Blood Tower going over to the Rocks Tigers. CLG going to be able to pick up this tower, but the problem with this tower is now that lane is going to be a dead lane for CLG. And it's also going to accelerate now the team fights that are going to be coming up in the next few moments. Dragon, 2 minutes off, and Rock's probably going to look to pick up this top tower here as well.
Yeah, really the big problem was not the play, in my opinion, in the bottom lane, but just the fact that Hui had already died, so you would lose mid tower. Like, that's something that would be bad for CLG no matter what. I actually like Aphromoo trading his flash for praise, because when we have that next team fight, Aphromoo will have his ulti, and Jhin is not going to be able to run out of that ulti. If he fires it straight in the middle where Jhin is standing, that is going to connect, and then you can follow up with Poppy, Olaf, maybe even a Malzahar, and take down that Jhin, take down one of the main damage dealers. So it is important that Aphromoo traded flashes, but it has to be impactful then in the next fight. If CLG wants to go for it, they might just say, you know what, we need to wait for 3 items. We can surrender another dragon. It is so tough, though, to give away these Infernal Drakes.
Yep. And also we see the itemization on Hui with that Giant's Belt. So he does want to go, obviously, into Rylai's next. But the problem with this is there's a lot of percentage health damage on Rox's team comp. And with Malzahar not having any damage and Poppy being full tank, it's really all on Stixxay to make something happen.
Yeah, the fact you didn't have enough for a large rod to get some more damage when you go for Rylai's, but you have to go for Giant's build. It's almost the worst feeling as a mid laner, because he doesn't need more tankiness. He needs to have some damage, because they have a good front line already.
Smeb actually in there, but a good ulti actually. They will collapse onto the Gnar, bringing up very squishy, and Smeb randomly dies.
That is the weirdest decision-making I've ever seen. I don't even know what he's thinking. I wish I could come up for something for him, but I can't. Dragon was 20 seconds away. You had teleport, you had flash, you just came off a recall. Why?
Maybe he doesn't want Infernal Drake. He's not his team. I don't want this Drake. Get away from it. I'm dead.
He's up in 20 minutes. Maybe something happened. Gorilla going to turn it around. Big ult from Kuro. Takes down Afro, and Smithy gets himself chased. Does burn. Does keep his ultimate up, sorry. So CLG now going to have to fight fair 4v4, and Smeb's up now with TP.
Yeah, so instead of it being Aphromoo catching out Prey when they traded flashes, it's Gorilla catching Aphromoo and killing him. Again, another great engage on this Alistar. It is just forcing so much.
Here we go. Darshan going to try and make it big. Gorilla does have his ultimate, and he pops it there. As they're going to try and chase one down. Smeb did TP in aggressively as well. Rocks are playing with fire, but they're trying to force and really take over the game versus CLG. CLG needs something here, but Rocks are not giving it away.
Everyone is so low. Hui has his ulti in just a few seconds. Not able to get in proper position. He has no flash. Taking a lot of damage as well in the back.
It looks like they're going to be able to raise that tier 2. Oh, but Prey did get caught. No follow-up is possible, though. Oh, and they do get the tower.
Again, flash in. Is that enough? It is! Stixxay able to take him down, and that Infernal's still on the table here.
They really don't want that Infernal. Like, that's my turn.
Maybe not. For CLG, they'll surge forward. What do they value more? Do they take that turret there? Rocks did get a tier 2. Afro looks for the ulti, just misses Kuro. But Darshan wants in, he's got the flash. Who's he looking for with the wallbang? No one yet. CLG might just have to consolidate and take the Drake.
And this is one of the things with Bard. Like, look at the 2 supports in this game. If Aphromoo nails that ulti, he forces 2 flashes. He missed the ulti, didn't force anything, is not ready for a potential fight. That means Rocks can now engage and actually go in.
Got Smeb again, he got ulted up by Mouse. They take him down, CLG! Starting to believe back in this game, and they will take the Infernal as well.
Rocks have just handed them 3 kills now, where CLG reacted really well and caught them out. But as I said before, we've seen Gorilla be like the MVP in this game on the Alistar. Aphromoo has not had the impact yet. We want to see from him. So there's tons of time. One great ulti from a Bard can win you the game, but we need to see more because Gorilla so far has won that support matchup.
And so we see this Smeb just walking forward again. He's been doing this again all game, and he just gets caught out by Hui. You can't do that without QSS, so CLG making a fantastic pick, get rewarded with the Inferno Drake, and you also have to give them credit for not, losing more when Rocks Tigers were trying to siege their mid-tier 2 turret. But I do think it was really greedy by Rocks, and this is the end result of it.
You can see how squishy Smeb is as well. Did go for the split push and build. Rosamala into Black Cleaver. Now has a Negatron Cloak, so QSS, I really hope, is next on the menu here. Stixxay has his. is going to be building into that third item relatively soon. Rylo's up now for Huhi as well. Like CLG starting to hit some power points here. Rocks on the other side, still with the gold lead, also have their 2 items kind of on. So things are relatively even. Maybe probably Rock's favorite, I guess, with current itemization.
2 items is definitely favored for the Rocks Tigers, but the third one is where we're going to look more towards CLG. QSS came in for Stixxay very early. We keep talking about the same item, but it is such a key item in these games here. He really wants to stay safe in the backline and potentially even use it if he gets knocked up to like QSS flash away, because then he can sit there and start auto-attacking properly.
Yep. And right now, Rocks Tigers is walking a pretty thin line right now. Any pick means Baron, because again, that Malzahar immunity. When you try to take Baron, your team doesn't take damage because of the Voidlings. So Rocks Tigers cannot slip up. Smeb needs to stop making these mistakes that he's been making all game.
Yeah, that's again why it's so important Koro is doing well in this game and has the early defensive item here, because in order to sneak that Baron as CLG or deny enough vision and actually get control of the Baron, they need to have control of mid first, so you can move from mid to Baron. But Koro just sits there on Victor like he's done for years and years now almost, and just constant wave clear, wave clear, wave clear, wave clear, stop CLG from actually moving around these objectives. Peanut trying to set up a small gank in the bottom lane. Killing the Sean is hard, but they actually want the tower.
Yeah, they've only got that 1 outer left, but here's Peanut looking for something. Nah, back into the wall, into the cocoon. Very nice little synergy there as Darshan, who gets the ulti, kicks them both out, and he'll save his life, but maybe not the turret. CLG, though, trying to make a trade in top lane.
And Rocks Tigers here reacting pretty late, honestly. Kept 3 members in the mid lane despite it already being pushed out. They will trade for bottom tower. So just an even trade, but it does give CLG again access to the top river where we have the Baron. The objective, we're gonna see a lot of fights around. Rocks Tigers have learned a lot. You know, if we look at the last game they played where they got like 4 Barons, might be another game where we go very late in these big late game team fights. Decide who gets into the quarterfinal and who goes home.
Yep. And one of the other things about that QSS on Stixxay is Peanut is going Glass Cannon Elise. He's going full magic damage. And so if Stixxay elects to go into another magic resistance item, this can get pretty brutal for the Rocks Tigers, because then it's going to be all on prey.
Prey looking pretty big right now. 2 items done, actually going to the Essence Reaver. Rapid Fire Cannon build, so sticking to more late game power. We have kind of seen the game slow down a bit, so it does make sense that the teams are looking more towards the 35 to 40 minute mark as far as the game length goes, so delaying it as best they can. Darshan reasonably strong, but GA is actually the item finished up for Smeb. Will give him a second life if he gets caught, but doesn't really save him from the potential Malzahar ulti. And again, Minino is still very squishy, especially with only 1 tank item, and I say that very lightly.
He's basically trying to create a scenario where the 2 tanks on each team, so the Gnar on one side and the Poppy on the other one, maybe add in the Olaf for CLG, where the tanks will dive each backlines, and whichever tank stays alive the longest kind of protects their own squishies. And if you can win that fight where the carry hits the tank and you kill the enemy tank first, you instantly move on to the squishies and you can just one-shot them very, very quickly. So him getting GA is just to buy even more time when he does jump in and try to sit and hit who he hits Stixxay and stop them from actually getting onto Koro and Prey.
A little interesting play here by Kuro, but nothing's going to come of it.
Interesting to see Midlander's power up as well. Oh, Kuro goes in. He wants it. Smeb's here. Look for the flank. Gonna hop in. There's the passive gone. Frozen Mallet gonna help out Huhi. Can he get out? He has the flash, but he gets comboed by Gorilla. Kuro commits the ultimate, and there's a kill for Rocks.
Another time where Huhi goes down, despite having both summoners available. He sees the combo from Gorilla, and he doesn't flash when he actually sees the headbutt, and then you do get CC'd. And then you die. So this gives full control over Baron for Rocks Tigers. They're starting it. They're forcing CLG to teamfight 4v5.
Yep, and one of the problems here is Smithy does not have Ghost. So he can't just run full speed ahead into that Baron pit, but hold that thought.
Doesn't have splash, can't get over either. Afro ulti's gonna go wide. Nah, there from Smith's gonna catch Darshan. That'll be another kill as Peanut claims it. Jin ulti's gonna try and catch Smithy. He popped the Ragnarok as well. Rocks, rinse, repeat, straight back to Baron.
Taking any chances with any Smite shenanigans yet, just instantly went for more kills. Like Smithy is around, so is Stixxay and Afro, but it's 3v5. Gorilla has no flash, but if someone gets too close, he will engage.
God, Gorilla actually finds Smithy. Stixxay caught him. This is next one down. Yes, Kuro flashes over, but Smeb gonna try and chase him. Stixxay going massive, shuts down Smeb. and the Baron is still up for grabs here. Smithy can't get over, he's got no flash. He does take out Gorilla though, and there's another kill.
They're gonna kill them all!
The only ones left alive, who he flashes in! Baron goes to Rocks, but CLG almost wipe Rocks off Summoner's Rift.
Well, let's see Prey still alive.
Oh my god, Prey's a beast! Takes down Afro, who he there to make sure everyone else stays alive, but what a mess around the Baron.
CLG completely split up here. One guy went for Elise, two guys chased for Prey, and in the end, they actually didn't even kill Peanut. He got to recall. Prey picked up another kill. Baron for Rocks Tigers. Some kills for CLG, but they're 6,000 gold down.
So we see the CLG trying to go in to deny it, and honestly, Rocks Tigers are indecisive here. They want the Baron. Peanut tanking all of that. Kuro gets hit and knocked up.
Now tanks the Baron as well.
Yeah, and he tanks the Baron. 6A manages to get away, and 6A was a god in this team fight. He did so much for CLG, and he kept the Baron hope alive. And then, honestly, they even almost got the steal away from Peanut.
Well, maybe caught a little again as Prey does commit the ultimate for good damage. Peanut Proto Belts trying to get over the wall. That does not work, if I recall correctly, but the Infernal Drake will go over to Rocks. We are dead even in number of dragons, and even funnily enough, the type of drakes as well. CLG still far behind in gold, but they're getting to the point where they can maybe let their composition make up for some of that deficit. Rocks, they need to kind of push a little harder. CLG maybe need to hold on for a little while longer, and could be anyone's game. Rocks, though, still ahead, but for how much longer is the question?
One of the things you just mentioned about CLG getting almost to that item point where they do have a lot more access inside of team fights, and we see though Hui is going for Leandri's Torment, and while this would normally be okay, Peanut, because he's going Glass Cannon, he does have some HP on his build, but it's not as efficient as if you were facing a tank Elise. So I would have liked to have seen the Void Staff.
Not there. Will help against Smeb, who's now kind of committing to the tank build. Got Aranduin's almost built up there with the Chain Vest and the Giant Spell all finished.
But the next few minutes here mean everything for CLG, because they have to be able to defend without losing inhibitors, without falling further behind. And this is not a good start.
Oh, good little QSS off. Gorilla tries to go in, but Darshan does block him with creative use of the W. Rockstone sieging up with the Baron. This is tough for CLG.
It's very, very hard now. No flash on Styx, and here's an ulti from Prey.
Kuro, very nice, and there's the blow-up. Kuro takes one down. Sneb again takes the portal out. It's actually Afro's portal that he conveniently put there. And CLG, they lose the turret, falls back to this inhibitor turret.
Yeah, this is the worst that can happen for them, because now Gorilla tries to engage again.
Very nice again. Smithy forced to burn the ultimate, who he keeping them away as best he can, but Prey is doing so much damage. 6-8, he can carry the fight, but he needs to play it perfectly.
It's on the way. There's one cannon shooting as well. Everyone is back in base now for CLG, except for 6A, who's here to defend. Aftermo up in 12 seconds. They have to be able to defend this turret here. Don't want to open up the base for a comp with an Alistar in it who can just always force fights. Dashawn with a good dodge. And now it is engaged.
Oh, Smithy again. Good enough from Smeb. There's the kill. Peanut takes out Smithy. Sticks in. Who are they firing away? Smeb is going to go down to Hui. Dashawn lives once more in Afro. Ulti at the ready. Going to wind up the arm and try and get a pick. There it is. Fights Gorilla. But Rock's 4-man strong going to look to defend. They can't really get in. And Gorilla burns down. It's not enough for the kill yet. And Afro can't find a line in. Does he port through? He does not.
So important for CLG. They end up just trading kills. Tower is still alive. Can buy them more time when it comes down to getting to 4 and 5 items. And when you are this far behind, but your comp does have great scaling, really it's all about keeping these structures alive, not losing inhibitors, not having super minions you have to deal with. It becomes so much easier for you just defending at these Nexus, inhib turrets.
Yep, and CLG, they're bouncing back, they're fighting back. They just got another turret. And, you see this replay here, and this was a huge setup by the Rocks Tigers. And they get Aphromu immediately, but everyone else does manage to live. Hui cast the ultimate on Kuro, Kuro being forced to QSS away, and Malzahar was doing a lot of work this team fight. And you can just see how tanky Darshan and Smithy are, because they're just refusing to go down. When the minion wave goes away, CLG is unable to reset, touch that fountain, get full HP, whereas Rocks, they're almost running out of fuel.
Yeah, one Ocean Drake is not enough sustain at this point to keep you healthy, so they keep going low, and when they actually do engage the fight, Styx is just left in the back, hammering away. You have a full HP Caitlyn and a full HP Malzahar, and that's what we talked about with the front line and the back line. Rocks were only able to hit the front line of CLG. And then Smeb goes down very quickly. Back live, no Baron alive, no Elder Drake. Will be the next one spawning, obviously. won't be here for quite some time. So CLG once again trying to defend, trying to survive, get another item. The more items they can get, the better.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, about the itemization, one of the things about Malzahar is he doesn't slow down. A lot of mid laners in the game, once they start getting to 4, 5, 6 items, they almost relatively fight the same exact way. Malzahar is not like that. He keeps getting more AP, he gets more penetration, he gets more utility, and he's just extremely obnoxious. And Caitlyn is one of the AD carries that is the same exact way.
Well, looks like Rocks are closing in a 10,000 gold lead here as CLG are holding on to the important structures, but definitely in a big hole as far as overall gold goes. CLG would be a massive comeback if they do want to claim that spot. And Smev again, a little called out, but this
That's
time
bot lane tower
safely.
So many members top lane. That's bot lane tower going down, opening it up for Rocks Tigers. One thing to highlight.
Ooh.
Actually, no.
Gorilla cleanses it off with his ultimate there. Now they're going to try and catch him. He's not that tanky even with the ultimate ticking away. And CLG get another kill. Afro, there's the ulti. Prey forced to flash, but Kuro has been caught by a teleporting Darshan. Ace in the hole's almost enough. Undertow should be very straightforward, and Smithy just straight on for the kill. Pops around him with Kuro though, blows one back up in response.
So huge because Rocks Tigers are pushing mid lane now. End up taking a lot of damage. CLG were chasing for kills. Afro with the portal is here, so is Stixay defending the inhib.
Oh, and Prey's just trying to eat their attention.
Oh no! Stixay caught, QSS is out! Needs to save the day, Peter Protobelt's in! That's gonna be him dominating as he takes down Caitlyn. And that's enough for Rocks to break mid as well. Peanut doing what he can to keep them out, and Smev just a little too strong. Afro gonna get caught off here. Prey probably gonna ignore him as he takes down the structures. Peanut's gonna solo him instead. Xmithy caught out there and dies to Smev's damage, and Rocks poised to force a tiebreaker versus Albus Nox Luna.
Got minions coming in. Dashawn is the only man alive. He's trying to buy time. Just
dead.
Like, please kill me again with the GA. Try and get Huhi alive. 5 seconds on the Malzahar. Dashawn buying a lot of time because the Nexus turrets didn't get hit by champions just yet, but now Prey's on it, and so is Peanut. That's one turret down.
And they are going for the game. Hui is up, and Malzahar is really scary, but oh!
Found Peanut, but he has to cancel Darshan back in again, but Hui gets Cocoon. Peanut blows him to pieces. He's legendary with 10 kills, and Rocks, they're gonna dash the North American hope. CLG bow out of the tournament, and Rocks hold on to that potential first we thought they'd get. Wow.
Kuro's last stand ended up being the final nail in the coffin, and Rocks Tigers were able to take that all the way.
Such an important game for Rocks Tigers. Had they lost this game, they would have been out of the World Championships. Sadly for CLG, they lost the game. They are now out, and the Rocks Tigers, they get to play against Albus Nox Luna again for that first place.
Yeah, and you definitely want that first seed.
Oh, yes.
You really want that first seed. You just look at a lot of the other groups, B, C, and D, lots of scary contenders for first seeds in those groups, so definitely want to avoid colliding with one of them.
And you can see there, Big Sticks, they almost made another huge late game comeback pretty much for CLG with a big Caitlyn, but it wasn't enough. Peanut played out of his mind. You said it, LS, his favorite champion. He considers himself the best Elise in the world. Definitely showed a lot of that here in this game. Took over Rocks. There were so many things here that went wrong for them, but that was a very clean looking game for them, given their performance in groups. Disappointing for CLG and for the North American fans, but a well-earned game by Rocks and Peanut especially.
Yeah.
And Kuro, he showed up.
Oh, yeah.
He showed up on his Victor. Victor is one of his bread and butter champions. Peanut, bread and butter Elise. So they had a lot of their comfort picks going into this, and Prey loves Jhin. So it took one of Rox's tried and true team comps champions to bring down CLG. And honestly, CLG, they put up a really good fight.
They did, and obviously these guys played well. The guy I want to highlight, though, is Gorilla, because I think we saw a massive mismatch almost in terms of support impact in this game here. Alistar, Bard, we talk about Alistar, the consistent engages. Bard, the very 50-50s. You can nail the one that wins you the game, or you can have some that almost loses you the game. And there was such a big difference in this game here. Gorilla had great engages, was all over the map. He was the guy starting all the fights in the mid game that gave that advantage to Rocks Tigers, where Aframu was simply not able to land the crucial ultis when it really mattered. Team fell behind, and they tried to fight their way out in the end, but it was too late. So Rocks Tigers actually showed up big time here in the last game. Fully deserved now to make it out of the group. And they're looking kind of scary now coming into this tiebreaker game.
Yeah, that has to be the worry, but we are going to hand it back to the analyst desk to break down that Rocks Tigers victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. The Rocks Tigers have guaranteed us one more game of League of Legends tonight, and more importantly, Crepo has asserted his dominance over the NA crowd.
Yeah, it looks like the Boo Tigers actually won this game here, so tough
oh.
like, yeah.
All right, but let's talk about how this game was put together for Rocks Tigers, because Irene, you had talked about criticism towards their early game coming in, but Peanut on that Elise coming up big with the first blood, actually 3 early kills.
Exactly, it was their first blood of the tournament so far, so it got them off to that early lead, and he had an amazing game. The way that he was ganking the lanes and the timing that he was actually using was on point, and I think that like in 19 minutes, 100% KP, there were 9 kills in the game already, and he really snowballed it for his team. And I think he's very intelligent about who he's ganking and when he's ganking them, and actually keeping track of those summoners too.
I mean, we had both playmakers of the game involved in the first part. It was Peanut and Gorilla working together, and that's actually the story of the game, because not Gorilla, yes, Gorilla afterwards like kept going for those combos all the time, and they kept sticking, and they were so decisive. And I feel that's really what kind of led to the game snowballing, but Peanut definitely started the snowball.
Yeah, and this isn't a criticism of like CLG specifically, but a criticism more towards all worlds teams. When are people going to start flashing headbutt pole combos? Because, you know, the supports are buffering them in and getting on good targets, but that is such a telegraphed ability, and you should be able to flash out. And the problem with Alistar is once he's in, he's in. I mean, he can't really do anything else, and that is all of the abilities in his kit.
Yeah, I was looking at that first rotation of the draft from CLG. They blind picked the Malzahar, sure, who he was target banned a little bit, but I feel like he hasn't been performing too well, so you save that for later on. You don't give Kuro knowledge of what he's playing into, and you take the Caitlyn Alistar there, so you take it away from Gorilla, and you have Aframu on a playmaker that, you know, it's not quite the Bard, but still, with the Caitlyn, you have a very passable laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, you do have high expectations for Aframu's Bard, but I also agree with you. You and I both had that same reaction as we saw it locked in. But, oh, you got something you want to throw in there?
Yeah, I do also want to talk about, you know, even though the bottom lane is where we're putting a lot of the focus, I do think that the top side of the map for Rocks Tigers this time around won in big fashion. I mean, Smeb had an 85 CS advantage and was much more impactful on the Gnar, as well as the mid lane. I think it went very heavily in Kuro's favor as well as the game progressed. So, you know, we can put all this heat on Stixxay and Aframu, because that's who normally wins the game for CLG, but that definitely wasn't, I guess, a losing lane for me going into this matchup. The top side of the Rocks Tigers is just way too classy.
And we talk about how the Rocks Tigers in a lot of their previous games were in deficits at 10, 15, sometimes even 20 minutes. I do want to take us to our first and only replay courtesy of Acer. This is going to come 17 minutes into the game. A 3-for-1 for Rocks in the mid lane.
Yeah, this right here, Darshan actually doesn't block the headbutt pulverize. He knows that who he's flash is not up, so he has to be guarding a Gorilla from getting in on that play, and that could turn that whole fight around.
Yeah, just so decisive. Throughout the entirety of the game, Gorilla's just not afraid to pull the trigger. He sees an opening, goes for it, flash both. Yes, in theory, people can flash out of it. In theory, a Poppy could be close enough to set fast presence, but the reaction speed with which he just pulls the trigger makes it so that a lot of these engages end up working out. And I think that was the main strength for Rocks in this game.
And the biggest difference to me between someone like Marta's team pulling the trigger is there's that split second where RNG is like, oh, we have to go as well. But when the Rocks Tigers do it, you can see that communication is exactly on point. Everyone else is opening up with Jhin ultimates, by the way. Praise Jhin. That's a pretty good pick right there. But they're just able to follow up, and the layering of CC is pretty seamless. So, you know, we can blame the flash all we want, but that is a very hard combo to break out of.
Yeah, and you were talking about how they're all on the same page, and that's what's really scary about this Rocks Tigers, if they've kind of woken up from those early game deficits and those mistakes, because they've been winning from behind. They've been playing from those early game deficits and coming back. If they actually get into tournament form and LCK form like they were in the finals and throughout the split, that they could actually still be favorites for this tournament despite their kind of rough start.
But it was still close, and credit to CLG for a couple of clutch plays, you know, trying to make their way out. It was, if that first blood doesn't happen in the bot lane, this is an entirely different game, because Aframu was trading pretty well on the Bard, poking out. They were about to hit like the point where Caitlyn Bard could like start poking out, doing the Q with the trap combos. A very strong gank from Peanut, put CLG behind, and they just missed out on a couple clutch plays to get back in there. It leaves them going out of the tournament, but for me, they exceeded expectations coming in.
All right, and the man who was responsible for that early game lead will be picking up player of the game, going to Peanut this time around on that Elise. I mean, we have questions around now this next matchup that we're about to see, Albus Nox versus Rocks pairing back up, and I think a lot of it is going to rely on Peanut having an early game presence, because ANX has shown that they can run away with games with early leads.
Yeah, and I think that what was really good about this game that you were talking about in that bottom lane, that first blood, that's usually a timing where there's a ward down.
Oh,
but
it should be
great communication from that bottom lane, because you know Elise started topside. So I think that that coming into this one, you have to have communication on point with your junglers. How is Stejos going to actually play against Peanut? Is he going to be aggressive again? Because I feel as though whoever gets that aggressive jungle matchup and who starts getting those invades and the pressure from their lanes is going to start snowballing it.
All right, well, we've still got a score to settle here in Group A, while Rox and Albus Nox Luna have both qualified for the knockout stage. A single tiebreaker game will decide who enters the quarterfinals as the #1 seed from the group. Rox Tigers has selected blue side for the tiebreaker. Now, we've got some bonus League of Legends coming up, so don't go anywhere. The 2016 Worlds group stage continues in 3.5.
Dude, Hero looks so cool.
It's a waste of brain.
Is it literally just always doing that?
Yeah.
What the hell?
It's the chroma, bro.
That's busted. How do I do that?
He sees the summon as well. Gorilla goes in for it. Locked up again. Cocoon in for Rox Tigers. And first blood goes to Peanut. And there's another kill.
They're gonna kill them all.
The only ones left alive. Who he flashes in. Baron goes to Rox. But CLG almost wipe Rox off Summoner's Rift.
Well, let's see. Praise the Lord.
Oh my god, Praise the Beast! Oh no! Sticks a cock, QSS is out! Needs to save the day, Peanut Proto belts in! That's gonna be him dominating as he takes down Caitlyn. CLG bow out of the tournament and Rox hold on to that potential first we thought they'd get.
You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away.
Welcome back to Worlds 2016, where we've got a score to settle between Rocks Tigers and Albus Nox Luna. And while both of these teams are guaranteed to move to the quarterfinals, we have to decide seed. So between these two, we of course already heard that Rocks Tigers have, or rather, Albus Nox Luna selected blue side. So moving into this game, what are we looking for these teams to pull out in order to get a victory?
Yeah, guys.
Okay, don't all jump in at once. Maybe I'll have a segment by myself. Here's what I'm looking at, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to see a brand ban. I would not like to see the Bard ban. As you mentioned, I would love to see Smurf on something like Trundle. Let's put him in a very strong split-pushing matchup.
All right, great point from you, Dash.
Thank you very much. Okay, now let's move.
I would also see the Poppy. I would like to see the Poppy taken away from Albus Nox Luna, and I want to see Smeb being able to style on that top lane. And that's, I think, how Gorilla and the rest of the team, if they actually have that playmaking ability with the Alistar, get ahead.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, Kiru's shown his depth, Licrit's now shown his depth. You have to take it away from somewhere else. Take the fight to Stehos, take the fight to Smurf up in the top lane. You know, make them play Rocks Tigers style of League of Legends.
I got to cut you off real quick just because I have to correct myself. I said that Albus Nox has blue. It's Rocks that has blue. Let's continue the conversation.
Yeah, Rocks is on blue side, so they can solidify a strong early pick for themselves. I think the jungle matchup will be very important, and Stehos has shown that he's not afraid to break the mold. Last game, he went for a level 2 kind of cheesy play, literally over the wall on a red buff contestation. That could actually end up sour for the Rocks Tigers, so they need to be ready for Stehos to not stick to standard lane jungle pathing, because especially if you've been watching the LCK a lot of later parts in the season, there was almost like a gentleman's agreement. Farm to 6, then start playing the game here. Stehos does not agree with that settlement.
And I also think that's why Rocks Tigers ended up picking the blue side, because I think they're going to lock in like a Nidalee release or whatever is up for them to pick in that jungle to have an aggressive matchup for them.
All right, so this is the last game that we play tonight. It's time now for you guys to do me proud with your predictions one more time down the line. Who's walking away with the first seed?
I'd just like to bring up that next time I'm going to stand on that side of the desk, so I don't have to go first every time. I get the hatred from the crowd, but I'm going to go with Rocks Tigers here. I think the growth... Every time...
Hey, it's half and half now. It's half
that was a mix.
I feel like it's scripted. No matter what Krepo says, they just go like, boo! What did he say? Okay.
All right.
Well, I'll go with the Blue Tigers then, and then you guys can decide.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Rocks as well. I think that they got hit real hard today, and that's good. But at the end of the day, they're still the best team in this group for me.
Okay, Zyrene, what you thought?
Man, League Jesus had some great things to say on stage earlier, but I have to go with the Rocks Tigers here. I still think they're incredibly strong. They ended up showing what they were made of in that last game, and that looked more like LCK style there. Peanut looked like he was back on comfort, and I think they're going to get that again on blue side.
All right, so expected #1 seed is your guys' vote here to get out, but who knows, Albus Nox might surprise us. Now it's time to get this game started, so casters, take it away.
Hey, welcome to the bonus game, guys. We're ready to jump into Champion Select for this tiebreaker. Rocks can still get the #1 seed they were expected to get. ANX have made it through. Both teams can celebrate here, but it is important to note how important getting the first seed in your group is here. That's what the teams are now playing for, despite having made it through.
Yeah, because if you have the first seed, when we draw the quarterfinals, obviously you will only get to place against second seeds from the other groups, and there can be situations where, let's say, SKT is the first seed, EDG is the first seed, and you definitely want to dodge around those teams in a quarterfinal.
It's a horrible time to have hiccups, by the way, Colin.
No. Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of very scary teams are likely to be the first seed. And even in Group D, TSM could even get the first seed.
Oh, whoever gets it in that group.
Right, and that can be a nightmare, especially because Rocks Tigers, their early game has been the shakiest thing. So in a hypothetical situation or world where they do collide with TSM or something, if TSM gets first, that's really scary for Rocks.
Definitely so, and that is in the future. Right now, it's about this one game, who gets first place in Group A. Brand is no surprise. We want to see a Poppy ban as well, because Smurf, when he's not on Poppy, has struggled up in that top lane. Challenge Albus Nox Luna to pick some of these carries and then see if they can actually snowball or not.
Yeah, bans that I would have liked to have seen from Rocks Tigers would have been either Poppy, Brand, or Trundle, and try to see if Smurf actually can play carry top laners, take him off the tanks, and force him to really play against Smeb.
Seems like they want to first pick Elise again. The same thing we saw before. They banned both Syndra and Vladimir. Clearly do not trust Koro on that Syndra. They don't want to first pick it. Albus can go for an Elise ban here. And then suddenly the two main jungle picks for Peanut is removed. Alistar is still available, and I talk about it a lot, but I think Gorilla on that Alistar is just fantastic.
What is that?
Oh, they're giving Elise.
Olaf. Yeah, they give it Elise, God damn it. They give Elise, they give Alistar.
That's a wasted ban, because even if you leave the Olaf open and just ban like Teemo or something, he's still gonna pick Elise.
Yeah, that Olaf ban's a little bit suspicious unless they're reading into something from like scrims or whatnot, because Peanut hasn't played Olaf.
No, they banned it. Rocks Tigers used to ban the Olaf against people who plays a lot, and they just saw this pick and ban phase with the Syndra Vladimir ban on blue side. Definitely do not agree with the Olaf ban. I would have much preferred like an Alistar ban, unless you're planning on taking it now for the crit. But then you're removing him from some of the big playmaking range support where he's actually looked really, really good. So if you don't pick Alistar here, why didn't you just ban it?
Yeah, that really doesn't make too much sense to me. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Rox just goes, okay, we're playing our game. Peanut's got Elise again. Kuro, have Victor. Prey, take Lucian. Oh.
Just quickly, what is going on? Poppy was open, they didn't take it. They didn't take the Alistar. Lucian are a decent comfort picks, but Aurelion Sol and Ezreal are great picks for both these players.
And Albus Nox Luna has been the only team in the tournament to first rotation something like Lucian. Almost every other team, they'll look at like the big 380 carries being Jhin, Ezreal, and Sivir. Albus Nox Luna valued a Lucian so highly, but it's not about even you valuing it that high. It's also, will the other team take it or not? There's no point in taking a pick like Lucian early if the other team is not very likely to take it themselves. Because then you could save it and pick higher priority picks. But they clearly value that Lucian so much, and they want to make sure they get it no matter what.
Right. And I don't know if that Karma is going to be put onto Kuro. I hope not. While I trust Kuro to live in the laning phase and farm up with that Karma, I don't want to see Rox Tigers go with the Karma comp to the last game.
Well, the problem is we won't get any Alistar then if it's Karma support.
Yeah, a weird one actually, and just to correct myself, Aurelion Sol was not picked, it was Karma instead, but Ezreal's nice comfort there for Prey. Back to combat for Stayhos as well. Kira going to take Victor away from Kuro, and Graves going to be the pick there for the jungle. So decent jungle matchup. Stayhos should be happy here. They are last picking support, it feels like, for Liquid, which I do like, but we'll see what Rox answer with here.
Yeah, if your support has a big champion pool, you can definitely save it for last pick, and you have a lot of different choices that can kind of shape your composition. Graves is fine against Elise. He can actually duel Elise after like level 4 and 5, especially once he gets some attack speed and attack damage. You can kill the Spiderlings very easy and just burst down the Elise. But you are surrendering early ganks, and Rox Tigers have shown when Peanut is on Elise, they can actually get the early advantage, have a few ganks early. We saw the level 3 gank in the bot lane. So Rox Tigers, I feel, are getting a lot of strong picks here.
Now that is a Rise locked in, and instantly you saw Kira select that cleanse. You cannot mess with the snare from Rise chained into Cocoon from Elise. Way too scary. Now, I'm a little bit uncomfortable though, I'll be honest, going into this game. Rise is not a champion I would typically associate with Kuro. Very high mechanical intensiveness, and a lot of reliance on roam and setting up plays with this team, which generally that's not what you think of when you think of Kuro.
Yeah, definitely so. Rise is a super strong duelist. Like, if he gets a 1v1 in a side lane, he's fantastic. His team fighting can be very difficult to execute. His main damage is a skill shot, can easily get blocked. And also he's fairly low range, so he has to kind of kite around team fights. And if you look at the composition from Albus Nox Luna here, there's a lot of team fighting power. Graves, Nora, and Victor are very, very strong team fighters. Good scaling as well, and all those 3 picks, kind of only the AD carry falling behind a little bit. But I think Albus, they saw the Rise and knew, okay, there's a potential of some split pushing going on. We're gonna pick hard engage. That is the Bard. We've seen 2 games where Liquid played it. 1 game he was awful and didn't hit anything. And the next game he hit almost everything and was one of the big carries against CLG earlier today.
And that's gonna, I'm wondering if that's Tank Karma. I'm really wondering. There was a challenger player in Korea server which actually made a lot of top Korean teams practice Tank Karma in scrims. That's a long time ago, but it's pretty obnoxious.
So what would be the build order?
No.
He's support, or she's support?
Yeah, no, but the screen.
Oh, you thought
weird.
it was the top. Yeah, I've seen the tank top lane Karma. I get you. I've seen that.
That's weird.
All right, so status stuff here, as it turns out. Don't forget those, God damn it. Don't forget those hashtags, of course. Hashtag ROXN or hashtag ANXWin. Battle for first place begins now. Not the teams I thought we would be seeing.
Well, one of them.
Yeah, sure. Rox Tigers, I didn't expect them to need a tiebreaker, but they are going to need it here. We'll see if Albus Luna can turn the trick again with an upset, or if Rox claim maybe their rightful or expected place in the group. 30 Flash players are going to move into our last game of the day for Group A.
Now both teams can, in a way, relax a little bit because they are guaranteed to go into the quarterfinals, but at the same time, getting that first place is so important. At the World Championship, it can mean everything for you when it comes to getting that first BU5, especially if you're Albus Luna. You don't want to have to face a team like SKT in a best of 5 as your first quarterfinal. But this pick a man phase, in my opinion, is risky, very risky on the side of Albus Nox, giving away Elise again to Peanut. He just showed the last game. He was MVP. He was all over the place. If Rox Tigers can win the early game, they will for sure win the late game as well. Just because they are such a good late game team. We saw how hard it was for Albus to close out that game. It took them 30 extra minutes. And they almost lost the game as well.
Something I'm worried about, though, for the Rox Tigers is they have 5 sources of magic damage. Ezreal does deal a little bit of magic. And that's a little bit worrisome because that means that once Stejos gets the Maw, once Gnar starts getting Guardian Angel, Spirit Visage, once a Miracle gets QSS, there's a lot of resistances that can come out for their team, and it can make it very difficult to close out for Rox.
And also the lack of front line on the side of Rox Tigers. It's very hard to play late game team fights when you don't have like a tank or 2 in front of you. So as a DPS, you have to constantly worry about where you are in these fights, because if one guy lands some CC on you, you die just instantly because there's too much damage on the other side. Graves, Victor, Lucian, they will just burst you down instantly. So that is very difficult to play around, but Rox Tigers are putting so much focus on winning that early game and snowballing it. This is a level 2 gank in the bottom lane.
Speaking of early game, Gorilla could be in trouble here. Stejos can look for a prey. Gonna try and take him down. The Starlet's on the Gorilla go, and Stejos is gonna move in, but Rox do dodge it. Very cheeky there from Stejos. He's taking a lot of damage. Prey might go back in, but thinks better of it this time.
Got a flash and a heal away from the bot lane of Rox Tigers. One summoner used on the other side from Lecrit. If you don't follow up now to try and kill the Karma, then your gank was sadly not worth it, because now as a jungler, you sit on 1 CS because you killed the Grump. And that's it. And Peanut, well, he's already done 3 camps once his little annoying wolf decides to die. So he's just power farming the jungle, and the other guy has a Grump.
Yeah, but I don't think that's so painful for Stejos as it could be if he was another jungler. And this is primarily because Graves' interaction in the top lane and mid lane, we look at Victor, we look at Gnar, he doesn't really have a lot of ability to gank those lanes anyway. So as long as his laners play defensive and he can just safely farm up, the onus is on Peanut to make something happen.
And Peanut is on Elise, the best early ganker. So I think actually Peanut is fine with that, and I think that's exactly what he wants, be able to set up ganks here. PvP Stejos taking a bit more damage.
Nice play from Kira. His Gorilla roamed up as well. Kira now gonna get himself zoned away, and Peanut's also in the area. Anix have to tread very carefully here.
Yeah, gonna be 3 buffs now for the Rox Tigers. No blue buff for PvP Stejos. Has to go top side.
Good little stun there from Gorilla, actually getting the tether, but this is kind of what we expected. Stejos went for the cheeky play, did not pay off, and now Peanut's just gonna take away his blue, and Stejos can't really do anything in this jungle. Peanut very far ahead, 10 CS to 4 right now, and it's getting worse and worse for the Graves.
Yeah, really good for Kuro to get that blue buff. You see, starts with the mana crystal. What you want to do is rise in this matchup, is just get enough gold for your tier, go back, get your tier, return to lane, while the Victor is not on 1250 gold, so he can't recall for Hexcore, and then just play super aggressive with potion advantage, with mana advantage, and look for these trades and stop the Victor from getting a good back.
And a lot of poke coming out from ANX here, and oh, this is very aggressive.
Yeah, it certainly is. Here, they didn't look at this first blood. Actually up by Peanut, and now Miracle gonna get over again. Peanut, can he do it once more? He can. Pray this time with a double. Perfect dive from Rox Tigers.
Such a nice setup in the bottom lane. All starts with the jungler falling behind, and then Rox Tigers invading that jungle, taking away blue buff. Lecrit was very low in the bottom lane. And that was a very easy dive for Rox Tigers.
Yeah, and that was fantastic for them because it gives Peanut a lot of initiative over Stejos. And I want to point out in mid lane, Kuro went super aggressive with Kira because Ryze has a much simpler recall timing, given that he only needs to purchase that tier.
It's just a dive before here. Lecrit was so low. I mean, super easy for Peanut to just walk in, pick up a free kill. And as Elise, you can always reset the tower aggro. and then you can get back out alive. So really, really good dive in the bottom lane. And some of the problems, if you lose early game this hard, you start falling behind, especially in the jungle, and then the enemy can just invade on you. Another problem, we talked about the Victor back timing twice. He went back right now. Didn't exactly have the best first buy as a Victor.
Yep. And that's definitely going to stunt his itemization because now it also attacks Victor's wave clear. So very far behind across multiple lanes right now for ANX.
This is so dangerous as well from Stales trying to face check Gorilla. Gonna get aggressed on once more. Prey goes in, he needs off. Doesn't land it, but here that go Kuro in with the ghost, does get it, gets the snare just to ensure the kill, and Stales too late there, although this might be it here. Peanut gets one Cocoon, gonna land it back in there as Gorilla's trying to do what he can. Kuro will get a kill back there and take out the Rise. Rocks with a tiny misstep there.
Yeah, use 2 summoners on Kuro as well, just to pick up another kill in the bottom lane, but they're putting so much focus on getting Prey and Gorilla further ahead and just taking some of the free kills they can pick up in the bottom lane. They don't care about the enemy jungler right now. They don't care about the enemy Victor either. Getting a kill is important for Kiro though, because as we talked about, he fell behind with his first back. It didn't get to upgrade his Hex Core, really impacting his wave clear with the laser. But getting a kill is important. Peanut, he's looking for more ganks. Sadly for him, that ward had a few seconds left to live, and actually did spot him.
And right now, LeCrit...
Oh my god.
Flash and everything. This is falling apart for Albus Nox Luna.
That's not good at all.
Correct.
So everything across all lanes is just not going very well. The only saving grace they have is Smurf up in top lane is going even in CS, but Smeb does have that assist.
Yeah, really, Smurf needs to get a Hex String on this
Ooh.
matchup.
I like that a lot, but attempt fails there. Stales gets out of the way, and Kuro decides not to commit to traveling through the portal. Again, we talk about Peanut and how good his early game is. This is what's kind of been missing from the early stages, but the last game here versus CLG, and now this game again versus ANX for their rematch tiebreaker. Peanut's looking on fire, and maybe it's the Elise, maybe it's just a bit of confidence he got back, but this is what we expected to have happen, and it's great to see Peanut kind of at the class we expected him to be coming into the World Championships.
Yeah, definitely setting him up for success. More aggressive early game, last game, this game as well. Sadly, I have to highlight that bottom lane from Albus losing this hard, and Steos with the level 2 gank is almost hurting Albus more than it actually, in a sense, benefit Peanut in his own performance, because at this point, they just have to walk down and pick up the kill. It's just a minion waiting to get last hit down that bottom lane, or at least we've looked at the last 2 kills they've got. A Miracle and LeCrit got to step it up.
Yep. And now we see Gorilla roaming, trying to get some vision on. What they're trying to do right here is they want to find Stejos, just so they can know exactly where he is and where he can go for the next few moments.
Well, they found him, because there's a ward there, and there's the face check again, Gorilla. Bit of damage there as the tether going to move in as well. Kuro can jungle with the ultimate, doesn't have it back yet, but so much threat here from the Rocks Tigers on this bottom side of the map. I mean, sure, let's Mep and Smurf farm it out. They've got teleports if they need to join, but Rocks has so much control over 2/3 of the map from mid and bottom lane. There's a Drake up if they want it, like one lane going even, 2 lanes winning, and the jungler winning as well. That's exactly what Rocks want.
In an early game meta with only standard lanes, having 2 winning lanes often means you can take full control of the map, because you can just decide so easily where you want to make plays. If you can always push bot lane, always push mid lane, your mid laner can always roam very easily to that bottom lane. You dive or you force them off towers, take that first tower, you extend the goal lead, and then suddenly Dragon is right behind you. You can take that for free, and you can just get so many things so quickly. And it's really hard to actually come back in this meta here. Once you start losing these outer turrets, comeback mechanics is basically you winning a big team fight. But that is where the Rocks Tigers have been good in every game they've played so far.
Yep. And oddly enough, ANX's team composition you would expect to be stronger in the first team fight, given that Ryze needs time to build up, as does Ezreal. They have 2 tier lanes, but because of how the early game transpired, it's just not looking very good for them, and when the 12-13 minute mark hits, it's probably going to be a lot of chaos.
That's rough, because here Kuro and Kira going to go head-to-head once more. Kuro, gets himself out from under the ultimate, and Peanut's at it again.
Oh, they actually TP in here. It's going to be a fight in the bottom lane.
Interesting stuff here. Liquor trying to lock them up. Does have the ultimate, but will get locked down. Gorilla dodges out of that ultimate, and Peanut wants the Cocoon, doesn't get it. Smeb TP his way down as well. Has the ulti. Rocks can just keep pressuring here.
Yeah, I'll pick the Rumble teleport every single time if it's against the Mininar showing up, throwing one boomerang, and then kind of walking away. I think Smurf was just trying to react instead because he saw Elise walk around the corner and he wanted to be there for safety. In the end, he shows up and has no impact. Tower goes down, exactly what Rox wanted and what we talked about. When you have these winning lanes, you can just so easily pressure the tower. That's the first goal for you. Kira taking a lot of damage.
Oh, that's not good news. Clem splashes out of the way. Might be safe, but the snipes there. Prey again on point with the skill shot as he claims another victim.
Yeah, and now that's going to be Dragon. It's going to be the Cloud Drake handed over to the Rox Tigers. And honestly, this Dragon's not so bad because they are very proactive right now. They have dominance across the map. And ANX is just basically being forced to work defensively. So the Cloud Drake's going to actually do a great deal of wonder for them.
Yeah, and when you are winning the early game, you just want whatever Dragon, honestly, because stacking a few of them in case you can't finish the game, but when you get Elder Drakes later with the extra buffs, is super, super valuable. And you kind of just want to roll the dice on the next Dragon now. Hope it is an Infernal or Mountain to snowball the game even further. Cloud is fine to get multiple Clouds is actually really, really strong if you have the advantage on the map. And nice little snipe from Prey here. Second time he snipes a member from Albus. Some easy kills for him. And Rox Tigers are in full control in this game.
And the Ionian Boots also completed for Kuro, by the way. That's just so he can make use of his summoner spells that much more often, not electing to just blitz straight into the first item. So lots of aggressive build paths and just aggression coming out from Tigers. And oh, Kira.
Really just in there. Prey again doing decent damage. She's from Kira, almost blows one up, but Prey now on a rampage as Liquid's going to get chased down. Rappel is very nice. And that should line up another one. They do take the turret. Nice. Great double binding, and there's one. But Prey will live through the day, and Rock's going to keep pushing down mid.
Gets one here, but Albus, they have zero control over the map. They're just getting ganked left and right. Smeb is coming in, wants to join the party, realizes he actually wasn't invited, and does step away. And if Rox Tigers can just keep snowballing this game and close it very quickly, then you're going to have a lot of teams in the other groups looking at a game like this, looking at the G2 versus Albus game as well and saying, we want to face those guys. Because they've shown 2 games in a row now that they can really fall behind early and just keep giving up kills.
Here comes that tether from Gorilla there, and they just chain everything onto Kira, and he just went down instantly. Lecrit, though, with a really nice Cosmic Binding, was able to enable Steos to try to salvage that situation, but unfortunately couldn't finalize the kill onto Prey there.
A little too aggressive, perhaps, with Smeb coming down to try and get some damage done and take the tower and maybe even dive it. Rox a little on the back foot as Albus knocks Luna will push themselves forward. But this gold league got out of control so quickly. Rox are already 3.5, 4th up, gold ahead. Looking for Steos here as Kuro does make his way into the ultimate this time, and that's a flash forward out actually from Albus Nox Luna. They'll tie up 2 once more with the Cosmic Binding, but Rox just continue to apply pressure after pressure. And Albus Nox Luna, they're going to run out of health bars, summoners, towers. At some point, this just cascades for Rox, and they'll grow this lead more and more, which is a huge worry for ANX right now.
Definitely is a big issue when you don't get these towers down as well, because you need that gold to kind of snowball yourself or throw yourself towards the first and 2 item spikes, so you can start fighting. If you look at your items right now, you see an Ezreal being pretty far ahead of a Lucian, the kills, the farm, everything. So Lucian would normally have that super good mid game against a tier champion. It's not really going to be that impactful because this Ezreal's going to hit 2 items before Lucian even gets close to his second item. It's going to be like Ghostblade completed for him, and then Prey picks up his second item at the same time and will just be much, much stronger. So this is just Rox Tigers in the driving seat. As long as they don't make any crazy, crazy dives, they can just keep getting more gold.
And they're rotating top lane right now, trying to pick up this tower, but they're not going to be able to. Kira rotates up. Peanut going to be able to clear that pink ward, as we can see on the mini-map. But this is just basically going to be a posture from both teams. Obviously, Ryze wants to complete into that, into his items and continue to scale up. They're not looking for a fight right now. Kuro even stealing away blue buff.
They're just looking to apply pressure over the entire map. What they're doing is they pick a strong side of the map, and that's where they send most of their members, so that's the top side. Right now, the Ryze, no one can duel him 1v1, so he's safe to sit in the side lane. They don't have to play around him. They play around Prey instead, who's the most fed member, and they know if they just keep having 3 or 4 guys where Prey is, they can push all the way into tower, get a bit of poke, get a bit of damage on the turret, and then you also separate Albus Nox Luna and let that Ryze sit in the side lane and getting a 1v1.
Yeah, and one of the rarer things this tournament has been the Rift Herald right here, and this is because it's an opportunistic buff. Generally, you can only take it if there's almost nothing else to do on the map, because it is very risky to take if you can get contested, but it's a very big pickup if you do secure it.
Well, nice there to go over to Smeb, who, again, has gone pretty even in the lane, but will be happy to get it relatively late throughout the game. The half for 20 minutes, of course, so 35 minutes on the buff. Not the latest possible. We did see that already in the tournament, but again, things just continue to go right here for Rox. They are slowing down a bit, and ANX are holding onto some of their turrets, but that should finish at some point. They'll start crashing down and get further ahead, and ANX will have a 7,000, 8,000, maybe even 10,000 gold lead to contest with. And we're only 15.5 minutes into the game. That's the craziest thing.
Exactly. Rox Tigers, it almost feels like we're further into the game and they've just been playing well, gotten a small advantage, but no, they've just gotten so many kills, so much extra gold. Peanut picked up the Rift Herald buff as well. So just make his Elise even stronger. Rumble is not a split pusher. He's going to join his team every time. They want Peanut in a situation where he can invade in 1v1, get a bit of extra damage as well down. If he finds the enemy jungler, just set up this Elise to be a carry, basically. We know he's going to go full AP, just like last game.
Yep. And top tier 1 tower will fall now for ANX. And with this going down and Dragon coming up in 20 seconds, I mean, the bot lane for Rox Tiger is going to recall, rotate to that, and we can expect to see a team fight break out. And it's a second Cloud Drake, which it's not the worst. Rox would have liked a Mountain Drake or an Inferno Drake more, but it's still a win given that it's tier 2.
Exactly. Don't be greedy. You get the towers, you get the kills. You take whatever dragon the game wants to give you. You're happy, you're smiling while you take it. Seems like they actually are fine giving it up. Actually, no, never mind. They are moving, so this might be...
Might as well fight, right? That's so
big
far
fight
ahead.
for Albus. There are some good items completed on Albus now. Ghost Blade, Hex Core as well.
Oh. He had to get Proto-Belts himself into the wall. Drake will actually go over to ANX, so nice little take there, but Kuro may be locked up there. W's down. Good damage from the Rise. Kuro Rotovate is ticking up, only getting stronger. ANX might have to give this up here. Smeb ready with TP and level 2 ultimate. This will be a tough defense if Albus Noxluna choose to try and save this out of mid.
I mean, at some point they have to try and fight. The problem is they would like to get more items under their belt, but they won't really be able to because you know Rox Tigers are going to keep forcing. So while Rox Tigers are still, not max level, not sitting on multiple completed items, Albus might just have to try and fight because they have enough damage in the early game. And there's a lot of squishy members on the Rox Tiger side to just try a catch with the Bard. If you hit it, get 1 or 2 kills, it buys you more time. If you don't, you're just going to lose your towers anyway.
Yeah, and they, as you mentioned, they need to fight before Rise gets that second item or before Rumble completes one of his first major core items.
Zoning ulti from the Rise, and that's...
I love it.
Very defensive ulti from the crit.
Ooh, Steos actually chunked out as well. That's bad news, but Kuro caught out. Can they catch him, though? Here's a question. He has Pop Ghost. He's got Flash as Prey. Look for an ultimate. Does not snipe anyone. Prey a little low, though, to take damage from Kira, who used the ultimate, but Prey can still poke in here. Rox likely to continue their siege, although looking at the recalls on the minimap, actually taking their time and look to reset the situation. Rox are playing very carefully this game, which I do like to see.
A lot of teams at Worlds have taken a lot of chances in the early game. It's given us very exciting games, a lot of action, a lot of fights, a lot of dives, and everything going on. If you get a big advantage and you just play super, super safe, you get a game like this, where you almost never give the other team a chance to get back. We say that, and Koro might actually be caught.
Not good here, but Smurf not going to contend with Gorilla. Coming in to save his mid laner there as well. Kuro starting to maybe get pressured a bit here in the side lane, and Kira back in to Prey, who has stayed in the mid lane to try and keep pushing it in. Rox again there. A little slow to kind of reset these things, staggering their backs a bit, but looks like Peanut and Gorilla will maybe move bot to make another play, but do have to protect Prey right now. Although Liquid caught could be bad stuff. Good flash out of the tether. He will keep his life for now.
Yeah, and Baron coming up now in a minute here. It looks like Stehos looking to steal away this blue buff, and it's going to go uncontested. And bot tier 1 turret probably not going to fall as we see Kuro and Peanut moving over there. But Gorilla is here.
So they're trying to gank bot lane, but top lane as well. We have Albus trying to gank on Smeb.
Very nice from Peanut. Nails the Cocoon. He's going to Proto-Belt in for the kill with Smeb. Maybe get caught here. Can he outplay 1v3? Not this time around. Liquid with, of course, the kill.
And we simply had 2 top laners pushing for the turrets without any backup. They both go down, so they trade 1 for 1, but now Kira in mid lane.
Oh, good ult there from Kira. Prey trying to make the big play here. No ulti from Ezreal means that Kira will likely live, and that tick almost takes out Prey. Late shield from Gorilla, but it doesn't matter. Here comes Steos, he's looking for the ult. He does have it, doesn't get the snipe as Gorilla blocks it. There's one, forcing the flash out as the Fate forces Gorilla to play back.
A lot of flashes being used here. No flash for Karma, no flash for Ezreal. If there is a potential fight, this might be the best moment for Albus to try and pull their way back for real. Dragon is spawning fairly soon, and the flashes won't be available for that fight.
Yeah, and one of the things to note is that anytime that they trade summoners on ADC or mid, it comes up sooner for Rox Tigers because of those Ionian boots. So it's not exactly a one-to-one trade, but Victor does have it.
Well, Peanut goes in again. Thanos trying something there as Peanut just destroying people once again. 4-0-2 almost takes out Stayhouse as they want this turret.
Just want to remind people, Olaf was banned instead of Elise.
Yep.
And Elise was insta-locked again like last game.
Ooh,
Snipe.
nice try. Doesn't get it this time, but Peanut again playing up and aggressive. Stayhouse just can't really do anything about it. Gonna get himself cocoon. Peanut wants to close the gap again, himself another kill. Moves his way down, takes one down, mid turret goes, and it's just all gone up in flames for Albus Nox Luna right now.
20 minutes in, everything is falling apart, much like the game against G2 for Albus Nox Luna. Not been the two greatest games to end this group stage on, but they are in the quarterfinals. They will be very happy with that. They can be very proud as well. And now they will have a week to get ready for quarterfinals. So will the Rox Tigers. Judging from the game right now, it will be Rox Tigers as the first seed, as expected. So I guess all this craziness in the end didn't actually matter for the top Korean team.
Yep. And this game right now, it's just slipping away from ANX. And with Ocean Drake coming up next, I actually wouldn't be surprised to see Rox not take it.
Just go Baron instead?
Then just go Baron instead, because it's not an objective that they really need. But ANX needs the Dragons to keep respawning to maybe hope to get to an Elder Drake fight at some point. And so just by not taking it, you deny that from ever happening.
Yeah, I don't think ANX can get multiple Baron steals like Rox managed to do when they played earlier. Rox have shown they're very, very good ones actually setting up that deep vision around the Baron, start the Baron, they disengage from it and take a team fight or just back away and reset the whole thing.
Well, you can see Rox, we've mentioned it before, but just how far they're ahead based on the game is pretty nuts right now. 22 minutes in, Gorilla and Stayos having a battle, but Gorilla just gets away by shielding himself. Peanut clearing out the vision. ANX are poised to try and contest here, but they're 8,000 gold and counting behind at 22.5 minutes. Rox just have everything in their favor right now. And you said at Deficio, ANX do have to pick some fight, but it gets worse as the game goes on.
We're looking at Liquid. We gotta see that ulti.
Give me the big bot ult.
Like there's been no flash on Gorilla, no flash on Koro before this. There were targets. Peanut another one if you get him before he repels up in the air. It is so difficult as a bot when you're like the main engage now. Because that ulti is fairly predictable as well. And if it's too far away, you can just move out of it.
Maybe looking for something there, but doesn't go in. Just pops the ghost and threatens to make a play there. Rox playing around the Ocean Drake, just going to walk back to it. Smurf is building up rage in the bottom half here, but ANX looks like they're not going to pull the trigger. They might try and do something with Liquid, but they have to go now. And not going to get it. Rox to kill the Drake and actually Prey going to go in there. Peanut. Good flash there, but everyone else is coming in, I think. Kuro does make it forward. Good snap there, but they found Kira. Damage is great there as Smurf. Rocks down the equalizer, flashes forward, and make sure the kill goes down. Stayhouse still going to live, but a good hourglass there from Smurf. He's going to save him. Gorilla takes out Stayhouse. Good ult there from Smurf. Does take out Gorilla, but Prey and Peanut still fighting on the other side, and that's 3 kills to 1, I believe, in favor of Rox Tigers.
Yeah, and A Miracle and Liquid do manage to get out there, but honestly, at what cost? They just burned so many summoners, and Rox Tigers were able to actually secure the dragon. So this is not what ANX needed to happen, because now it probably means they're going to lose this mid-tier 2 turret.
Sadly for them, they probably would have lost it anyway in this situation. Rox Tigers in full control. Looking at that sweet, sweet first place right now. We'll probably look back at the last 2 weeks, be disappointed in a lot of ways. We expected much more. Weak early games have been fixed by picking Elise for them in the last 2 games at least. We see the fight from before. Stun just doesn't connect from Kira. He has no flash. He's in a choke point. Against a Rumble as well. Not exactly the greatest spot to be in. Stayhouse kind of jumps into it, into the flame spit. It's like, oh.
And Smurf ended up trying to get Gorilla, but he could not. And I mean, Lecrit and Miracle, they tried to salvage the fight as best as they could, but they're too far behind.
Yeah, and the sheer amount of damage like Smeb, Kuro, and Prey are all doing right now, especially given again the time the game is kind of just out of control at this stage. 10,000 gold up now officially for the Rocks Tigers. And ANX, we've seen like one miracle game to get themselves into the quarterfinals. I don't know if they have another one in them, and Rocks looking so clean, so crisp, and finally getting it all together when it mattered here, trying to take first here in the group. The last 2 games, this one included, of course, as we are still playing, have been probably their best games of the tournament so far. Do they close strong here and show just how good the #1 team from Korea is? We'll have to find out.
So far, so good. We can't really question anything they've been doing in this game. Can't call anything wrong. We can just praise them for playing slow and steady. Don't give NX a single chance to get back. The last thing maybe we can fault them for is the Baron execution. But knowing the Rocks Tigers, they're probably going to be just fine there. Lecrit is caught out. He's trying to escape.
Forced to flash. Ulti is enough for Gorilla. Prey moves in. That's an easy kill for Smeb. And AMX just giving them away. Now, we haven't seen that big play to try and get themselves in the game, and they're just running out of time. Kira again getting styled on by Peanut as he proto-belts in. Aggressive dive, but the damage is there. Kira barely lives and almost gets some kills. Snipes him. There was 2 ultis coming. Smeb gets that one.
And now that's going to mean the top tier 2 turret is going to go down. And also, I have to point out, the Steos' build, I'm not a very big fan of it. You need damage, and the Phantom Dancer, it just doesn't do it. I feel like it's a very old style of Graves, and that's not the type of thing that they needed to do in this game.
Wants to shoot fast.
Correct.
More reloads.
Well, he's going to do that, but again, with only 1 item completed, no more is making it troublesome as you see Lecrit trying to do something here, but too much damage for the Rocks Tigers.
I like the top lane trade. Peanut with the AP Assassin Elise going in. I guess Kuro's here for support, nothing else.
I like this, so ANX pushing in, but that's another threatening ultimate. Are they only one there? The 3 members out of the Rocks Tigers in. Sales gets blown to pieces. Prey now unstoppable.
Now Rocks Tigers probably looking poised to take this Baron, as there's no smite available for ANX. And honestly, Victor does not have the type of damage where he can threaten to try to steal it. So unless Peanut really messes up here, this is going to be a free Baron for the Tigers.
Jinx it, did you jinx it? Let's see. Cast a curse.
Easy.
Nope.
Peanut very crisp and clean there. Does get the Baron. Jungler dead means it should have been straightforward, and it was for the Rocks Tigers. And ANX just haven't met play it, and Rocks keep making them. That's a great thing. They've been very proactive in this game. From the early game, now 27.5 minutes in, looking to close it out.
Yeah, very few junglers we actually trust with their smites, but Peanut is one of them. He's been spot on whenever he's been around this Baron here. Secures another one. Tower going down. Albus knocks Luna. We're looking at a last team fight, but honestly, even if you do win a last team fight, it might be too late. And Rocks Tigers looking to show dominance and securing that first seed.
Yeah, and they're probably just going to take this mid inhibitor and then back off. That's what I would like to see them do, because it is very slow and steady. And now they're going to move up to top lane, where they do have another minion wave right at that tier 3 turret. And honestly, ANX, they can't even resist this. They don't have the type of wave clear that they need. They don't have the damage. They can't go on them.
This is so hard for Lecrit. Every ulti, you said it, it's feast or famine to Fischio.
Yeah.
You either make the big play and keep your team in the game, or win them the game, or this happens. And who's going in this time? It's no one. I love this game. Who's in the ulti? No one this time, but Smurf flashes in, takes out Miracle. Lecrit maybe goes down as well. And Rocks are so far ahead. They'll clean sweep perhaps through the back 2 games here. ANX are living for a little while longer, but Rocks are going to try and end it on now.
Trying to get some kills at the fountain. The Nexus turrets are still alive. Minions are here now, and they're buffed by the Baron. 3 guys to defend on the side of Albus.
And they're all full HP, but I don't think that the tower is actually going to be able to live. It looks like there's too many minions pouring in here. Kira 19 seconds away, a Miracle 5 seconds away, but there's only 1 tower remaining.
I mean, Gorilla's tanking there with his face, but relatively tanky on the Karma. Smurf goes in, looks for the ulti, finds a couple, but the Nexus now open. Lecrit almost going to go down, and Rocks Tigers, better late than never, show up to end their tournament and finish #1 in Group A.
Yeah, definitely feels like in the end, Rocks Tigers said, it's serious now. We actually almost lost our first seed, and we almost lost everything.
Yeah, they almost didn't make it out of groups, which would be insane.
Wouldn't even have advanced if they hadn't beaten CLG. So really seems like Rox Tigers put on a try-hard hat here in the end. Played some very serious games. Not really risking anything. Good pick and ban phases, good execution in-game. We got the Elise from Peanut again. 7-0-6 in this game, 10-1 in the other one.
You can't give Peanut Elise. You just can't give him Elise or his Nidalee.
But the Olaf ban.
But the Olaf ban. That was the most suspect thing for me the entire day, because Peanut hasn't shown that he plays it. So why ban Olaf? It doesn't make any sense, because it's very unlikely that Rox Tigers are going to resort to an Olaf composition in their final game.
Right. They've been banning it themselves. We haven't really seen Peanut play it. Still, after some weeks, more practice, people do pick up a lot of different champions. Smeb played Gnar for the first time all summer in the last game. This one, he gets his Rumble. Often banned against him. Great performance from him. Everyone honestly played well. It all started level 1, level 2 with the jungle gank that failed. Bot lane lost from Albus. They got ganked and they all died.
And finally, a big clean game from Rox. So definitely deserving of that rank 1 finish here in the group with 2 very impressive games. Important to remember, Albus Nox Luna, still very strong. Amazing that they made it here anyway. That what they had to do to get to this spot was pretty insane. And they did make it. They will go through second seed, which is much more difficult, but still so impressive. Can't take the loss too hard to Rox Tigers. That was what expected to happen, but it was not expected that ANX would make it through at all.
No, they will definitely be the team everyone is looking at, and they kind of want to draw them here in the BO5. We just have to say that because of what we've seen here today, once we actually get the real serious games, I think Albus, they deserve to get here. They played really well. But now in the BO5s, we're going to have to see a different team.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to see what can they bring. And I do like, though, their chances in BO5s, given how unconventional their picks can be. And that's really, that is a strength when you head into BOXs.
And I think it's funny because we've kind of bandied around the term wildcard so much here. Clearly proved that they're a strong team, but I think wildcard just describes the danger of playing against these guys. Not the region they're from or anything like that. They are, of course, the LCL representatives, looking strong here, representing the home region, or their home region, I should say. But, they're just crazy. It seems like, they just kind of cheese people and, best of ones, seem like where they would thrive. But it's very daunting to play against a team you're probably not prepared for that much, and to see what happens in a best of 5, because every game could just be nuts.
Right, that's 70-minute game against Rox for me. That sold it for me on this team, because that was so impressive to watch how they just rotated against Rox Tigers, and they brought it back against Rox Tigers, out-macroing them at multiple points in the late game, and that was so impressive.
And we got to remove this whole cheese thing from them, because they're actually picking, outside of 1 or 2 picks, very standard. Poppy's not a crazy thing, and Nivea's not a crazy thing. It's just comfort picks for these guys. They played them really well. Brand is really the only one where we're like, wow, that is a big surprise. But we've now seen it, these guys, they play just really well with the picks they have, the compositions they do have, and that's why they get out of this group. And honestly, we're better than CLG and G2.
Yep, certainly great showing there for both teams. But we are going to hand it off to Shox, who is standing by with the Rox Tigers victory support.
Thank you very much. Indeed, standing by here with Gorilla after 2 great games to close out the group stage for them. But after all that craziness, Gorilla, you guys still ended up #1 in the group, but it was difficult. How do you reflect on your team's performance in the group stage?
정말 많은 일이 있었지만 어렵게도 조 1위를 이제 확정지었습니다. 조별 예선 때 어땠었는지 간단히 말씀해 주세요.
일단 저희가 변명 아닌 변명을 하자면 처음에 스맵 선수도 많이 아프고 그래서 감기 때문에 되게 고생을 했어서 초반 첫 주차를 조금 아쉽게 보낸 게 제일 큰 것 같고요. 그래서 저희가 조금 경기를 돌아 가다 보니까 이렇게 힘들게 한 것 같은데 좋은 기회를 다시 잡아서 조 1위를 해서 다행인 것 같아요.
It might sound like an excuse, but Smeb was really sick in week 1, so I think as a team in general, we struggled during week 1, and it took a long way around, but I think, but I'm glad that we were able to secure our first seed from groups.
Yeah, you guys did get the first seed. I do have to ask a thing that a lot of people have been asking about is what is up with the early game of the Rox Tigers. That seemed to be a specific pain point. What do you think happened?
많은 사람들이 이미 질문을 했겠지만 지금 락스타이거 팀의 이제 초반 경기력에 대해서 많은 지금 의문점을 가지고 있습니다. 좀 특별한 이유가 있는지 혹시 말씀해 줄 수 있나요?
일단 특별한 이유보다는 저희가 조금 긴장을 덜 했던 것 같아요. 그래서 조금 오히려 긴장을 많이 했을 수도 있는데 조금 불리하게 시작하는 게 좀 그래서 8강 때는 조금 더 그것만 고치면 조금 좋은 경기력을 더 보여드릴 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
긴장을 너무 많이 했다.
네.
So I think we're just, there's no specific reason, but in general, we're just too nervous. And by being nervous, we made some mistakes that we shouldn't have made. And I think as long as we fix those mistakes early game, then we should be fine for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you guys are still first seed. You were saying beforehand how you were really nervous throughout this day as it was so close. How did you personally experience today?
개인적으로 오늘 경험이 어땠었나요?
제가 ANX 경기를 할 때 마지막에 55분쯤에 제가 손이 저리더라고요. 손이 경련이 와서 포즈를 걸까 말까 이렇게 고민을 했었는데 참 진짜 이렇게 프로게임 하면서 좋은 경험을 한 것 같고요. 앞으로 이 경험을 가지고 조금 더 성장할 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
While playing as ANX, around 55 minutes in the game, actually my hand was shaking a lot, and I was even considering asking for a pause. And overall, I think I had a really good experience, and through this experience, I could grow even more as a professional gamer.
All right, well, we'll see what we can see from the ROX Tigers in the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Gorilla. Thank you very much. Holman and Analyst Desk close up the day.
Thank you, Shox. It has been decided. ROX will have the #1 seed out of Group A and Albus Nox Luna seed #2. Do you have something you want to say right off the bat? Because otherwise, I'm going to dive into something else.
I just want to say, like, the end of the group, we have ROX Tigers #1, and we have some of best players that play on the European server in the second place. So all in all, not that much surprise.
Crepo found his way to have some pride in the standings at the end of the day. No, but if there is one thing that I want to talk about here, it has to be criticism towards the Albus Nox Luna draft, particularly with that Olaf ban. I mean, we heard the casters talk about it, but you just saw Peanut go nuts on Elise in the prior game, and then you give it to him again.
I mean, the only reason that I could think of them letting it through, it was the very first matchup, and it was that fact that Stejos played the Graves into Peanuts, Elise, and that's what ended up giving them that advantage in the first time that they played the ROX Tigers. That's all I can think of because you just saw him obliterate on Elise. You haven't really seen an Olaf like performance from him where he's going off or anything like that. It is just so strange to see.
At the same time, we can't truly judge this game because Stejos went for a level 2 Gromp gank bot lane, which is like in no conceivable world would that ever lead to a kill.
Yeah, and the punish wasn't even that serious. So, you know, I think that, you know, whilst that swung the game, it led to a blue buff invading, like crazy things were happening, but Stejos got back on track. I think the biggest thing to take away from this is, you know, individually, ROX Tigers are so incredibly impressive. I mean, we've just seen another good game out of Peanut. We've seen another great game out of their bottom lane duo. And even Kuro is looking stronger right now. I think that as an overall whole, you really do have to evaluate these teams' individual strengths and then how they bring it together as a team.
At the same time, though, I want to see junglers challenge Peanut and force him into his decisions where he actually has to make the right call in terms of counter jungling. I think the blue buff contest was definitely not wrong, but when somebody shows bottom side of the map after clearing early on right side, the correct play in many people's book is to invade top left of the side of the map. You know, really go for that counter jungle, steal away his hopes, dreams, and camps. But Peanut, on 2 different occasions today, has chosen not to go for the aggressive counter jungler. I hope for him that he has a good reason that I'm too dumb to understand, or if somebody can actually challenge that and punish it later.
Yeah, the only reason that I could come up with is the fact that instead of just making it a very selfish, like, oh, because of that, the jungler gets ahead, Peanut gets ahead. In this case, Peanut gets ahead, and he allows Kuro to actually, Kuro to stay in the mid lane and actually fight Kuro one-on-one with that blue buff, and that creates a little bit of a lopsided matchup early. But you did see Kuro still actually struggle in that matchup despite that.
Yeah, because when he went for the blue buff, he actually when Kuro went for that blue buff contest, like, yes, they got it in the end, but he went down like 10, 12 CS in that entire exchange. So overall, I think there was a better map movement to be made for the Tigers, but obviously we never know entirely everything that goes into the thought process. Maybe there was some hidden information. Maybe they didn't have the full overview like we did. I just want to track this more throughout the next stages of the tournament.
And while maybe we don't think that that was the best decision in the moment, we have to recognize the fact that Peanut today has stepped up massively for the ROX Tigers. If there was somebody who was really underperforming last week, as on that Olaf game, he came up big for them this time around and will receive our final player of the game honors.
I think it's a lack of hesitation now coming out in his play. He looked nervous, honestly, coming in to this day, and, you know, even last week. Last couple of days, he shook the cobwebs off, looked much more improved, and I think that, you know, that lack of hesitation through the support role, through the jungle role, unlocks everyone else on the ROX Tigers to follow up and, you know, be decisive in their gameplay as well.
Yeah, he's very decisive, but watching his player cam during the game, he is just laughing. He's having a great time. Even if they're losing in the early game, it just looks like he has such high morale, and the team just gets really hyped off of that.
Definitely want to echo what Zyrene's saying there. Like, the post-game reactions, just from turning around when they're done playing, he's just like, He just looks like a happy child in his seat.
It's very bubbly.
Glad that he's here to play and performing, and he's one of the best players in his role in the world.
All right, now let's talk really briefly about the implications of this 1 and 2 seed. Just because, again, when you think about who's going to be coming out of the other groups in those 1 and 2 seeds, the likes of perhaps SKT, EDG in the 1, either RNG or TSM in the 1 seed. Now as Albus Nox Luna in that 2 seed, everything gets a whole lot scarier for you moving into quarterfinals, whereas for the ROX Tigers, they're exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, when you have a look at the 2 seeds that are going to come out of this tournament, we thought there was a big layer of cream on top, which, you know, are the TSMs and the EDGs and SKTs and the ROX Tigers now, but there is all this milk underneath. And I mean, ANX now falls into that, and I think it's going to be very hard for a lot of these Seed 2 teams to actually challenge Seed 1.
It'll be very hard for ANX, but for ROX, it'll still be challenging if they get a Group D pool. Because whatever Seed 2 makes it out of Group D is still going to be incredibly challenging.
That is very true, and we'll see them play on Saturday. But with Group A's destiny decided, let's take a look at the final standings. ROX Tigers and Albus Nox Luna are locked into the quarterfinal bracket and will continue their quest for the Summoners Cup. Counterlogic Gaming and G2 have been eliminated from Worlds 2016. Now tomorrow, Group C does battle. First, Chinese #1 seed Edward Gaming comes up against the CB Lowell's INTZ. Group C teams will each play their final 3 matches tomorrow. Any ties will be decided immediately at the end of the day's scheduled matches. Gentlemen, as you look at this group and the schedule ahead of us, what are the teams that you're perhaps looking, to make a big statement tomorrow?
A lot will be decided in that AHQ versus H2K match. Depending on how the group's going to play out, because everybody expects EDG to keep up the upward trend, and INTZ will likely buckle under the pressure, but we never know.
Yeah, you never know, but I do want to see how much of the upward trend actually comes through for EDG, because if you look at their solo queue accounts and what they're like 2 scrim blocks a day, and they're all in challenge now pretty much, this team, so they have really been like, nose to the grinder, actually putting in the hard work over the break, and you would expect EDG to actually fly out of the gates this time around. They said themselves they were a little bit nervous. Def said he froze in his seat after the INTZ loss, and then was kind of like, if this happens again, our Worlds is going to be kaboom like last year. So I really do think that these guys are, trying to get themselves into a winning mindset and trying to, move forward.
Yeah, I'm looking at INTZ personally from Brazil, because I think that this is a team that they showed what they were made of when they played against EDG. I think they still have a lot of that left in the tank, and that they'd be able to pull it out against teams like H2K, which I know that they have actually played against a lot back in Europe when they were practicing. And I know that also AHQ, those skill levels between these teams are not as far apart as people were thinking. The gap is closing.
Now, and if today is proof of anything, it's exactly that INTZ could make a similar run to Albus Nox Luna to getting out of the group stages. But I now want to hone in one more time on this AHQ H2K matchup, as I think that's where most people are looking at the competition for that Seed 2. What do we think is the major differences between these squads and where things might hinge?
I think it's a late game decision call making, right? AHQ just looks so much more polished in that area, and H2K, honestly, they look like they still have a good laning phase, but that is one of their shot calling just has to really be questioned.
The biggest problem for H2K for me is the fact that they can't alter once a call is made, because the nature of their shot calling is very chaotic in a sense that people start shouting the same things over and over. So it's not like kill target X, it's more like X, 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 which means nobody else can jump in. Hey guys, perhaps this is a bad idea. Shall we retreat, rotate? No. Once the call is made, we're going in, and that leads to very snowbally maneuvers and very little room for pivoting, which makes their Baron dances very poor. Sometimes their TPs are too forced as well.
Yeah, I've actually had a big problem with their team fighting. I feel like their team fighting, they are not guarding each other, they're not peeling for each other. It's always, this is the target, kill the target, and they don't change in the middle of the fight. I think about the fight where Ryu actually had a terrible path by the Baron pit, as Cassiopeia is not relative to his team at all. He doesn't know who's coming in, and he's actually just being way too aggressive. And I don't know what the call is at that point, but it just seems like they are not on the same page in these team fights in that middle of the late game.
But the individual strength is still there, especially in Ryu. Him against Westor, if they do start Westor again, is a big skill mismatch for me, and I do expect Ryu to be able to exploit that.
All right, well, there's some thoughts on tomorrow's games, but that's going to do it for today. So stick around, because in just a few minutes, Rivington, Deficio, and Zyrene will be here to talk about the day's results in another edition of Worlds Tonight. That's going to do it for us, though. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew here in San Francisco, thank you for watching, and we'll see you mañana.
There's so much pressure on G2.
Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only 2 options, win or die. Win or die. Win or die.
This is what we were talking about, though. The quick 3 camps going up. Expect does have flash. They want to hit Smet backwards. That's Spear missing Hurts.
Skillshot missed. Sidestep from the trap, and Smep's going to continue to get ran down. Very good flash pin. But that needed one extra summoner spell.
This is the pressure on G2 now. Are they going in?
Keeper's verdict. Flash Peter's in the pit. It's picked up by Rox. And the Rox Tigers eliminate G2 eSports from Worlds 2016.
Under the lights on the higher stage.
Pin onto Afro move. Afro's down. Who he gets knocked up into the air. He's exhausted. Albus Nox have comboed everything perfectly.
We gotta remember is that
Oh, why do I get myself?
you guys got this, okay?
To flash away. Trick's looking for more. End of the line. Flash. He's gonna get the kill.
DLG bounced back with a dominating victory.
This is it. One game, one team going home, one team moving on.
Thinks they can't. QSS is out. Needs to save the day. Peter Proto belts in. And Rocks, they're going to dash the North American hopes. DLG bow out of the tournament. And Peanut, he's got no fight. Peanut, get in. Goes in for it again. Oh, Kuro got it. Kuro and Rocks, they keep the dream alive.
He's coming.
Peanut's looking for it. Smoke going to try and keep him out. Peanut wants it. Throws the needle. He goes back in. Peanut looking for the steal. He does it. One more time.
Being underdog doesn't mean being a loser.
Gonna try and get down. Right. The smash. Gets him with the flash. He's alive. Gorilla gets denied by pure miracle. And go for it. I think they have to. Black goes in, but Kuro snipes on him. Still tipping alive again. Next is open. Kira trying to take down Bray.
Albus Nox Luna just took down the Rox Tigers.
Peanut wants it, throws the needle, goes back in. Peanut looking for the steal. He does it one more time. Gets him with the flag. He's alive. Gorilla gets denied by pure miracle. Are you kidding me?
All these minions are hitting the void link still. The next is
go. He's
the greatest time.
He's gonna get they did it. Oh my God, they did it.
Being underdog doesn't mean being a loser. That's all.
Good evening and welcome to another edition of Worlds Tonight, almost tomorrow, tonight. I'm Irving DeBism III here with Martin DeFicio Lunga and Aiden Zyrene Moon. We've just closed the books on Group A here in San Francisco. It was a crazy day, to say the least. Coming into week 2, it was all up in the air. We had CLG, Rocks Tigers, and Albus Nox Luna at 2-1, and G2 still trying to scrap for a win.
Yeah, sadly for G2, very quickly it was over. First game of the day, they had to win it if they wanted to try and advance. Had to get like a 3-0 into a tiebreaker. They lost instantly.
Yeah, that was the game that opened the day. A do or die for G2 eSports, who need to take down the Rocks Tigers, who almost looked like it was possible.
Yeah, it was definitely a tall task, and G2 once again got off to a good start against the Tigers, whose early game was still looking really rough, but then it came down to those team fights in the mid game where Rocks were just going off of Gorilla's dives and having fantastic team fights, and they played to their strengths, and G2 played right into their hands.
And we've also heard that they're trying to, in the offseason, figure out what all that was and come back even stronger. The action continued as we see CLG got their rematch against the LCL champions Albus Nox Luna, and were able to do some damage.
Yeah, I think CLG just want to forget these games, honestly, because this right here is the main reason CLG didn't get out of groups.
Yeah. Yeah, and ANX, they would have had the 1-1 against CLG, and CLG losing that game made it 2-0, and very hard for them to get out of groups.
Then in our fourth game of the day, Albus Nox Luna gets back on the Rift against the LCK Summer Champions, Rocks Tigers. And guys, the rest is history. Give me a history lesson.
I mean, this is one of the craziest games I've watched, because normally when, the international wildcard team gets an advantage against one of the best teams in the world, they don't manage to close the game. They don't manage to win the late game as well. But in this game, despite it, being a 65-minute long game with like 4 Barons and 3 Elder Drakes, Albus actually managed to keep it cool enough to get this late game situation here, where it looks pretty bad, but then there's so many super minions coming.
Yeah, the thing I loved about this was Albus Nox Luna, they kept playing the macro game. They didn't fall into the hands of Rocks Tigers. They made a couple mistakes on both sides, but then eventually it came down to Smurf peeling for Miracle in multiple fights that kept them alive for long enough that the damage from Albus Nox's team fights was very high.
I do want to talk about this game more later, though, because I think actually this game highlighted a lot of the problems for Albus Nox Luna going into like the later stages of this tournament.
So with the group stage over here for Group A, Korea's Rocks Tigers and the LCL's Albus Nox Luna punch their tickets to next week's quarterfinals in Chicago, while G2 and CLG are going to go ahead and take a vacation.
Definitely, I knew the meme was coming at some point. I think CLG coming into this will be disappointed, because after G2 looked so bad, it was like, okay, this is CLG's time now to shine. They're going to surprise us again, like they did at MSI, make it out of groups. NA is going to get a team in the quarterfinal already, and EU is just down and out. Sadly for CLG, they kind of just joined you know, G2 here in the last day, and now they can go home together.
Yeah, it was kind of anybody's group to take, and it was on them. And I remember during week 1 and also this day, we were using the word disrespect a whole lot. And coming into today, I don't think anybody disrespected the other. They were taking each other seriously, and the better team won.
Well, since Rox did take down Albus in a single tiebreaker match to close out the day, they will be that first seed, as it looked actually pretty shaky coming in, but they do advance, and we'll be able to see what they can do in Chicago. Tomorrow, the action starts all over again at 4 p.m. Pacific time. That's 1 a.m. Central European Summer Time as Group C takes to the stage. First up, it's going to be Edward Gaming versus INTZ eSports, followed by AHQ versus H2K, which we heard is going to have some big implications. From there, the teams will play out their second and final round robin of the group stage. We are going to take a closer look at our first quarterfinalists of Worlds in just a moment. So if you're watching in the client, check out youtube.com/LOL esports for the full version of Worlds tonight. All right, gentlemen, let's break this down. Let's look towards the quarterfinals. Best of ones are a thing. They say any given Sunday, any given day, as it was this week. But what happens when we go to best of fives? Is it something Albus Nox Luna can iron out in 5 games? Are they being read too much? And also Rox.
Yeah, so I think we have a Rox team, not only judging from history, but also just from how well they've been playing during the summer split, even the spring split before the final. We have a team that will go into a best of 5 and be one of the massive favorites, no matter how bad they looked in this group, honestly. They have another week to prepare. Korean teams traditionally are really, really good at adapting to these big best of 5s. They have a lot of different things prepared. They understand, you know, if you play this comp in game 1, we have this in game 2 and so on. So I think Rox will look really good in these BO5s, and I think this group stage was not what they wanted, but they got the first place.
Yeah, and I think there was a little bit of experimenting there with the Nocturne coming back in that they played in the LCK like once or twice. But I think that the meta is going to kind of settle down for them, that they're going to stick to a few picks and actually just go with more counter picks. Because we have been seeing like you ban Vladimir, so you first pick Syndra, and then you go ahead and you go through like mid-tier lists and stuff.
We saw a bit of the adaptation from Rox in their game of the tiebreaker, where they just said, all right, we're going to bring the powerhouse to the field. We're not going to wait for that. Or they will wait for the early game, but no, they'll be stronger in the late game.
Yeah, exactly. Their Elise first pick was really, really good for them. 2 games in a row now. I was so surprised Albus didn't actually ban it away. Wasted bans in the end. So the Elise pick was huge because it gave them more of an early game. Obviously, the game we see here, well, that is the one where they just destroyed them in the bottom lane because for some reason Graves level 2 ganked. That didn't work.
Yeah. And that would never work either. It's not even like a red buff start into that. It's a non-CC jungler going for a gank. He threw away his early pressure. He threw away a level advantage. He threw away his jungle. And that really put the game in Rox Tiger's hands from the get-go.
Yeah, and I think a super important thing to highlight is that, yes, Rox looked pretty weak in this group compared to what we expected, but they were able to make it out anyway. When G2 didn't look very strong in the group, they weren't able to make it up because their top level just wasn't high enough. So even a 70% Rox Tigers could get first place in this group, meaning if with another week into a BO5 they can get closer to the 100%, we might soon see that powerhouse we expected to show up actually shine in playoffs.
Yeah, and that 30% that you're talking about that's missing and that 70% was that early game, and they were still winning when they had some of the worst deficits in the entire tournament. They were still coming out on top because their mid game is just so damn solid that if Rox Tigers are able to actually have Peanut with an early aggressive jungler and have some success, 100% they transition to that mid game with a lot of things behind them that they could close the game out with.
We talked a little bit about adapting for Rox. I think all teams adapted to Licrit in the bottom lane, who played his face off throughout this tournament, and he just kept getting 3 bans after that.
Yeah, League Jesus got a little bit camped in that last game. There were 5 kills in that bottom lane, was like 0-3 and 0-2. They were completely pushed out of the game, and they didn't get to have the same effect on it. And I believe I was talking with I forgot who it was before. I think it was Crumbs. It was like, it's really important to actually go after shot callers of teams and go after vocal people on the teams who are trying to make plays, because then that slows the team down. They don't know exactly what to do. But if they get ahead and like Licrit starts like going off on brand, like he 100% knows what to do in that game. He 100% knows who to go after and how to deal his damage. So getting them behind, making sure that they can't play their game is very important.
Well, let's take a look at Albus Nox's stats right now, because as a team, these guys look like they are having so much fun when they play. They're always behind each other on a call that could look like they're jumping into a pit of fire.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the things they talk about in the interviews as well, like how they come in here, they don't care about what other teams are playing. They don't care about what is 100% the matter. You know, they have their own picks that they enjoy playing, that they've played a lot, they have the synergy with them. And honestly, if each member feels very comfortable on their champion and just does his job, they feel like that's enough to win. That's why Liquid can play this insane style where at one moment he's making the biggest play and he's winning the game, and then the next moment he's making the dumbest play and actually losing the game. But that's because every player is literally being enforced to like play this style. If this is how you want to play the game, this is how you should play. Pick these champions you want. His team is not telling him, no Brand. He's like, no, go Brand. Yeah, do your thing.
I don't know about that Braum game though. Maybe the Brand was open.
All right, so tomorrow, Group C plays out their last 6 games here in San Francisco. EDG, INTZ Esports, AHQ, and H2K. Gentlemen, who is going to make it to Chicago? Give me that. I'm going to hold you to it.
I think the easiest one to start with is EDG. I think EDG still #1 team from the LPL. I think that they're going to make it out pretty handily. I think they'll get things under control with this week of practice. And second, actually coming out of that, I think it's AHQ. AHQ already have the game up over H2K. They may have to play a tiebreaker for it against H2K, but if they win in that matchup, they are like really in a good spot to make it out of that group above H2K in the European squad.
Yeah, it's a super tough situation for H2K because they lost that first game against AHQ, so now they have to win it. Then, as you said, win a second one. If everything goes as planned, where the teams are beating INTZ and losing to EDG, obviously we've seen a lot of upsets. INTZ can definitely go in and win games against both AHQ and H2K, because H2K as a team, like, it almost feels like they just beat themselves. It's not other teams like destroying them completely. They make some really dumb mistakes one game, and then the next game they make some really good moves. They snowball the early game well. So I have a very hard time seeing H2K consistently win the games they're supposed to, and I can easily see them drop a game or two, and that can ruin everything for them.
Yeah, and you're talking about those games you're supposed to win just because you're a certain team, but the wildcard team, INTZ, they might be able to take a game and upset some teams there.
That's what I'm thinking. It seems like some of these teams are sleeping a little bit too much. We saw it happen again today. CLG didn't get what they wanted out of their first game, but then were able to come back, and as the games go for a roundabout tomorrow, that could definitely happen.
Yeah, and I think INTZ are actually, I think Albus Nox Luna is really good, but I think INTZ is actually a little bit better and performs a little bit better than they do, and they have a really strong sense of macro game. They have a really strong sense of how to play the meta, and I think that could carry INTZ to a few victories. Whether or not it's them making out of the groups, I don't know, but I believe they will take some upset wins, but those are wins that those teams that they upset have to find somewhere else, or else they're out of the group.
Sounds like a real tough job, but that's what Worlds is. We'll be back here tomorrow afternoon at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium as Group C plays out, and of course, tomorrow evening for more Worlds Tonight. Until then, GG and good night.
Peanut wants it, throws the needle, goes back in, Peanut looking for the steal, he does it one more time! Gets him with the flag, he's alive! Gorilla gets denied by pure miracle! Are you kidding me?
All these minions are hitting the void link still, the next
Liquid, go! He's the greatest triumph! He's gonna get
They did it!
Oh my god, they did it!
Being underdog doesn't mean being a loser. That's all.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Race all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll fly. Away, 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 yeah, we'll fly. Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll fly.